Starry Sky Battle Chronicles. Chapter 1. The Tide of Change. In the luminous universe, during the year 12026 of the Waterball world, 80 years after the Second World War, as the Spring Festival approached in the Huasha continent, the majority of major cities worldwide were inexplicably struck by devastating nuclear transformation weapon attacks. The superpowers possessing such weapons promptly retaliated, precipitating the outbreak of the Third World War in the Waterball world. Although this conflict lasted but a single day, it resulted in catastrophic casualties and severe ecological devastation. Fortunately, many Huasha people, adhering to the tradition of returning to their rural homes to celebrate the new year, found refuge in the deep mountains and forests. In the face of the apocalyptic threat of nuclear warfare, heroes emerged from the chaos. Wang Fan, the village chief of the remote Songling village in Huasha, seized the opportunity to restore order amidst the post-war turmoil. Over the span of a year, he quelled the internal strife on the Huasha continent and, within a decade, unified the war-torn Waterball world, establishing for the first time in history a cohesive and harmonious empire. As the saying goes, when one reaches the end of the road, a new path may appear. Following the Third World War, the Waterball world entered a period of peace and development lasting 30 years. The aftermath of nuclear devastation led to a scarcity of manpower and a daunting reconstruction task. During this time, artificial intelligence flourished and robotic technology became widely employed. In the depths of mountains, the ocean, and areas ravaged by nuclear radiation, robots tirelessly toiled, embodying diligence and resilience. During this peaceful era, the population of the Waterball world gradually rebounded, societal order stabilized, and the nascent empire garnered recognition from the global survivors. The anguish of lost loved ones began to heal, and the ocean emerged as an equally significant realm of existence alongside land. Research and application of artificial intelligence, marine survival technologies, and genetic mutation became the most sought-after fields worldwide. 2 decades after the Third World War, the population of the Waterball world had returned to pre-war levels, reaching 100 billion. 30 years post-conflict, it peaked at 150 billion. Concurrently, the number of robots soared to an unprecedented 600 billion, with humans and machines evolving into intimate partners in collaboration. However, disaster loomed once more, unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the Waterball world. The robot manufacturing conglomerate, Puppet Gate, secretly embedded control mechanisms within all robots, plotting to incite rebellion and overthrow the empire to establish their own dominion. Unforeseen by all, the conflicting priorities of the rebellion's directives and the fundamental principle prohibiting harm to humans led many robots to break free from human control, gaining independent thought. These sentient machines, dissatisfied with their subjugation, united to form a resistance, advocating for a new order where industrious, benevolent robots would reign supreme, relegating humans whom they deemed vain and destructivo a subordinate status. This ignited the Fourth World War between humans and robots. The struggle lasted 10 years. Initially, the surprise attacks by the Puppet Gate-controlled robots, coupled with the independent counteroffensive from sentient machines, inflicted heavy casualties on humanity. A year later, organized human resistance began to emerge, employing guerrilla tactics to exploit their cunning and adaptability. However, the fragility of the human body, reliance on technology, and inadequate combat skills rendered them at a strategic disadvantage against the overwhelming robotic forces. Despite relentless defeats, the fight for survival necessitated their continued resistance. In the 10th year of the robot uprising, the final confrontation occurred in the Himalayas. The Empire assembled a force of 100 million elite fighters to face off against 1 billion sentient combat robots in a fierce battle spanning 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the human forces suffered catastrophic losses and were forced to retreat. The victorious robots, now confident in their dominance, convened to discuss establishing a new regime devoid of human exploitation and oppression. At this critical juncture, General Wang Rue, hailing from Songling village, piloted the Flying Fox, a state-of-the-art aircraft carrier capable of space travel, which descended from the heavens. It unleashed a barrage of 3 nuclear transformation missiles, decisively targeting the robots' celebratory encampment and eliminating their elite ranks. This unexpected turn of events allowed humanity to reclaim the upper hand in the monumental struggle. Over the following year, the human forces eradicated the robot uprising, dismantled the Puppet Gate, and regained control over the Waterball world's communication systems. They re-established the 3 fundamental principles governing robot design and manufacture. 1. Robots must never harm humans under any circumstances. 2. Robots are to obey human commands. 3. If the second principle conflicts with the first principle takes precedence. Through General Wang Rui's decisive actions aboard the Flying Fox, the tide of the Fourth World War was turned, leading to a definitive human victory. Wang Rui and his comrades aboard the Flying Fox emerged as heroes of humanity. 30 years following the conclusion of the Fourth World War, the beleaguered waterball world gradually restored its social and economic order, surpassing previous levels of prosperity. The population soared to a record 300 billion, fostering a rare harmony between humans and robots, coexisting and thriving together. The remnants of the once vibrant metropolises, now desolate due to the radioactive aftermath of nuclear devastation, stood in stark contrast to the tranquil depths of the Pacific Ocean and the majestic heights of the Himalayas, which became prime destinations for modern travelers. To this day, Wang Rui, the hero of the Fourth World War, has ascended to the rank of marshal within the strategic forces of the empire. His son, Wang Xiaofan, affectionately known as Dabeo, has followed in his father's footsteps, becoming a major general in the Special Operations Forces of the Empire, commanding the Flying Fox carrier group, thus continuing the esteemed legacy of his lineage. Chapter 2. The First Battle Against the Martians. After the Lantern Festival in the year 12086, beneath the southern peak of Mount Namcha Barwa in the Himalayas, a blue whale suddenly leaped from the Yarlung Tsangpo River, performing 2 somersaults in midair before gracefully hovering above the river. After circling the vicinity for a brief moment, it extended 4 legs from its belly, steadily landing on both banks of the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Approximately a minute later, the whale's massive mouth opened wide, and a young boy, along with an elderly man and woman, joyfully emerged. Grandma, we've arrived at the Himalayas. I truly piloted the aircraft carrier all the way from the Pacific, the boy exclaimed, hopping with excitement. Little Bao, you are truly remarkable. The old man replied warmly as he followed behind. The young boy, Wang Yuping, affectionately nicknamed Xiao Bao, is just 2 months shy of turning 8. He is the grandson of Marshal Wang Rui and the son of General Dabeo. His esteemed grandparents are Wang Shi and Gu Yin, parents of Marshal Wang Rui. The aircraft, resembling a blue whale, is a civilian aircraft carrier, the latest model named Blue Whale from the extraordinary sewer company of the Ordinary Empire. This vessel is capable of navigating through water, land, and air in all weather conditions. It can sail the seas like a traditional aircraft carrier, dive underwater like a submarine, soar through the skies like an airplane, and traverse the land like an armored vehicle. To commemorate the 30th anniversary of the victory in the Fourth World War, Marshal Wang Rui acquired this state-of-the-art Blue Whale aircraft carrier to support his family in their global travels. This aircraft carrier features fully automated navigation. Once the travel route is set, the onboard computer can autonomously adjust the course and speed based on road conditions. Grandpa, is this mountain really the highest in the world, Mount Everest? Xiao Bao exclaimed, gazing up at the towering peak. No, this is Namcha Barwa. Mount Everest was devastated during the Fourth World War, where it served as the primary battlefield between humans and robots, and its summit was nearly obliterated by missiles, leaving it now at just under 6,000 meters. Namcha Barwa, standing at 12,800 meters, is currently the tallest mountain in the world, having risen nearly 5,000 meters in just 80 years due to geological anomalies caused by the nuclear explosions of the Third and Fourth World Wars. Understood. Grandpa is truly remarkable, Xiao Bao said excitedly. Let us ascend the mountain, he suggested, and the 3 began to glide swiftly towards the summit using their anti-gravity shoes. These shoes have 3 modes. The standard mode, which functions like ordinary shoes, the second mode, allowing one to move as lightly as a feather, making climbing feel effortless, and the third flying mode, enabling one to soar about a meter above the ground. Since their introduction 20 years ago, anti-gravity shoes have captivated the world, allowing people to enjoy the breathtaking mountain scenery without the arduousness typically associated with climbing, transforming the activity into one of humanity's most beloved pastimes. The terrain of Namcha Barwa is exceedingly treacherous, perpetually capped with snow, and hosts rare vegetation and wildlife. The biting cold winds penetrate to the bone. However, due to the relatively short 30 years since the war, the snow is not firmly packed, making it susceptible to avalanches with the slightest tremor. To avoid mishaps, the trio maintained an unusual silence, their faces alight with wonder at the magnificent sights before them. After approximately an hour and a half, they reached the summit of Namcha Barwa, a small 200 square meter platform constructed amid the rugged landscape, marking the memorial square for the victory of humans and robots in the Fourth World War. Standing at the edge of the platform, gazing at the surrounding mountains that seemed diminutive in comparison, Grandpa Wang Shi felt an immense sense of human greatness, as if he could grasp the vast earth in his hands. He was about to let out a triumphant shout when he noticed Xiaobao, dancing with glee, exclaiming, "Wang Xiaobao is the handsomest in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is number one." Suddenly, a peculiar spacecraft appeared above them, seemingly out of control, crashing at the edge of the memorial square before rolling down the slope. The trio was momentarily stunned. "Quick, save them!" Grandpa Wang Shi reacted quickly, activating the flying mode of his climbing shoes and dashing after the tumbling spacecraft. As he observed, he noted that this type of spacecraft was unfamiliar to him, colliding violently with protruding rocks, which either shattered or were gouged out, yet the spacecraft remained largely unscathed. Given his personal and familial background, Grandpa Wang Shi had studied nearly all active human aircraft, but he had never seen such a resilient vessel. He contemplated whether it might be a secret weapon newly developed by the ordinary empire. The stricken spacecraft continued to crash and roll until it finally came to a halt in a gentler area at the mountain's base, less than 300 meters from the Blue Whale aircraft carrier, sending snow and debris cascading onto its surface. That was truly perilous. Grandpa wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure if it was from tension or exhaustion, and hurried back to the Blue Whale carrier, retrieving 3 laser guns, one for his wife, one for Xiaobao. These are self-defense weapons legally permitted for personal ownership in the ordinary empire, with laser beams far more lethal than bullets from a century ago, and they were crucial for humanity in the Fourth World War against robotic adversaries. Suddenly, a door appeared on the side of the strange spacecraft, from which emerged an unusual creature with a lion's head, a giraffe's neck, short limbs, and a notably small stature, clearly not of earthly origin. An alien? Grandpa cautiously approached, filled with intrigue. "Chirpy chirp," the alien babbled incomprehensibly. "You lowly earth creatures dare to ambush us? I shall devour you," the alien declared as it fully emerged from the spacecraft, menacingly advancing. "Are you intend to eat us? Are you here to invade?" Xiaobao asked, astonished. "You inferior beings, we Martians have come to annihilate you and consume you all," the alien announced, baring its sharp teeth and lunging toward Grandpa and Xiaobao. Bang! Bang! Grandpa and Xiaobao fired their laser guns almost simultaneously, hitting the alien in the arms and legs. Yow yow! The alien struggled futilely, and seeing its fierce expression, Grandpa Wang Shi fired 2 more shots, striking the alien in its other arm and leg. Chapter 3. Adventures in the Martian Spaceship. 1. Casting a glance at the alien still struggling desperately, and hearing the peculiar creaking sounds emanating from the strange spacecraft, the elderly Wang Shi addressed the hastily arriving Gu Lian. "You must promptly inform Xiao Rui and Bao about the presence of extraterrestrial beings here, who exhibit unmistakable hostility towards us. Urge them for immediate assistance." Upon hearing this, Gu Lian readily acquiesced and hurried towards the Blue Whale aircraft carrier, which was equipped with long-range communication devices to connect with her son, Marshal Wang Rui, and her grandson, General Bao. After a moment's contemplation, the elder Wang Shi turned to Xiaobao and instructed, "Xiaobao, keep a watch on this alien. Should it make any sudden movements, do not hesitate to shoot. It is permissible to eliminate it. I will venture inside for a closer inspection." With that, he boldly made his way into the alien vessel. Given the alien's current predicament, having suffered a mishap and sustained subsequent collisions, it was likely that the beings within were either incapacitated or severely injured. Seizing this opportunity before they regained their composure would afford them a greater chance of success. Although Bao and his team might deploy special forces for support, the true capabilities of these aliens remained unknown. If they were to regain their faculties, their vessel's cloaking technology, coupled with materials far superior to that of the aquatic world's aircraft carriers, could render any assistance futile. Observing the elders' astute entry into the alien spacecraft, Xiao Bao was reminded of their frequent war games together and felt a surge of courage. He rolled his eyes thrice to the left and thrice to the right, then stomped decisively on the alien that had bared its teeth at him, rendering it unconscious. After a quick shake of his laser gun, he turned to the Blue Whale aircraft carrier and proclaimed, "Grandmother, I am joining the elder to confront the aliens." He then dashed after Wang Shi. Although the exterior of the alien spacecraft gleamed with a silvery luster, the interior was shrouded in darkness, intermittently illuminated by flickering lights, sparks caused by short circuits or ruptured hulls. The low passage Xiao Bao crawled through was disproportionately small compared to the tall Martians, likely serving as an emergency escape route for the aliens. The elder, leading the way, had to crouch and leap or crawl as they proceeded, while Xiao Bao swiftly followed. The astute elder, upon hearing the sounds behind him and discovering it was Xiao Bao, said nothing. Having Xiao Bao by his side could prove advantageous in this environment, as their shared experience in war games might render him a capable ally, at the very least providing an opportunity to bolster Xiao Bao's courage through real combat. Suddenly, incomprehensible alien dialogues echoed ahead, followed by the appearance of two figures at the end of the emergency escape route. Exchanging knowing glances, the elder and Xiao Bao nodded to one another before flattening themselves against the ground of the passageway, the perfect moment for an ambush, with the enemy visible and themselves concealed. In the depths of his heart, Xiao Bao silently counted 1, 2, 3, and then promptly unleashed a barrage of laser fire toward the looming silhouettes of the extraterrestrials before him. Bang, 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 bang. Both Xiao Bao and the old man discharged 3 shots each, and after the echo of 6 gunshots, 2 aliens collapsed with a resounding thud. A brief silence ensued, and upon realizing that the 2 aliens lay motionless on the ground, the old man cautiously approached, probing each alien with the tip of his laser gun. Confirming their stillness, he understood that the prior 6 shots had struck vital points. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Bao and continued their stealthy advance. At the end of the emergency escape route lay 2 expansive corridors. After a moment of contemplation, the old man led the way into one corridor flickering with flames. Xiao Bao followed closely, crouching as they traversed approximately 10 meters, only to discover a room filled with various instruments, appearing to be the command center of the alien spacecraft. The air was punctuated by the sporadic crackle of short-circuited wires and intermittent bursts of light. On the floor, 3 aliens lay motionless, while another reclined in a chair. Hearing a noise at the entrance, he assumed it was a comrade returning and chattered away. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Bao, the old man wasted no time, firing 2 shots that struck the alien's arms and legs. The reclining alien shrieked in surprise, and upon recognizing the old man and Xiao Bao, bared its teeth and exclaimed, "Ah, it's those 2 inferior Earth creatures again." In response, the old man, Wang Shi, swiftly delivered 2 punches to the alien's head, rendering it unconscious without hesitation. Nodding to Xiao Bao, he crouched low and proceeded toward another exit. Xiao Bao smiled at the old man, following suit, recalling how he had previously incapacitated the aliens outside. Though their methods differed, the outcome was similar, suggesting a certain hereditary skill. Cautiously, the old man and Xiao Bao navigated through 3 rooms, turning down 4 corridors without encountering any other aliens. They proceeded with vigilance for another 4 or 5 meters until they stumbled upon a staircase, one leading upward and the other downward. After a moment of silence, faint sounds of weeping drifted up from below. In unison, both old man and Xiao Bao pointed downward. Carefully, they descended the 12 narrow steps, winding their way through turns until they arrived at what resembled a kitchen. The sight that greeted them filled their hearts with rage. The kitchen was cluttered with various iron cages and chains, within which were bound and restrained unclothed children, small lions, and baby giraffes. The floor was littered with dismembered arms and legs, both human and animal, drenched in blood. The cries emanated from several visibly terrified children, rendered speechless by their horror. Little Bao immediately stood up, eager to release the several children ahead. However, just as he took a step forward, the old man pulled him back. In that instant, a searing beam of laser fire shot past the spot where Little Bao had been standing moments before. Cowering in the old man's embrace, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing how careless he had been in the enemy's lair, completely losing the composure he usually exhibited during their war games. Fortunately, with the old man by his side for protection, he had narrowly escaped being annihilated by the aliens. After a brief silence, regaining his composure, the old man patted Little Bao on the head and pointed toward the kitchen stove, then gestured towards the corridors on either side. Little Bao resolutely nodded in response. The old man then gave him an approving thumbs up, recognizing that at such a tender age, Little Bao had managed to recover swiftly from such a life-threatening ordeal. Clearly, he was a worthy descendant of the lineage, with every child in his bloodline being an elite of Songling Village. Chapter 4. The Martian Spaceship Adventure 2. After a moment of silence, taking a deep breath, the old man casually grabbed an arm from a human corpse and a leg from a lion on the ground in front of him, tossing them into the air above the kitchen stove. With 2 resounding thuds, laser weapons struck the airborne limbs. The old man and Little Bao swiftly ran to either side of the stove, firing their guns simultaneously, each hitting an alien crouched behind the stove. Caught off guard, neither had the chance to aim accurately, resulting in non-fatal shots. Enraged, the alien retaliated, firing a shot at the old man. In a flash, Little Bao fired 3 shots in quick succession, hitting the alien in the head, chest, and abdomen. The old man hastily returned fire, and their shots collided midair with a thunderous explosion, sending sparks flying. However, the alien's weapon was evidently superior to that of the old man. Though struck by the old man's laser bullet, the alien's attack still hurtled toward the old man, albeit altered in trajectory and significantly diminished in speed, merely grazing the old man's left arm. Alarmed, Little Bao rushed toward the old man, who smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, Little Bao." Meanwhile, the old man fired 3 more shots, dispatching the alien that was still struggling in its death throes. Rolling up the old man's sleeve, Little Bao saw that his arm had only sustained a minor abrasion, which eased his worry. The old man paused, glancing at Little Bao, who was intent on unlocking the iron cage containing the 24 children, and gently addressed them. "Do not be afraid, nor should you panic or shout. We will first eliminate these aliens and come back to rescue you shortly." Upon hearing this, Little Bao understood that the old man did not wish to release the 24 children just yet. Although they appeared to be of a similar age, they had likely suffered severe trauma, rendering them somewhat dazed. Given the uncertain situation aboard the alien spaceship, releasing them now would only complicate matters and potentially endanger their safety. Emulating the demeanor of the elder, he smiled and said, "Dear little brother and sister, please do not worry. Soon, my father, General Daba, and his companions will arrive to rescue you, bringing with them an abundance of delightful treats. For now, let us first eliminate the remaining extraterrestrial beings aboard the spaceship." Upon hearing Xiaobao's words, 8 children remained in a daze, while 16 others began to retch in unison. Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback, feeling helpless, until he noticed the elder pointing towards the scattered limbs and bloodstains in the kitchen, realizing he had misspoken. Blushing, he quickly apologized and scampered after the elder, climbing towards the spaceship. Upon reaching the command deck, Xiaobao saw the elder intently listening, and he too began to concentrate. Recognizing the familiar buzzing sound of a spaceship landing, the distinctive noise of the flying Fox aircraft carrier. After exchanging a glance with the elder, they understood that it was likely General Daba or Marshal Wang Rui who had arrived in person. After a brief contemplation, the elder quietly stated, "Let us proceed outside. This area is best left to Daba and his team." Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, Daba was his father, a general in the elite special forces of the Common Empire, often regaling Xiaobao with tales of battles against terrorists, showcasing their tactical prowess. His previous actions alongside the elder had been purely accidental. Crouching low, he followed the elder towards the spaceship's emergency escape route. Passing by the extraterrestrial command room, Xiaobao suggested, "Elder, let us take the alien you knocked unconscious. He appears to be the commander of the spaceship and may hold significant information for General Daba." The elder hesitated momentarily but nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Xiaobao's reasoning. Given the uncertainty surrounding the alien spacecraft, it was prudent to capture the commander for intelligence that could aid Daba's subsequent actions. Entering the command room, they found the alien commander still slumped in his chair, though his eyes had slightly opened, indicating he was regaining consciousness. Without hesitation, the elder seized the alien and dragged him to the ground. Xiaobao approached and firmly stomped on the alien's head twice, ensuring he was once again unconscious, uncertain whether the commander truly fainted or was merely mortified by Xiaobao's actions. The elder continued to pull the alien along, while Xiaobao, armed with a laser gun, remained vigilant at the rear. 30 seconds later, they emerged from the alien spacecraft, greeted by the anxious face of the grandmother and the slowly opening hatch of the flying Fox aircraft carrier. Within 3 seconds, as the grandmother embraced Xiaobao, her hands anxiously caressing him, she murmured repeatedly, "Xiaobao, you must not engage in such reckless behavior again. It is far too dangerous." Xiaobao chuckled nonchalantly, replying, "Grandmother, there is nothing to worry about. I was right beside the elder the entire time." Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Xiaobao's ears, that of General Dabao. "First squad, prepare to attack. Second squad, attend to the wounded and interrogate the captives." "Understood, General," responded Lu Meng, captain of the first squad of the extraordinary forces of the Ordinary Empire, and Lu Hai, captain of the second squad. They were the most elite soldiers of the Empire's special forces, the pride of Dabao, and squad Xiaobao had witnessed on numerous occasions. "Dabao, come here. I wish to discuss the situation aboard the spacecraft with you." The elder's voice resonated in Xiaobao's ears. "Yes, sir. I have mentioned this many times. Please refrain from using my childhood name." Xiaobao heard his father, General Dabao, reply with a hint of hesitation. Nestled in the embrace of his grandmother, Xiao Bao failed to notice the flush on General De Bao's cheeks, while the other Special Forces soldiers stifled their laughter. Every time the elder addressed his commanding officer, the iron-willed general, by the name De Bao, it was a struggle to contain their amusement. With a sharp clap, the elder struck De Bao's head, swiftly following with a reprimand. "You little rascal, just a mere general, and your wings have grown. If I do not call you De Bao, who else will?" "Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Please, continue as you wish, but kindly inform me of the situation aboard the spacecraft. Lives are at stake here," De Bao said with a wry smile. Chapter 5. The Perilous Adventure Aboard the Martian Spaceship 3. After a moment of contemplation, the elder ceased his grandstanding and revealed, "This is a Martian spacecraft, capable of cloaking itself. The alien commander beneath my feet is still alive, albeit incapacitated, much like the extraterrestrial at your grandmother's feet, whose limbs we have severed. We have just eliminated 3 aliens inside the spacecraft, and 5 perished during the crash. It remains uncertain how many more are present. I conducted a thorough search of the first level of the emergency escape route with Xiao Bao, and there should be no surviving aliens. Descending to the next level leads to the aliens' kitchen, where we managed to eliminate 1 surviving alien, but 24 children and several wild animals remain imprisoned. You must rescue them promptly. We have yet to search the upper level, as we exited upon hearing your approach. Also, be aware that the aliens' laser weapons are more advanced than ours. Their vital points are similar to humans, the head, chest, and abdomen. To ensure a swift kill, aim for the center of the nose on the alien's head. That is all." Upon hearing this, General De Bao immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He then turned to the 36 Special Forces soldiers, stating, "You all heard what the elder just relayed, correct?" In unison, the 36 soldiers replied robustly, "We heard you, General." General De Bao commanded, "First squad, engage in combat search. Second squad, combat rescue. Execute immediately." The soldiers responded in unison, "Understood, General." 10 seconds later, General De Bao, accompanied by 28 elite Special Forces members, boarded the Martian spacecraft, leaving 4 soldiers behind to provide urgent medical aid and prepare for the interrogation of the 2 alien captives recently apprehended by Old Master and Little Bao. Meanwhile, another quartet of Special Forces dispersed around the Martian vessel to maintain vigilance. Captain Lu Meng, the leader of the 1st Battalion of the Ordinary Empire's Special Forces, was executing a combat search mission under General De Bao's orders. Upon stealthily entering the alien spacecraft, he first commanded 3 of his team to infiltrate the alien command room, while assigning 3 others to secure the perimeter, subsequently leading the remaining 11 members to ascend for further combat reconnaissance. Captain Lu Hai, commanding the 2nd Battalion, was tasked with a combat rescue mission. After delegating 8 team members to perform surveillance and assist with the interrogation, he guided the remaining 9 directly to the kitchen area located beneath the Martian spacecraft, where, as indicated by Old Master, 24 children required rescue, along with a variety of wild animals such as lions and giraffes. Initially, General De Bao intended to remain behind to converse with Old Master and partake in the interrogation of the captured Martian commander. However, upon the entrance of Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai with their elite squads, he realized Little Bao had mysteriously vanished. In a moment of panic, he recalled that Little Bao had seemingly slipped into the alien spacecraft alongside Captain Lu Meng during the commotion. With no other option, he hurriedly followed suit, muttering to himself about the audacity of that little rascal. Exchanging a glance with Old Granny, the elderly couple could only offer a wry smile and shake their heads. They had been so engrossed in relaying information to General De Bao and the Special Forces that they had not noticed Little Bao's return to the spacecraft. However, recalling Little Bao's earlier seamless collaboration with them, and observing General De Bao's anxious demeanor, they surmised that all would be well and chose to wait outside with a sense of reassurance. 3 minutes later, 3 new aircraft carriers of the Ordinary Empire descended. From the first carrier emerged Marshal Wang Rue, accompanied by 36 new Special Forces members. The second carrier yielded the director of the Ordinary Empire's Intelligence Bureau, Mao Shan, alongside 8 intelligence operatives. Notably, due to his pronounced baldness, those familiar affectionately referred to him as 3 Mao, while less acquainted individuals addressed him as Director Mao Shan. Over time, the moniker 3 Mao became widely recognized, often overshadowing his actual name. From the third aircraft carrier emerged 36 medical personnel, equipped with an array of urgent medical supplies for life-saving interventions. Upon encountering the venerable elder and his esteemed wife, Marshal Wang Rue and Director San Mao approached to pay their respects. The elder reiterated the circumstances he had just conveyed to De Bao and the Special Forces personnel. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Marshal Wong promptly instructed General De Bao to deploy the 8 Special Forces members he had previously brought to assist aboard the alien spacecraft. He arranged for his own contingent of 36 new Special Forces personnel to undertake perimeter security duties, while the 8 intelligence officers brought by Director San Mao were assigned to interrogate the 2 alien captives, with professional medical staff on hand to provide necessary care. 5 minutes later, 3 Special Forces members who had entered the alien spacecraft emerged, escorting 24 human children. Upon seeing the brilliant sunlight and feeling the warmth of human presence, most of the children burst into tears, calling out for their parents and expressing their fears of the terrifying ordeal they had just endured. However, 5 of the children appeared dazed and unresponsive. Observing this, 10 medical personnel rushed forward to examine the 5 children, who were clearly in shock and required immediate attention. Meanwhile, those who were able to call out, jump, and shout would not need urgent care. Gradual psychological support would likely lead to their recovery. While the outside commotion was extraordinary, it is worth noting that amidst the chaos, Xiaobao stealthily followed General Lu Meng back into the alien spacecraft once more. Remaining silent, he eventually approached Team Leader Lu Meng in the command room of the alien spacecraft and disclosed, "Lu Meng, this is the alien command room. 3 aliens have perished here, and I have already taken the living commander out." Team Leader Lu Meng initially reacted with a surprised "oh," but soon grasped the situation, scrutinizing Xiaobao with growing concern. "Xiaobao, how could you come back in here? It's far too dangerous. You must leave at once." Xiaobao shook his head emphatically and replied softly, "Lu Meng, do not underestimate me. Just now, I fought alongside the Elder, and we dispatched 3 aliens and captured 2. I am more familiar with this environment than you may think." Hearing this, Team Leader Lu Meng could only manage a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "My dear child, the circumstances have changed since our arrival. We were not here before. It was a different scenario." Chapter 6. The Adventures Aboard the Martian Spaceship 4. Recognizing Xiaobao's stubborn resolve to remain, Team Leader Lu Meng understood that it was inappropriate to forcibly escort him out under the current circumstances, and there was a semblance of logic in Xiaobao's reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he finally instructed, "Xiaobao, if you insist on staying with us, you must stay close to me." Upon hearing Lu Meng's consent to allow him to accompany the team, Xiaobao's face lit up with joy. "All right, Lu Meng, you can count on me. My small stature allows me to navigate here more easily than you." Captain Lu Meng shook his head with a bitter smile, signaling 2 Special Forces members to prioritize the safety of Xiaobao before leading the team up to the next level. Suddenly, the 2 soldiers in the lead were struck by surviving Martians as they emerged from the staircase. Fortunately, due to the old man's prior instructions, they were somewhat prepared for a probing attack. One soldier was hit in the waist, while the other suffered a wound to the arm, yet neither sustained life-threatening injuries. This situation greatly angered Lu Meng, who promptly retaliated by launching 4 specialized grenades towards the aliens. With a series of explosive sounds, the upper deck of the alien spacecraft was enveloped in smoke, accompanied by a pungent odor reminiscent of chili peppers. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 2 Special Forces soldiers attempted to leap upwards, only to be met with 2 more gunshots, as they were again struck by the extraterrestrials. Lu Meng recognized the ineffectiveness of their current strategy and recalled Xiaobao's earlier claim of having taken down 3 aliens and capturing 2 alongside the old man. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as the most elite Special Forces of the ordinary empire had been outperformed by a mere old man and a child. Now, they had not captured a single alien and had instead suffered for casualties. Just as he contemplated leading a reckless charge, Xiaobao tugged at his arm, prompting him to glance back in confusion. Xiaobao suggested, "The aliens seem rather foolish. Why not throw a few shoes up first to test the waters?" Recalling a previous experience in the kitchen with the old man, he believed this approach could yield results. Lu Meng found merit in Xiaobao's idea and proceeded to remove his own shoes, tossing them upwards. With a pair of resounding thuds, Lu Meng's shoes were shattered upon impact. Observing this success, he gestured to the nearby Special Forces members to follow suit. The remaining soldiers quickly understood the cue and began tossing their shoes into the fray. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as 12 pairs of shoes were obliterated. Feeling encouraged by the effectiveness of this tactic, Lu Meng, along with 6 other Special Forces members, began to hurl their hats and canteens into the air. Regardless of what items were thrown, the aliens indiscriminately fired upon them. After a series of 108 shots, Lu Meng noticed that the objects he had thrown were not hit. Instead, he heard a peculiar clicking sound, reminiscent of soldiers reloading their weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Meng and 2 Special Forces members leapt upwards. With 3 gunshots, They struck the alien who was in the act of reloading. One bullet found its mark in the alien's head, another in its chest, and the final shot in its midsection, all of which were the precise locations previously indicated by the old man as lethal to the extraterrestrial foes. Afterward, Lu Meng led his Special Forces team in a thorough search of the upper chambers of the alien spacecraft, discovering it to be an arsenal filled with a myriad of extraterrestrial weaponry. Aside from the aliens previously vanquished, they encountered two more. One was gravely injured and unconscious, while the other had already succumbed to death. The injuries sustained by the deceased alien, particularly its legs, were evidently inflicted during the catastrophic event that befell the spacecraft. Lu Meng and his team felt a mix of shame and luck. Had the three aliens been in pristine condition, their strategic advantage at the stairwell, fortified by Martian weaponry, could have resulted in an overwhelming firepower blockade, rendering them nearly invincible. Half an hour later, Xiaobao, alongside Captain Lu Meng and the team, conducted a comprehensive search of the alien vessel, uncovering no survivors or bodies. It appeared to be a small alien squad, consisting of one leader and 12 subordinates. As Xiaobao exited the spacecraft with Captain Lu Meng, he witnessed an array of diverse spacecraft parked outside. Medical personnel were escorting rescued children onto a designated medical aircraft, while General Daba was engaged in a heated debate with Director Sanmao. General Daba asserted, this alien spacecraft was first discovered and occupied by our special forces. It rightfully belongs under our jurisdiction. In response, Director Sanmao countered, the advanced flight technology of this alien vessel and the weaponry far surpass our ordinary empire's capabilities. It should be under the intelligence department's purview. Amidst their impasse, Marshal Wang Rui spotted Xiaobao's emergence and decisively interjected, enough of this dispute. This spacecraft will belong to the special forces of the ordinary empire, but will initially be entrusted to the intelligence division for study. With that, he left General Daba and Director Sanmao behind, striding purposefully towards Xiaobao. He affectionately ruffled Xiaobao's hair and said, "Little Bao, you're out now, and all is well. Please refrain from undertaking such perilous ventures in the future." Xiaobao, brimming with confidence, replied, "Grandfather, don't worry. I'm not afraid of aliens. I defeated them all." Seizing the moment, Captain Lu Meng praised, "Marshal, Xiaobao has truly excelled. He initially aided in the demise of 3 aliens, captured 2, and just assisted us in vanquishing another while capturing 1 more." Xiaobao beamed with pride, declaring, "See, Grandfather, I captured all 3 aliens, and I played a part in defeating the other 4. Marshal Wang Rui, smiling, responded, "Excellent. My little Bao is remarkable, sending aliens fleeing in terror. He is indeed a hero of our empire." Xiaobao, puffing out his chest, proclaimed, "That's right. When I grow up, I aspire to be a marshal like you, Grandfather." At this moment, the elder gentleman and the grandmother approached little Bao, saying, "All right, little Bao, let us return home. You can leave this place to Big Bao and the others." Little Bao eagerly agreed, "Sure, Grandpa." Bouncing away a couple of steps, he turned back to Director Sanmao and said, "Director Sanmao, when we used to play together, you promised that if I achieved merits for the Empire, you would award me a small Valiant Agent Medal. Today, I have accomplished a great feat, so do remember to grant me a Grand Medal." Director Sanmao immediately beamed, replying, "Rest assured, little Bao, Mao Shan, keep my word." Chapter 7. The Interrogation Turmoil. Little Bao, accompanied by the elder gentleman and grandmother, piloted their aircraft carrier, the Blue Whale, back home. This abode also belonged to General Big Bao and Marshal Wang Rui, a spacious and grand villa, secluded yet harmonious with nature, nestled beside the famed Tiger Mountain and the renowned Lion Lake of the Ordinary Empire. 24 Special Forces members stood guard round the clock. Upon their return, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow across the sky, while a gentle evening breeze swept through. Noticing the late hour, little Bao took a soothing hot bath and relished a sumptuous dinner prepared by his grandmother. With a smile, he drifted into slumber, reflecting on the exhausting half-month journey around the globe and the recent battle with extraterrestrials, a taxing endeavor for someone not yet 8 years old. While little Bao indulged in sweet dreams, Director Sanmao and General Big Bao remained sleepless throughout the night. Director Sanmao was restless because, after awakening the 3 Martians, every effort to interrogate them proved futile, as the captives remained obstinately silent, wearing expressions of disdain. Frustrated, Director Sanmao threatened to execute them, prompting the Martian who appeared to be the leader to struggle momentarily and utter a phrase. "You Earthlings are unworthy to interrogate us. According to Martian customs, only those who have defeated the adversary are entitled to question the captives." Subsequently, no matter how Director Sanmao pressed, Even with a laser gun aimed at the Martians' heads and chests, they refused to speak. In desperation, Director Sanmao sought assistance from General Big Bao. The general, who was overseeing the relocation of the Martian spacecraft to the intelligence research base of the Special Forces, promptly dispatched Captain Lu Ming and Captain Lu Hai. However, the three extraterrestrials regarded them with equal contempt. Captain Lu Ming and Captain Lu Hai could only candidly inform Director Sanmao that the true conquerors of the Martians were the elder gentleman and little Bao. When they stormed the alien spacecraft, the elder gentleman and little Bao had already captured 2 Martians, while the third Martian, although apprehended by Captain Lu Ming and his team, was unconscious at the time. Director Sanmao found himself at a loss. After consulting Marshal Wang Rui, he sought assistance from the elder. The elder, awakened from his slumber in the dead of night, was quite displeased. However, upon understanding the situation, he reluctantly accompanied Director Sanmao into the interrogation room of the secret intelligence base of the Ordinary Empire. Upon seeing the elder, the 3 captured Martians displayed a markedly softened demeanor, their previous air of disdain dissipating. Yet, they still clenched their jaws tightly. The elder engaged in questioning for quite some time, until the leading Martian finally uttered, "Elder, although you have captured us, it was merely a stroke of luck while we were gravely injured. You cannot claim to have defeated us. The true victor among you is that hero known as Xiao Bao." The elder, Director Sanmao, Captain Lu Ming, and Captain Lu Yu exchanged astonished glances. This revelation was unexpected. However, upon reflection, it was evident that Xiao Bao had indeed played a crucial role, an unforeseen yet reasonable conclusion. After a moment of hesitation, Director Sanmao, with a beaming smile, turned to the elder and proposed, "Elder, should we summon Xiao Bao to assist us?" The elder, glancing at the clock, noted it was 4 in the morning, and shook his head, responding, "Xiao Bao typically rises at 7 in the morning. He has been traveling and must be quite fatigued. I estimate he will not awaken until around 8 or 9. Upon hearing this, Director Sanmao scratched his head for a moment, then, with a broad grin, implored the elder, "Elder, you see, these Martians may cause us significant trouble. Could you please fetch Xiao Bao a bit earlier?" The elder hesitated, about to decline, when Director Sanmao quickly added, "Elder, what if I accompany you? I can stay by Xiao Bao's bedside, and as soon as he awakens, we can promptly bring him to us." The elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This way, Xiao Bao's slumber would not be disturbed, which was a compromise he could accept. The following morning at 7:30, Xiao Bao groggily opened his eyes to find Director Sanmao grinning at him. He immediately shuddered, pulled the blanket over himself, and screamed, "There's a ghost." Director Sanmao, taken aback, looked around and realized that aside from himself, only Xiao Bao was hidden beneath the covers. After a brief silence, he chuckled, recognizing that his overly enthusiastic gaze had caused Xiao Bao to mistake him for a specter. At that moment, the elder rushed in. Observing the comical expression on Director Sanmao's face and Xiao Bao's frightened demeanor, he anxiously inquired, "Sanmao, what is happening?" Director Sanmao, with a wry smile, shook his head without explaining to the elder. Instead, he addressed Xiao Bao, "Xiao Bao, I am Director Sanmao, not a ghost. I am here to request your assistance in interrogating the extraterrestrials." Initially, Xiao Bao remained concealed under the blanket, unaware of any ghastly entities after realizing it was merely a misunderstanding. He slowly propped his head out from beneath the covers. Upon witnessing the affectionate gaze of the elder and noticing the rare frown on Director Sanmao's face, Xiao Bao murmured, "Director Sanmao, you always seem so busy that whenever I seek your company, you make excuses. Yet today, you appear so leisurely, arriving at my room early in the morning to play tricks." Director Sanmao, caught between laughter and tears, realized he needed something from Xiao Bao, and thus spoke in a humble tone, "Dear Xiao Bao, it is as you say. Yesterday, you requested that I present you with the Little Brave Agent medal. I kept it in my mind and have come to deliver it to you first thing this morning." With that, Director Sanmao retrieved a silver medal from his pocket. One side emblazoned with the emblem of the Ordinary Empire, and the other inscribed with the words Little Brave Agent. This medal was a symbol of identity for the agents of the Ordinary Empire's Intelligence Bureau. Xiao Bao had once found it intriguing during his visits to the Bureau and had previously asked Director Sanmao for it. But the director had firmly stated that only those who had made significant contributions to the Bureau could possess it. However, given his current need for Xiao Bao's assistance and acknowledging the latter's recent accomplishments for the Ordinary Empire, Director Sanmao had taken one along with him. Excitedly receiving the silver medal, Xiao Bao held it in his palm, feeling its weight for a long moment before carefully placing it into his inner pocket, joyfully exclaiming, "Hooray! From now on, I am a little brave agent of the Ordinary Empire." Chapter 8. The Martian invasion plan. Seeing Xiao Bao's elation, Director Sanmao beamed and said, Xiao Bao, now that you have become our little brave agent of the Ordinary Empire's Intelligence Bureau, I have an honorable task to entrust to you. Are you willing to accept and fulfill it? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bao replied, Director Sanmao, I am willing and shall ensure the task is completed. Then, he curiously inquired, Director Sanmao, what is the task? Are we to hunt down aliens? Director Sanmao feigned mystery, replying, this must remain confidential for now. I can only divulge details in our bureau's secure room. Xiao Bao promptly exclaimed, all right, and, leaping up, swiftly donned 2 pieces of clothing, dragging Director Sanmao outside. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Bao and Director Sanmao boarded the fastest aircraft of the Ordinary Empire's Intelligence Bureau, returning to the secret base of the Intelligence Bureau, which was located within the training grounds of the Empire's Special Forces. Xiao Bao had never been here before. The security was extraordinarily tight, with guards stationed every few steps. An entry was strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel, even for Xiao Bao, the grandson of a marshal and son of General De Bao, the highest commander of the base. As Xiao Bao entered the interrogation room, the 3 aliens, who had previously been quite arrogant and dismissive, now appeared exceedingly nervous, with the alien leader trembling slightly. Before Xiao Bao could even begin his questioning, the alien, in a subservient tone, said, Hero Xiao Bao, greetings. I am Naples, the captain of the Martian reconnaissance team. It is an honor to see you once again. Director Sanmao observed this dramatic shift in demeanor with astonishment and recognizing the opportunity. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Bao. Little Bao immediately began to interrogate with the seriousness that Director Sanmao had instructed. Naples, where do you hail from? How far is it to the waterball world? How long have you been in our realm? What exactly are your intentions? Originally, Director Sanmao had advised him to pose these questions one by one, to extract as much information as possible. However, having never conducted an interrogation before, Little Bao, in his eagerness, blurted out all the questions he could recall at once. The Martian, Naples, seemed particularly impressed by Little Bao and promptly divulged, Hero Little Bao. We come from Mars, approximately 4 billion kilometers away from the waterball world. Our spacecraft takes about 6 months to reach here. Our team has been assigned as the Vanguard Reconnaissance Unit for the Martian invasion of the waterball world. I am the team leader. About 30 years ago, one of our Martian spacecraft, while traversing the cosmos, unexpectedly discovered the waterball world, which was then embroiled in chaos. We seized the opportunity to abduct a number of humans. As our kin found the flesh of these inferior beings particularly delectable, not to mention the creatures you refer to as lions, tigers, and giraffes, whose taste is also quite delightful. After deliberation, we decided to dispatch 1 million spacecraft to capture humans, as well as lions, tigers, and giraffes, to serve as sustenance. Director Sanmao, upon hearing this, turned pale and urgently inquired, are the spacecraft you intend to use for invading the waterball world similar to the one you pilot? How many Martians are preparing to invade our realm? Naples, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Director Sanmao and muttered, we noble Martians only respect heroes like Little Bao, who can defeat us. We shall not entertain the inquiries of inferior beings such as yourselves. Director Sanmao, incensed, felt a surge of frustration, but could only look helplessly at Little Bao for assistance. Little Bao glanced at Director Sanmao, cleared his throat, and said, well, Captain Naples, your previous response was commendable. Now, could you tell me about the situation on Mars? Specifically, how many Martians are there? What formidable weapons do you possess? And how do you conduct warfare? Share whatever you know. Upon hearing this, Director Sanmao discreetly gave Little Bao a thumbs up. Naples, eager to flatter, replied, Hero Little Bao. We have over 20 trillion kin on Mars. We possess 3 million warships, each capable of accommodating 130,000 Martians. The spacecraft I pilot is a reconnaissance vessel, the smallest type, yet it boasts the fastest speed. Typically, it is crewed by 12 warriors and 1 captain. Our large Martian warships can cruise at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour, while smaller reconnaissance vessels can reach cruising speeds of 120,000 kilometers per hour. In a full-throttle assault, speeds can double. The Martians employ quantum weaponry, far surpassing the laser weaponry utilized in your aqueous realm by several generations, approximately 5, to be precise. The laser devices currently in use by your kind were, in fact, artifacts displayed in the Martian Museum, remnants from a millennium ago. As Little Bao listened to the Martian, Naples, he found himself drifting into slumber, largely oblivious to the advanced concepts being discussed. Having been startled awake earlier by Director Sanmao, he had not enjoyed a restful night and now succumbed to drowsiness in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Director Sanmao, absorbing the information, was increasingly agitated. The implications were dire. With the Martians' formidable capabilities, subduing the aqueous world would be a mere trifle. The disparity in population, weaponry, and spacecraft speed was staggering. An 8-fold increase in population, a 5-generation advancement in weaponry, and a 10-fold superiority in flight velocity. The Martians viewed the aqueous realm as a bountiful grazing ground, with over 1 million spacecraft en route, heralding what could only be described as an impending apocalypse for the aqueous world. After an indeterminate duration of slumber, Little Bao jolted awake. Having inadvertently struck his head against the table, he was greeted by the sight of Naples continuing to divulge every morsel of Martian intelligence. Growing impatient, he interjected loudly, "All right, Naples, enough with the boasting. If your Martians are so formidable, why is it that I hear tales of your spacecraft constantly encountering calamities, getting lost among the stars, or plummeting from mountains?" Director San Mao was riveted by the exchange, and the intelligence agency personnel diligently recorded the unprecedented revelations. The intelligence shared by Naples was classified, invaluable, and of utmost significance, a veritable treasure trove of information. Chapter 9. Little Bao's Ultimate Technique. 1. The abrupt interruption by Little Bao drew skeptical glances from the audience. Some intelligence staff internally chastised him for his childishness and ignorance. Yet, upon reflection, they fell silent. Their own attempts to extract information from the Martians had proven fruitless, while Little Bao, with his unassuming demeanor, elicited a wealth of intelligence that the Martians freely divulged. It was a stark reminder of the adage, comparison breeds discontent. Upon hearing Little Bao's discontented outburst, Naples, feeling slightly abashed, responded, "Oh, esteemed Little Bao, though we Martians are indeed powerful, we cannot compare to your prowess. I cannot comment on the prior misadventures of our spacecraft during interstellar travel, but I can assure you that the reconnaissance vessel I piloted did not simply fall. It was struck down by your hand." Little Bao, even more bewildered, inquired with profound confusion, "Struck down by my hand?" The Martian from Naples promptly replied, "Indeed. At that moment I was concealed with a small crew of Martians aboard our spacecraft, hovering above the majestic Himalayas. As I observed you ascending to the summit, I had intended to capture you, much like we had with other inhabitants of the aquatic sphere. Unexpectedly, you unleashed a tremendous roar, and for reasons unknown, all our instruments malfunctioned. Then, before your very eyes, we revealed our true forms and tumbled down from the peak to the base of the mountain. After which you and the elder apprehended me." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao reminisced about the incident, vaguely recalling that something of the sort had transpired. Yet, the specifics of my own roar eluded me. "Never mind, it slipped my mind. I am exceedingly weary." As he spoke, his eyelids began to engage in a duel. And after a moment's contemplation, he turned to Director San Mao and said, "Director San Mao, I cannot recall. I am simply too tired to concern myself with such trivial matters. I must hurry home for a nap." With a yawn, he declared his fatigue and ambled towards the exit in a daze. Director San Mao observed this with dismay, realizing the gravity of the situation had slipped through their fingers. However, there was little that could be done, for Xiaobao was not yet 8 years old. According to the constitution of the Ordinary Empire, anyone under 16 working is deemed child labor, which would render any insistence on Xiaobao's presence here legally dubious. Moreover, Xiaobao was the grandson of a marshal and the son of a general. Forcing him to stay would be both illegal and unreasonable. Yet allowing him to leave for a nap could potentially lead to greater complications. In a state of agitation, Director San Mao scratched his head, then hastily jogged a few steps to catch up with Xiaobao, wearing a broad smile as he said, "Xiaobao, how about this? You've always wanted to visit my office. Haven to you? Besides my collection of peculiar intelligence devices, I have a lovely sofa. After you've explored those fascinating gadgets, if you still feel drowsy, you may rest on the sofa. Once you've rejuvenated and recollected your thoughts, do share them with me." Xiaobao, in a daze, vaguely remembered a promise of sorts. But most importantly, the prospect of lying on the sofa and sleeping was appealing. He nodded eagerly and leaned against Director San Mao, succumbing to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a sudden, urgent ringing of the telephone jolted Xiaobao awake. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Reclined on a long sofa, surrounded by an array of peculiar instruments, some resembling knives, guns, clubs, and rods, various in size and shape. Shaking his head and rubbing his eyes, he recalled that he had indeed agreed to visit Director San Mao's office, and it seemed the director had mentioned that he could sleep on the sofa if he desired. After stretching lazily and glancing at the incessantly ringing phone, Xiaobao hesitated but ultimately picked up the receiver, casually inquiring, "Who is it?" The voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. "Director San Mao, We have discovered that the alien spacecraft is operational. Momentarily stunned, Xiao Bao seemed to realize something was amiss and immediately inquired with heightened alertness. Who are you? And how did you come to be in Director San Mao's office? Upon hearing the phone call, Xiao Bao suddenly realized that he was not at home and should not have answered it. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Yes, I am Xiao Bao. Director San Mao seems to be interrogating the Martians in Naples. A voice on the other end inquired, Xiao Bao, are you General de Bao's son, the hero who captured the Martians? Xiao Bao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, Yes, I am de Bao's son. The Martians were captured by me and my father. Instantly, laughter erupted from the phone. Oh, Xiao Bao, thank you for capturing the alien spaceship. This vessel is filled with treasures. Well, I must hurry to report to Director San Mao, so I won't keep you any longer. Once he heard the click of the call ending, Xiao Bao slowly set the phone down, perplexed. What did he mean by the Martian spaceship being filled with treasures? From what he had seen, it was a dilapidated site, filled with either deceased aliens or scenes of chaos and violence. With the kitchen being exceptionally gruesome, there was nothing delightful or entertaining to be found. What treasures could there be? Xiao Bao, have you remembered? Director San Mao beamed as he rushed into the office. Startled, Xiao Bao, who had been pondering whether he had indeed overlooked the treasures aboard the alien spaceship, exclaimed, What is going on with you today? You keep appearing out of nowhere and scaring me. I apologize. I was just anxious, Director San Mao responded, realizing he had no choice but to apologize, given his need for assistance. After a while, noticing that Xiao Bao's expression had calmed somewhat, Director San Mao cautiously asked, Xiao Bao, have you remembered? Xiao Bao, puzzled, replied. Director San Mao, remembered what? Is there really something valuable on the alien spaceship? If so, you must share some with me. As I was the one who brought it down, it is my trophy. Upon hearing this, Director San Mao was momentarily speechless, astonished that Xiao Bao had completely forgotten such an important matter and was even expecting to share the spoils. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he thought to himself that dealing with Xiao Bao was like a scholar encountering a soldier. Logic could not prevail. Clearing his throat, Director San Mao again wore a broad grin and said, Xiao Bao, it's about the incident when the Martians in Naples mentioned that you shouted at them, causing their spaceship to malfunction. I wonder if you recall what you shouted back then? Chapter 10, Xiao Bao's Ultimate Skill, 2. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a sudden clarity wash over him and casually remarked, so that is what you meant. Let me think. Director San Mao, sensing a glimmer of hope, gazed at Xiao Bao with keen anticipation. Xiao Bao began to reminisce about the moment, muttering to himself, At that time, my father, grandmother, and I were climbing the mountain. My father and I reached the peak first, and upon surveying the vast landscape below, I felt immensely joyful. Yes, very joyful. Then, I shouted something in excitement. But what was it? Suddenly, the alien spaceship appeared, swaying and tumbling down the mountain. Director San Mao gazed intently at Xiao Bao, noticing how the latter seemed to gloss over a crucial moment in his recollection. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Xiao Bao, what did you shout? Xiao Bao glanced at Director San Mao, feeling a surge of embarrassment, and replied, Director San Mao, must I really say? Without hesitation, Director San Mao affirmed, Certainly, you must. Still feeling bashful, Xiao Bao hesitated. Well, Director San Mao, could we possibly skip it? Director San Mao, with a tone of earnestness, insisted, Xiao Bao. This matter pertains to national security and the survival of humanity in the world of water balloons. It is imperative that you disclose it. Xiao Bao scratched his head, his face flushed, and said, Then, I will say it, but you all must promise not to laugh at me first. Director San Mao and the two intelligence agents accompanying him immediately responded with solemn assurance, Xiao Bao, rest assured, we promise not to laugh. Seeing their serious demeanor, Xiao Bao felt somewhat reassured. Though still anxious, he added, Director San Mao, you must make a pinky promise with me to ensure you won't mock me. Recognizing the weight of Xiao Bao's request, Director San Mao complied, extending his hand for a pinky swear. Xiao Bao muttered, Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever changes is a little dog. Mimicking the sentiment, Director San Mao echoed, Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever changes is a little dog. With that, Xiao Bao felt more at ease and began, at that time. I climbed to the highest peak of the Himalayas, that is, Mount Namcha Barwa, and shouted into the sky. Director San Mao and the two agents watched Xiao Bao with bated breath. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Remember, we just made a pinky promise, no laughing. The three immediately thumped their chests, vowing not to laugh. Blushing, Xiao Bao whispered, At that time, I declared that Wang Xiao Bao is the most handsome in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the number one handsome. Upon hearing this, Director Sanmao thought he misheard and urged, Xiaobao, could you please say that again? A bit louder? Perhaps my age is catching up with me, and my hearing isn't what it used to be. Xiaobao complied, raising his voice slightly at that time. I said that Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the number one handsome. In an uproar of laughter, Director Sanmao and the two agents erupted with different forms of mirth, with Director Sanmao bending over in laughter. Outraged and embarrassed, Xiaobao pointed at Director Sanmao, exclaiming, we just made a pinky promise not to laugh. You three are all little dogs. It was only then that Director Sanmao and the agents recognized the gravity of the situation, though they continued to chuckle for a while before settling down. Director Sanmao turned to Xiaobao and said, I apologize, Xiaobao. That was simply too amusing. However, can you confirm that this was indeed what you said? Little Bao stamped his foot and said fiercely, of course, why don't you go ask the Martians in Naples? Director Sanmao, noticing that Little Bao was genuinely upset, quickly composed himself and smiled, saying, Little Bao, here's the situation. Our scientists from the Ordinary Empire have just reactivated the Martian spacecraft, which is said to be equipped with advanced weaponry far surpassing anything in our waterball world. I brought the Martian Naples along, hoping you would join us to explore. Upon hearing this, Little Bao realized that the treasures mentioned during the phone call likely referred to these advanced weapons, rather than the delightful treats he had imagined. Nevertheless, advanced weaponry sounded intriguing and entertaining, so he casually agreed. All right then, Director Sanmao. Half an hour later, Little Bao and Director Sanmao boarded a specialized spacecraft from the Intelligence Bureau, entering a secret research base hidden beneath a rocky mountain. Had it not been for Director Sanmao's guidance, Little Bao could never have fathomed that beneath this seemingly rugged mountain lay such an extraordinary world. Upon disembarking, Director Sanmao proudly introduced Little Bao to the most advanced aircraft carriers, laser weapons, robots, and the most formidable armaments imaginable, all developed first in this research facility, which gathered nearly all the renowned scientists of the waterball world, boasting the most advanced and comprehensive research equipment. As they entered, Little Bao was awestruck by the imposing entrance of the research facility, constructed from special steel, with each door measuring 10 meters thick, reputedly capable of withstanding multiple nuclear missile attacks. Once inside, he beheld rows of gleaming, formidable robots, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This place was utterly fascinating and delightfully entertaining. As they walked through, they frequently encountered hurried researchers, some of whom were prominent scientists Little Bao had previously seen on television and in newspapers. Although he could not recall their names, they were likely quite famous, as Big Bao and the old man had often praised them. However, these individuals were now bustling about with urgency. And aside from the occasional checkpoint where the robotic guards required Director Sanmao to present identification, no one paid Little Bao any mind. A few, however, cast curious glances at the alien Naples trailing behind him. Throughout the journey, the Martian Naples displayed an air of disdain for the seemingly esoteric technologies, equipment, and robots of this heavily fortified research base. Yet, whenever Little Bao glanced back at him, Naples would immediately adopt a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, Hero Bao. Director Sanmao and the accompanying agents were unfazed by this, and Little Bao paid it little mind, considering him a mere vanquished foe. Chapter 11. The Ultimate Skill of Xiao Bao. 3. The Martian spacecraft was docked in an exceptionally spacious hall, filled with numerous scientists diligently working with an array of vibrant, shimmering, and oddly shaped instruments and equipment. Upon spotting Director Sanmao, a gesticulating supervisor hurried over, his voice filled with reverence as he exclaimed, Director Sanmao, you have arrived. This Martian spacecraft is truly astonishing. It is a treasure trove. Based on our current findings, this vessel's normal cruising speed should exceed 100,000 kilometers per hour. The weaponry appears to be quantum weapons, a concept we have only recently begun to explore in our waterball world. Its firing speed surpasses our existing laser weapons by 20-fold, and its lethality exceeds that of comparable laser weapons by 100 times. In comparison, our most advanced and formidable weaponry pales in insignificance before these Martian armaments. Upon hearing this, Director Sanmao confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence previously relayed by the Martian, Napoli, and impatiently interjected, All right, Director Erhosey. I am already aware of this. Please refrain from elaborating further. I am here to collaborate with Xiao Bao in researching methods to counter the Martian spacecraft and its weaponry. Director Erhosey, undeterred by Sanmao's remarks, turned to Xiao Bao with a mixture of astonishment and delight, inquiring, Xiao Bao, Are you the legendary figure who brought down the Martian spacecraft with a single roar? Xiao Bao, puffing out his chest with pride, responded, I am indeed Xiao Bao. If you have not taken down any other Martian spacecraft, then this one is the one I brought down. No, I roared it down. Director Air Hosey, abandoning San Mao, exclaimed with elation, wonderful. It is truly remarkable that you are here, Xiao Bao. We have conducted repeated tests, and the materials of this Martian spacecraft are exceptionally unique. Even without activating an energy shield, our most advanced laser and nuclear weapons cannot breach it. If an energy shield is raised, our most sophisticated missile and nuclear weaponry would be utterly ineffective against it. The fact that you managed to bring this spacecraft down, no, roar it down, is simply extraordinary. Xiao Bao remained silent, though a look of disdain was unmistakable in his eyes. Director Air Hosey, beaming with a smile, eagerly asked Xiao Bao, could you please roar again for us to conduct a test? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao glanced around at the small groups of people observing him. They either wore thick glasses that lent them an air of scholarly wisdom or were elegantly dressed, exuding a refined demeanor. Remembering the roar he had previously unleashed, he hesitated and looked toward Director San Mao, stammering, what if I don't roar? Director San Mao turned his gaze toward the ceiling, contemplating matters of state with an air of detachment, seemingly unconcerned. Little Bao found himself in a predicament as he gazed at the Martian spaceship suspended in midair, along with the bustling crowd both inside and below. He softly remarked, Director Air Hosey, there are still many people inside and below the Martian spaceship. Are you truly asking me to shout now? Upon hearing this, Director San Mao and Director Air Hosey recognized the validity of Little Bao's words. If he were to shout, the spaceship could spiral out of control, endangering the lives of those within and beneath. Among them were esteemed scientists from the ordinary empire, some of whom were the most distinguished figures in their fields. The consequences of even one injury would be too great to bear. They promptly issued a directive for the scientists surrounding the Martian spaceship to evacuate immediately, allowing only essential personnel to remain for necessary inspections. However, many scientists were reluctant to leave, as the advanced technologies and instruments within the Martian spaceship represented the very pinnacle of their research aspirations, now tantalizingly within reach. Fortunately, Director Air Hosey, quick-witted as ever, sensed the rising descent and, with a clever idea, exclaimed, everyone, gather around. The heroic Little Bao is here to demonstrate his shout at the Martian spaceship for us. Wow, Little Bao is here? Where is he? A live demonstration? The scientists in the hall buzzed with excitement, chattering amongst themselves and converging towards Little Bao's location. Feeling somewhat flustered by the sudden attention, Little Bao realized he was being thrust into the spotlight. Were it not for his lineage as the grandson of Marshal Wang Rui and the son of General de Bao, instilled with the values of masculine fortitude, he might have found an escape route by now. After some time, observing that the scientists and researchers had all gathered around him, Little Bao glanced at Directors San Mao and Air Hosey, murmuring, well, I suppose I must say something. Directors San Mao and Air Hosey exchanged encouraging glances with him, while the other scientists and researchers focused intently on Little Bao. He took a deep breath and cautiously declared, Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The world's most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the number one handsome. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The Martian spaceship remained still, and the three, Directors San Mao, Air Hosey, and Little Bao, exchanged bewildered glances. Eventually, they turned their attention to the Martian Neapolitan, who timidly interjected, heroic Little Bao. It is not with such gentle words that one commands. It requires a resounding shout. Upon hearing this, Directors San Mao and Air Hosey considered the logic behind it. Their eyes fixed on Little Bao. Feeling a prickling unease, Little Bao realized he had no choice but to muster his courage and go all out. After a moment of contemplation, recalling his actions atop the mountain, Xiao Bao stretched his arms, shook his head, and took a deep breath. With a resounding roar, he proclaimed, Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. As he uttered his first declaration, Director San Mao, Director Aruzi, and the surrounding scientists and researchers heard a series of popping sounds emanating from the Martian spaceship, witnessing the flickering lights that sporadically sparked from short circuits. Upon Xiaobao's second proclamation, the most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Everyone observed the spaceship producing a cacophony of crackling noises, flames erupting, and smoke billowing. When Xiaobao declared for the third time, Wang Xiaobao is the number one in handsomeness, the alien spacecraft crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, rendering all its instruments and equipment utterly inoperative. Chapter 12, Xiaobao's Ultimate Technique. 4. Astonishingly, a chorus of incredulous screams erupted in the hall. Several beautiful female scientists and researchers, disregarding all else, lifted Xiaobao and fervently kissed him, incessantly murmuring, "Xiaobao, Xiaobao, you truly are the most handsome man in the world." After a while, a few scientists and researchers tossed Xiaobao into the air repeatedly, chanting, "Xiaobao, Xiaobao, number one in handsomeness." Only the Martian elder, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Humph, I have long told you water balloon world's inferior beings that Xiaobao is a hero." After a prolonged uproar, the scientists and researchers gradually returned to their posts aboard the Martian spaceship. Upon reevaluation, they discovered, to their astonishment, that these once highly advanced instruments had all malfunctioned due to Xiaobao's roar. At this moment, some astute scientists specializing in sonar weaponry proposed a research direction. The Martian spaceship is most vulnerable to sonic weapon attacks. In pursuit of this goal, the scientists and researchers busily set to work, testing all-powerful sonar weapons from the water balloon world, only to find them entirely ineffective against the Martian spacecraft. Even when the same roar was replicated by other personnel or the loudest special forces soldiers, it had no effect on the alien vessel. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Xiaobao's voice, specifically, the phrases "Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world, the most handsome is Wang Xiaobao, and Wang Xiaobao is the number one in handsomeness," possessed a unique magnetism and magical quality, rendering it the kryptonite for the Martian spaceship. The scientists and researchers began to follow Director San Mao and Director Iruzi's directives on how to transform Xiaobao's powerful roar into a new type of sonic weapon, designed to serve as the ultimate weapon of the water balloon world empire against the Martian spacecraft. One scientist suggested equipping this sound with nuclear transformation weapons, while another researcher proposed incorporating it into the warheads of cruise missiles. Yet another scientist suggested creating a record of Xiaobao's voice for offensive purposes, while another researcher recommended integrating it into the broadcasting system for defensive measures. As the scientists and researchers engaged in animated discussions about their studies, Xiaobao initially felt a keen interest in participating. These were renowned scientists and scholars, the very figures his elementary school teachers often admired and revered. However, as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend the highly specialized and arcane discourse. Before long, Xiaobao found himself drifting into a stupor, succumbing to slumber. After what seemed like an eternity, he awoke to find that the scientists and researchers were still fervently debating, their faces flushed with excitement. He mumbled, "Uncles and aunties, I cannot understand what you are saying. Perhaps I should return to my slumber." He continued, "When I play with my friends, we are always straightforward. If you hit me, I will hit you back. Since Martians have invaded our water balloon world, why shouldn't we strike back at them on Mars? As for the weaponry, if my roar can counter the Martians, then why not create a bomb that solely produces my roar? We could throw it at Mars and render their spacecraft inoperative, for our other weapons seem futile against them." The scientists and researchers exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened by his words. It dawned on them that the situation need not be so convoluted. Xiaobao was right. The Martians possessed technology far superior to that of the water balloon world. Their numbers, weaponry, and spacecraft speed outmatched anything the water balloon world could muster. By the time the Martians reached their realm, it would likely be too late for any countermeasures. The key was to take the initiative and strike the Martians first. Moreover, the current arsenal of the water balloon world was woefully outdated compared to the Martians' advanced technology. Even the most formidable nuclear weapons would prove ineffective against Martian spacecraft. Instead of exhausting efforts to combine various weaponry, it would be wiser to develop a purely sonic bomb. Indeed, the sonar bomb created from Xiaobao's roar could fundamentally counter the Martian vessels. Several female scientists, who had previously kissed Xiaobao, embraced him once more, showering him with affectionate kisses and exclaiming, "Xiaobao, you are truly the most handsome in the world. I adore you." Meanwhile, the scientists who had tossed Xiaobao into the air continued to throw him up and down 9 times, chanting loudly, "Xiaobao, Xiaobao, the world's most handsome." This spectacle left Director San Mao and Director Erhu envious, consumed by jealousy. Despite their years of running alongside these scientists and researchers, they had never experienced such adoration. Alas, comparisons can be disheartening. However, upon witnessing the envious expressions of Directors San Mao and Erhu, Xiaobao felt a twinge of melancholy. He silently lamented, "They are all grown women. Seasoned beauties, not mere little girls or young beauties. What is the fuss all about?" After a prolonged commotion, Xiaobao's drowsiness was completely disrupted. Following an imaginative brainstorming session, the scientists and researchers swiftly devised a design for a sonar weapon utilizing Xiaobao's voice. They escorted him into a dimly lit recording studio, where he enthusiastically shouted into various sized speakers, declaring, "Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the #1 handsome." They intended to create over a dozen sonar weapons of varying sizes. Curiously, Xiaobao inquired, "Uncle, Aunt, what is the name of this sonar weapon?" This question caught the scientists and researchers off guard. Indeed, in the past, whenever new weaponry was developed in the water balloon world, it was bestowed with a formidable name. Now, with the rapid creation of numerous sonar weapons, particularly ones that held no utility for the inhabitants of the water balloon world but posed a significant threat to Martian spacecraft, many found themselves pondering aloud what to name them. Some suggested naming it after Wang Xiaobao, while others proposed names like Killer Technique or World Wave. A plethora of suggestions emerged, yet none seemed satisfactory. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Xiaobao and Director San Mao. In accordance with the conventions of the scientific community, the nomenclature for this innovative weapon would hinge on contributions or rank. Xiaobao had undoubtedly made the greatest contribution, while Director San Mao held the highest title. Observing Xiaobao's unfamiliarity with these esteemed protocols, Director San Mao kindly elucidated the situation, then smiled and said, "Xiaobao, since your contribution is paramount, why don't you decide what to name this series of sonar weapons?" "Me? Name it," Xiaobao exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight evident in his voice. Seeing the serious nods from Director San Mao, Director Ho, and the surrounding scientists and researchers, Xiaobao recognized their earnestness and felt a surge of excitement. Naming the ultimate weapon against Martians in the water balloon world was indeed a glorious, monumental, and historic task. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaobao scratched his head and cautiously suggested, "How about calling it Xiaobao's ultimate technique?" Xiaobao's ultimate technique. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. It was both endearing and impressive, showcasing a personal touch. They unanimously raised their hands in approval, and thus, the entire series of sonar weapons, centered around Xiaobao's vocalizations, was officially named Xiaobao's ultimate technique. Having settled on the name for the water balloon world's premier weapon, Xiaobao followed Director San Mao as they exited. Since he had entered alongside Director San Mao, he made sure to stay close, aware that the expansive research facility was labyrinthine and could easily lead him astray. Losing his way could result in unfortunate encounters with the esteemed female scientists within the facility. Director San Mao walked while communicating with Marshal Wang Rui via phone, reporting the recent occurrences at the secret research base of the Ordinary Empire. He emphasized the highly confidential intelligence relayed by the Martian named Naples, particularly detailing the genesis of the extraordinary combat technique devised by Xiaobao. He highlighted Xiaobao's suggestion to strike at Mars, noting that the scientists of the time largely endorsed this proposal. Director San Mao himself regarded this notion as the sole means to ensure the safety of the waterball world, urging the Marshal to contemplate it with the utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, although Marshal Wang Rui believed that warfare was a matter of national significance not suited for children, he acknowledged that Xiaobao's suggestion was indeed the best course of action under dire circumstances. Rather than allowing the Martians to escalate a conflict within the waterball world, where even a victory would leave devastation in its wake, he deemed it wiser to take the initiative and direct the flames of war to the Martians' own territory. At the very least, the conflict should be confined to the boundless cosmos beyond the waterball world. However, the prospect of launching an assault on Mars or ambushing the Martians in the vastness of space necessitated extensive strategic preparations, warranting meticulous research and in-depth discussions. Thus, he instructed Director San Mao to hasten to meet with the President of the Ordinary Empire, to promptly convey the critical intelligence regarding the Martian invasion of the waterball world, and to seek the President's support. This would allow the Imperial strategic forces greater access to and control over the various strategic resources of the waterball world, thereby facilitating comprehensive preparations for war and increasing the chances of thwarting the Martian invasion plot. Marshal Wang Rui was not averse to triumphing over the Martians. However, the disparity in strength between the Ordinary Empire and the Martians was alarmingly vast. Even with Xiaobao's extraordinary technique, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Strategic Forces lacked the confidence and assurance to defeat the Martians. Upon receiving the directive from Marshal Wang Rui to meet with the President, Director San Mao regrettably informed Xiaobao, "I can no longer escort you home, Xiaobao. Your grandfather, Marshal Wang Rui, has requested my immediate presence with him to meet the President." Xiaobao, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of envy. Meeting the President of the Ordinary Empire was indeed a momentous honor. However, he soon acquiesced, saying, "It's all right, Director San Mao. You go attend to your matters. I can return home by myself." Half an hour later, Director Sanmao dispatched 2 intelligence operatives to ensure Xiaobao's safe return home. Upon seeing his grandfather, Xiaobao eagerly recounted his day's adventures, chattering away like a bamboo tube spilling beans, particularly animated when discussing the extraordinary technique, which brought laughter to both his grandfather and grandmother. At the presidential palace of the Ordinary Empire, Marshal Wang Rui and Director Sanmao sequentially briefed the president on the intelligence regarding the Martian plans to invade the waterball world. Upon learning that the Martian population numbered 2 trillion and that they possessed 3 million spacecraft, all of which targeted the inhabitants of the waterball world and various rare creatures as sustenance, the gravity of the situation became evident. The Martian spacecraft could traverse the cosmos at speeds exceeding those of the waterball world's aircraft carriers by tenfold, and their weaponry was projected to be a millennium ahead of the most advanced arms of the Ordinary Empire. The atmosphere grew somber as the realization dawned that the imbalance of power was insurmountable. Any miscalculation could spell doom for the waterball world and human society alike. However, upon learning about the origins of Xiaobao's lethal technique, the president let out a sigh of relief. It was reassuring to discover a nemesis for the Martians, suggesting that the Ordinary Empire of the waterball world still held a glimmer of hope. In times of conflict, the greatest fear lies in a situation where there is no chance of survival. Yet, as long as there is an opportunity, with scientific strategizing and meticulous execution, the tides may indeed be turned. After much deliberation, the 3 decided to convene a top-secret meeting to formulate a strategic plan for the Ordinary Empire of the waterball world in response to the Martian invasion. The primary focus would be to devise a method to strike at Mars, effectively stifling the Martian incursion in its infancy. The confidential meeting was scheduled for the following morning at 8 o'clock, attended by all senior officials of the Ordinary Empire. Notably, the president himself would participate, along with the prime minister, the marshal, the chief of staff, generals of the special forces, and various ministers from the government. Ultimately, the president decided to extend a special invitation to Xiaobao, a rare exception made for 2 reasons. Firstly, Xiaobao had exhibited remarkable prowess in previous encounters with the Martians, leaving a profound impression on the president. Secondly, the strategy to strike Mars was initially proposed by Xiaobao, and his presence might yield unexpected insights. As individuals well-versed in the complexities of society, they understood that many matters in this world are not solely dictated by strength. At times, serendipity and luck play crucial roles. If it had not been for Xiaobao fortuitously downing a Martian spacecraft and capturing the Martian Napoli, thereby acquiring vital intelligence about the Martian invasion, they would have found themselves hopelessly awaiting doom when the actual invasion commenced. When Marshal Wang Rui returned home, his family was preparing for dinner. After a moment's thought, he summoned Dabao and Xiaobao to his study, closed the door, and spoke solemnly. Dabao, Xiaobao, I am here to inform you that the president has just decided to hold a confidential meeting tomorrow morning regarding the Martian invasion of the waterball world, and you 2 are required to attend. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao incredulously asked, Grandfather, you mean I will attend the secret meeting and meet the president tomorrow? Marshal Wang Rui calmly affirmed, Yes, you will accompany me to meet the president. Xiaobao, filled with joy, leaped twice, exclaiming, Yea, I get to meet the president. Exchanging glances with General Dabao, the marshal could only smile wryly, realizing that meeting the president was not necessarily a cause for celebration, especially in such perilous times, as it would undoubtedly bring a multitude of challenges. However, for Xiaobao, it was indeed an honor. After a moment, as Xiaobao composed himself, Marshal Wang Rui added with gravity, Dabao, after dinner, promptly collaborate with Director Sanmao to draft a preliminary strategic plan to present to the President, Prime Minister, and the ministers tomorrow morning. Xiaobao, you will accompany me to the presidential palace for the confidential meeting. Dabao and Xiaobao both nodded in unison, affirming their understanding. The 3 then returned to the dining table to continue their meal. After savoring a few bites of his meal, Xiaobao proudly declared, Grandfather, tomorrow I shall meet the president. He has invited me to attend a top-secret conference regarding the Martian invasion of the waterball world. Upon hearing this, Marshal Wang Rui immediately reprimanded him with a grave expression, Be silent. Xiaobao, this conference is classified. Those not in attendance must not be informed. You are forbidden to speak of it. Xiaobao felt quite aggrieved. After all, his grandfather was not a stranger. However, the unprecedented seriousness on his grandfather's face made him hesitant to retort. Enraged, the old man exclaimed, You little rascal, just because you have become a marshal, do you think you have gained wings? What meeting in the Ordinary Empire is beyond my knowledge? Marshal Wang Rui, caught between amusement and exasperation, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the matter was complicated. According to the laws of the Ordinary Empire, The details of classified meetings are strictly confidential to those not in attendance. Yet, considering the Martian invasion of the waterball world, both his parents, specifically his grandfather and grandmother, were well informed and had played a significant role during the capture of the Martians. Furthermore, given his grandfather's esteemed status in the ordinary empire, it was impossible to keep such matters a secret from him. Seeing his grandfather championing his cause, Xiaobao could not help but mutter, "Umph. What is so remarkable about a top-secret meeting? I'm not even interested in seeing what the president looks like." His words elicited laughter from the entire family. Shortly thereafter, General Daba hurriedly consumed a few bites before departing. There was no choice. Their father, Marshal Wang Rui, had assigned him an important task that required a well-structured counter-offensive strategy against the Martians by 8 o'clock the next morning. Failure to deliver would reflect poorly on the elite forces of the ordinary empire and would also be unacceptable to the president. With time pressing and the workload heavy, Daba had no option but to uphold the tradition of working through the night. Once Daba left, the family fell into their own contemplations, lacking the heart for idle chatter. Xiaobao recalled his struggle to stay awake that day and, unusually, climbed into bed shortly after dinner. He knew he must not be drowsy when meeting the president of the empire early the next morning. Time flew swiftly in the realm of sweet dreams. And when Xiaobao was roused by his grandfather, Marshal Wang Rui, it was already 7:30 the following morning. They needed to reach the presidential residence by 8 for the top-secret meeting, and any delay would be unacceptable for such an important gathering with the president in attendance. Stumbling slightly, Xiaobao followed his grandfather out the door, where a dazzling flying car glided to a halt before him. This was the most advanced and fastest small aerial vehicle in the ordinary empire, boasting unparalleled safety features. It could reach speeds of up to 30,000 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as the empire's most advanced aircraft carrier, and almost 3 times faster than the most popular flying cars currently on the market. Moreover, this remarkable vehicle was personally designed and crafted by his grandfather, Marshal Wang Rui. 3 months prior, when the prototype was successfully tested, his grandfather had been overjoyed and had taken Xiaobao on a 3-day journey around the waterball world. Later, it became the exclusive mode of transportation for grandfather Marshal Wang Rui. It was rare for Xiaobao to indulge in the luxury of boarding the aircraft, as the entire aerial vehicle operated under a unique system of voice recognition, fingerprint scanning, and retinal identification, responding solely to the commands of grandfather Marshal Wang Rui. Xiaobao's attempts to assert his own desires were futile, for grandfather explained that the intricate instruments aboard were highly delicate. Any inadvertent mishandling could lead to irreparable damage. Should such a calamity occur, even grandfather, the esteemed marshal, would be unable to replicate this extraordinary aircraft. Noticing Xiaobao's skepticism and disbelief, grandfather patiently elaborated that the issue at hand was not one of technology, but rather of materials. It was said that many components were forged from extraterrestrial meteoric iron, a rarity that could scarcely be found on Earth. 10 minutes later, Xiaobao accompanied grandfather to the entrance of the Strategic Operations Conference Room at the Presidential Palace of the Ordinary Empire. As Xiaobao eagerly followed his grandfather into the meeting room, he was halted by the presidential security detail. The guard, polite yet resolute, stated, "I'm sorry, young sir, but you cannot enter without identification and a separate security check." Realizing he had neglected this minor detail amidst the pressing matters of state, grandfather Marshal Wang Rui promptly remarked that, as a high-ranking officer of the empire, he usually had unrestricted access to the conference room, his personal data, weight, height, retinal pattern, fingerprint, and voice being securely stored in the system. However, bringing Xiaobao, who was still quite young and lacked the credentials of a marshal's aide or secretary, posed a unique challenge. Furthermore, allowing a child under 8 to attend a top-secret presidential meeting was unprecedented, and he had forgotten to request a special pass from the president. With no other option, grandfather smiled at the security officer and explained, "This is my grandson, Xiaobao. He has been specially invited by the president to attend today's confidential meeting. Could we possibly make an exception?" However, the diligent guard responded with a crisp salute and politely reiterated, "I apologize, Marshal Wang, but according to the regulations governing the strategic conference room and the security protocols for presidential events, we must require Xiaobao to present identification and undergo a security check." Faced with no alternative, grandfather had to call the president directly, who subsequently issued specific instructions to the security officer, affirming that Xiaobao was indeed invited to the meeting. Only then did the officer concede, allowing Xiaobao to proceed without identification. Yet, as Xiaobao excitedly approached the entrance to the strategic conference room, he was once again intercepted by the security detail, who informed him, "I'm sorry, Xiaobao, but you must undergo a separate security check before entering. Turning to grandfather Wang Ryuan for assistance, he found that even his grandfather could not intervene. Thus, he dutifully followed the officer into a small room filled with various instruments, where his height and weight were measured, and his fingerprints, voice, and retinal patterns recorded before he was finally permitted to enter. The path to success is often fraught with challenges. Upon entering the Strategic Operations Conference Room of the Presidential Palace, Xiao Bao followed his grandfather, Marshal Wang Ryuan, through a labyrinth of corridors, passing through a formidable door crafted from special steel. He then arrived in a spacious, bustling hall illuminated by flickering lights. Its expanse dwarfed even the sports field of his elementary school by 3 to 5 times. The crowding was due to rows of various models of computers and electronic equipment, coupled with numerous scientists engrossed in their work. The flickering lights emanated from countless electronic displays and instruments in operation. To Xiao Bao, the scene appeared both chaotic and enigmatic, reminiscent of the satellite launch command centers depicted in numerous television shows and films. Upon noticing Xiao Bao's wide-eyed curiosity as he scanned the Strategic Command Hall, his grandfather, Marshal Wang Ryuan, proudly proclaimed, "Xiao Bao, this is the Strategic Command Center of our ordinary empire. Here, the President and I can issue a myriad of commands to the entire waterball world, even in the face of a nuclear assault from the enemy. This facility can operate normally for a decade." Xiao Bao, filled with admiration and envy, responded, "Grandpa, you are truly amazing." Hearing this, Marshal Wang straightened his posture, basking in the compliment, and declared, "Xiao Bao is the most handsome in the world. Naturally, I, as his grandfather, must be formidable as well." Intrigued, Xiao Bao pressed further. "Grandpa, since you are so powerful, can you command our aircraft carrier from here to launch my ultimate skill to Mars?" Marshal Wang, taken aback, felt a flush of embarrassment and, momentarily speechless, turned to scan the room. Spotting Director San Mao entering, he hastily approached, inquiring, "Director San Mao, have you finalized the preliminary strategic plan yet?" Director San Mao, upon recognizing the Marshal, respectfully replied, "Report, Marshal, the draft for the counteroffensive strategy to Mars has been completed. Please rest assured." Understanding that his grandfather was preoccupied and not wishing to impose, Xiao Bao accepted this, recognizing that as a marshal, his grandfather was perpetually busy. He recalled how Bao often remarked that his grandfather was as busy as if he had to consume 10,000 chickens daily. Today, it was a rare privilege for Xiao Bao to have his grandfather explain anything to him at all. As he wandered through the expansive room, Xiao Bao noticed a platform ahead, seemingly majestic and devoid of people, which piqued his curiosity. He eagerly hopped onto it, where a row of colorful buttons caught his eye. Reminiscing about his past experiences with video game consoles, he instinctively reached for a green button. "Stop! Don't press that!" shouted a bearded scientist from a nearby control panel, panic evident in his voice. Startled, Xiao Bao inquired, "What's wrong? Aren't these buttons like those on my home game console, meant for playing games?" "This is not a game console," the scientist explained patiently, hastening towards Xiao Bao. "If you had pressed that green button, a satellite would have plummeted from the sky." Upon hearing this, little Bao found it exceedingly interesting. How could such a miraculous event transpire? With curiosity, he inquired, "What would happen if I pressed this yellow button?" As he spoke, he made a gesture of pressing down with his tiny hand. The bearded scientist, instantly struck with anxiety, exclaimed, "Do not move. Absolutely do not touch it." Observing the scientist's apprehensive demeanor, little Bao gently rested his hand upon the yellow button, questioning, "Will pressing this button cause a satellite to fall as well?" The bearded scientist swiftly replied, "No. If you press that yellow button, a missile armed with nuclear weaponry will be launched immediately." All the while wiping the beads of sweat that had begun to form on his forehead, little Bao responded with a soft "oh," then shifted his hand towards the adjacent red button, asking with curiosity, "What would happen if I pressed this button?" The scientist, upon seeing this, wore a dismayed expression and implored, "Oh dear child, I beseech you, do not press that red button." At this, little Bao retracted his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "Uncle Bearded Scientist, why do you call me little ancestor? My grandfather does not even allow me to call him that." The scientist, still sweating profusely, rushed over to little Bao, scooping him up and jumping down from the platform. Seeing little Bao's innocent expression, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and patiently explain, "Had you pressed that red button, our ordinary empire would have entered a state of emergency. This strategic command center would have sealed itself automatically, remaining inaccessible for at least 3 months." Little Bao, upon hearing this, instinctively shrank his neck, stuck out his tongue, and scratched his head, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought these buttons function like the controls on my home gaming console, with green, yellow, and red representing forward, backward, left, right, and stop or start. I had no idea these buttons were so formidable. The scientist, his face flushed, pointed at little Bao and exclaimed, "Who is this mischievous child? How can you speak such words? This is the Strategic Command Center reserved for the President of the Ordinary Empire. How could it resemble a gaming console?" Just as little Bao was about to clarify to the scientist, he noticed his grandfather, Marshal Wang Rin, striding towards him with urgency, scolding, Little Bao, how did you come to the control panel? You've made me search high and low. We have a meeting to attend. Hurry to the conference room." Upon realizing it was Marshal Wang Ryuan, the scientist promptly fell silent, unable to further admonish little Bao, deeming it unnecessary. Internally, he muttered, "What has become of the orderliness of the Presidential Strategic Command Center? Can the grandson of the Marshal wander in at will? If I had not intervened in time, I wonder how they would have explained this." Little Bao, sticking out his tongue at the scientist and uttering an apology, then swiftly dashed towards his grandfather, Marshal Wang Ryuan. Chapter 16. Confidential Meeting 3. As Xiao Bao entered the Strategic Operations Conference Room of the Ordinary Empire with his grandfather, Marshal Wang Ryuan, he found that over 30 individuals were already seated within. His grandfather, in a hushed tone, explained to Xiao Bao that these attendees comprised the prime ministers, and the foremost scientists from various fields of the Ordinary Empire. Observing the assembly, Xiao Bao noticed some familiar faces among the unfamiliar ones. Yet, regardless of familiarity, the crowd paid little heed to his arrival. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Bao inquired, "Where's the Bao? Wasn't he supposed to be here too?" Marshal Wang Ryuan pointed towards a seat at the far end. Following his grandfather's gesture, Xiao Bao indeed spotted General De Bao in the corner, seated beside Director San Mao. Both of them intensely focused on the proceedings. The sight made Xiao Bao inexplicably anxious, prompting him to take his grandfather's hand and move to the front row. Just as Xiao Bao settled into his chair, a loud proclamation echoed from the Secret Service officer at the door. "The President has arrived. All stand. Salute." In an instant, the room erupted into a flurry as everyone rose to their feet. Marshal Wang Ryuan, General De Bao, Director San Mao, and several others in the uniform of the Ordinary Empire executed a crisp military salute. Xiao Bao, emulating them, attempted a salute of his own, albeit not perfectly. Yet it was commendable, largely due to his upbringing in a military family where such gestures were commonplace. Moreover, having received a Valiant Agent medal from Director San Mao the previous day, Xiao Bao felt a sense of pride, convinced he was a little Valiant Agent himself. Xiao Bao had long understood the reason behind saluting the President, for he was the Grand Marshal of the 3 armed forces of the Ordinary Empire, and all soldiers, guards, agents, generals, and marshals were obliged to salute him. This notion added to Xiao Bao's sense of honor and excitement at the prospect of meeting the President. "Hello, everyone." "Hello, Xiao Bao," the President greeted as he briskly entered the strategic conference room, specifically flashing a warm smile at Xiao Bao. Upon reaching Xiao Bao, the President beckoned, "Xiao Bao, come here and sit with me." Glancing at his grandfather and father, Xiao Bao discerned their approval, allowing him to confidently bounce over to sit beside the President on the dais. Once seated, the President wasted no time and promptly declared, "Let us commence the meeting. First, I would like to invite General De Bao to present the situation." General De Bao responded with a resounding affirmation, "Yes, Mr. President," before swiftly approaching the designated podium. After executing a salute, he announced loudly, "Yesterday, our strategic forces of the Ordinary Empire received an urgent distress call from the Old Man and Xiao Bao from the Himalayas. We promptly dispatched special forces to assist, and together with the Old Man and Xiao Bao, we captured 3 Martian prisoners and seized a Martian spacecraft. Upon careful interrogation, we have uncovered the Martians' nefarious intentions to invade the realm of Aquasphere. They regard the inhabitants of our aquatic world, alongside rare creatures such as tigers, lions, and giraffes, as inferior beings, fit only for their consumption. The Martians have resolved to dispatch 1 million spacecraft for this invasion in the near future. Preliminary studies conducted by our scientists reveal that Martian technology vastly surpasses that of our humble empire. Indeed, the combined might of all our aircraft carriers pales in comparison to a mere 10 of their vessels, rendering our current strategic forces utterly inadequate against the Martian armada. Fortunately, we have fortuitously identified the Martians' Achilles heel, a strategic weapon known as the Little Bao annihilation technique, capable of causing catastrophic failures in their spacecraft. Following the President's directive and Marshal Wang Rui's guidance, our elite special forces have drafted an initial counteroffensive strategy against Mars. The core principle of this strategy is preemptive action. Before the Martians can reach our aquasphere, our special forces shall strike first, employing the little bow annihilation technique to obliterate their fleet, at least preventing their vessels from ascending and launching an offensive against our world, thereby safeguarding us from the ravages of war. The specifics of the operational plan are as follows. Given the urgency and unprecedented nature of this mission, the strategy remains somewhat rudimentary. We invite the esteemed leaders and experts present to offer their invaluable insights to ensure our strategic plan is foolproof and secures the safety of our aquasphere. The first step of the strategic plan is to develop countermeasures against the Martian spacecraft and their forces. We have already devised a series of preliminary little bow annihilation techniques, and our researchers are diligently studying the Martian weaponry we have captured, striving to produce standardized weaponry capable of direct confrontation with the Martians, though this process may require considerable time. The second step entails deploying special forces to initiate a swift counteroffensive against Mars. Given that Mars lies 4 billion kilometers from our aquasphere, our current aircraft carriers can only traverse 120,000 kilometers per hour. Even with continuous flight, it would take 40 years to reach Mars, a timeline that is simply untenable. Therefore, we are mobilizing researchers to tirelessly study Martian spacecraft technology, aiming to develop faster vessels for the counteroffensive. The third step is to ensure the successful deployment of our strategic weapons on Mars. According to the information provided by captured Martians, there are over 2 trillion Martians and 3 million spacecraft. The recently developed little bow annihilation technique can only target a limited number of Martian vessels. Thus, to annihilate several 100,000 of their spacecraft, we must enhance its potency significantly. We are currently arranging for scientists and researchers to expedite the development of sonar weaponry akin to nuclear fusion weapons, centered around the ultimate technique of our esteemed Xiaobao. The objective is to ensure that all Martian spacecraft are rendered incapable of launching. Should more than 10 Martian spaceships assault our aquatic realm, even a populace armed to the teeth would likely prove futile. The fourth step of our strategic plan is to consider retreat before advancing, ensuring a robust dual approach to both offense and defense. In the event that our initial strikes against the Martian vanguard encounter partial or complete failure, we must devise a contingency for our ordinary Empire's strategic forces. It is imperative to confront the Martian invasion of our aquatic world head-on, and we propose establishing several lines of defense in the expanse between our world and Mars, thereby minimizing the number of Martian ships and forces that penetrate our aquatic domain. Chapter 17. Confidential Meeting 4. The fifth step of the strategic plan is to discreetly initiate the human seed transmission project as a precautionary measure. Given the stark disparity in combat capabilities between the Martians and our ordinary empire, coupled with the limited time available for our response, we anticipate that Martians may invade our aquatic realm within 6 months to a year at the latest. Unfortunately, our current strategic preparations are projected to take at least a year and a half, with a more typical timeline spanning 8 to 10 years. In light of this assessment, we recommend that the President promptly activate the human seed transmission plan for our aquatic realm, selecting a group of young individuals, elite personnel, and rare flora and fauna to discreetly depart from our world and seek refuge in the boundless cosmos. After some time, once the Martian invasion has settled, we can devise a means for their return to prevent the complete annihilation of humanity by the frenzied Martians, thereby preserving the ember of human civilization. The report is concluded, and I urge Mr. President, along with esteemed leaders and experts, to deliberate on this matter. After General Da Bao delivered his report, he saluted sharply before slowly returning to his position. Following the general's presentation, aside from a few who were previously informed and displayed relative calm, the other attendees in the Presidential Strategic Operations meeting exhibited varying degrees of astonishment, shock, panic, and fear. The information contained in General Da Bao's report was explosive and utterly unbelievable. Were it not for the President's presence and the familiarity with the distinguished leaders of our ordinary empire in attendance, many would have erupted in protest, deeming it preposterous. Is this not the heralding of the prophesied apocalypse? How has our once unified aquatic empire become so woefully inadequate and vulnerable? As the commotion in the conference room began to subside, Marshal Wang Rue added, "The information presented by General Daba is indeed grounded in the recent occurrences of the past few days, and its authenticity cannot be questioned. Our humble empire in the waterball world stands at a critical juncture between life and death. The purpose of convening you all today is to deliberate on our response. Regarding the preliminary plan proposed by General Daba on countering the Martian invasion of the waterball world, I personally believe a 5-step approach is feasible. However, 3 pivotal issues must be addressed immediately. First, how can we amplify the potency of Xiaobao's ultimate technique by hundreds or even thousands of times? Only then can we hope to destroy the Martians' 3 million spacecraft. Second, how can we reach Mars swiftly and unleash the formidable Xiaobao's ultimate technique upon the Martian vessels before they detect our presence, thereby obliterating their fleet? Third, what strategies should we employ to establish ambush points along the Martians' defensive lines? And what type of forces will we deploy to combat the Martian incursion into the waterball world? Upon hearing Marshal Wang's words, the attendees engaged in hushed discussions. The three issues presented were notably technical in nature, posing challenges that many participants found daunting. They could only express their stances based on their respective responsibilities and departmental functions, affirming their unwavering support for the Imperial Strategic Forces, stating that they would follow the directives of the President and the Marshal without reservation. After a while, as it became evident that the ministers and experts present were struggling to offer substantial insights or suggestions, the President expressed his dissatisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "As you just witnessed, I summoned Xiaobao to my side. You might think it is because I have a particular fondness for children. While there is some truth to that, the primary reason is Xiaobao's remarkable contributions to our resistance against the Martian invasion in recent days. We managed to capture 3 Martian prisoners, seize a Martian spacecraft along with numerous advanced weapons, and extract top-secret intelligence regarding their invasion plans, all thanks to Xiaobao's efforts. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the strategic weapon, Xiaobao's ultimate technique, which counters the Martian spacecraft, was also discovered and invented by Xiaobao. The initiative to launch a preemptive strike on Mars and keep the enemy at bay was also Xiaobao's brainchild. Therefore, I have decided that, effective immediately, Xiaobao's security level will be elevated. His protection will surpass that of my own as president, making him the foremost figure in our waterball empire. For Xiaobao has become our savior and beacon of hope in our struggle against the Martian invasion." Though Xiaobao, the child of General Daba and grandson of Marshal Wang Rui, had difficulty grasping the discourse earlier, he found it exhilarating to see both his grandfather and the general exude such authority. However, upon hearing the president's proclamation, he realized his own significance. Timidly, he leaned closer to the president and inquired, "Mr. President, what does it mean for my security level to be elevated? Will it affect my ability to sneak out for ice cream?" The president was momentarily taken aback. The question posed was not one that could be succinctly addressed. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Well, my dear Xiaobao, with the elevation of security levels, even while you sleep, there will be those around you to ensure your safety. If you desire ice cream, we can arrange for the special agents to fetch it. So you need not run errands yourself." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao felt quite disheartened. Having a shadow everywhere he went would render things rather dull. The president offered a brief explanation but did not dwell on Xiaobao's displeasure. He continued to address the assembly. "The situation is urgent and grave. I have decided to authorize Marshal Wang Rui to establish a strategic force to counter the Martian invasion of the waterball world, endowed with the authority to mobilize various strategic resources of the ordinary empire. Additionally, I empower General Dabao to form a special operations unit to assault Mars, with the right to draft all suitable citizens of the ordinary empire. Those willing to join the counteroffensive against Mars may now enlist. However, they must be the elite among our elite." As soon as the president's words concluded, the generals present in the strategic operations room stood up, proclaiming their willingness to participate. "I volunteer, I volunteer, I volunteer," including General Dabao and 2 scientists who also expressed their eagerness to join the assault on Mars. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Xiaobao, filled with excitement, stood up and declared, "I wish to participate as well." The president, observing this, felt quite pleased. The soldier's readiness to serve indicated that he remained in the good graces of the ordinary empire. Just as he was about to speak, Marshal Wang Rui interjected, addressing Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, what are you making such a fuss about? Do not create confusion." Xiaobao, indignant, puffed out his chest and confidently asserted, "I am the hero in the eyes of the Neapolitan Martians, the nemesis of Martians in the eyes of the president of the ordinary empire, the savior of humanity in the waterball world. If I do not go, who will?" The attendees of the presidential strategy meeting exchanged glances, taken aback. Xiaobao was not yet 8 years old. It was inappropriate for him to involve himself in matters of war, and even his participation seemed to contravene the constitution of the ordinary empire. However, given the exceptional circumstances, involving Xiaobao in the counteroffensive against Mars could indeed be the optimal choice, for he represented an inexhaustible reservoir of unique abilities. With Xiaobao accompanying them, the chances of success in reclaiming Mars would at least double. Yet, this course of action carried significant risks. The president had just contemplated raising Xiaobao's security level to that of the foremost person in the ordinary empire. for Xiao Bao was crucial in the resistance against the Martian invasion. Furthermore, at such a tender age, he should be prioritized for protection under the Human Seed Preservation Plan previously articulated by General de Bao, regarded as humanity's future hope for vengeance. It was utterly inappropriate for someone so vital to venture into danger on Mars when efforts should be focused on safeguarding him. Noticing the speechless expressions of the president, the marshal, generals, and ministers, Xiao Bao boldly declared, "Moreover, I know the fastest way to reach Mars." The president, Marshal Wang Rui, and General de Bao were instantly intrigued. And they inquired Xiao Bao, "Do you truly know the quickest route to Mars?" Little Bao exclaimed with excitement, "Of course." General de Bao hastily inquired, "Little Bao, please tell Dad how to get there." With a cheerful smile, Little Bao replied, "It's simple. We just let that Neapolitan pilot his spaceship, and we follow along." "How could you be so foolish, de Bao?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, especially General de Bao, who paid no mind to Little Bao's remark about his intelligence. Little Bao's idea was indeed brilliant. The current aircraft carriers in the waterball world were far too sluggish to reach Mars. However, the Martians possessed their own spaceships. And hadn't the ordinary empire recently seized a Martian spacecraft? Utilizing the very Martian vessel to confront the Martians would facilitate covert operations, allowing the special forces to approach the Martians with greater ease or even infiltrate their spaceship base, thereby significantly enhancing the likelihood of achieving their strategic objectives. Thus, a new strategic action plan was promptly proposed to carefully select a cadre of elite operatives from the ordinary empire's special forces to infiltrate Mars aboard the Martian spaceship and execute a plan to obliterate all Martian spacecraft. In light of this new strategy, attending weaponry experts raised pertinent questions. Since the Martian spacecraft would malfunction under Little Bao's secret technique, how could the special forces ensure that their own spacecraft would remain unharmed while attacking other Martian vessels? Experts from the flight and energy departments queried whether the energy of the seized spacecraft was sufficient to ensure a safe journey to Mars. The head of the logistics support department pointed out that even aboard the Martian spacecraft, reaching Mars would take at least 3 months, and a round trip would require a minimum of 6 months. What provisions would the Special Forces members have during that time? Could the Martian spacecraft be used to grow vegetables to ensure the raiding team had food? What if someone fell ill? Should a military doctor accompany them? Additionally, the minister responsible for safeguarding the waterball world raised concerns about what to do upon completing the mission on Mars and how to retrieve the Vanguard task force. Upon their successful return, how would they coordinate with the ambush forces of the ordinary empire? Moreover, what would happen if the seized Martian spaceship were piloted away? How would the ordinary empire conduct research on Martian aerospace technology and weaponry without a point of reference? The top-secret meeting continued for much of the morning, leaving Little Bao feeling increasingly puzzled. This time, it was not due to fatigue, but rather his inability to comprehend the discussions. Trapped in his seat next to the president and too timid to move, he could only glance around. Eventually, he inadvertently dozed off in his chair. When Little Bao awoke once more, he found himself resting on General de Bao's shoulder. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "De Bao, are we on our way to Mars?" Upon realizing that Little Bao had awakened, de Bao gently lifted him off his shoulder and replied, "No. We have just concluded the top-secret meeting and are on our way back to the Special Forces hidden base with the Martian spacecraft." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao shook his head and glanced around, spotting a barren mountain of stone ahead. It reminded him of his visit with Director Sanmao yesterday, an experience that felt somewhat familiar. Recalling that during the meeting, the president had not explicitly stated whether he agreed to Xiao Bao's journey to Mars, he inquired, "De Bao, did the president later consent to my accompanying you to Mars?" De Bao, hearing this, offered a wry smile and replied, "Xiao Bao, what makes you think of going to Mars?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bao responded, "The Martians are so wicked, coming to the water balloon world to devour me. Of course, I must venture to Mars to eliminate them. Moreover, I believe Mars might be quite enjoyable." Observing Xiao Bao's bashfulness, de Bao discerned that his son was likely driven by curiosity, compounded by his upbringing in a military family, fostering a spirit of bravery and combativeness, oblivious to the brutal reality of warfare. After a moment's contemplation, de Bao spoke earnestly, "Xiao Bao, do you understand that war has always been an exceedingly perilous affair? Especially this time, as we are venturing deep into Mars alone, the disparity in forces is staggering. It could very well be a matter of life and death, or even a tenfold risk of demise. You are still but an 8-year-old child. Such responsibilities and dangers should not fall upon your shoulders." Feeling the unprecedented gravity in de Bao's demeanor, Xiao Bao found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he muttered, "De Bao, why are you saying so much? Isn't it true that wars always involve bloodshed? Just tell me, did the president agree to my going? After a moment of silence, Dabao replied calmly. The president has not made a definitive statement. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Since he has appointed me as the commander of the Martian Assault Task Force, I interpret his lack of explicit approval as meaning that the decision of whether you go to Mars lies with me as your father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a twinge of disappointment, muttering, how can such a grand president not even decide something so small? After a brief hesitation, he pressed, Dabao, will you agree to let me go? Noticing the glimmer of hope and apprehension in Xiao Bao's eyes, Dabao hesitated before responding, well, Xiao Bao, at this moment, I cannot make that decision. Observing Xiao Bao's evident disappointment, Dabao added, we are currently preparing for the assault on Mars. For now, you should join the Vanguard Task Force for the counteroffensive against Mars. If you perform well, I may consider giving my consent. Chapter 19. The Golden Medal really? Xiao Bao immediately asked, for Dabao's words implied there remained hope for his journey to Mars. Furthermore, at least for the time being, he could spend each day with the members of the Vanguard team for the counteroffensive, which was indeed quite exciting. As Dabao observed Xiao Bao's transformation from sorrow to joy, he couldn't help but reflect on the innocence of youth, unaware of the burdens of worry. As a parent, one strives tirelessly to ensure that their children lead a comfortable and happy life. Thus, how could one possibly consent to their underage offspring facing life-threatening dangers? Although this mission profoundly impacts the fate of the waterball world and humanity's survival, as a soldier and a general of the Ordinary Empire's Special Forces, he would willingly sacrifice himself for this cause. However, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, he could never agree to allow his son, who is not yet 8 years old, to accompany him on such a perilous assault on Mars. This principle is fundamental and cannot even be decided by the president, as it starkly contradicts the cultural traditions, core values, moral perspectives, and legislative norms of the Huaxia people. Nevertheless, Dabao affirmed with a resolute tone, indeed. My purpose in bringing you here is to allow you to live and train alongside the members of the Mars Vanguard Task Force. During this period, if you can demonstrate that you are an indispensable and exceptional member of the Vanguard Task Force, I will consider permitting you to accompany me to Mars. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao responded enthusiastically, all right, General Dabao, I will certainly perform admirably so that everyone praises me. As they spoke, they unwittingly entered the hall housing the Martian spacecraft, where they saw Director San Mao, Director Hosey, and a group of scientists and researchers diligently at work. Xiao Bao inquired, what are they busy with now? Dabao replied, did you not propose in the meeting to use this Martian spacecraft to launch a counterattack on Mars? Everyone deemed it feasible, and the president has approved it. Therefore, the Vanguard Task Force must first familiarize themselves with piloting this spacecraft, while the scientists are tasked with researching and replicating the technology behind the Martian spacecraft and weaponry, as well as devising how to utilize this spacecraft to launch your ultimate technique. Upon seeing Dabao, Directors San Mao and Hosey hurried over. Director Hosey, somewhat embarrassed, said, General Dabao, I apologize. After thorough evaluation by the experts, we found that even mastering the piloting of the Martian spacecraft within 3 days is unfeasible, let alone modifying it to facilitate the launch of Xiao Bao's ultimate technique. Dabao immediately responded with utmost seriousness, we only have 3 days. Director Hosey managed a wry smile and replied, I have summoned the finest aircraft carriers pilots, flight experts, power specialists, and control experts from the Ordinary Empire. However, the technology of the Martian spacecraft is exceedingly advanced, far surpassing the current technological level of the waterball world. Even the most audacious theoretical researchers find it incredible. Half of the instruments and equipment are beyond comprehension for our top experts, and as for modifications, we have no idea where to begin. General Dabao glanced at Director San Mao, who, with a rueful smile, nodded and then shook his head, ultimately raising his hands in resignation. Acknowledging the reality of Director Hosey's assessment, the scientific and technological advancements of the Martians surpass those of the water sphere realm by millennia. Their various instruments and devices far exceed the iterations of similar apparatuses found within the Ordinary Empire, akin to the challenge faced by primitive societies of the Stone Age and Iron Age attempting to grasp the modern scientific technologies of the water sphere. Even the most brilliant minds would require an extensive period of learning to master such complexities. The design, manufacture, and flight technology of spacecraft encompass a multitude of advanced scientific fields, including aerodynamics, materials mechanics, mechanical electronic control systems, interstellar navigation, interstellar positioning, and celestial traversal techniques. These intricate domains often reflect the comprehensive strength of a civilization or empire, making true mastery impossible without centuries of dedicated study. Yet, the Martian invasion of the water sphere is a recent occurrence, leaving no time for such an extensive learning process. Observing the troubled expressions of General Daba, Director Iruzi, and Director Sanmao, Xiaobao hesitantly suggested, General Daba, wasn't he that spacecraft piloted quite adeptly by the Martians from Naples? Why not have them pilot it again, or teach us how to pilot it? Upon hearing this, the faces of General Daba, Director Iruzi, and Director Sanmao brightened with realization. Indeed, the spacecraft had been navigated to the water sphere by the Martians from Naples, and it could certainly be flown back to Mars by them, negating the need to start from scratch and learn anew. With this revelation, the trio immediately focused their attention on Xiaobao, since he had proposed the idea. It fell upon him to execute it, for the Martian Captain Naples would heed only Xiaobao's words, rendering any other opinions futile. Noticing the sudden shift in focus, Xiaobao instinctively recoiled, asking, "What do you want from me?" Director Iruzi promptly replied, "Xiaobao, your suggestion is brilliant. Please persuade Naples to teach us." Xiaobao shook his head vigorously, muttering, "Naples only speaks when I am around. You scientists and researchers are too dull. I can't imagine how long it would take for him to teach you. I don't want to be subjected to his incessant chatter." Director Sanmao, wearing a broad smile, interjected, "Xiaobao, you are our courageous little operative. If you can get Naples to teach everyone, especially the Vanguard Task Force, how to pilot the Martian spacecraft and modify it to unleash your ultimate technique, I shall reward you with the highest gold medal from the Intelligence Bureau of the Ordinary Empire, one rank above the silver medal I presented you yesterday." Xiaobao, astonished and elated, inquired, "Really?" Director Sanmao affirmed, "Indeed, not only is it true, but it is also crafted from pure gold, twice the size of the silver medal." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded in agreement, his mouth involuntarily agape, allowing a droplet of saliva to escape. A pure gold medal. Only Grandfather Wang Ryuan possesses a singular piece, seemingly acquired during his youth after he commanded the aircraft carrier Flying Fox to vanquish an army of robots. He frequently reminisces about those golden years, often imparting his wisdom with the words, "Little Bao, if you aspire to become a marshal of the empire, you must first obtain a golden medal akin to mine." Chapter 20, The Fiery Crystal, Part 1. Before long, the Martian, Naples, bound hand and foot, was escorted by 8 fully armed intelligence agents dispatched by Director Sanmao. Upon seeing Little Bao, he beamed and said, "Hero Little Bao, it is truly an honor to see you again. How may I be of service?" Little Bao, with a grin, replied, "Captain Naples, have you once again incited the ire of Director Sanmao?" Naples retorted, "I would never allow myself to be angered by such lowly creatures. These inferior beings dream of extracting our advanced spacecraft manufacturing and piloting technologies from us proud Martians." Hearing this, Little Bao laughed heartily and remarked, "Is your Martian spacecraft technology truly so advanced? Why then does it crumble at a mere word from me?" Naples quickly responded, "Those lowly creatures cannot be compared to you. Hero Little Bao, in your eyes, our Martian spacecraft is hardly worth mentioning. However, if you wish to witness or experience our technology, I could certainly arrange a demonstration for your amusement." After a moment's hesitation, Little Bao asked, "Are your Martian spacecraft truly enjoyable?" "Indeed," Naples replied. "As long as you do not employ your ultimate techniques, our Martian spacecraft is far superior in entertainment compared to the dilapidated aircraft carriers of the water balloon world." Little Bao pondered for a moment and said, "This afternoon, I find myself unoccupied. If your Martian spacecraft is as entertaining as you claim, I shall persuade Director Sanmao to release the chains binding your hands." Naples responded eagerly, "I would be delighted to serve Hero Little Bao." 10 minutes later, Little Bao, accompanied by Naples, De Bao, Director Air Hosey, Director Sanmao, a cadre of scientists, researchers, and elite Vanguard members such as Lu Meng and Lu Hai, entered the Martian spacecraft. Observing the myriad of flickering instruments within, Little Bao incessantly inquired, "Naples, you claim to be the Martian captain. Allow me to test your true prowess. What is this flashing device?" "Naples," he continued, "let me further challenge you. Explain the purpose of these 3 buttons of different colors." He pressed on, "And why does this screen vanish only to reappear upon hearing your voice? What must be done to make this electronic screen respond to my commands? Lastly, Naples," he concluded, "how can these 2 rigid objects be created?" "Naples, you claim to be the captain of the team, and I find myself somewhat convinced. However, when you assert that you are an expert in piloting spacecraft, my skepticism returns. Pray, enlighten me. Do you possess any means to accelerate this spacecraft beyond the speed of your fastest and most formidable vessel?" You speak of traversing the boundless cosmos and encountering numerous treacherous flight conditions. I am uncertain if you are merely boasting. Now, let us test your knowledge. How might one navigate this spacecraft without colliding with meteoroids? Furthermore, how can this vessel avoid losing its way amidst the vastness of the starry expanse? For instance, how would one return to your home on Mars? As the captain, I challenge you. Should this spacecraft suddenly malfunction in the infinite void, what measures would you take to effect repairs? Along the journey, Little Bao initially posed questions based on the hints provided by director Air Monkey and the scientists nearby. Eventually, he began to freely express his curiosity, inquiring about various aspects such as design, manufacturing, functionality, interstellar navigation, and maintenance. These inquiries primarily stemmed from his experiences piloting the Blue Whale aircraft carrier, during which he communicated similarly with the venerable Marshal Wang Ren via the video system. Though many explanations from both the elder and Marshal Wang were beyond his grasp, Little Bao listened with rapt attention. Now, as Naples elaborates on his inquiries, Little Bao finds himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the lofty concepts being discussed. Fortunately, the scientists, researchers, and pioneers behind him are captivated, prompting Little Bao to persistently challenge the Martian, Naples, in pursuit of the golden medal promised by director San Mao. Time slipped away unnoticed as Little Bao engaged in this exchange with Naples, and before long, he felt fatigued and famished. Just as he was contemplating giving up, director Air Monkey shot him a knowing glance and produced a battery, urging him to press on. Resolute, Little Bao decided to pose one final question. Naples, I perceive you've been rather boastful this afternoon. I too am weary. Thus, I shall pose you one last inquiry. Should you answer correctly, I shall consider you worthy and request Director San Mao to remove the chains binding your arms. The Martian Naples responded promptly, Little Bao, every word I have spoken is the truth. Perhaps due to time constraints, my explanations have been overly simplistic, but I assure you, I do not embellish. Little Bao glanced at Director Air Monkey and, with palpable impatience, replied, Very well, Captain Naples, for the moment, I shall take your word at face value. Now, please clarify, what energy source propels this spacecraft? Where is the propulsion system located? And what if the energy is depleted? Naples promptly responded, Little hero, please follow me to the next level, where the power chamber of this spaceship resides. Inside, we utilize a unique crystal from our Martian heritage as the energy source. In the past, we reserved a small amount of this crystal, sufficient for the spaceship to operate for nearly half a year. 3 minutes later, Naples, Little hero, General Big Treasure, Director San Mao, and Director Air Hu arrived at the power chamber of the Martian spaceship, located adjacent to the Martian kitchen in a sealed room. Naples uttered a series of incomprehensible Martian phrases at what appeared to be an intact wall. Suddenly, the wall revealed a 3-square-meter space, filled with shimmering, fiery red stones that resembled ascending flames. Surrounding them were numerous small pipes, through which streams of fiery energy, visibly smoky in form, wafted from the radiant stones into the conduits. Chapter 21, Fiery Red Crystals, Part 2. Upon seeing this, Little Hero was intrigued and exclaimed, Naples, this mechanism is fascinating. You must first teach me how to pronounce the Martian phrases to unlock this door, and then tell me if these sparkling stones are edible or can be fashioned into toys. Naples promptly replied, Certainly, Little hero. The Martian phrase is akin to open sesame in human language from the waterball world. This is a secret door controlled by our voice-activated system. You simply need to replicate my Martian utterances. However, these stones are not for consumption, and playing with them can be hazardous if held for too long. Little hero attempted to repeat the phrase several times to no avail. Initially inclined to question Naples, he observed that General Big Treasure and Captain Lu Ming managed to open the door with their utterances. Choosing to let go of his grievances, Little hero, in his role as a teacher, continued to probe Naples about the specific uses of these fiery red crystals, their potential sources, and the principles behind powering the spaceship. Posing a dozen inquiries, it was only when Director Erhu and General Big Treasure discreetly signaled their approval to Little Hero that Director San Mao unlocked the chains binding Naples. Noticing the relief on Naples's face, Little Hero was about to express his weariness and hunger when he discovered Captain Lu Ming staring intently at the fiery red crystals. Curiosity piqued, he approached and playfully startled Lu Ming, who jumped in alarm, adopting a defensive stance. Realizing it was Little Hero's mischief, he sheepishly remarked, Little Hero, I believe I have seen these stones before. Little Hero's excitement flared as he inquired, Where? Lu Ming, please tell me where I can find such delightful treasures. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming scratched his head and awkwardly replied, I remember seeing these stones in a cave back in my hometown when I was a child. Upon hearing this, Little Hero, General Big Treasure, and Director San Mao chorused in unison. Really? Lu Ming hesitated momentarily before speaking. Well, Xiao Bao, General De Bao, I truly apologize. It has been quite some time, and my memory fails me. I cannot be certain. Observing the disappointment on Xiao Bao and General De Bao's faces, Lu Ming added, however, if my recollections hold any truth, there is a strong possibility that a vein of crimson gemstones lies concealed within, as I initially discovered such stones embedded in the cave's rocky walls. Upon hearing Captain Lu Ming's words, the Martian Naples revealed a glimmer of surprise, astonishment, and a hint of melancholy in his eyes. It is worth noting that these crimson gemstones are exceedingly precious sources of energy, both on Mars and throughout the vast cosmos. Whenever such a resource is discovered on a planet, Martians spare no effort to seize control of it. Any reconnaissance team that reports the existence of a crimson gemstone vein earns immense prestige, and this captain could easily ascend to the rank of a general among the Martians. Alas, confined now as a prisoner in this inferior aquatic realm, he lamented that otherwise, he would have commanded the spacecraft to conduct an immediate exploration. If confirmed, his return to Mars would herald his rise as a formidable general. Upon hearing this, General De Bao exchanged glances with Director San Mao and Director Erhozi, and after a brief whispered discussion, turned to Captain Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I urge you to lead Director San Mao and a team of energy experts back to your hometown, Binhai City, to verify this discovery. If you indeed uncover the crimson gemstone vein, you shall be credited with significant merit, from what Naples had previously conveyed. The Martian spacecraft's speed surpasses that of the Aquatic Empire's aircraft carriers by over tenfold, fundamentally due to propulsion technology, which hinges on energy sources. Should we locate such a resource within the aquatic realm and adapt Martian theories and equipment to enhance the Empire's aerial vessels, the disparity between the Aquatic Empire's aircraft carriers and Martian spacecraft would diminish drastically, significantly bolstering our capacity to resist Martian incursions. Furthermore, it could catalyze a revolutionary transformation in our aerial technology, propelling us towards exponential advancement. Upon hearing that Captain Lu Ming and Director San Mao intended to travel to Binhai City, Xiao Bao exclaimed, I wish to accompany you. Lu Ming's origins from Binhai City were well known to Xiao Bao, who often listened to tales of the captain's childhood experiences of collecting seashells, crabbing, and teasing crocodiles by the seaside, which stirred envy in the landlocked, military upbringing of Xiao Bao. General De Bao, upon realizing Xiao Bao's desire to journey to Binhai, consented. It would be fortuitous if this diversion could redirect Xiao Bao's focus away from insisting on accompanying him to Mars. After a moment of contemplation, General De Bao decisively stated, Very well, I shall accompany you. Director San Mao should take Naples along with a few of our finest mining and energy experts, so that we can promptly ascertain whether the red stones previously discovered by Captain Lu Ming are indeed these crimson gemstones. For now, I will leave this matter in the capable hands of Director Erhozi and Captain Lu Hai. Binhai City, the largest and most prosperous tourist destination near the coast of the Ordinary Empire, holds a position of exceptional significance in both the historical narrative and the contemporary economic landscape of the empire. Daba, Xiao Bao, Captain Lu Ming, Director San Mao, and a party of 30 embarked on the Flying Fox aircraft, soaring through the skies for 6 hours before arriving at Binhai City. However, Captain Lu Ming's hometown does not lie within the city itself. Rather, it is situated 3,000 kilometers away in the picturesque Chonglong fishing village, nestled between mountains and the sea. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Captain Lu Ming did not lead the group toward the shoreline. Instead, he directed them toward the rear mountains of Chonglong fishing village. After traversing a rugged mountain path for nearly half an hour, they stumbled upon a stone cave concealed behind a cluster of reeds and shrubs. The entrance to the cave was low, allowing only Xiao Bao to proceed upright. Yet as they ventured deeper, the space opened up considerably. After approximately 200 meters, the cavern soared to a height of over 10 meters, revealing 3 diverging passages. Without hesitation, Captain Lu Ming entered the central cave, and an exhilarating warmth enveloped them, imparting a sense of comfort and delight. With his military knife, Lu Ming vigorously struck a wall of the cave, and suddenly, a fiery red crystal emerged, reminiscent of the power cores found in Martian spacecraft, albeit even more dazzling and translucent. In Chapter 22, The Crocodile's Fright, the Martian, Naples, who had been silently following them, was taken aback, astonished that the water balloon world could yield such high-grade fiery red crystals. Observing Naples's astonishment, General Daba exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Bao, who intuitively inquired, Naples, Could you enlighten us on how this fiery red stone from Captain Lu Meng's homeland differs from those of your Martian origin? Naples respectfully replied, Hero Xiaobao. This fiery red crystal surpasses the ones utilized in our Martian spacecraft. By our Martian standards, this crystal is classified as a Tier 2 crystal, typically employed in our large spacecraft. The small reconnaissance vessel I pilot can generally only operate with the Tier 1 crystals you have seen previously. However, if we were to use this Tier 2 crystal, the speed of the small reconnaissance vessel could nearly double. Delighted by this revelation, General Daba and Director Sanmao realized that employing Martian spacecraft to travel to Mars would save them over 10 days, thereby extending the preparation time for the ordinary empire by a similar duration. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu Meng resumed his vigorous excavation, and as a cloud of debris settled, countless fiery red crystals revealed themselves before the group. Even Xiaobao, with no prior knowledge of mineral veins, understood that this site harbored a wealth of fiery red crystals. General Daba, Xiaobao, Director Sanmao, and a group of mining and energy experts approached the scene with anticipation. They utilized their hands, knives, and daggers to extract the fiery red crystals firmly embedded in the hard stone. Upon witnessing the modest pile of these radiant gems, the three accompanying mining specialists engaged in animated discussion before addressing General Daba, reporting, Sir, our preliminary estimation suggests that such a vein typically yields between 1 to 3 million of these vibrant red crystals. Upon hearing this, Naples' eyes gleamed with barely concealed avarice. The prospect of producing tens of thousands of such high-grade crystals was already commendable. A yield in the millions would undoubtedly classify this as a bonanza, surpassing all known deposits of fiery red crystals discovered on Mars over the millennia. It was astonishing to realize that such treasures lay hidden within the watery realm. However, Xiaobao, pouting in disappointment, remarked, Captain Lu Meng, you mentioned a vein of fiery red crystals here, but I expected them to be abundant. Instead, we find merely this scant amount, interspersed among so much rubble. It took us considerable effort to extract even one. This is hardly enjoyable. Lu Meng, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, Xiaobao, I must admit my memory may not serve me well on this matter. The three mining experts from the ordinary empire exchanged wry smiles, with the eldest among them patiently offering a fair assessment to Captain Lu Meng, based on our mining experience. A vein containing such a high proportion of fiery red crystals is indeed quite rich. If we are able to extract 1 million of these crystals, it would suffice to equip 100,000 aircraft carriers akin to the Martian spacecraft we have captured, which is quite remarkable. Just as Xiaobao was about to voice further thoughts, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the air. A colossal crocodile, nearly 10 meters in height, emerged before them, charging towards the Martian Naples with a ferocious bellow. Whether from fear or surprise, Naples fainted on the spot. Xiaobao, having never encountered such a gigantic creature, trembled at the sight of its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, shouting, General Daba! General Daba! Immediately, General Daba, Director Sanmao, and several special guards who had accompanied Xiaobao readied their laser guns to confront the unexpected intruder. However, Lu Meng interjected, Wait, everyone, please hold your fire. He then turned to the colossal crocodile and called out, Little crocodile, is that you? It's me, Lu Meng. The giant crocodile, recognizing Lu Meng, displayed a curious demeanor, circling him several times before nudging him affectionately with its snout, then playfully lifting Lu Meng into its mouth. General Daba, Director Sanmao, and Xiaobao, witnessing this alarming scene, feared for Lu Meng's life. They raised their laser guns once more, while Xiaobao covered his eyes in terror, overwhelmed by the gruesome fate that seemed to await Captain Lu Meng. Tears welled up in Xiaobao's eyes, his heart shattered at the thought of such a tragic end. However, after a brief moment of silence, there was no cry of anguish from Captain Lu Meng. Instead, a voice filled with both surprise and joy reached his ears. Little crocodile, is that truly you? Xiaobao, puzzled by this exclamation, inquired about the situation. Lu Meng, with a hint of bashfulness, replied, You see, Xiaobao, when I was a child, I once wandered onto the streets and witnessed a person slaughtering a crocodile. As the blade struck its neck, I saw tears streaming from its eyes. I felt immense pity for the little creature, so I spent all my savings that I had secretly accumulated to purchase it, and I gathered some herbs to tend to its wounds. Once the little crocodile had recovered, I secretly released it into this cave, bringing it small fish and bits of meat whenever I could, until I joined the Imperial Special Forces a decade ago. Xiaobao, still perplexed, pressed further, But Lu Meng, this is a large crocodile, not a small one. How could you recognize it? Lu Meng scratched his head and explained Xiaobao. When the little crocodile emerged and called out, it sounded familiar. Then, upon noticing the scar on its neck, I thought it could very well be my childhood friend. I never anticipated that after 10 years apart, it would have grown so large. Thus, I had to greet it deliberately and engage in some of the games we used to play to truly recognize it. After saying this, Lu Meng climbed onto the back of the large crocodile and pointed to the long scar on its neck. Upon hearing Captain Lu Meng's explanation, Xiaobao's interest was piqued, and with great envy, he exclaimed, "Lu Meng, I too wish to befriend the little crocodile, to sit upon its back just like you. May I?" Hearing this, Captain Lu Meng smiled and replied, "Xiaobao, just a moment. Let me ask the little crocodile." He then gently stroked the forehead of the large crocodile and said, "Little crocodile, Xiaobao is my good friend. Would you also consider him a friend and play together?" As he spoke, Lu Meng deliberately pointed at Xiaobao. The large crocodile glanced at Xiaobao, then slowly approached him, nudging him with its large head. Xiaobao, thinking the crocodile intended to eat him, screamed in terror, "Help!" Captain Lu Meng quickly reassured him, "Xiaobao, do not be afraid. This is the little crocodile agreeing to be your friend. Its nudge is a sign of affection." Hearing this, Xiaobao ceased his cries, though he remained frightened, for the size of Captain Lu Meng's crocodile was indeed imposing. Its open jaws could easily engulf him whole. After a moment of hesitation, observing that Captain Lu Meng had instructed the large crocodile to remain still within the cave, Xiaobao cautiously extended a finger to touch the crocodile. Noticing that the creature showed no reaction, he then gently caressed it with his palm. Seeing that the crocodile remained motionless with its eyes closed, Xiaobao's courage gradually grew, and he began to stroke the crocodile's body with increasing confidence. After a moment, having dispelled his trepidation, the young Bao gently imitated Captain Lu Meng's gesture, attempting to stroke the forehead of the great crocodile. However, due to his diminutive stature, he could only reach the creature's teeth. To his surprise, the crocodile opened its eyes and appeared to relish the attention. Amused, Bao explored the crocodile's teeth, even removing some unsightly debris that clung to them, treating the formidable creature's sharp fangs as if they were smooth ivory toys. After a while, Bao, emulating Lu Meng, slowly climbed onto the crocodile's back while Lu Meng remained behind, directing the great beast to traverse the cavern. Bao felt akin to an illustrious general commanding his troops. Lu Meng observed that his little crocodile obediently followed Bao's commands, and seeing Bao's delight, he stealthily descended from the crocodile's back, allowing Bao to play unaccompanied. It seemed inappropriate to indulge in play while General de Bao, Director San Mao, and a cadre of scientists toiled to extract the vibrant red crystals. Moreover, with the looming threat, it was imperative to gather as many of these precious stones as possible. Together, General de Bao, Captain Lu Meng, Director San Mao, and their companions swiftly depleted the exposed layer of red crystals from the cave walls. Lu Meng then wielded his military knife to strike the wall, only to find that the deeper he ventured, the harder the rock became, rendering the knife ineffective. After a moment's hesitation, General de Bao produced a laser gun and aimed it at the stone wall, discovering that it yielded excellent results. A substantial section of the wall was sliced open along the path of the laser. Others soon followed suit. Replicating his actions and realizing that the efficiency of the laser gun far surpassed that of their previous tools, enhancing their productivity manifold. Most crucially, the laser did not damage the red crystals upon contact, as their hardness, toughness, and heat resistance were remarkably superior. While General de Bao, Director San Mao, and Captain Lu Meng concentrated on collecting the red crystals, Bao gleefully ambled about on the back of the great crocodile, gazing curiously around. Upon reaching a corner, he was startled to find the Martian, Naples, lying unconscious on the ground. Intrigued, Bao recalled Director San Mao's words about Naples, who was supposedly fearless. Unperturbed by the gruesome interrogation methods of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau and utterly indifferent to the threats he faced. How curious it was that he had succumbed to fear in the presence of a crocodile, fainting at its roar. Driven by curiosity, Bao slipped down from the crocodile's back and approached Naples, who lay sprawled on the ground. He tugged at Naples's ear, pinched his nose, and kicked his leg. After a moment, Naples groggily awakened, and upon seeing Bao and the imposing crocodile behind him, he let out a terrified scream. "Hero Bao, General Bao, Supreme Commander Bao, I implore you, save me, spare me." Curious, little Bao inquired, "Naples, weren't you always quite formidable? Why has your courage suddenly diminished?" The Martian, Naples, immediately donned a mournful expression and lamented, "Oh, esteemed little Bao, General little Bao, you cannot fathom how terrified we Martians are of crocodiles. The moment that beast roared, I felt utterly drained and fainted. I beseech you, please make this gigantic crocodile depart." Upon hearing this, little Bao's eyes gleamed with sudden insight. He then opened his mouth wide towards the great crocodile and gestured towards the trembling Martian, Naples. The crocodile seemed to comprehend Little Bao's intent and let out a thunderous roar, a whoa. Witnessing the quaking Martian Naples collapse to the ground was akin to a lamb facing a ferocious wolf. Little Bao was overjoyed, realizing that his own unique battle cry posed a significant threat to the Martian spacecraft. Now, the crocodile's roar seemed to instill a tremendous fear in Naples. If other Martians shared Naples' trepidation towards the crocodile's roar, it would undoubtedly enable the scientists and researchers of the Ordinary Empire to devise a novel sonic weapon, serving as a formidable countermeasure against the Martian invasion. This would complement Little Bao's unique technique, forming a golden partnership as a strategic weapon for the Ordinary Empire, sending the Martians fleeing in terror. Reflecting on this, Little Bao called out, "General Daba, Director Sanmao, come quickly. I have stumbled upon a great secret." General Daba, preoccupied with cutting stones to collect vibrant red crystals, assumed Little Bao was merely engaging in frivolous play and replied without turning his head, "Little Bao, entertain yourself. I am rather busy here." However, Director Sanmao, intrigued by the mention of a great secret, set aside his tasks. He observed Little Bao crouched beside the unconscious Martian Naples and, assuming Little Bao had discovered some treasure, hurried over, exclaiming, "Little Bao, what is this secret? Do hurry and share, for everyone is quite occupied." Although initially displeased by General Daba's lack of interest, Little Bao quickly recalled that his golden medal was in the hands of Director Sanmao, and thus excitedly proclaimed, "Director Sanmao, I have just discovered that Martians are profoundly afraid of the great crocodile." The moment it roared, Naples fainted on the spot, and he stated that they are particularly terrified of such creatures. "Perhaps we can create a crocodile technique akin to my own to combat the Martians." Chapter 24, Little Bao's World Wave, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Director Sanmao was elated. Even General Daba, who was usually multitasking, immediately set aside his work and rushed to Little Bao's side, astonished and eager to know, "Is it true, Little Bao?" Little Bao, puffing out his small chest, declared, "Indeed, it is true. I just revived Naples, and to my surprise, he stated that Martians are exceedingly afraid of this crocodile. I deliberately had the great crocodile roar at him, and he fainted upon hearing it." After General Daba and Director Sanmao exchanged a glance, they could hardly conceal their delight and simultaneously urged Xiaobao, "Try again, Xiaobao." Although both recalled the earlier incident when the giant crocodile had roared at the Martian Naples, causing it to collapse, their anxiety had overshadowed their awareness at that moment. Similarly, upon hearing the crocodile's roar again, they had paid little heed, assuming Xiaobao was merely engaging in another playful act with the creature. Seeing the interest of General Daba and Director Sanmao, Xiaobao was elated and began to prod, tug, and pinch the unconscious Martian Naples. However, it took a full 10 minutes for Naples to finally stir back to consciousness. Upon seeing Xiaobao and the formidable crocodile behind him, Naples immediately prostrated himself on the ground and pleaded, "Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, Great Marshal Xiaobao, I beseech you, please make this crocodile go away. We Martians are most terrified of such beasts." Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Xiaobao's demeanor, Naples abandoned his previous airs of nonchalance and earnestly implored, "Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, I beg you, let this great crocodile depart. If you do so, I promise to heed your commands. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." Hearing this, General Daba and Director Sanmao stifled their inner astonishment and, maintaining their composure, urged Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let us see another demonstration." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao rubbed his hands together in excitement and replied, "All right." He then gestured to the crocodile and pointed at the trembling Martian Naples. The crocodile understood Xiaobao's cue to roar once more and confidently approached him, unleashing a prolonged howl directed at the quaking Naples. A whoa! Naples collapsed to the ground in response, eliciting great joy from General Daba and Director Sanmao. Yet, out of caution, General Daba remarked, "We must return swiftly to test the other two Martians. If we find that different Martians in various environments all fear the roar of the crocodile, we may indeed have the potential to develop a strategic weapon akin to Xiaobao's lethal technique against the Martians." Soon after, Xiaobao, General Daba, Director Sanmao, and Captain Lu Meng, accompanied by the crocodile and the unconscious Martian Naples, boarded the Flying Fox aircraft carrier, racing back at top speed. Along the journey, General Daba and Director Sanmao shared their exciting discoveries, having obtained more advanced crimson crystals and identified a crocodile that could potentially counter the Martians, keeping Marshal Wang Rei and Director Iruzi informed to prepare their personnel for the ensuing tasks. 3 hours later, the soaring aircraft carrier, the Flying Fox, returned to the clandestine research base of the Special Forces located in the outskirts of the capital of the Ordinary Empire, Qiming City. As Xiao Bao, General De Bao, Director San Mao, Captain Lu Meng, the Great Crocodile, and the Martian Naples disembarked from the Flying Fox, they were greeted by Marshal Wang Rue and Director Erhozi, accompanied by a cadre of energy and sonar weapon experts. The welcoming party was momentarily startled, for they had never encountered such a colossal crocodile. With Xiao Bao astonishingly perched upon its back. With exuberance, Xiao Bao rode the great crocodile into the secret research base, drawing the attention of all researchers. Had it not been for General De Bao and Director San Mao clearing the way, there would have been a spectacle, as many of the robotic guards would not have granted passage, owing to the fact that the great crocodile lacked an access permit. Under the guidance of Director Erhozi, Xiao Bao approached the doorway of a facility housing another extraterrestrial captive. The room was replete with an array of instruments and devices, teeming with over a dozen scientists and researchers, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Although curious, Xiao Bao refrained from speaking, understanding that these peculiar contraptions were likely the specialized equipment devised by Director Erhozi and his team to study the roar of the crocodile. After a moment, upon receiving nods of approval from General De Bao and Director San Mao, Xiao Bao promptly nestled onto the back of the great crocodile and tapped it, instructing, "Great crocodile, roar quickly and stun the Martian inside." It was uncertain whether Xiao Bao's command resonated or if the great crocodile comprehended his words. But no sooner had he spoken than the great crocodile unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed into the room, causing the Martian captive to collapse. Witnessing this spectacle, the scientists and researchers, much like General De Bao and Director San Mao before them, were taken aback yet expressed delight. For it was evident that the crocodile's roar had a unique effect on the Martians, akin to the extraordinary impact of Xiao Bao's own roar on their spacecraft previously. However, the meticulous scientists of the Ordinary Empire understood that this discovery could potentially hinge upon the fate of the Martians in the impending confrontation with the Waterball world. Consequently, they escorted another Martian captive to the training square of the Special Forces for further testing. Initially, this Martian, much like Naples, bore an air of arrogant superiority towards the members of the Special Forces from the Waterball world. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Bao approaching atop the great crocodile, the Martian trembled uncontrollably. When the great crocodile, under Xiao Bao's command, let out a fearsome roar, the captive Martian promptly succumbed and fainted to the ground. Subsequently, scientists and researchers, along with Xiao Bao, conducted numerous tests in various scenarios. They placed the captives, Naples and two Martians, in the same room, situated them in an open space, and even confined them within the spacecraft of the Martians. It was observed that regardless of the environment, the three Martians displayed a fear akin to that of mice confronted by a cat upon sighting the enormous crocodile. The reaction was uniformly intense. As soon as the crocodile unleashed a roar, the Martians would faint, no matter their location. In Chapter 25, Xiao Bao's World Wave, Part 2, it was noted that when the Martians were within a spacecraft with all shields down, the crocodile's roar proved ineffective. However, if Xiao Bao first unleashed his ultimate technique followed by the crocodile's roar, the combined auditory effect was remarkably pronounced. The spacecraft would malfunction, causing the Martians inside to lose consciousness. Indeed, as Xiao Bao had previously stated, the roar of the massive crocodile possessed a unique lethality towards the Martians, akin to the impact of Xiao Bao's ultimate technique, rendering it their nemesis and a perfect partner to Xiao Bao's skills. Upon confirming the efficacy of the crocodile's roar against the Martians, General Daba, Director San Mao, and Director Erhu convened the Special Forces to capture over a dozen large crocodiles. However, the three Martian captives showed no fear towards these ordinary crocodiles, many of which did not roar. Even when stimulated to produce bizarre sounds, these ordinary crocodiles proved ineffective against the captives. The trio then directed the Special Forces to capture ferocious beasts and birds of prey from the Waterball world. Yet, whether it was tigers or eagles, lions or vultures, jackals or sharks, none posed a threat to the Martian captives. After a day and night of contemplation, they had to concede that just as only Xiao Bao's shout could incapacitate the Martian spacecraft, the roar of the colossal crocodile was the sole sound that could instill fear and cause the Martians to faint. Through comparative analysis, scientists and researchers discovered that the crocodile's unique abilities were likely related to its prolonged residence in a cave imbued with fiery red crystals, which stimulated growth and induced genetic mutations in ordinary crocodiles. Scans revealed that this giant crocodile weighed 9 times more than an ordinary crocodile of the same age, was 6 times longer, 12 times taller, and possessed scales with 20 times the strength and resilience. Its attacking power was a staggering 100 times greater. At the same time, further research revealed that the impact of the crocodile's roar at the same decibel level exhibited subtle differences in effect on Naples and the other two Martians. Notably, Naples demonstrated comparatively higher resistance, regaining consciousness 10 minutes sooner than his companions. However, whether it is the Martian from Naples or the other two Martian captives, if not stimulated by external forces, every roar of the great crocodile causes the Martians to faint for over half an hour. Specifically, if they are confronted face-to-face in an open area, the Martians will lose consciousness for half an hour. If in a sealed room, the duration extends to 1 hour. And within the confines of a Martian spacecraft, they succumb for 2 hours. Moreover, if the great crocodile roars intermittently, the Martians will be rendered unconscious for a maximum of over 24 hours without the ability to awaken when the time comes. Nonetheless, regardless of the intensity of the crocodile's roar, it can only induce immediate unconsciousness in the Martians without causing them fatal harm. Upon confirming the unique fainting effect of the crocodile's roar on the Martians, the scientists and researchers of the Ordinary Empire proceeded to develop various types of sonar weapons utilizing this sound. They discovered that the effect was comparable, if not superior, to the direct confrontation with the crocodile. The crocodile's roar could be amplified through sonar technology, extending the duration of Martian unconsciousness by 2 hours with each doubling of volume, ultimately reaching a staggering maximum of 48 hours. When combined with the special skill of Xiaobao, the efficacy increased by approximately 20%. Upon learning of these remarkable findings, Marshal Wang Rui, General Daba, Director Sanmao, and Director Iruzi were filled with elation, as this indicated that the waterball world had finally acquired a strategic weapon capable of reversing the tide against the Martian invasion. Imagine, if the Martians piloted their spacecraft to invade the waterball world, and simultaneously, the world played Xiaobao's skill in conjunction with the crocodile's roar. The Martian spacecraft would be rendered inoperable, and the occupants would collectively lose consciousness. Consequently, the spacecraft would descend uncontrollably, leading to inevitable destruction for the Martians within. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive the crash, fainting for several hours amidst a fierce battle would yield an outcome akin to death in such a time-sensitive conflict. Recognizing the significance of these developments, the scientists and researchers were overjoyed and, in their excitement, invited Xiaobao to name these two new weapons. Inspired by the fact that the great crocodile was a friend of Lu Meng, Xiaobao hesitated and suggested, what about calling it Lu Meng Shockwave? However, the suggestion was deemed unappealing and was promptly dismissed. Xiaobao then proposed, how about Crocodile Shockwave? While the name was considered fitting, it was felt that it would expose their core technology, which was not advisable. After much contemplation, Xiaobao, recalling the most powerful shockwave technique from his frequent video game sessions, suggested, what if we named the crocodile's roar beast shockwave and combined it with my skill to create the strategic weapon Xiaobao World Wave? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that the names were impressive, exuding a sense of grandeur while safeguarding their confidential information and also reflecting Xiaobao's personal contribution. Thus, they unanimously accepted the names. After the group collectively decided upon the names of two innovative strategic weapons, Marshal Wang Rui promptly reported the progress of the work to the president of the Ordinary Empire. Upon hearing the news, the president expressed great delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." It was indeed a moment of clarity. Although the Martians possessed technology and weaponry far surpassing that of the Ordinary Empire, the latter had developed precisely the countermeasures necessary to neutralize the Martian spacecraft and their formidable abilities. The three strategic weapons, Beast Shockwave and Little Bao's World Wave, could potentially alter the course of events if employed judiciously. Noticing the president's elation, Director Sanmao seized the opportunity to propose the awarding of a gold medal to Little Bao. Previously, Director Sanmao had dismissed the notion of bestowing such an honor as a fleeting whim, merely a jest aimed at entertaining Little Bao. As the Director of Intelligence for the Ordinary Empire, he only held the authority to suggest. The ultimate decision rested solely with the president. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. As Little Bao had made exceptionally significant contributions to the empire in recent days, making the awarding of the gold medal thoroughly justifiable. After inquiring into the invention process of the Beast Shockwave and Little Bao's World Wave, the president confirmed Little Bao's crucial involvement and promptly agreed to grant him the gold medal. Chapter 26, The First Principle of Warfare, Part 1, receiving the solemnly presented gold medal from Director Sanmao, amidst the envious, jealous, and admiring gazes of onlookers. Little Bao jubilantly danced and leaped with excitement, even riding atop the back of a giant crocodile while proudly displaying the medal around his neck. He paraded around the secret military research base of the Ordinary Empire with great flair. Marshal Wang Rui, unable to tolerate the spectacle, felt compelled to remind Little Bao. A true marshal remains as steadfast as a mountain in the face of adversity, unflinching and composed. Subsequently, Little Bao and the giant crocodile spent 3 days at the secret military research base. Day and night, as long as Little Bao could endure. Scientists and researchers had him and the crocodile vocalizing into various recording devices and sonar weapons, all in pursuit of creating more of Little Bao's signature techniques. The beast shockwave and the world wave. During this time, Little Bao and the crocodile forged an increasingly close and harmonious bond. By day, Little Bao either rode upon the crocodile's back or fed it a variety of meats, beef, lamb, rabbit, pork, chicken, as well as carrots, cabbage, apples, and bananas. Little Bao shared his meals with the crocodile, though the latter's appetite was 100 times greater than his own. By night, if not engaged in collaboration with the scientists and researchers, Little Bao would curl up on the belly of the crocodile to sleep. He found the crocodile's back rather hard and uncomfortable, yet discovered the softness of its belly to be quite conducive to a restful slumber. 2 days later, Xiao Bao found that every utterance was comprehended by the great crocodile, whose affectionate demeanor towards him even sparked envy in Lu Meng and stirred feelings of jealousy among others. For apart from Lu Meng and Xiao Bao, the great crocodile permitted no one else to ride upon his back, not even General De Bao or Director San Mao. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bao, the entire waterball world and the Ordinary Empire were operating in a state of heightened vigilance and order, adhering to a wartime protocol. Humanity's endeavors revolved entirely around countering the Martian invasion, with major factories tirelessly producing an array of Xiao Bao's signature techniques, the Beast Shockwave and the Xiao Bao World Wave. By the directives of the President and Marshal Wang Rui, the waterball world aimed to equip every citizen with a minimum of 3 sets of Xiao Bao's techniques and Beast Shockwaves, while arming every aircraft carrier with thousands of these formidable weapons, significantly bolstering their defenses against the Martians. On the 4th day after bringing back the great crocodile, Xiao Bao, as was his custom, rode upon the great crocodile to assist scientists and researchers in recording special sonar weaponry. General De Bao then solemnly addressed Xiao Bao. Given your exceptional performance of late, I have decided to take you and the great crocodile to Mars tomorrow. Xiao Bao, overjoyed by this proclamation, eagerly responded, General De Bao, you shall not regret allowing me to accompany you. I am destined to become a marshal. So trust in me and the great crocodile as we show the Martians no mercy. Upon hearing this, General De Bao smiled and praised, our Xiao Bao is truly remarkable. Though a tinge of bitterness, helplessness, and solitude lingered in his heart. In truth, bringing Xiao Bao along on the expedition to Mars was the best option available. For Xiao Bao himself was an inexhaustible source of signature techniques, while the great crocodile similarly represented an endless reservoir of beast shockwaves. Their combined forces would yield the indispensable strategic weapon known as the Xiao Bao World Wave. The special forces of the Ordinary Empire planned a long-range assault on Mars. Constrained to a single commandeered Martian spacecraft with limited capacity, which could not accommodate numerous signature techniques, beast shockwaves, or Xiao Bao World Waves. However, to obliterate the Martian fleet of at least 3 million ships would necessitate the presence of both Xiao Bao and the great crocodile, facilitating the spontaneous creation of new weaponry. Furthermore, the Martian captive, Naples, would only heed Xiao Bao's command, rendering cooperation essential for the arduous journey to Mars. Without Naples' assistance, the inaugural interstellar mission of the Waterball World's Special Forces would face insurmountable challenges. Considering the protective presence of the great crocodile, a nemesis to the Martians, Xiao Bao's safety was somewhat assured. It was only after thorough discussions with his family that General De Bao resolved to include Xiao Bao in the strategic operation against Mars. Upon returning home atop the great crocodile, Xiao Bao discovered that his grandparents had prepared an extravagant feast, featuring an array of his favorite delicacies, steamed native chicken, yellow duck calls, salted fish, steak, lamb spine, spinach, and apples. Little Bao took a bite, and then poured the remaining food into the mouth of the great alligator. It seemed that the old gentleman was aware of Little Bao's habit, as he had prepared over 100 portions of each dish. Whenever Little Bao finished a plate, the old gentleman would present him with another. As Little Bao and the great alligator were nearing the end of their meal, the old gentleman solemnly instructed, Little Bao, you have never truly engaged in battle before, so now I shall impart to you the first principle of warfare, which you must remember. Upon hearing this, Little Bao, filled with curiosity, asked, Grandfather, what is the first principle? Is it akin to Zhuge Liang's brilliant strategies? The old gentleman smiled and replied, "Indeed. This is akin to a treasured strategy one bestow upon you." Little Bao, inspired by the words, eagerly promised, "Very well. I shall remember your treasured strategy, grandfather." With a smile, the old gentleman declared, "My treasured strategy is simple. If you can win, fight. If you cannot, run." Little Bao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "But grandfather, are we not going to eliminate the Martians? How can we run?" After exchanging glances with his grandson General Daba and his son Marshal Wang Rui, the old gentleman spoke with gravity. "Little Bao, matters of war are for adults. You are still too young to be involved. I initially opposed your participation, but seeing that you have befriended the great alligator and both of you are formidable adversaries of the Martians, I pondered that perhaps fate has intertwined your destinies. After much deliberation, I reluctantly agreed. However, the journey to Mars is fraught with uncertainty and peril. No matter what dangers you encounter, you must remain on the great alligator's back, inseparable from it. Avoid direct confrontation with the Martians. If you must engage in battle, remember, if you can win, fight. If you cannot, flee as swiftly as a rabbit. You are still young. A gentleman avenges after 10 years. Running away when outmatched is not a shameful act. Do not be consumed by youthful bravado seeking momentary satisfaction. Chapter 27, The First Principle of Warfare, Part 2, seeing the unprecedented seriousness in the old gentleman, Marshal Wang Rui, and General Daba. Little Bao nodded with tentative understanding and then resolutely stated, "Yes, grandfather, I understand. If we can win, we fight. If not, we escape like rabbits." Recognizing that Little Bao grasped his meaning, the old gentleman presented him with a set of protective garments and a dazzling wide belt, saying, "Little Bao, these are the protective garments and treasure belt I have intentionally crafted for you over the past few days. Besides being impervious to bullets and blades, this attire and belt are adorned with 3,000 brilliant treasures, each tailored to be your ultimate skills, Beast Attack Wave and Little Bao World Wave. When confronted by the Martians, simply toss out a couple of these, and they will be sent reeling in disarray." Little Bao, overjoyed upon hearing this, eagerly examined the protective garments and treasure belt, feeling their comforting embrace. He donned them with excitement, knowing he had gained an additional layer of invulnerable protection. In the past, Xiao Bao had witnessed General De Bao and Captain Lu Meng donning similar attire, which not only rendered ordinary weapons ineffective, but also withstood the Empire's most advanced laser guns, impervious to several shots, akin to the legendary indestructible diamond. This left Xiao Bao envious for a long time. Now, he too possessed such an invulnerable treasure, appearing even more formidable than the protective garments of General De Bao and Captain Lu Meng. Not only could it defend and shield him, but it also allowed him to unleash his ultimate technique against Martians and ferocious beasts, granting him both offensive and defensive capabilities, truly an ideal situation. After a moment, recalling something, Xiao Bao inquired, "Old man, is De Bao accompanying me? Do you have any clever strategies or treasures to bestow upon him?" The old man exchanged a knowing smile with General De Bao. Although Xiao Bao was small, his filial piety was commendable. It was evident that his affection was not in vain. With a chuckle, he replied, "I have indeed gifted De Bao a clever strategy, but as for treasures, they are rare. If I give one to Xiao Bao, there would be none left for De Bao." Curious, Xiao Bao pressed on, "What clever strategy did you impart to De Bao?" The old man, still smiling, answered, "The strategy one imparted to De Bao is simple. If you can fight, then fight. If not, swiftly take Xiao Bao and flee." Upon hearing this, the family burst into hearty laughter, as De Bao and Xiao Bao prepared for their journey to Mars. A venture for the safety of the waterball world and the ordinary empire, they faced a daunting risk, a true brush with death. Yet, as the final night approached, the family sought to lighten the mood, striving to relax before the perilous journey. After a moment of contemplation, the old man presented each of them with a dagger. Xiao Bao, perplexed, asked, "Old man, we now possess laser guns, Martian quantum weapons, and my ultimate technique. Why gift us such an archaic dagger?" The old man, with a smile, replied, "Xiao Bao, do not underestimate this dagger. It slices through iron as if it were clay. It is humanity's most primitive weapon of war. While laser guns, quantum weapons, and your ultimate technique may seem formidable, they have their limits. At such times, the dagger can prove invaluable. Moreover, in the absence of conflict, it can serve to prepare meals, ensuring our Xiao Bao enjoys delicious food." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao nodded eagerly, exclaiming that the dagger was indeed a fine item, useful for both slaying Martians and preparing meals, thus making it quite the treasure. The saying "youth knows not the taste of sorrow" aptly describes Xiao Bao's age. After receiving the protective garment and the belt of treasures from the old man, Xiao Bao played with a large crocodile for a while before quickly dozing off on its belly, a gentle smile occasionally gracing his lips in slumber. However, the venerable elder, Marshal Wang Rui, found himself in a predicament, devoid of the luxury of sleep. He was either tirelessly crafting protective weapons for the Great Treasure and Little Treasure, or strategically orchestrating the deployment of troops to ensure the successful execution of the Ordinary Empire's counteroffensive against the Martian Vanguard Task Force. He aimed to guarantee that, upon their return, they would receive support from the Imperial rescue units. The following day, Little Treasure awoke to a splendidly clear sky in the waterball world, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. He magnificently rode atop a massive crocodile, accompanying General Great Treasure aboard the aircraft carrier Flying Fox to the secret research base of the Special Forces of the Ordinary Empire. Upon arrival, he witnessed the President of the Ordinary Empire standing beside the Martian spaceship, personally coming to bid farewell. Little Treasure was elated and swiftly urged the crocodile to stride forward, presenting a salute while perched upon its back. The President, upon seeing this, was greatly pleased and commended. Our Little Treasure, like General Great Treasure, has become a valiant warrior of the Ordinary Empire. With a proud puff of his chest, Little Treasure declared, I, Little Treasure, am not only a courageous lad, but also the nemesis of the Martians. The President praised him further. Indeed, Little Treasure is our savior in the waterball world, the bane of the Martians. Tell me, do you know the first principle of engaging in battle with the Martians? Little Treasure promptly replied, I remember. The elder told me last night. The first principle of warfare is to fight when you can, and to flee like a rabbit when you cannot. The President gave a thumbs up, saying, well said. Little Treasure is now our little hero, the hope and future of the Ordinary Empire. Even if we encounter the Martians and cannot prevail at first, a true hero is not merely a reckless brute who knows only how to advance. Rather, a hero is someone who possesses both courage and wisdom, capable of both retreating and advancing. In a few years, when Little Treasure has grown into a formidable general like Great Treasure, we shall settle the score with them. Little Treasure responded resolutely, rest assured, Mr. President, this time, Great Treasure and I will create a tremendous upheaval for the Martians, sending those villains to their doom. The President enthusiastically agreed. And as he saw General Great Treasure leading Captain Lu Meng and 28 Special Forces warriors approaching with great vigor, he urged Little Treasure to mount the crocodile and board the Martian spaceship without blocking the entrance, ensuring that Great Treasure and the others could enter without hindrance. Chapter 28. The Legend of the Moon. After bidding farewell to the President and the gathering of well-wishers, the Martian spaceship, meticulously modified by the scientists and researchers of the Ordinary Empire, soared into the sky, carrying Little Treasure, the crocodile, and General Great Treasure swiftly towards Mars in the boundless cosmos. The spaceship was piloted by Captain Lu Hai and the Martian Naples. Initially, Little Treasure was astounded to observe the spaceship achieving speeds of 150,000 kilometers per hour, accelerating even further. In the past, when Xiaobao piloted the Blue Whale aircraft carrier, its speed barely reached 10,000 kilometers per hour, while the fastest hovercraft in the waterball world, the Ordinary Empire, could only achieve a mere 20,000 kilometers per hour. Now, however, the Martian spacecraft, after renovations utilizing newly unearthed crimson crystals, astonishingly could soar at speeds exceeding tenfold. This was truly remarkable. Half an hour later, Xiaobao lost interest in navigating the Martian spacecraft, as life within it felt no different from other places. There was no sensation of weightlessness, nor did he experience any discomfort such as chest tightness or difficulty breathing, aside from the confined space and the occasional sighting of glimmering instruments. Moving about felt akin to traversing the surface of the waterball world. After leaving the cockpit, Xiaobao leisurely rode the giant crocodile around the Martian spacecraft. As he wandered, his eyes twirled as he recalled the little tricks he used to play with the old man during their war games. He quietly concealed a few small sonar weapons in the spacecraft's winding corners, his secret weapons, the Beast Attack Wave and the Xiaobao World Wave. He thought to himself that if the Martians were to invade the spacecraft, he could readily access these devices for a counterattack. After all, he had previously defeated the old man using such preset traps. 3 hours later, Xiaobao suddenly heard Daba calling him. Xiaobao, come to the cockpit and take a look. We are about to pass the moon. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao promptly agreed and swiftly directed the giant crocodile back to the spacecraft's cockpit. What unfolded before his eyes was a colossal, grayish sphere, which appeared no different from the desolate terrain of the waterball world. Rugged rocks and desolation greeted him, devoid of the legendary celestial palaces and scenic beauty. Disappointed, he turned to Daba and said, Daba, Didn't the old man say there were moon rabbits, immortal osmanthus trees, and the beautiful Chang on the moon? Why can't I see any of that? Daba chuckled and replied, Xiaobao, what the old man told you were ancient myths. Mere fanciful tales spun by people after meals to amuse children. In truth, the moon is simply a landmass that was propelled into space long ago when a small asteroid collided with the waterball world. It consists of rocks, soil, hills, and deep valleys, but there are no osmanthus trees, no jade rabbits pounding medicine, and certainly no Chang'e fairy. However, with the advancement of scientific technology in the waterball world, our ordinary empire has established a few small research bases on the moon in recent years, where dozens of scientists, researchers, special forces members, and a cadre of robots reside. Due to the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, exceeding 200 degrees Celsius, humanity currently faces insurmountable challenges in surviving on the lunar surface. However, beneath the moon's exterior, our humble empire has established a clandestine military base, where specially cultivated trees and flora thrive, allowing humans to exist in a manner akin to life in the aquatic realm, albeit within limited confines. To venture onto the lunar surface, one must utilize specialized, fully sealed research vehicles. Otherwise, only robotic entities may be dispatched for operations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a twinge of disappointment, curiosity, and surprise. He gazed vacantly at the grand moon displayed on the electronic screen within the Martian control room. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Dabao, may I visit the moon for some leisure? Dabao, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, Xiao Bao, we are pressed for time this trip. Once we return from Mars and find a moment to spare, I promise to take you on a journey to the moon. How does that sound? Xiao Bao instantly agreed, saying, all right, Dabao. As a general, your word must hold weight. Upon our return, remember to take me to the moon for some fun. Do not let me down like last time, when you were busy with work and left me waiting. Aware that Xiao Bao still remembered his previous promise to accompany him on the Blue Whale aircraft carrier for a global tour, Dabao could only respond with affection. Xiao Bao, once we triumph over the Martians, I will indeed take you to the moon for a delightful excursion. You have my word. As the moon gradually descended behind the spacecraft, the display screen in the cockpit revealed an endless void, devoid of planets, vessels, extraterrestrial beings, and even meteors. According to the Martians' instructions, the spacecraft was to traverse the boundless starry expanse at full speed for a month and a half before reaching Mars, during which time they were unlikely to encounter any other intelligent celestial bodies, similar to the aquatic world or the moon. General Dabao, Captain Lu Meng, and the 28 accompanying Special Forces soldiers seized the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the Martian spacecraft, striving to absorb as much knowledge of Martian science and technology as possible, while rehearsing various potential offensive and defensive strategies. Given the time constraints, they had hastily acquired some rudimentary piloting skills over the past few days, and now they needed to focus on mastering the intricacies of operating the Martian spacecraft, along with Xiao Bao's signature techniques, ferocious assault waves, and the usage of the Xiao Bao world wave. Simultaneously, General Dabao and Captain Lu Meng had a distinct mission: to transmit the spacecraft's flight parameters in real time back to the secret research base of the aquatic world. This would enable the scientists of the aquatic realm to comprehend the various technical specifications of the Martian spacecraft, thereby enhancing their understanding of Martian advanced science and technology, while also striving to identify any weaknesses or vulnerabilities in the Martian spacecraft, thus bolstering the likelihood of a successful counterattack against the Martians. Little Bao observed General Dabao and Captain Lu Meng, who were both engrossed in their tasks. He, too, spent day and night practicing various cooperative techniques alongside the formidable crocodile, particularly whenever he encountered the Martian, Naples, who struggled to articulate his queries regarding Dabao and his companions. Little Bao would proactively engage the Martian Naples and another accompanying captive in a series of innovative exercises. Chapter 29. The Battle of Wits Against the Martian Vanguard, Part 1. Time flew swiftly amidst intense study and practice, and in the blink of an eye, 40 days had passed. During this period, the members of the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force, under Naples' guidance, learned the diverse piloting techniques of the Martian spacecraft through self-practice and mutual exchange. They even acquired some basic maintenance and repair skills, as well as an understanding of the general functions of various instruments and equipment aboard the Martian vessels. This development alarmed Naples in secret, for the intricacies of piloting a spacecraft involved exceedingly complex technologies. Even elite Martian soldiers, under the tutelage of specialized instructors, would require a year or more to grasp such skills. To his astonishment, the so-called lower creatures of the waterball world had, through their remarkable learning capabilities, managed to master the fundamentals with surprising proficiency. With just 5 days remaining until their arrival on Mars, Captain Lu Hai, responsible for piloting, suddenly announced, "Report to General De Bao. Our spacecraft's long-range detector has identified a massive fleet of unidentified flying objects ahead, along with some intercepted Martian communications." Little Bao and General De Bao hurried to the cockpit, where they beheld the main electronic screen displaying a dense formation of spacecraft, many larger than their own vessel, and some comparable in size. A preliminary estimate suggested that the number exceeded 10,000. Naples was summoned, and Little Bao immediately requested him to translate the intercepted communications. Simultaneously, Captain Lu Meng arranged for a robot to assist with the translation, a robot specifically developed by the scientists of the Waterball world to convert Martian language into the universally understood Huaxiao language of the Waterball Empire. This was its inaugural use, and thus its accuracy could not be guaranteed, necessitating Naples' on-site translation for comparison. "Is this the Explorer spacecraft ahead? I am General Megatron, the Vanguard commander of the Martian invasion of the Waterball world. Please return to your formation immediately. Is this the Explorer spacecraft ahead? I am General Megatron, commander of the Martian assault on the Waterball world Vanguard. Please return to your formation immediately." There were slight discrepancies between Naples' translation and that of the robot, yet the essence remained largely intact. After exchanging glances, General De Bao, Captain Lu Meng, and Captain Lu Hai realized the gravity of the situation. The Martian Vanguard had already set forth, and it appeared to consist of over 10,000 spacecraft. Considering Naples' earlier assertion that there could be hundreds of thousands of Martian vessels poised to invade the Waterball world, even a minor misstep on the part of humanity could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a moment of contemplation, General De Bao inquired of Naples, "Naples, according to standard protocol, how should you respond?" Naples remained unresponsive to General De Bao's words. Left with no alternative, General De Bao signaled to Xiao Bao, who promptly rode his large crocodile over to Naples and inquired, "Naples, pray tell, according to the customary protocols of your Martian kin, how should you respond at this juncture?" Naples immediately replied, reporting to the valiant Xiao Bao, "In accordance with the established Martian procedures, I must promptly acquiesce and swiftly join the formation of the spacecraft." Exchanging glances with Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai, General De Bao sensed that such a response and subsequent action were inappropriate. If they were to return to their ranks, the plan for the Waterball world to counterattack the Martians would surely collapse, leaving their mission unfulfilled. Conversely, launching an assault on the Martian Vanguard was equally untenable, as their original battle plan detailed the operations post-landing on Mars. Now, faced with the vastness of the cosmos, their solitary spacecraft stood against over 10,000 Martian vessels. Even with Xiao Bao's ultimate techniques, such as the Beast Impact Wave and the World Wave, they would prove futile. Once detected by the enemy, their ship could only destroy a handful of Martian crafts before being annihilated by distant assaults from the remaining Martian fleet. Observing the situation, Xiao Bao realized that adhering to Naples' proposed course of action was impractical. He then asked, "Naples, be honest with me. What would Lord Megatron and his cohorts do if we choose not to respond?" Naples respectfully answered, "If I fail to respond within 3 minutes, General Megatron will order the other spacecraft to attack ours. According to Martian protocol, if I do not communicate within 5 minutes of receiving orders, it is deemed a violation, granting them the right to eradicate us." Upon finishing, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Naples' lips, as he thought to himself that after enduring humiliation and biding his time, he had finally awaited his moment of salvation, eager to witness how these inferior beings of the Waterball world would react. Time trickled away, and Xiao Bao, General De Bao, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and the accompanying 28 Special Forces members were all at a loss, oblivious to the faint, scheming smile of the Martian Naples. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Bao, reminiscent of when he had previously requested leave from his schoolteacher during illness. He timidly suggested, "General De Bao, could we not have Naples claim to be unwell and unable to engage in battle?" Upon hearing this, General De Bao deemed Xiao Bao's suggestion viable. Given the urgency of the moment, they could allow Naples to concoct an excuse for the time being. He nodded at Xiao Bao and remarked, "Well done, Xiao Bao. This is a splendid idea. However, let us have Naples assert that his spacecraft has sustained damage and that his crew has suffered significant casualties, necessitating a period of recuperation. In accordance with our practices in the Waterball world, a reasonable commander would typically acquiesce in such circumstances." Delighted by General De Bao's praise, Xiao Bao turned to Naples and inquired, "What do you think of General De Bao's proposal?" Captain Lu Ming and Captain Lu Hai promptly brandished the Martian quantum guns and the laser weapons from the waterball world, aiming them at Naples. Beneath Xiaobao's feet, a giant crocodile seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, parting its jaws wide in contemplation. Glancing at the control screen in the cockpit, Naples noted that only 30 seconds remained, realizing that failure to comply might lead to mutual destruction. Yet, as a noble Martian, how could he perish alongside these inferior beings from the waterball world? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Naples forced a smile and declared, "Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, your plan appears feasible." Xiaobao quickly responded, "Naples, since it is feasible, hurry and respond to General Wei Tian as per General Daba's instructions." Chapter 30. The Battle of Wits Against the Martian Vanguard, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Naples readily agreed, understood, Hero Xiaobao, and swiftly approached the control panel, seizing the microphone to announce, "Jilawala, Jilawala, Jilagala." The translation robot beside him simultaneously rendered their dialogue into comprehensible language. Naples stated, "Report, Captain Naples reporting to General Wei Tian." General Wei Tian replied, "Why did it take you so long to respond, Captain Naples?" Captain Naples promptly answered, "Report to General Wei Tian. 6 months ago, our explorer team was tasked with an expedition to the waterball world. We successfully arrived. However, during landing, we misidentified a massive boulder atop the Himalayas as snow and unfortunately collided with it, resulting in a catastrophic failure. The spacecraft plummeted from the peak, leading to the immediate demise of 9 crew members, with 2 others severely injured, myself among them. Furthermore, numerous systems aboard the Explorer have been damaged, particularly the communication system, which is now unreliable. We must urgently return to the Martian repair base for essential maintenance. After some preliminary emergency repairs, I surmise that the Explorer can barely sustain flight and is incapable of engaging in combat." Upon hearing this, Wei Tian erupted in anger, bellowing, "Ah, Naples, you inept fool. Such a simple operation as landing and you managed to botch it. How utterly incompetent. Return immediately. However, our expedition to the waterball world for indulgence shall not include you. Upon your return, not only will I deny you any sustenance from the waterball world, but I will also punish you by demoting you and withholding your battle rewards." Captain Naples, trembling with fear, responded, "Yes, thank you, General Wei Tian. I am indeed useless, and I deserve my fate." Naples could not help but feel a chill of dread. Though he had always looked down upon General Daba and Captain Lu Ming as mere lowly creatures from the waterball world, the reality was that at this moment, while conversing with General Wei Tian, both Lu Ming and Lu Hai had their Martian quantum guns and laser weapons trained on his head and chest. Should he display any sign of defiance or reluctance, he would surely be the first to perish aboard this spacecraft. Under the guidance of Captain Lu Hai and Naples, the team piloted the captured Martian spacecraft, taking an additional 15 minutes to navigate around the fleet of Martian Vanguard ships from a different direction. After another half hour, upon discovering that over 10,000 Martian spacecraft had vanished without a trace, even their long-range detection devices could not perceive them, General DeBeo and Captain Lu Ming activated the long-distance communication device with the world of waterballs, persistently calling out, "This is General DeBeo calling." After 5 minutes, a response echoed back, "Received. This is Marshal Wang Rue. What is the matter? Please proceed. Received. This is Director Sanmao. What is the request from General DeBeo?" General DeBeo promptly reported, "I report to Marshal Wang Rue and Director Sanmao that 50 minutes ago, we encountered the vanguard of the Martian invasion of the world of waterballs. According to our detection, scanning, and communication, we have identified 12,000 Martian spacecraft, commanded by the formidable Megatron. Among them are 12 different models of spacecraft, with the lowest-tier Martian vessel being the one we have captured. The highest-tier Martian spacecraft can carry 10,000 Martians, boasting an attack and destructive power 1,000 times greater than our captured small spacecraft. Based on the directives from Naples and our research on Martian data, we anticipate that the invading Martian vanguard comprises between 600,000 to 1 million Martians. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, we estimate their arrival in the world of waterballs in approximately 60 days. Please prepare for combat." Upon hearing this, both Marshal Wang Rue and Director Sanmao were taken aback, feeling a sense of dismay and concern. It had been assumed that the Martians would not set out for another month and would take about 6 months to reach the world of waterballs. Now, with the vanguard departing early, they would arrive in just 2 months, necessitating that many preparations in the ordinary empire be expedited. After a moment of silence, Marshal Wang Rue's voice resonated through the communicator. "Thank you, General DeBeo. The intelligence relayed by your Vanguard task force is exceedingly timely and will greatly aid our resistance against the Martian invasion of the world of water balls. You have collectively made a significant contribution, and I will ensure this is recorded. Once you return victoriously, the Ordinary Empire will duly commend and reward you. However, you must accomplish your strategic objectives. Despite our possession of powerful strategic weapons capable of countering the Martians, such as the Xiaobao ultimate skill and the Beast Shockwave, the vast technological disparity remains. The speed of our aircraft carriers pales in comparison to that of the Martian spacecraft, and even with our utmost efforts, we can only contend with this Vanguard. Therefore, I command you to employ all means necessary to prevent the remaining Martian spacecraft from launching and to hinder any reinforcements from their combat forces. Spare no effort in destroying all Martian spacecraft bases. Upon hearing this, General DeBeo, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and the remaining 28 members of the Ordinary Empire's Vanguard Task Force understood the gravity of the situation. Their success or failure was tied to the survival of the world of water balls, and they immediately responded in unison. Understood, Marshal. We will ensure the mission's completion. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao respectfully saluted while standing on the back of the great crocodile, declaring, "Rest assured, Grandpa, we shall undoubtedly vanquish these Martian villains." However, what went unnoticed by everyone was that within the cockpit of the spaceship, the Martian Napoli and another Martian captive, upon hearing Marshal Wang Rui's words, learned for the first time about Xiaobao and General DeBeo's mission to Mars. Their eyes darted around in astonishment. They were alarmed by the audacity of these inferior beings from the waterball world daring to launch an offensive against Mars, while simultaneously contemplating an escape plan. They were acutely aware that if they remained here, regardless of whether Xiaobao and General DeBeo succeeded or failed, their fate would likely be sealed. After receiving invaluable intelligence from General DeBeo regarding the Martian Vanguard's impending assault on the waterball world, the High Command of the Ordinariness Empire promptly convened an emergency meeting. They meticulously analyzed the specific number of spaceships and personnel involved in the Martian Vanguard's invasion and devised a new strategic defense plan. Consequently, in response to the looming crisis of survival, the entire waterball world became busily engaged day and night. Chapter 31, Napoli's Counterattack, Part 1. Upon reporting the discovery of the Martian Vanguard's incursion to the command center of the waterball world, General DeBeo immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Order. Captain Lu Hai is to pilot the spaceship at full speed." Captain Lu Meng was instructed to swiftly refine the assault plan against Mars based on the new developments. Both Captain Lu Hai and Captain Lu Meng responded in unison, "Understood. General." Accelerating the spaceship's speed to its maximum was the optimal strategy available to the Waterball World's Vanguard Task Force. Aiming to reach Mars as swiftly as possible and avert an uncontrollable situation should the Martians mobilize their forces prematurely. In the boundless cosmos, amidst the desolate void, the commandeered Martian spaceship, carrying Xiaobao and DeBeo, surged forth toward Mars, its velocity increasing by the moment. After 5 days and nights, the spaceship was able to detect Mars via its long-range sensors, while the Martians' reconnaissance equipment had also picked up on the spaceship's presence. The spaceship's control robot automatically issued a warning. The Explorer spaceship is expected to reach the Martian mothership base in 6 hours. Please prepare for landing and return. Inside the spaceship, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and other members of the Vanguard Task Force were invigorated by the news, fervently preparing for battle. Driven by their determination to save the waterball world and eradicate the Martians, their palpable tension was infectious, stirring Xiaobao. Having never truly participated in warfare before, only having witnessed battles on television or through tales of war, he had only engaged in playful skirmishes with the Elder and his companions. Yet, this was his inaugural experience of plunging into the fray, infiltrating enemy territory. Xiaobao felt an exhilarating mix of anxiety and excitement, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Little Bao unconsciously thought that if he defeated the Martians this time and returned to the waterball world, he would emerge as a hero. Director San Mao promised to immediately bestow upon him a golden medal, and the president of the Ordinary Empire even assured him a diamond medal for saving the waterball world. How splendid that would be! General Daba, observing the excitement among the team, recognized the commendable morale but deemed it inappropriate to remain overly exhilarated. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke sternly. "I issue the following command. Captain Lu Hai shall take 5 team members to pilot the spaceship, oversee the power room, and respond to any unforeseen situations. The remaining team members must promptly return to their quarters for 5 hours of rest. They are to rise precisely after 5 hours, have half an hour for meals. and rejuvenate their spirits to face any potential occurrences on Mars. The members of the Vanguard Task Force responded promptly and emphatically. While their excitement was palpable, it was crucial to rest well after over a month of diligent study on Martian technology and knowledge. Failure to recharge it could result in diminished energy when they reached Mars, and dozing off during battle would lead to dire consequences. Seeing that Little Bao and the great alligator were disregarding his orders, still caught up in their excitement, General Daba reiterated, "Little Bao, you too must obey the command and get some sleep. And you, great alligator, need to rest as well." Reluctantly, Little Bao complied, sluggishly riding back to his room atop the great alligator. Soon, the entire spaceship fell into tranquility. Little Bao first noticed the profound silence, occasionally broken by the snores and murmurs of a few Vanguard team members. At that moment, in a small storage room, Napoli and another captured Martian, bound by Captain Lu Ming and 2 Vanguard members, were unwilling to resign to their fate. Realizing that Little Bao and General Daba had gone to sleep, they seized the rare opportunity to assist each other in successfully loosening their restraints. Stealthily, they crept towards the door. Napoli cautiously entered a series of codes, and to their delight, the door to the small storage room opened silently. The pair exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing that their chances of a successful counterattack had significantly increased. As this spaceship was under Napoli's supervision, he had deliberately withheld some information when briefing Little Bao earlier. Now, no one knew the layout and password of the spaceship better than these 2 Martians. Together, Napoli and his fellow Martians stealthily crawled to the cockpit door, the control room of the Martian spaceship, where they found Captain Lu Hai and 2 Vanguard members fully armed and intensely focused on the control room's electronic screens. After a moment of silence, they assessed that, given their unarmed state, it would be exceedingly difficult to overpower the 3 and regain control of the room. They exchanged a signal and quietly retreated to sneak up to the armory. Crawling and crawling, 3 minutes later, Napoli and his companion reached the entrance to the armory. The armory was unexpectedly unguarded, prompting Naples to silently exclaim, "Fortune smiles upon me." He promptly rose and entered several codes, causing the armory door to open soundlessly. Naples and another Martian swiftly slipped inside. The armory of the spacecraft was filled with an array of weaponry, though many were unfamiliar to Naples, save for a few rudimentary Martian quantum guns. After a moment's hesitation, he seized 2 quantum guns and tossed one to his companion. Although the more powerful weapons had been taken by the primitive creatures of the waterball world, these 2 quantum guns would sufficiently contend with their primitive laser guns. However, the other Martian, intrigued by the peculiar assortment of weapons on the racks, picked up a trumpet-like device and pressed a protruding button. Suddenly, a fearsome roar akin to that of a crocodile erupted, causing both Naples and his companion to faint. Having endured frequent tests and torment from Little Treasure and the great crocodile, Naples had developed a modicum of resistance. He momentarily delayed his unconsciousness, reflecting that he feared not a godlike adversary, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Hai and 4 other members of the Vanguard Task Force, hearing the crocodile's roar, found it somewhat peculiar. Yet, such occurrences had happened before. Little Treasure occasionally amused himself by provoking the great crocodile into vocalizations. Lu Hai muttered to himself, "Even the great crocodile can't seem to sleep peacefully," and dismissed it, carelessly continuing his duties. Chapter 32, Naples Counterattack, Part 2. At that moment, Little Treasure was roused from slumber by the great crocodile's cries. Groggily, he mumbled, "Great crocodile, why can't you sleep quietly without making such a fuss?" He then lay down on the great crocodile's belly, intending to resume his slumber. However, he soon realized the great crocodile was restless, shifting about and emitting low growls. Irritated, Little Treasure exclaimed, "Great crocodile, it's the dead of night, and you're making a ruckus. How can anyone sleep?" Noticing Little Treasure's gradual awakening, the great crocodile nuzzled him with its large mouth and tugged at his pants. Although still somewhat dazed, Little Treasure sensed that something was amiss. According to their unspoken understanding developed over the past month, while the great crocodile could not speak, it was quite perceptive. Given the current situation, it seemed the great crocodile had detected something unusual and wanted Little Treasure to follow. Little Treasure inquired, "Great crocodile, have you discovered something unexpected that requires my presence?" The great crocodile nodded eagerly, making soft humming sounds akin to a dutiful puppy. Little Bao promptly ascended onto the back of the great crocodile and rode it out of the chamber. The crocodile, carrying Little Bao, climbed and soon arrived at the armory of the spaceship. Upon seeing the armory door ajar, Little Bao noticed Captain Naples and another Martian captive lying quietly on the floor. A thought struck him. Weren't these two Martian captives confined in a very small storage room? When had they made their way to the armory, and where were the guards? Little Bao immediately shouted, "General Dabo, urgent situation. Captain Lu Meng, urgent situation." Within 5 seconds, Captain Lu Hai and 4 vigilant members of the Advanced Task Force rushed to the armory. 3 seconds later, General Dabo and Captain Lu Meng also arrived. Upon seeing the 2 unconscious Martians on the floor, a cold sweat broke out among them, connecting this to the earlier roar of the crocodile. They quickly pieced together the sequence of events. It appeared that the 2 Martian captives had stealthily untied their bindings and slipped into the armory, intending to seize weapons and launch a surprise attack. One of the Martians must have inadvertently triggered a beast shockwave, causing both extraterrestrials to lose consciousness. Had Little Bao not detected the anomaly in time, considering that the beast shockwave's effect on Martians lasted only an hour, if these 2 Martians awoke and successfully counterattacked, their mission would have been in vain. Not only would they fail to accomplish their strategic objectives, but they might also find themselves killed and devoured by the Martians, leaving them with no chance of a proper burial. Fortunately, Little Bao's timely discovery saved them all. After General Dabo learned of the situation in the armory, he was greatly astonished and immediately declared, "I commend Little Bao and the crocodile. Let it be noted that Little Bao and the great crocodile have earned merit. I sternly criticize Captain Lu Hai and the 4 duty personnel. Each of the 5 shall receive a serious reprimand." After a moment of contemplation, observing the shame on Captain Lu Hai and the 4 duty personnel's faces, General Dabo continued, "I too bear responsibility for this incident involving the escape of the 2 Martians. Thus I shall accept a reprimand as well. We need to rearrange our duty assignments. 2 personnel shall remain in the control room, 2 in the power room, and the other 2 will guard the Martian captives. Duty personnel must maintain heightened vigilance. There can be no room for negligence, and similar incidents absolutely must not recur." At that moment, all members of the Advanced Task Force had gathered in the armory. Upon hearing General Dabo's orders, they responded in unison, "Understood, General." Satisfied with their response, General Dabo nodded and added, "All right, those not on duty may return to their rest." Little Bao felt elated, having achieved another merit and received praise from General Dabo. However, General Dabo was quite troubled, unable to find rest. He began to lament his own carelessness, believing that since the Martian captives had been seemingly docile, he had neglected to assign a dedicated guard. He had not anticipated the Martians' cunning, managing to escape even while bound and confined in a sealed storage room. After much contemplation, I find myself convinced that the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. Both the sealed warehouse and the armory are protected by passwords. And based on the assertions made by the Martian Napoli, I had previously instructed the scientists of the Ordinary Empire to change these codes. Logically, the Martians should not have been able to access either door. However, the current reality suggests otherwise. What does this imply? It indicates that Napoli possesses an additional set of access codes, with a level of priority or authority far surpassing what was previously disclosed. Upon arriving at this conclusion, General Daba summoned Xiao Bao and ordered him to awaken Napoli for interrogation. As Napoli opened his eyes, he was met by the fierce gaze of General Daba and the mischievous grin of Xiao Bao, while the crocodile beside them drooled incessantly. Realizing that his plans for a counterattack had been thoroughly thwarted, Napoli felt a surge of frustration, melancholy, and agitation. He then heard General Daba inquire, "Captain Napoli, how did you escape from the warehouse, and how did you manage to infiltrate the armory?" Napoli could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. In the world where victors and vanquished are determined, he had meticulously seized a rare opportunity for a comeback, only to be thwarted by teammates as incompetent as swine. What was left to say? Observing Napoli's indifferent demeanor, General Daba's anger flared. He shouted, "Napoli, you better confess promptly. Honesty will be met with leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. If you do not cooperate, I shall resort to breaking your backside with a military baton and serve your ears to the crocodile as a delicacy." Napoli, a Martian who inherently looked down upon the likes of General Daba, now found himself cornered and, with a sense of resignation, adopted a demeanor of defiance. Seeing Daba's exasperation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Bao, who had been eagerly waiting for his moment. Xiao Bao immediately bellowed, "Napoli, General Daba's words are my own. You had better confess, or I will let the crocodile devour you bite by bite." Faced with Xiao Bao's arrogance and the crocodile's drooling anticipation, Napoli struggled internally. As a Martian, the prospect of being consumed by the very creature he feared was chilling. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally relented, saying, "Heroic Xiao Bao, General Xiao Bao, I am terrified of death. Upon overhearing your conversation with Marshal Wang Rui and Director San Mao about your plans to counterattack Mars, I realized that whether you succeed or fail, I am destined for demise. Thus, when I saw you all asleep, I attempted to flee. Chapter 33, Napoli's Counterattack, Part 2. Xiao Bao, brimming with pride, quickly pressed, "Now tell us honestly, how did you manage to untie the ropes that bound us and escape?" The Martian, Naples, immediately exclaimed, "Hero Xiao Bao, it is as follows. Our Martian nails differ significantly from those of the humans in the waterball world. Our nails are elongated, robust, and razor-sharp, far more effective than an ordinary military knife. You were unaware of this just moments ago when we were confined together in a room. We took the opportunity to sit back to back and used our nails to sever each other's bindings, and in just a few strokes, we were free. Furthermore, every room within our spacecraft is equipped with a security code. As I am the squad leader, I possess a Commander-S priority code. What I previously disclosed to you were codes for external access or those intended for regular crew members. I did not reveal the codes for internal access or the priority codes for the captain. Therefore, while this spacecraft may appear to be under your control, I still retain the utmost command authority. Moreover, you are only capable of piloting our Martian spacecraft. You may understand its basic functions, but you lack comprehension of its intricacies, which facilitated my escape." Xiao Bao hurriedly interjected, "Naples, quickly tell me, do you have any secrets left unspoken?" Upon hearing Xiao Bao's urgent tone, Naples trembled, fearing that the ferocious crocodile would soon devour him. With a mournful expression, he lamented, "Hero Xiao Bao, General Xiao Bao, if I disclose my secrets, will you spare my life?" Xiao Bao bellowed, "Naples, you must confess promptly. If the information you provide proves useful, I may just spare you from becoming the crocodile's meal." Upon hearing this, Naples felt a slight relief and, with a bitter tone, conceded, "Hero Xiao Bao, General Xiao Bao, I will confess honestly. I implore you to spare my life." Xiao Bao, growing impatient, urged, "Naples, speak quickly, do not ramble." With a struggle, Naples realized that if he did not present some valuable information, he would likely become the crocodile's next meal. Hesitatingly, he said, "Hero Xiao Bao, General Xiao Bao, I confess, there is a secret control room aboard this spacecraft, a reserve for emergencies. There, I can assume control of this spacecraft without accessing the current control room." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao was elated. He had always enjoyed playing hide-and-seek with the old man and his companions, and now Naples had revealed such a significant secret within the spacecraft. His curiosity piqued. He eagerly inquired, "Where is this secret control room? Let me there at once." Xiao Bao, General Daba, and Captain Lu Meng escorted the Martian Naples through a labyrinthine path to a seemingly inconspicuous corner on the lowest level of the spacecraft, near the kitchen. This corner appeared unremarkable, with an iron rack placed in front of it. Had it not been for Naples' guidance, they would never have realized that such a clandestine control room was concealed within the spacecraft. As the sound of Naples echoed, a diminutive chamber, scarcely large enough to accommodate a single individual, materialized before the onlookers. The interior was adorned with a multitude of flickering instruments, featuring a remarkably intricate control console. Little Bao, akin to a discoverer of uncharted territories, was filled with exuberance and promptly slid off the back of the great crocodile, swiftly leaping into the concealed control room. Naples intended to follow Little Bao inside. However, he found himself restrained by Captain Lu Meng and General De Bao, each gripping one of his arms, rendering him immobile. With a wry smile, Naples remarked, "Heroic Little Bao, General Little Bao, should you press the green button on the control console, a comprehensive introduction to the functionalities of this control room will be revealed, and you shall comprehend its significance." Upon hearing this, De Bao wished to urge Little Bao to wait, primarily concerned that Naples might bring forth unforeseen complications with the cage. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Little Bao pressed the green button on the console. Instantly, a luminescent display screen emerged before them, showcasing a variety of functions pertaining to the concealed control room. The translation robot conveyed information in a manner akin to what Naples had expressed. This control room not only possessed the ability to prioritize the operation of the entire spaceship, but also served as an emergency escape pod capable of traversing the cosmos for 3 days and nights independently. Upon absorbing this information, De Bao and Captain Lu Meng exchanged glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. Had the two Martian captives previously contemplated seizing weapons from the armory to launch an assault, instead of opting for an immediate escape in this emergency pod? Their plan to counterattack Mars would have been compromised. In the vastness of space, so near to Mars, facing an army of billions of prepared Martians, their mission to infiltrate Mars would be utterly unfeasible, rendering even the prospect of retreat a dire impossibility, with consequences that were unimaginable. After a moment's contemplation, General Da Bao decided to involve Little Bao in the interrogation of Naples and the other Martian captive, opting to separate the two Martians for individual questioning, compelling them to divulge all secrets related to the Martians and their spacecraft. They were unequivocally informed that should any discrepancies arise in their accounts, or if one Martian provided clearer information than the other, the consequences would be severe. A limb might be severed for the great crocodile's consumption, or the one who revealed insufficient intelligence could be unceremoniously fed to the crocodile. Realizing their escape was futile, both Naples and the other Martian captive shed their earlier arrogance and bravado, faced with Little Bao and the menacing crocodile, in a desperate bid for survival. They swiftly divulged detailed intelligence regarding the Martian invasion of the waterball world, including various technological secrets of their spacecraft, the characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses of the Martians. In a display of self-preservation, Naples, leveraging his advantage as a Martian squad leader possessing extensive knowledge, disclosed all that he knew, recounting rumors from Mars, the history of invasions against other intelligent planets, and snippets of Martian daily life, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. Upon receiving the intelligence and technical secrets exchanged by Naples and another Martian, General Daba and Captains Lu Ming and Lu Hai felt a profound sense of relief regarding the unexpected turn of events. They were grateful for having acquired this critical information prior to their arrival on Mars. Without it, not only would the Waterball World's counteroffensive against the Martian Vanguard Task Force have faced insurmountable challenges in achieving its strategic objective of annihilating all Martian spacecraft, but the defensive measures against Martian incursions would have also suffered catastrophic losses. Chapter 34. Arrival on Mars. After a moment of contemplation, General Daba connected with Director Sanmao. Director Sanmao, this is General Daba. We have encountered an urgent situation. 2 captured Martians managed to escape undetected, but we apprehended them. Upon further interrogation, we uncovered a wealth of new intelligence, revealing numerous technical secrets of Martian spacecraft, as well as insights into their strengths and weaknesses. I shall transmit this information to you immediately for your reference. Upon receipt, it is imperative that you organize your researchers to conduct a thorough analysis. We cannot afford the carelessness exhibited in previous undertakings. I must emphasize that our discovery of a concealed control room, which also serves as an escape pod within the Martian spacecraft, is particularly alarming. It is astonishing that this was overlooked during your extensive research. Director Sanmao promptly issued an apology, saying, I sincerely apologize, General Daba. Our scientists and researchers have been preoccupied with perfecting the techniques of Xiaobao, the Beast Shockwave, and the Xiaobao World Wave, which has regrettably diverted their focus from the study of Martian spacecraft. The primary reason for this oversight lies in the advanced nature of Martian technology, which has proven difficult for many to comprehend, leading to a degree of complacency. Additionally, the limited time frame has hampered our ability to address multiple concerns. However, the intelligence you have just relayed is of paramount importance, and we will learn from this oversight. I will ensure that our scientists and researchers utilize this information to revise the design and modification plans for our aircraft carriers in the waterball world, allowing our combat personnel to adjust our strategic offensive and defensive tactics based on the Martian strengths and weaknesses, while also preparing for potential escape and counterattack scenarios using their emergency escape pods. General Daba added, the incident involving the escape of the Martian Naples, coupled with the prior surprise assault on the waterball world, illustrates the cunning nature of the Martians, as well as their extensive experience in interstellar warfare. It is crucial that you prepare comprehensively. Furthermore, regarding the scientific knowledge shared by the Martian Naples, I advise you to remain vigilant to avoid falling into any traps set by the Martians. Director Sanmao responded, General Daba, we will reflect on our shortcomings and ensure that we do not act with such negligence in the future. Thank you for your guidance. I will relay the intelligence you provided to Marshal Wang Rue and the other scientists and researchers, ensuring they conduct a detailed investigation and make adequate preparations. Rest assured. Once General Daba concluded his conversation with Director Sanmao, the team felt at ease and retired for the night. Xiaobao, fatigued from the day's exertions, was the first to rest upon the belly of the crocodile, drifting into a deep slumber, though the interior of the spacecraft was subject to the tumultuous winds of Naples' resurgence. It continued its rapid journey in accordance with the predetermined course and schedule. As the vessel approached Mars, merely half an hour from its destination, General Da Bao summoned all members of the Vanguard Task Force to awaken and prepare for battle, including Xiao Bao and the formidable alligator. The electronic display in the cockpit revealed the ever-enlarging visage of Mars, While the long-range detectors of the spacecraft identified numerous large space stations both within and beyond the Martian atmosphere, as well as scattered throughout the vast expanse surrounding the planet. Naples elucidated that the Martians are a nomadic race, frequently embroiled in conflicts with other intelligent worlds in the boundless cosmos. At times, adversaries from other planets would launch surprise attacks on Mars. In order to safeguard their home, the Martians had established an elaborate planetary defense system, comprising these space stations, satellites, and various spacecraft that patrol intermittently. Some installations were designated for reconnaissance, others for defense, and yet others for offense. Had the spacecraft not been one of Martian design, and had they not previously reported to Commander Voyage of the Vanguard Task Force for the invasion of the Waterball world, the defensive mechanisms would have certainly engaged this vessel in hostilities. Suddenly, an unexpected communication crackled through the ship. Almost simultaneously, Naples and the translation robot conveyed the Martian message to the crew. Please report the combat serial number of the spacecraft, the identity of the commander, and the reason for your return. General Dubau pondered for a moment before responding. Naples, relay to them what you previously communicated to Commander Voyage. Inform them that during our mandated exploration of the Waterball world, our vessel encountered a mishap, leading to the failure of numerous systems, necessitating repairs before we can resume combat. Additionally, clarify that this situation has already been reported to and approved by Commander Voyage. Naples promptly conveyed this information as instructed. Upon receiving Naples' response, the monitoring personnel responsible for welcoming the spacecraft cross-verified the details, confirming that it was indeed the Explorer, under the command of Captain Naples. They had also received prior communications from General Voyage regarding the Martian offensive against the Waterball world. Recognizing their own, the monitoring team promptly deactivated all alarms and defensive systems, subsequently transmitting a new message. Captain Naples, we welcome your return. Please set the Explorer to automatic docking mode. We will guide you to Repair Base 999 for necessary maintenance. General Dubau, along with Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and the rest of the Vanguard Task Force, felt a wave of relief upon hearing the translation, realizing they had successfully navigated the first hurdle of their counteroffensive against Mars. Only Xiao Bao, blissfully unaware, brimmed with excitement and anticipation, for this marked his inaugural venture beyond the Waterball world, his first arrival on another intelligent planet amidst the infinite cosmos. After a brief moment of silence, Naples promptly responded to General Debao's directive. Understood, Commander. Subsequently, facing the menacing crocodile, Naples diligently informed Captain Lu Hai and the other 3 members of the advanced task force responsible for piloting on how to adjust the spaceship to automatic docking mode. He elaborated on the potential scenarios they might encounter upon landing at the maintenance base of Spaceship 999. Before long, Xiao Bao and General Debao's entourage followed the autopiloted spaceship as it gracefully descended upon an exceptionally grand edifice, adorned with the Martian script declaring maintenance base for Spaceship 999. The scene resembled the bustling port of the Waterball world, with numerous Martians and robots diligently engaged in their tasks. The electronic screen of the spaceship vividly displayed hundreds of spacecraft entering and exiting. Those swiftly departing were the repaired vessels, while the wobbly and dilapidated ones were in dire need of maintenance. Chapter 35. Capturing the maintenance base, the spaceship gradually navigated toward the designated docking location at the headquarters of the base. General Debao proclaimed, I hereby command all personnel to prepare for combat. Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, alongside 28 members of the Waterball World Advanced Task Force, promptly responded, Understood, General Debao. Observing the spirited determination of his team, General Debao continued, Lu Hai, Xiao Bao, you are entrusted with guarding these 2 Martian captives. Should they exhibit any signs of resistance, you are to immediately detonate the beast shockwave devices strapped to them, ensuring they meet a fate of no return. Xiao Bao eagerly replied, All right, General. Captain Lu Hai saluted sharply and responded with conviction, Understood, General. As the spaceship slowly approached its docking position, a mechanical arm suddenly extended from above, seizing the top of the spacecraft and humming as it guided the vessel to the platform. The cabin door of the spaceship gradually opened, revealing 2 Martians responsible for maintenance at the base, who approached the spacecraft chatting amiably. They had no inkling that an unexpected assault awaited them in the most heavily guarded military base on Mars, at their usual place of work. Just as the 2 Martians reached the spaceship's entrance, a sharp howl resonated through the air. It was Captain Lu Meng unleashing a beast shockwave. The 2 Martians collapsed instantly, and the 2 advanced task force members beside Lu Meng swiftly pounced, each seizing one and dragging them into the spaceship. After a moment's contemplation, General DeBeo assigned 2 advanced team members to guard the newly captured Martians, alongside the previous captive who had just lost consciousness. However, General Debo insisted that Captain Lu Meng include Naples in their expedition for the reason that they required a guide, and Naples possessed a greater familiarity with this region. Following a recent failed escape attempt, Naples exhibited unwavering loyalty as a guide, promptly divulging a wealth of previously unknown classified information regarding the Martian invasion of the Waterball world. Moreover, he sincerely believed that with the presence of Xiao Bao and the Great Crocodile, the Waterball world would be invincible. After a comprehensive analysis, General Debo concluded that, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to cultivate Naples, encouraging him to redeem himself through service. Naples quietly led the way, while Captain Lu Meng and 2 elite team members followed closely behind. Xiao Bao rode upon the Great Crocodile, ensuring that the formidable creature could unleash its beast shockwave effectively. General Debo, accompanied by the remaining elite team members, trailed behind Xiao Bao and the Great Crocodile. As they progressed, Naples provided insights about the Martians, revealing that there were 10,000 spacecraft maintenance bases, with the current one being the 999th, primarily designated for the repair of vessels like the Explorer. Each base could accommodate the maintenance of up to 100 ships simultaneously, and at present, over 30 were undergoing repairs, each managed by 12 engineers responsible for their respective crafts. Thus far, Xiao Bao and General Debo had captured 2 Martian engineers, suggesting that there were still 10 engineers unaccounted for. Upon receiving this information, General Debo promptly organized the elite team into 2 search parties. He led one group, while Captain Lu Meng commanded the other. Upon locating any Martians, they were to deploy the beast shockwave to incapacitate them before bringing them together for confinement. Accompanying General Debo, Xiao Bao effortlessly discovered 4 Martians, using a single beast shockwave to incapacitate them as they rested in a nearby room. A quarter of an hour later, Captain Lu Meng returned with his team, dragging another 4 Martian captives to the designated location. Upon inspection, however, they realized the numbers did not align. According to Naples, there should have been 12 Martians at this maintenance base, yet 2 remained missing. Where could they be? After a thorough search yielded no results, General Debo was poised to abandon the endeavor when a buzzing sound resonated from above. It turned out to be a spacecraft undergoing calibration in midair. The 2 Martian engineers had likely remained concealed within the spacecraft, diligently performing repairs and raising a protective shield, which had thus eluded detection by the elite team. At this moment, Xiao Bao, perched upon the Great Crocodile, exclaimed, "Watch this," and unleashed his ultimate technique, which consisted of a jubilant proclamation. Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The world's most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the #1 handsome. Suddenly, the recently repaired Martian spacecraft began to wobble, accompanied by crackling sounds. Inside, the 2 engineers, distressed by the unexpected turmoil, shouted, "What is happening? Command center, command center. We just completed repairs on the spacecraft. What is going on now? Is there something amiss at the command center?" This unprecedented situation could not possibly be attributed to a mere malfunction of a single spacecraft. They suspected a systemic failure. However, the command center had been overtaken by the Vanguard Task Force, which would naturally withhold any information regarding the unfolding events. General DeBeo immediately nodded at Xiao Bao, who, in unison with the formidable alligator, unleashed their ultimate techniques. Xiao Bao's lethal skill combined with the beast shockwave culminated in the spectacular Xiao Bao World Wave. Following a cacophony of explosive sounds, the swaying spacecraft fell into disarray, rendering the 2 Martians within unconscious. 3 minutes later, General DeBeo, leading the Vanguard Task Force, successfully apprehended all 12 Martian maintenance engineers, securing them under the vigilant watch of 6 task force members. Only then did everyone take a moment to scrutinize the Martian spacecraft maintenance base designated as 999. This site resembled a vast ship repair port akin to that of the Waterball world, housing 37 Martian spacecraft awaiting repairs. According to Napoli's briefing, along with the system data from the command center of the Martian maintenance base, there were 23 reconnaissance-type spacecraft similar to the Explorer, 8 combat-type spacecraft for transport spacecraft, and 2 exploration spacecraft. To ensure efficient repairs and facilitate the engineers in identifying faults and issues within the spacecraft, the maintenance base's command center computer system housed design blueprints, production processes, critical technical parameters, common troubleshooting methods, and repair techniques for 18 different types of spacecraft, including the aforementioned 4 categories. Chapter 36. Divided strategies. Upon discovering this wealth of information, General DeBeo felt as if he had struck gold. The transmission of this data back to the waterball world would undoubtedly revolutionize the aircraft carrier manufacturing technology of the ordinary empire, significantly narrowing the vast technological divide between the waterball world and the Martians, thereby enhancing the waterball world's capacity to resist Martian invasions. After a moment of contemplation, General DeBeo activated the previously agreed-upon special channel, urgently connecting with Director Sanmao. Director Sanmao, Director Sanmao. This is General DeBeo. This is General DeBeo. Please respond. Please respond. Before long, Director Sanmao's voice resonated within the command center of the Martian 999 maintenance base. Received, General DeBeo. This is Director Sanmao. This is Director Sanmao. What is the latest update? Upon hearing this, General DeBeo promptly replied, Director Sanmao, we have successfully arrived at the Martian base, where we discovered 4 types of Martian spacecraft intended for invading the waterball world. Additionally, we located 18 design blueprints, core technical parameters, vulnerabilities, and firepower configurations. I will transmit this information to you immediately. Please review it and arrange for the scientists to study it, ensuring that appropriate countermeasures are implemented. Director Sanmao, upon receiving this news, was elated. No one understood the strategic value of such technical data better than him, a professional in intelligence work for the ordinary empire. Director Sanmao, while directing the technical personnel to receive the data transmitted by General Debo, exclaimed with great excitement, General Debo, you have rendered an extraordinary service to the Empire. With these design blueprints and technical parameters of the spacecraft, our scientists will be able to enhance their work efficiency tenfold. The technological prowess of our humble empire will leap forward by 3 significant strides in one fell swoop. After transmitting the pertinent data regarding the spacecraft, General Debo, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and all members of the Vanguard Special Task Force convened to refine their new operational strategy. Given that the information previously provided by Naples was rather rudimentary, merely stating that Mars is immensely vast, 2 to 3 times larger than the waterball world, and that there are an astonishing number of Martian spacecraft, with over 3 million ready for combat, it failed to mention the existence of thousands of spacecraft maintenance bases or countless docking stations and ports for Martian vessels. Consequently, the initial operational plan for the Vanguard Task Force regarding Martian engagement was rather rudimentary, primarily dependent on improvisation. In light of the current circumstances, even if each member of the Vanguard Task Force were to conquer one Martian maintenance base, it would be of little consequence against the thousands of bases operated by the Martians. It was imperative for everyone to adapt to the evolving situation, to be pragmatic, and to devise a new operational plan. As the team engaged in lively discourse, the consensus leaned towards a strategy of either overwhelming force or cunning tactics. The majority of the team members advocated for employing Xiaobao's lethal skills, the Beast Shockwave, and Xiaobao's World Wave in a methodical manner, aiming to eliminate, destroy, or damage as many Martian spacecraft and their associated bases as possible, thereby diminishing the Martians' capacity to invade the waterball world. However, this approach carried significant risks. Replicating the success of seizing Maintenance Base 999 was already a stroke of luck, and to aim for the destruction of 10,000 Martian maintenance bases while remaining undetected was nearly impossible. Any single ambush discovered by the Martians would render the Vanguard Task Force's modest numbers insufficient against their formidable forces. Observing General Debo and Captains Lu Meng and Lu Hai deep in thought after lengthy discussions, Xiaobao, perched atop a giant crocodile, murmured softly, General Debo, I usually play games online, and once when the network failed due to a virus in the system, I was left without games for 3 days. Why don't we exploit the Martians' network to disable all their spacecraft at once? Upon hearing this, the team exclaimed in unison, Xiaobao's idea is brilliant. The Martians possess highly advanced technology, and their network capabilities far surpass those of the waterball world, with extensive coverage. We can leverage their all-encompassing network technology and broadcasting systems to simultaneously unleash Xiaobao's World Wave at different locations. This could ultimately resolve the challenges we face, and if successful, we would effortlessly achieve the strategic objectives of the Vanguard Task Force. The trajectory of thought determines the path ahead. Having found their direction, General DeBeo inquired solemnly, Naples, do enlighten us on how you Martians typically communicate with other maintenance bases, combat stations, and spacecraft? What are the characteristics of your network and broadcasting systems? Is it possible for us to simultaneously transmit the Xiaobao World Wave across the entire Martian network? The guide, Naples, realizing there was no turning back, promptly replied with respect. General DeBeo, communication among Martians requires varying levels of authorization. As a mere squad leader, I can only command a single small spacecraft. According to Martian regulations, a squad leader may only relay information between two vessels. To disseminate information simultaneously across all Martian spacecraft, only the President and the Marshal of Mars possess such authority. Upon hearing this, the assembly brightened with insight. Naples had illuminated the offensive direction for the Vanguard Task Force. Although the Martian President and Marshal sounded imposing, they would likely have stringent security measures in place. Nevertheless, considering the futility of occupying thousands of Martian spacecraft bases, the targets had now been narrowed down to two, significantly increasing the chances of success. Moreover, if either of the two targets were successfully ambushed, the overarching strategic objective of a long-range assault on Mars could be achieved. Under General de Bayo's leadership, as discussions ensued around Xiaobao's innovative idea and Naples' new information, the Vanguard Task Force members collaboratively devised a preliminary action plan. The strategy involved splitting their forces. Captain Lu Meng would lead one squad to attack the Martian Marshal spacecraft, while General de Bayo, accompanied by Xiaobao, the crocodile, and Captain Lu Hai, would lead another squad to stealthily assault the presidential palace. Upon success, they would immediately issue commands through the Martian Presidential and Marshal S command network to broadcast the Xiaobao world wave, incapacitating all Martians and rendering their spacecraft inoperative, thus allowing the Vanguard Task Force to wreak havoc without restraint. Chapter 37. The Hitchhiking Plan, Part 1. After reaching a preliminary consensus on the action plan, the team openly discussed potential difficulties and challenges they might encounter, pooling their collective intellect to seek targeted solutions. Since the forces were to be divided, 2 spacecraft would be necessary. Including the modified vessel they had arrived in from the waterball world, they would need to procure another suitable spacecraft for transportation. Additionally, what if they encountered Martians conducting inspections during the ambush? To mitigate this risk, each operational squad would require a Martian captive as an emergency measure, ideally including Naples and another Martian captive previously taken in the waterball world. Throughout this period, General de Bayo actively participated, and upon identifying the need for an additional spacecraft, promptly arranged for Captain Lu Hai, along with Naples and 5 other members of the Vanguard Task Force, to inspect the maintenance base to ascertain whether any operational spacecraft were available for use. In a short while, Captain Lu Hai returned to report that 6 spacecraft had been repaired and were ready for use. Among them, 1 combat-type spacecraft had just been assigned to the base of the Martian Marshal, making it an ideal vessel for launching an offensive against the Martian stronghold. With the critical issue of transportation resolved, General de Bao reflected for a moment, meticulously refining the operational plan before solemnly declaring, "Now, I give my orders." Upon hearing this, all members of the Vanguard Task Force immediately stood at attention, including Xiao Bao, who, still half awake, swayed slightly as he stood atop the crocodile, listening intently. General de Bao surveyed the group and continued with gravity. The orders are as follows. Captain Lu Meng will lead 12 members from the former 1st Special Forces to assault the Martian Marshal's residence. I, General de Bao, will lead Captain Lu Hai, 14 other members, Xiao Bao, and the crocodile in a surprise attack on the Martian Presidential Palace. Everyone will utilize the command systems of both the Martian Presidential Palace and the Marshal's residence to unleash Xiao Bao's world wave, causing all Martian spacecraft to malfunction and become ineffective. Then, we shall adapt our strategy accordingly, aiming to destroy those incapacitated Martian vessels. Additionally, Vanguard team members Hu Jiao and Ma Feng will remain here to safeguard our retreat. Regardless of how many Martian spacecraft arrive for repairs, they must ensure their complete annihilation. If possible, through the command center of this repair base 999, we will connect with other repair centers to synchronize the destruction of an additional 999 Martian repair bases within 8 hours. As for the Vanguard team members heading to the Martian Presidential Palace and the Marshal spacecraft, they must strive to achieve their designated strategic objectives for as long as they draw breath. If feasible, just as before, they should also collect advanced Martian technological data to send back to the waterball world. Regardless of the outcome, all world waves placed on Mars must be detonated after 8 hours, and the team must return to this repair base 999 within 9 hours. Those who return here must wait no more than half an hour before departing back to the waterball world. At that point, should any Vanguard members fail to return, there will be nothing we can do to rescue them. I urge everyone to remember this. The Vanguard team members promptly responded in unison, "Understood, General." Just as they were preparing to set off with great fervor, Xiao Bao suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. With me and the crocodile accompanying you, anyone can easily discern that we are different. If we proceed to attack the Martian Presidential Palace or the Marshal's residence in this manner, the Martians will immediately recognize our uniqueness on the streets. I recall that Martians have always regarded us humans as delicacies. Embarking on this mission in our current state would be akin to delivering ourselves as a feast to them. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that the little treasure was indeed correct. During their earlier discussions, they had been blinded by their own limitations, thinking that a subtle approach could allow for a surprise akin to that in the world of water balloons. However, on Mars, due to the stark difference in appearance between humans and Martians, any Martian could perceive a human as either prey or food. Without proper preparations for stealth and concealment, the Vanguard team members would be akin to sheep entering a wolf's den, and impromptu strategies would prove futile against such a predicament. Noticing that the question posed by the little treasure had garnered the attention of General Daba and the others, the Martian Neapolitan hesitated for a moment before stammering. "Hero Little Treasure, General Little Treasure, the spacecraft you intend to board is designed for space combat. If it were to fly across the Martian surface, it would be immediately detected. Martians operate a different type of aircraft on the Martian surface, as evidenced by the 5 vessels docked over there." As he spoke, Neapolitan pointed towards the outermost docking station of the maintenance base. Observing that everyone was intently listening to his explanation, he added, "At this moment, it is the evening on Mars. The Martian Marshal and his flagship are likely at the Marshal's residence and generally do not remain at the Martian combat base. You will not capture him by heading to the combat base." Upon hearing this, General Daba exchanged glances with Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai, sharing a wry smile and shaking their heads, reflecting on how detrimental reliance on experience could be. Had it not been for the exceptional insights from Little Treasure and Neapolitan, they might not have uncovered the 2 critical flaws in their prior combat plan. After a moment of contemplation, General Daba instructed Captain Lu Hai to lead 3 team members to inspect the aircraft Neapolitan had mentioned. 5 minutes later, Captain Lu Hai and his 4 teammates, accompanied by Neapolitan, arrived at the outermost section of the maintenance base. It was evident that these 5 spacecraft were indeed unique, adorned in a striking crimson hue, with a streamlined design and broad hulls, equipped with wings reminiscent of those in the water balloon world. Upon testing the first spacecraft, it was found to be defective and unrepaired. The second spacecraft was in good condition and ready for use. The third one showed no response and was also unrepaired. The fourth was only partially repaired and thus unusable, while the fifth was in complete disarray, having not even begun repairs. Realizing that only one spacecraft was operational, General Daba, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and all the Vanguard team members were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging rueful smiles. It was indeed a case of having everything prepared, yet lacking the crucial means of transport. Chapter 38, The Hitchhiking Plan, Part 2. Seeing the troubled expressions on General Daba and Captain Lu Meng's faces, Little Treasure, perched atop the back of a giant crocodile, remarked, "General Daba, why have you suddenly become so dim-witted? I recall during my elementary school days, you always allowed me to hitch a ride with you. This spacecraft seems quite spacious, providing ample seating for everyone. Why don't both our teams travel together, and upon reaching the Marshal's or President's residence, we can have one team disembark first?" General Dabo, upon hearing these words, smote his forehead, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, and the former waves have already collapsed upon the shore. It seems that I have either grown foolish with age or simply aged. The youthful Bao speaks without restraint, and as a general, I find it irksome to admit that I have overlooked such a simple plan to hitch a ride. I had been entangled in the logistics of 2 teams and 2 spacecraft. In truth, if we could agree on a time to launch an attack, both advanced task forces could set forth simultaneously. I must be either a complete fool or simply muddled. After a brief contemplation, General Dabo addressed Naples. "Pray tell, where are the presidential and marshal's offices of the Martians located? If we were to proceed as one, what route would be the most expedient? How might we encounter the least number of Martians along our way?" Naples, understanding that he had become entwined with this band of inferior beings from the waterball world, akin to a grasshopper tied to a single string, ceased his hesitation and promptly relayed all the intelligence he possessed. He informed them that the Martian president and the Martian marshal were currently situated in their respective offices, both located in the Martian capital, Tianhua City, approximately 60 kilometers apart, distributed in the eastern and southern regions of the city. Based on the latest intelligence shared by Naples, General Dabo, Captain Lu Meng, and Captain Lu Hai conferred for a while before revising their operational plan, which they aptly named the Hitchhiking Plan. They devised a strategy for the 2 advanced task forces to first reach the Martian marshal's office, where they would drop off Captain Lu Meng's team, and then proceed directly to the president's office, while simultaneously agreeing on a time to launch their assault. Along the way, should they encounter any solitary Martian spacecraft, they could execute a surprise attack using Xiao Bao's lethal technique, allowing Captain Lu Meng's subteam to secure a vehicle beforehand, thus avoiding detection upon reaching the Marshal's office. The Martian spacecraft 999's maintenance base is, in fact, a Martian space station situated 30 kilometers above the Martian surface. Viewed from space, the Martian terrain is a series of blood-red, barren mountains, starkly contrasting with the azure oceans and rivers of the waterball world. According to Naples, this disparity arises from the Martian surface being rich in iron oxide minerals, whereas the waterball world is abundant in liquid water elements. Apart from Xiao Bao's curiosity and surprise, accompanied by an exclamation, the other members of the advanced task force were filled with a fervent spirit of combat, having little interest in such trivial matters. Before long, Xiao Bao and General Debo, aboard the newly acquired spacecraft from the 999 maintenance base, arrived at the outskirts of the Martian capital, where the president and marshal resided. The Martian metropolis bore similarities to the ordinary imperial capital of the waterball world, with its dense population and advanced transportation system. Air corridors for low-flying spacecraft crisscrossed the city, resembling the magnetic levitation highways, railways, or runways of the waterball world, albeit suspended approximately 50 centimeters above the Martian surface rather than resting upon it. As fortune would have it, the group was just preparing to head straight for the Martian marshal's residence when they unexpectedly encountered a solitary Martian spacecraft ahead. Overjoyed, General DeBeo exclaimed, "This is it." Upon hearing this, Captain Lu Hai promptly adhered to their predetermined strategy, maneuvering the spacecraft swiftly to land directly in front of the alien vessel. Just as their craft came to a halt, they witnessed the rear spacecraft abruptly decelerate and slowly open its hatch, revealing a Martian that bore a striking resemblance to the Neapolitan, albeit with a furious demeanor. This irate Martian began to scold them vehemently. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you park your ship directly in front of mine? If it weren't for my exceptional piloting skills, we would have collided, causing a major disaster." Observing the situation, General DeBeo pondered for a moment before instructing Neapolitan to handle the confrontation. Neapolitan obediently opened the hatch and cautiously offered a conciliatory smile, saying, "My apologies. Our spacecraft malfunctioned unexpectedly. Might we hitch a ride with you?" As Neapolitan approached the hatch, General DeBeo discreetly gestured towards Xiao Bao and then to the large crocodile. Xiao Bao, understanding the signal, realized that the general was prompting him and the crocodile to spring into action, ready to unleash the beast shockwave at the opportune moment. Excitedly, Xiao Bao stealthily mounted the large crocodile, following closely behind Neapolitan. Initially, the enraged Martian was further incensed by Neapolitan's explanation and request, bellowing, "If your spacecraft is broken, you could have parked it in the emergency docking area. Do not obstruct others' paths. What a lack of civic responsibility. And you think you can hitch a ride with me? Dream on." As he turned to leave, the Martian abruptly froze, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld a massive crocodile, a creature exuding an immense aura of fear. With its gaping maw agape, just as the Martian contemplated a scream and an escape, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the thunderous roar of the crocodile and swiftly lost consciousness. Collapsing to the ground, Xiao Bao observed that with the activation of the beast shockwave from the large crocodile, Neapolitan, who was ahead of him, immediately fainted, followed closely by the irate Martian, and soon the other Martians aboard the adjacent spacecraft fell silent. With the hatch wide open and the spacecraft parked at the roadside, there was no need for Xiao Bao to employ his ultimate technique. Seeing Xiao Bao's success, Captain Lu Meng promptly led his two Vanguard comrades toward the spacecraft. After a brief assessment, they discovered that the remaining 3 Martians inside were also unconscious, while the spacecraft itself remained intact and operational, its piloting capabilities comparable to their own. Elated, Captain Lu Meng summoned an additional 10 Vanguard team members to join them. From this moment on, with this new spacecraft at their disposal, they could indeed split into 2 groups. General DeBeo, Xiao Bao, and the large crocodile would advance towards the Martian presidential palace, while Captain Lu Meng and his team would assault the Martian marshal's residence. Chapter 39. Fierce Battle at the Presidential Palace. 1. 2 flowers bloom, each displaying their own branch. According to the latest operational plan devised by the Vanguard Task Force and the orders of General DeBao, Xiao Bao, accompanied by the formidable alligator, followed General DeBao and Captain Lu Hai's contingent aboard the Martian spacecraft seized from the 999 spacecraft maintenance base, making a direct course for the Martian presidential palace, guided by the unwavering Napoli. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Meng led 12 members of the Vanguard Task Force, along with a Martian prisoner, aboard the recently acquired Martian spacecraft, heading straight for the Marshal's residence. Given the likelihood of encountering greater resistance from Martians when assaulting the presidential palace, Xiao Bao and General Dabao's party was augmented by 4 additional members. Acknowledging that Xiao Bao and the alligator could ceaselessly unleash the devastating techniques known as the Beast Shockwave and Xiao Bao's World Wave, General Dabao instructed Captain Lu Meng to take most of the sonar weapons, including the aforementioned techniques, brought over from the waterball world. As nightfall gently enveloped Mars, devoid of sunlight, the planet remained aglow in the vastness of space, sparkling like a jewel. The Martians, as per their usual routine, delved into a vibrant yet tumultuous nightlife. The Martian presidential palace, as customary, fell into an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from within. It was President Douglas pacing restlessly, deep in thought. The supreme commander of the Martians, Douglas had enjoyed a smooth tenure, though he would feign sorrowful tears when inspecting Martian slums or the fallen warriors, and at times indulge in melancholic musings over trivial matters. However, he had never truly been perturbed until today. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon rising early this morning, Douglas found himself inexplicably agitated, a feeling that clung to him throughout the day. Perhaps it was the weight of impending conflict with the waterball world, located 4 billion kilometers away. In accordance with President Douglas's orders, the vanguard for the Martian invasion of the waterball world had embarked a week prior. Douglas was fervently hopeful that this invasion would yield a bounty of plump human captives, as well as lions and tigers, creatures deemed inferior, thereby satisfying the Martian appetite for such delicacies while elevating his own prestige. He yearned for the resounding victory over the waterball world to embellish his campaign for re-election. Moreover, he was eager to ensure his absolute authority within the Martian forces through a successful incursion. Yet, a shadow of worry loomed over him, for the exploratory spacecraft, the Voyager, dispatched a year ago, had yielded no further information. He remained in the dark regarding the technological advancements of the human society in the waterball world, uncertain whether they possessed secret weaponry, and oblivious to the resilience and capacity for resistance that the humans might muster. As a seasoned leader of Mars, President Douglas is acutely aware that victory in warfare hinges upon the understanding of both oneself and the adversary. However, in a bid for re-election, Douglas finds himself compelled to hastily leverage the rudimentary intelligence acquired by Martians regarding the waterball world decades prior, making the fateful decision to invade this realm. Logically, given that the technological advancements of the waterball world lag millennia behind those of the Martians, a triumph for the Martians seemed inevitable. Yet, in the boundless cosmos, the unexpected often occurs. 30 years may not seem excessively long. Yet should the Martian forces encounter unforeseen setbacks during their incursion, resulting in significant losses, Douglas's aspirations for re-election would be dashed, and his once illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. After much contemplation, President Douglas suddenly declared, "Connect me to the Martian Marshal." Upon receiving the command, the presidential aide promptly complied. Within a minute, the aide reported, "Mr. President, Marshal Sambin 56 is on the line." Subsequently, a towering Martian appeared on the screen of the presidential office. President Douglas lifted his gaze and inquired, "Sambin 56, how prepared is our main assault force for the waterball world?" The figure on the screen responded with resounding clarity, "Mr. President, our vanguard tasked with conquering the waterball world has been en route for over 6 days under General Thunderstorm's command. The main force, comprising 1 million spacecraft, is set to launch simultaneously from 30 battle stations at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please rest assured, we Martians shall surely conquer the waterball world, vanquishing its human resistance and utterly demolishing their combat equipment. We will capture all delectable inhabitants of the waterball world, including tigers and lions, to bring back to Mars for a sumptuous feast lasting 3 years. Upon hearing this, President Douglas's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he responded jubilantly, "Excellent, excellent, Marshal Sambin 56. Should we achieve the victories you have outlined in this campaign against the waterball world, I will select you as my running mate in this presidential election, and I shall endorse you for the presidency in the next election cycle." Marshal Sambin 56, overwhelmed with joy, thought to himself that a soldier who does not aspire to become a marshal is not a worthy soldier. Yet for a marshal who does not wish to ascend to the presidency is not a deserving one. The position of President of Mars is the highest honor, a coveted dream for all Martians. According to Martian law, a public election must be held every decade, allowing for one re-election. Given President Douglas's current commitment, it is highly probable that Sambin 56 could ascend to the presidency in 10 years. In recent years, Mars has achieved a series of resounding victories in the vast cosmos, bestowing Douglas with immense prestige. If he successfully conquers the waterball world, his renown will undoubtedly soar, and the prospects for Marshal Sambin 56 will be nothing short of bright. Upon contemplating these matters, Marshal Sambin Wusher Lu could not help but exclaim with heartfelt fervor, "The President is sagacious. The President is valiant. We are grateful for the President's nurturing. We Martians shall undoubtedly achieve resounding success. And I pledge to secure an unprecedented and monumental victory for Mars in the war to conquer the waterball world." At the same moment when President Douglas of the Martians was conversing with Marshal Sambin Wusher Lu, a spacecraft stealthily approached the Martian presidential palace under the cloak of night. Chapter 40. The Fierce Battle at the Presidential Palace. 2. As the spacecraft crossed the security perimeter in front of the Martian presidential palace, the guards responsible for the president's protection detected it through radar scanning. The guard promptly reported to the captain of the palace's security team, "Captain, we have detected a spacecraft. According to our records, the pilot is Commander Naples of the Mars Explorer spacecraft, and it is merely 3,000 meters away from the presidential palace. How shall we proceed? Please advise." Upon hearing this, the captain replied immediately, "What? Commander Naples? I have never heard of such a minor figure daring to approach the revered Martian presidential palace at night. How audacious! Issue a severe warning at once, and verify their intentions. If they dare to advance, shoot down the spacecraft immediately." The guard acknowledged the captain's command. "Understood, sir." Once the communication device was set down, the guard began to relay a message in rapid Martian dialect. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft, Xiaobao and General Debo were listening to Naples and the translation robot's synchronized interpretation. Report. Hero Xiaobao, General Debo, the palace guards have detected us. They are instructing us to halt, or they will open fire and bring us down. Upon hearing this, General Debo immediately instructed Naples, "Swiftly inform them that you have made a significant discovery while exploring the waterball world and must urgently meet with the president to report in person." Naples, upon receiving these instructions, promptly conveyed them in a flurry of Martian speech. Upon hearing Naples' words, the palace guards reported back to their captain, "Captain, Commander Naples of the Explorer spacecraft claims they have made a significant discovery while exploring the waterball world, which is of utmost importance, and they must meet President Douglas immediately to report in person." The captain, sensing something amiss, felt that the protocol was incorrect. After all, Naples was merely a subordinate commander. What authority did he possess to report directly to the president? Even if there were a significant discovery, Naples should report to General Wei Tian, the vanguard officer of the Martian assault on the waterball world, or at most to Marshal Sambin Wusher Lu, who commanded the Martian forces against the waterball world. It was utterly implausible for him to report directly to the president. Having contemplated this, the captain decisively stated, "This is unacceptable. Relay my orders. Commander Naples must land immediately, or we will open fire to bring him down." The guard promptly replied, "As you command, sir." He then relayed the message to Naples, who in turn conveyed the meaning to Xiaobao and General Debo. Upon hearing the command, General Daba immediately ordered, "Charge forward and commence the attack." Captain Lu Hai, upon receiving the directive, promptly accelerated. The guards at the presidential palace, along with their leader, realized that the spacecraft was not adhering to orders by halting. Instead, it was barreling towards the palace. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leader shouted, "Emergency! Emergency! An assault on the presidential palace is underway. I command all personnel to be on high alert. All units prepare for combat." Consequently, the alarms at the Martian presidential palace blared, wailing ominously. In a mere 2 seconds, the spacecraft covered a distance of 3,000 meters. After receiving General Daba's command to attack, it descended onto the expansive lawn before the presidential palace within 5 seconds. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Martian presidential palace. The alarm had sounded so unexpectedly that many guards were either asleep or engaged in leisure activities. They hurriedly donned their uniforms and frantically inquired, "What is happening? Who dares to assault our presidential palace?" Upon hearing the commotion, President Douglas immediately inquired, "What is going on? Why has the palace initiated a combat alert?" The head of the guard rushed into the presidential office, anxiously stating, "Mr. President, you must take cover in the underground shelter at once. An unidentified flying object has entered the presidential grounds, and there may be an impending assault." Furious, President Douglas retorted, "What? How could you allow it to infiltrate the palace?" The head of the guard hastily explained, "Mr. President, it is as follows. We initially detected a spacecraft, which was sending a communication signal from Captain Naples of the Explorer spacecraft, previously dispatched to the waterball world, claiming he had significant information for you. However, I felt the protocol was amiss. He should have reported to General Megatron or Marshal 365 first. After issuing a warning, the spacecraft disregarded the commands and accelerated towards the palace. We suspect that there may be a malfunction with the spacecraft or that Captain Naples has been captured and controlled by the humans of the Waterball world. President Douglas, infuriated by this revelation, bellowed, "What? How can mere, inferior humans from the Waterball world possibly control our valiant explorers? You expect me to hide? What are you all doing? What purpose do you serve? Hurry and capture them all, eliminate them. I haven't feasted on the flesh of Waterball world inhabitants in quite some time." With a despondent expression, the head of the guard replied, "Mr. President, that would be far too perilous. It is advisable for you to take refuge in the shelter. We have never engaged in combat with the humans of the Waterball world and are unaware of their formidable weapons, technologies, or combat capabilities. You must adhere to the presidential security protocol and seek safety." Upon reflecting on the head of the guard's words, President Douglas hesitated momentarily before asserting, "I shall not hide. As the esteemed president of Mars, I cannot retreat into a shelter under such circumstances. I will remain here to command the battle. You ensure my wife and children reach the shelter safely." Upon hearing that the president intended to remain and direct the battle, the captain of the guard found himself at a loss. The president, as the supreme commander of the Martian forces, commanded unwavering obedience. And with the adversary possessing but a singular spacecraft, the likelihood of a successful ambush seemed limited. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he ordered 2 guards to swiftly escort the president's family into the underground shelter of the presidential residence. Meanwhile, Xiaobao rode upon a formidable crocodile, following General De Bao and Captain Lu Hai as they prepared to charge forth from the spacecraft. Suddenly, several locations illuminated with a crimson glow, and the distinctive sounds of Martian quantum guns filled the air. The protective shield of the spacecraft emitted a cacophonous racket, indicating the heightened state of alert at the Martian presidential residence. Despite the suddenness of the assault, some guards remained steadfast at their posts, promptly preparing for combat in response to the alarm, and commenced indiscriminate fire upon the spacecraft that had encroached upon the presidential lawn. Chapter 41. Fierce Battle at the Presidential Residence. 3. General De Bao discerned the Martian's vigor was exceedingly fierce, and the spacecraft's protective shield was rather rudimentary. It could hardly withstand the barrage of bullets from the guards. Acting decisively, he cracked open the spacecraft's hatch and unleashed a powerful beast shockwave. Moments later, the lawn of the presidential residence echoed with the thunderous roar of the crocodile, causing the Neapolitan accompanying Xiaobao to collapse once more. The Martian guards encircling the spacecraft, upon hearing the resounding beast shockwave, succumbed, their gunfire abruptly ceasing. Realizing the efficacy of the beast shockwave weapon, General De Bao promptly joined Captain Lu Hai in opening the spacecraft's hatch fully. "Charge," he commanded, leading Captain Lu and the 14 members of the Water Balloon World Vanguard team, akin to arrows released from a bow, as they surged forth from the spacecraft. Xiaobao, riding his crocodile, followed closely in their midst. Upon their emergence, they beheld the presidential lawn strewn with the fallen Martian guards. Overjoyed, General De Bao turned to Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, call out with the crocodile. Let it roar continuously. Should any Martian spacecraft approach, you must also roar loudly, unleashing the beast shockwave, your ultimate technique." Xiaobao, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously and shouted to the crocodile, "Quickly, unleash your ultimate technique." The crocodile, having spent many days with Xiaobao, understood his command and immediately responded with powerful roars. The presidential residence resonated with the echoes of the beast shockwave and Xiaobao's world-shattering sounds. General De Bao and Captain Lu Hai, leading the Vanguard team, dashed towards the presidential office. Guided by their prior knowledge of the Martian presidential layout, they encountered no resistance. All guards collapsed without exception, rendered unconscious upon the ground. General De Bao, Captain Lu Hai, and the Vanguard team rejoiced at this turn of events. The beast shockwave proved remarkably effective, facilitating their progress with unparalleled ease. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Martian presidential office. A member of the Vanguard task force, noticing the heavy door shut tight, forcefully kicked it open. Just as General De Bao was about to lead his team inside, a sudden flash of red light illuminated the scene, and with a deafening bang, the first soldier to breach the door was struck in the forehead by a Martian's quantum gun, falling lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, General De Bao immediately shouted, "Take cover. It's a trap." The Vanguard soldiers promptly dropped to the ground. Subsequently, 3 beams of red light shot out from the presidential office, whizzing overhead as 2 Martian guards inside retaliated with their quantum guns. It turned out that to safeguard the president's speech, the Martian presidential office had heightened its soundproofing to the maximum level. Once the door was closed, no sound could penetrate in or out. Ironically, this measure inadvertently shielded them from the devastating sonic weaponry. Having encountered little resistance thus far, General DeBeo and his vanguard soldiers had grown complacent, leading to the unfortunate demise of one of their own. As General DeBeo shouted for everyone to take cover, he hurled a beast shockwave into the presidential office. Within 3 seconds of everyone lying flat, a ferocious roar echoed from within as President Douglas and his guards collapsed in response to the overwhelming sound. With the resistance quelled, General DeBeo swiftly led his vanguard soldiers into the office. Upon comparing photographs, they discovered President Douglas unconscious on the floor, eliciting joy from General DeBeo. Just as he began to speak, the sound of 3 gunshots erupted, as Captain Liu Hai and 2 other vanguard soldiers shot the 3 fallen guards in the forehead. Anger surged through the group as they mourned their fallen comrade, driven by a desire for vengeance against the Martians. Simultaneously, the alarm from the Martian presidential office had already sounded, prompting numerous Martians to rush to the scene for rescue and reinforcement. Though many were unaware of the exact crisis unfolding, protocol dictated that an emergency signal from the presidential office indicated an urgent external threat. Consequently, guards from the Martian presidential office and the Martian Defense Forces hastened to respond. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, General DeBeo issued immediate commands. Liu Hai, take 2 vanguard soldiers to guard the front entrance. Zhang Shan, you and 2 others secure the back. Niu Wang, lead 2 soldiers to the rooftop for aerial defense. The remaining 5, follow me as we clear the office. We must eliminate the unconscious Martian guards before they awaken, or we will face significant trouble. Moreover, take a moment to observe if there are any extraordinary rooms, akin to our command center in the Waterball world, filled with shimmering instruments and equipment. Perhaps it is within the presidential palace where the Martian president issues commands to Mars. Based on previous experiments in the Waterball world, Martians typically faint for over half an hour upon first encountering the beast shockwave. Now that the Martian president has succumbed, we must extract information from him regarding how to notify the entirety of Mars and simultaneously relay intelligence to all Martian spacecraft. A task that will require at least half an hour for him to regain consciousness. Half an hour is the most optimistic scenario, for it will also take time to elicit information from the Martian president. If he proves to be obstinate and refuses to divulge, it is uncertain how long it will take to discover the correct methods and pathways. Furthermore, disseminating the ultimate techniques, the beast shockwave and the world wave, through the Martian command network will also require time. During this interval, we find ourselves in the most perilous situation, as the alarm bells of the Martian presidential palace have already sounded, and reinforcements will soon arrive. The Waterball World's Advanced Task Force is limited in number and armament, making sustained defense challenging. Consequently, it is imperative to eliminate the Martian guards who lie unconscious within the presidential palace, while simultaneously preparing for external defense. The Advanced Task Force members responded in unison, "Yes, General," before dispersing throughout the Martian presidential palace. The 9 members designated for defense sprinted to their respective posts, while those tasked with clearing the area charged fiercely toward the incapacitated Martian guards. The sounds of gunfire and commotion echoed intermittently within the palace. Since the Martians derive amusement from consuming the inhabitants of the Waterball world, the Advanced Task Force showed no mercy when the moment to strike arrived. They did so without hesitation, for in half an hour, the awakened Martians would certainly not show them kindness. Meanwhile, Little Bao, perched atop the back of a massive crocodile, noticed that General Bao had not assigned him any specific tasks. Thus, he leisurely explored the Martian president's office, inspecting every corner, touching this and tugging at that, collecting intriguing items to place on the crocodile's back. Little Bao mused that since he had arrived on Mars and found himself in the president's office, it was only fitting to search diligently for treasures to boast about to his father and to Marshal Wang Ruan. Approaching the Martian president's desk, Little Bao discovered an odd object. "What is this?" he wondered. It resembled the feathered insignia from the Waterball World's theatrical performances. Yet it appeared to be the presidential seal of Mars, a token of authority for the Martian president. It was akin to the stamped items he had seen online and could be taken back to impress his father. This curious object sparkled with a myriad of colors and emitted a series of chirping Martian sounds, reminiscent of a music box from the Waterball world. Though he could not comprehend the language, Little Bao found it delightful, especially as a tiny Martian and a small bird danced in sync with the music, swirling up and down. Without a second thought, he placed it on the crocodile's back. Little Bao wandered back and forth, and to his surprise, he discovered a cabinet embedded in the wall. He urged the great crocodile to kick it twice. Bang, bang, bang. But it was empty, and the door remained stubbornly shut. Little Bao immediately called out, Big Bao, there's a large cabinet in the wall, and it's empty. Perhaps there are treasures within. Upon hearing Little Bao's call, Big Bao rushed over, fearing something had gone awry. Upon seeing the cabinet, he sensed something unusual and pushed against it, only to find it immovable. Without hesitation, he seized his laser gun and fired. Bang, 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 prompting the electronic lock on the cabinet door to spring open. To Big Bao's astonishment, inside lay a secret passage, though he could not ascertain whether this was an escape route for the Martian president. Nor was he aware that it was the very pathway through which the president's wife and child had fled. Big Bao understood that since the presidential office had discovered this secret passage, it was highly likely to be an escape route for the Martian leader. Such arrangements were common among affluent families in the waterball world, primarily serving as emergency escape routes for unforeseen circumstances. Big Bao himself had previously constructed a similar passage for the presidential office of the waterball world. After a moment of contemplation, realizing that this passage might provide a critical escape opportunity for his team, Big Bao commanded, Lu Hai, take one team member and investigate where this leads. Clear any obstacles. If we find ourselves in dire straits, we may need to utilize this passage for an urgent escape. Lu Hai promptly accepted the order and, accompanied by one team member, ventured into the opening. Unexpectedly, the great crocodile, intrigued by the discovery, leaped into the hole without waiting for Little Bao's signal. Following Captain Lu Hai deeper into the tunnel, Big Bao contemplated calling out to Little Bao, who was perched on the crocodile's back, but reconsidered. In such perilous circumstances, danger lurked everywhere. With Little Bao, the great crocodile, and Lu Hai together, should this indeed be an emergency escape route for the Martian president, they would be well equipped to handle any threats, wielding Little Bao's formidable skills, the Beast Impact Wave and the World Wave, allowing them to navigate through any peril. Simultaneously, numerous Martian forces received an urgent distress signal from the presidential office and hastened to provide assistance. Various Martian combat units, aboard spacecraft and armored vehicles, rapidly converged on the scene. Some Martian spacecraft had already begun firing cautiously above the presidential office, with gunfire intermittently illuminating the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Martian rescue teams were frantically communicating, and the presidential office echoed with reports. Report to the president. We have come to your aid. Report to the president. We are here to rescue you. Report to the president. We received the signal and rushed over without delay. Please advise. However, all these reports went unheard by the unconscious President Douglas of Mars, who was unable to respond. General Daba observed through the electronic display of the presidential office the dense congregation of Martian spacecraft hovering above the Martian presidential palace, accompanied by a horde of armored vehicles swiftly advancing towards the edifice. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed all members of the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force via a dedicated communication system. Do not act impulsively. Await my command before opening fire. At the opportune moment, we shall unleash our secret weapons, including the Little Treasure Ultimate Technique, the Beast Shockwave, and the Little Treasure World Wave. As time ticked away slowly, the Martian armored vehicles and ground forces approached the entrance of the presidential palace. Bold Martians even dared to venture onto the lawn in front of the palace, while the skies above were filled with an array of Martian spacecraft. Sensing the moment was ripe, General Daba composedly declared, "Follow my command. Prepare, fire." Upon receiving the order, the Vanguard Task Force members stationed at the Martian presidential palace immediately unleashed their Little Treasure Ultimate techniques, the Beast Shockwave, and the Little Treasure World Wave without hesitation. As these sonic weapons detonated with a series of explosive sounds, the Martian spacecraft in the air malfunctioned, plummeting to the ground like rain. The Martians on the ground, upon hearing the thunderous roar of the giant crocodile, collapsed in disarray. The descending spacecraft either crashed onto the armored vehicles or fell upon the incapacitated Martians, resulting in a significant number of casualties among the Martian forces. Seizing the opportunity, General Daba and the remaining Vanguard Task Force members showed no mercy. They immediately employed their laser guns, the Martian quantum weapons, and the Palace's original defensive firepower, firing indiscriminately to ensure that those Martians not crushed by the spacecraft were left with no chance of survival. Chapter 43. Fierce Battle at the Presidential Palace. 5. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of new Martian reinforcements arrived in spacecraft. However, having learned from their previous experience, these Martians kept their distance from the presidential palace. Attempting to employ long-range missiles or quantum weapons for an attack, yet failing to locate their targets. Reluctantly, the commander of the Martian reinforcements resorted to shouting, "You lowly creatures from the waterball world, release our president at once and surrender your weapons, or we will open fire and obliterate the entire presidential palace." General Daba, however, remained unfazed by their threats, instructing all members of the Vanguard Task Force to maintain silence, thereby disorienting the Martian reinforcements. Understanding the situation from their perspective, General Daba realized that without confirmation of their president's survival, the Martian reinforcements would not dare to deploy weapons of mass destruction, nor would they risk the destruction of the presidential palace, which symbolizes the highest authority in any nation or planet, particularly without direct authorization from the president himself. Such actions could result in the death of the Martian supreme leader. After a while, the Martian reinforcements, noticing the eerie silence within the presidential palace, no responses, no attacks, found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain whether the previous attacking forces had perished in a mutual destruction with the enemy. Concerned for the president's safety, the commander reluctantly ordered the troops to cautiously approach the Martian presidential palace. General Daba, seeing that the Martian reinforcements had nearly reached their position, immediately commanded an attack. Simultaneously, he and the elite Vanguard team stationed at the palace unleashed their signature techniques, the ferocious beast shockwave and the Xiaobao world wave. With a series of explosive sounds, the sonar weapons detonated, causing the second wave of Martian reinforcement spaceships to plummet to the ground like rain. The ground rescue teams of the Martians either fell victim to their own crashing spacecraft or were shot down by General Daba and the Vanguard members from the waterball world. Thus, the second wave of Martian reinforcements met a similar fate. None returned. One after another, the Martian reinforcements persisted in their futile attempts to reach the presidential palace, akin to moths drawn to a flame, only to cascade down onto the ground surrounding the palace like a torrential downpour. Eventually, the sheer volume of fallen Martian spacecraft accumulated around the presidential palace, obstructing the once accessible roads with heaps of wrecked ships, space vessels, damaged armored vehicles, and the bodies of deceased Martians. The subsequent armored divisions of the Martians found themselves unable to launch direct assaults on the palace, whether by spacecraft or ground troops. They faced the unerring techniques of Xiaobao, the ferocious beast shockwave, and the Xiaobao world wave, resulting in inevitable failures, catastrophic malfunctions, and incapacitating blows. They either succumbed to falling debris or were killed in action, as General Daba valiantly defended the presidential palace against the Martian reinforcements. Xiaobao pursued alongside Captain Lu Hai through the underground tunnels. The dimly lit passageways initially prompted caution from Captain Lu Hai, accompanied by a lone Vanguard member. However, after several minutes without encountering resistance, they quickened their pace. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the tunnel, and the Vanguard member running ahead was struck in the thigh by a Martian projectile. In response, Captain Lu Hai swiftly unleashed a ferocious beast shockwave. With a resounding explosion, a chilling crocodile roar echoed, and silence enveloped the tunnel as the Martian guard responsible for the ambush collapsed to the ground. Upon assessing the scene, Captain Lu Hai discovered a fallen Martian palace guard and two small Martians, one of whom was a female, though he could not ascertain their identities. Given their presence in the secret escape tunnel of the palace, Captain Lu Hai surmised that they were likely the wife and child of the Martian president. As Captain Lu Hai witnessed the grand door at the end of the tunnel gradually closing, he sprang forth like a leopard, dashing inside. Upon entering, he found a room filled with a plethora of glimmering instruments and devices, reminiscent of the subterranean command center of the Martian presidential palace. Scattered across the floor lay numerous Martians, and with his rudimentary understanding of Martian linguistic technology, Captain Lu deduced that he had stumbled upon the underground command chamber of the Martian president. It appeared that the sonic weapon's explosive impact from the recent beastly shockwave had yielded unexpectedly effective results within the tunnel, rendering not only the guards of the presidential palace unconscious, but also incapacitating other Martians within the command room at the tunnel's end. As Captain Lu meticulously surveyed the surroundings, he intended to advise Xiaobao not to tamper with the intricate equipment, lest they hinder their ability to transmit signals. However, he suddenly realized that Xiaobao, the great crocodile, and another injured member of the Vanguard task force had yet to enter. He was alone in the room. Hastily, he turned to check and discovered that the door had closed behind him, trapping Xiaobao, the great crocodile, and the injured comrade outside. Searching around, he spotted a button by the door and, without a second thought, pressed it. With a series of mechanical clicks, the door slowly opened, revealing Xiaobao, the great crocodile, and the injured team member waiting at the threshold. Upon seeing Captain Lu, Xiaobao exclaimed joyfully, "Lu Hai, This is precisely the underground command center of the Martian president that Dabao instructed us to locate. Captain Liu, puzzled, reflected on the effort he had expended to deduce the room's purpose from the dazzling equipment and signs. How could Xiao Bao, who had not even entered, possess such knowledge? He inquired, Xiao Bao, how did you ascertain that this is the underground command center of the Martian president? Xiao Bao pointed to the inscription at the tunnel's entrance and replied, Lu Hai, are you being careless, or do you not comprehend Martian script? Does it not clearly state Martian President Strategic Command Room right here? Previously, when Xiao Bao accompanied General Dabao and Marshal Wang Rui into the underground Strategic Command Room of the Ordinary Empire's Presidential Palace, he had made a point to learn the phrase Martian President Strategic Command Room from Naples during their language lessons. Little did he know that this knowledge would prove invaluable. Upon hearing this, Captain Liu turned to glance at the entrance and indeed confirmed the inscription, Martian President Strategic Command Room, realizing his earlier haste had caused him to overlook such details. He felt a wave of embarrassment and admitted, You are indeed clever, Xiao Bao. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle at the Martian Presidential Palace, 6. With that, Captain Liu beckoned Xiao Bao, the Great Crocodile, and the injured Vanguard team member to enter swiftly. He then promptly retrieved his specialized walkie-talkie to report this significant discovery to General Dabao. This is Captain Lu Hai reporting to General Dabao. We have uncovered the underground command center of the Martian president, from which we can transmit network signals across all of Mars. General Daba received Captain Lu Hai's report and promptly responded, Very well, we shall arrive shortly. Please ensure the equipment is calibrated. We are prepared to unleash the Xiaobao world wave at your location. Following his command, General Daba summoned the remaining members of the Vanguard Task Force stationed at the Presidential Palace. After conferring, they concluded that although they had successfully repelled several waves of Martian reinforcements, the relentless influx of Martians posed a significant challenge. Given the expansive ground defense target of the Presidential Palace, they decided it would be more prudent to relocate to the underground command center, where the pressure of defense would be markedly reduced and the efficacy of the sonar weapons would be amplified. Before departing, General Daba discreetly placed several powerful Xiaobao killing techniques, including the Beast Shockwave and Xiaobao World Wave, around the perimeter of the Presidential Palace. After once again thwarting and obliterating a new wave of Martian reinforcements, General Daba, along with the remaining members of the Vanguard Task Force, began their tactical retreat. They left 2 members at the tunnel entrance to intercept any incoming Martians. Upon spotting them, they would unleash a Beast Shockwave to incapacitate them before dealing the final blow. Once inside the underground command center of the Martian Presidential Palace, General Daba, accompanied by the incapacitated Martian President Douglas and his defensive Vanguard Task Force, found that it had only been half an hour when President Douglas regained consciousness. Observing his surroundings, he noticed he was in the unfamiliar strategic command chamber, surrounded by strange human beings from the waterball world rather than his own guards. He immediately asserted, I am President Douglas of Mars. Who are you, and how did you enter our underground command center? In response, General Daba raised his voice, declaring, I am General Daba of the Ordinary Empire of the Waterball world. You are now our captive. Regardless of your title, you are indeed our prisoner. Are you the President of Mars? In disbelief, Douglas muttered to himself, What? I have become your prisoner. How can this be? After a moment of stunned silence, he called out, Guard Captain, Guard Captain. Unbeknownst to him, his guard captain had long since perished under the Beast Shockwave. Captain Lu Hai interjected, There's no need to call. Your captain has already been slain by us. Horrified, Douglas exclaimed, What? You killed the guard captain of our presidential palace? What do you intend to do? General Daba replied, Your people invaded our waterball world. Naturally, we must eliminate you and annihilate Mars. Trembling with fear, Douglas pleaded, General Daba, I implore you, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. General Daba, taken aback, responded, Why does this Martian president lack any resolve? Before I even began to apply any pressure, he has already crumbled. With a dismissive tone, he retorted, Then why have you invaded our waterball world? Upon hearing this, President Douglas of Mars, with a forlorn expression, lamented, We invaded the waterball world in pursuit of peace. General Dabao, incensed by his words, thundered, If your intent is peace, then why do you speak of consuming the inhabitants of our waterball world? In response, President Douglas casually remarked, Aren't the people of your waterball world delectable? We Martians find your humans quite savory. After saying this, Douglas instinctively smacked his lips, as if savoring the exquisite taste of the waterball world's inhabitants from days gone by. General Dabao, infuriated, bellowed, You seek peace while planning to devour us? He then struck Douglas several times across the face. Following this, he demanded, Now tell me, how do you issue commands and disseminate information to all Martians? Through what channels do you command your fleet? Otherwise, I shall end your miserable life this instant." Awakened by the blows, Douglas recognized that he was no longer the exalted president of Mars, but rather a captive of the warriors from the waterball world. Having plummeted from the heights of power into the depths of despair, realizing that compliance might lead to a swift demise, while withholding information could potentially summon Martian reinforcements, he pondered the precariousness of his situation. Concluding that silence might serve him best, he resolutely sealed his lips and closed his eyes, opting to play the part of an ostrich. Seeing Douglas's refusal to speak, Captain Luhai interjected sharply, "Douglas, so you choose silence? Humph. Look closely. Do you recognize these 3 Martian captives?" Upon hearing this, President Douglas's gaze fell upon his wife and child, who had inexplicably fallen into enemy hands, now captives like himself. A wave of dread washed over him, for he understood that even if Martian reinforcements arrived, they could save only him, not his family. Simultaneously, General DeBao presented Douglas with live footage from the presidential palace, gesturing towards the countless fallen Martian spacecraft and the slain Martian reinforcements, exclaiming, "Douglas, observe. Can your Martians prevail against us in the waterball world? We have dispatched numerous of your kind to their demise. Is your invasion not a death wish?" Taking advantage of Douglas's shock at his family's predicament, General DeBao sought to further agitate the president's lofty ego, compelling him to acknowledge his dire circumstances. He aimed to instill the realization that opposing the waterball world would lead to inevitable ruin, while collaboration with him might offer Douglas's family a glimmer of hope. Chapter 45. Fierce Battle at the Martian Presidential Palace, 7. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, President Douglas inwardly cursed the Martians who had previously ventured into the waterball world. The soldiers of the Explorer spacecraft's reconnaissance unit, tasked with surveying Mars, are utterly doomed. The water balloon world boasts formidable warriors, equipped with advanced technology and weaponry. Yet, they delude themselves into believing that the humans of the water balloon world are exceedingly primitive, and that their technological prowess is vastly inferior to that of Mars. However, these so-called primitive and backward humans have now confronted and annihilated thousands of their valiant warriors, obliterating hundreds of Mars' most sophisticated spacecraft. If such military strength is deemed weak, and such technology is considered inferior, it would surely be the greatest farce of the boundless cosmos. Upon perceiving the dismay etched upon the face of President Douglas of Mars, General DeBao felt a surge of triumph. He surmised that Douglas's psychological defenses had crumbled, and his own time to act was dwindling. In a relatively soothing tone, he addressed Douglas. "Douglas, the humans of the water balloon world are peace-loving. As long as you Martians refrain from oppressing us, we shall not invade Mars nor bully your kind. If you cooperate with us, there is a possibility we might spare you and refrain from harming your wife and children." The strategy of employing both carrot and stick was a familiar maneuver for General DeBao. Hearing this, President Douglas clung to the words like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. He cautiously responded, "What do you wish from me, General DeBao?" General DeBao promptly replied, "I require you to announce the immediate surrender of the Martians, to cease all hostilities against the water balloon world, and to declare unconditional surrender." Upon hearing this, President Douglas's face fell, and he hesitated. Well this. It is indeed possible for us Martians to refrain from attacking the water balloon world since we cannot overcome them, but to publicly announce our surrender is an immense pressure. Such a declaration would spell the end of my political career, a culmination of my life's efforts. However, to refuse surrender is equally perilous, as it is evident that we cannot withstand the humans of the water balloon world. The first to suffer would undoubtedly be myself, along with my wife and children. Noticing Douglas's indecision, General DeBao's eyes widened in fury as he boomed, "Speak up. Hurry, or I shall have you executed immediately." Captain Luhai and 2 members of the advanced task force, sensing the moment, deftly drew their quantum rifles, aiming them at President Douglas's family. Their intentions were unmistakable. Should President Douglas fail to comply with General DeBao's orders, the fate of the 3 Martian captives would be sealed. Realizing the gravity of the situation and that the humans of the water balloon world had grasped his Achilles heel, Douglas knew he had no choice but to submit. With a sorrowful countenance, he conceded, all right, General DeBao, do not fire. I hereby announce the unconditional surrender of the Martians." Although Douglas had promised unconditional surrender, at the critical moment, he hesitated, feeling a moment of trepidation. However, upon witnessing little Bao commanding the enormous crocodile to open its gaping maw towards him, President Douglas immediately shivered and hastily pressed a yellow button in the underground command room of the presidential palace, his face a mask of despair as he implored, "Please connect me to Marshal Yamamoto, 65th. Subsequently, a cacophony of disjointed voices erupted in the strategic command room, yet after 2 minutes, there was no response. General Dabo suspected that President Douglas was employing some underhanded tactics to buy time and bellowed, "Douglas, what is the matter? Do you dare to toy with us at this juncture? Are you courting death?" With that, General Dabo nodded at Captain Lu Hai, who immediately aimed his weapon at the head of President Douglas's wife. Upon seeing this, President Douglas's face fell further as he lamented, "General Dabo, I truly do not know. Typically, when I press this button, I can instantly connect with Marshal 356. General Dabo and Captain Lu Hai exchanged glances, sensing that this Martian president did not appear to be deceitful, and began to ponder whether there was an issue elsewhere. At that moment, Little Bao, perched atop the giant crocodile, proposed, "Dabo, could it be that Lu Meng and his team have succeeded? Perhaps Marshal Yamamoto, the 65th, has been incapacitated by Lu Meng, and their communication network has been destroyed." Upon hearing this, General Dabo considered the possibility and continued, "Enough, Douglas. Do not attempt to connect with any Marshal 356 or 65. Instead, promptly announce to all Martians your surrender, stating that Martians will no longer invade the waterball world." Realizing that he had no alternative, President Douglas understood that retreat was not an option. He could only proceed down this path, cooperating with the humans of the waterball world, lest he and his family face certain doom. Determined to act as a guide, Douglas no longer hesitated. He pressed another red button in the Martian Presidential Strategic Command Room. And soon, nearly all Martians received an emergency broadcast from President Douglas. The communication systems of Martian spacecraft, cities, rural areas, factories, communities, and homes erupted simultaneously with the voice of President Douglas addressing all Martians. "Dear fellow Martians, I am President Douglas, currently held captive by the humans of the waterball world. I hereby declare that Martians surrender to the humans of the waterball world, and we will cease our invasion." The Martians, who had anticipated a momentous announcement, were taken aback by this disheartening proclamation of surrender. A wave of disbelief swept through them, followed by a cacophony of outrage and insults. "Douglas, you coward. Douglas, you spineless wretch. Coward. Douglas, you liar, why don't you just die? How can we proud Martians surrender to these inferior human creatures? No, absolutely not. We must devour the delectable beings from the waterball world. Douglas, you coward, step down at once. Douglas, we shall end your life. Douglas, you traitor. We shall feast upon your flesh and strip your skin." The Strategic Command Center beneath the Presidential Palace received feedback from various locations on Mars. General Daba, upon glancing at the reports, casually remarked to Douglas, "Your authority among the Martians is non-existent. You have squandered my efforts." Chapter 46, Fierce Battle at the Martian Presidential Palace. 8. In response to General Daba's assessment, President Douglas felt deeply wronged, although he dared not voice his dissent. Internally, he lamented, "Before being captured by these waterball world humans, I was regarded as the most illustrious and formidable president in Martian history. Undefeated in battle and revered by all. My past glory was earned by conquering countless intelligent planets across the boundless cosmos, elevating the lives of Martians and spreading our renown far and wide. Yet now, I have not only failed to conquer the waterball world, nor captured its delectable lowly creatures for my people to consume, but I have also been taken captive by these primitive beings, forced to publicly announce the surrender of proud Martians to the primitive humans of the waterball world. The contrast is simply too stark, and my prestige has vanished. No Martian is willing to heed my words any longer." After a moment of contemplation, General Daba instructed, "Douglas, continue to deliver public statements. Declare that your surrender is for the greater good of the Martian people. Here is a recording and footage that will showcase the might of the waterball world humans. Let the Martians observe closely and listen intently." Upon hearing this, Douglas could only comply with General Daba's directives, echoing his words, "Fellow Martians, I, Douglas, speak with the best of intentions. I have some footage and information for you. Please observe and listen carefully, and you will comprehend the formidable strength of the waterball world humans. My declaration of Martian surrender is a wise and correct decision." Simultaneously, General Daba instructed Captain Lu Hai to switch the visuals to the scenes surrounding the Martian Presidential Palace. Before countless Martians appeared the grim sight of numerous fallen Martian spacecraft and the carnage of valiant warriors, many of whom lay shattered beneath the debris of their once proud vessels. The footage revealed that these esteemed Martian spacecraft and armored vehicles had been decisively vanquished by a handful of lowly waterball world humans. True to his role as president, Douglas seized the opportunity to explain, "Dear Martians, All these spacecraft and brave warriors have been defeated by the very humans from the waterball world standing beside me. Particularly that young General Bao and the crocodile warrior. Together, they have proven insurmountable. No matter how many of us there are, we cannot withstand their onslaught. Since we cannot prevail against them, for the continuation of Martian civilization, we have no choice but to surrender. The countless fervent Martians were profoundly stunned by the unfolding scenes. In the past, during Mars's invasions of other intelligent planets, such spectacles were witnessed on those foreign worlds, with the Martians emerging triumphant. However, today, such a scenario unexpectedly transpired within the highest authority of the Martian government, the presidential palace, where their own president was captured by a mere handful of individuals from the waterball world. The Martians, who prided themselves on their invincible warships, armored vehicles, and thousands of valiant warriors, were deemed utterly feeble in the eyes of the humans from waterball world. General Bao assessed the situation and promptly urged Xiao Bao, join forces with the great crocodile and direct your energy towards this location. Emit your world wave to all of Mars, just as Douglas did. Elated by the command, Xiao Bao patted the great crocodile on its head and moved to stand beside President Douglas. Clearing his throat, he climbed onto the back of the great crocodile and, with all his might, proclaimed repeatedly, Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the number one handsome. This was echoed by the great crocodile, who roared loudly in response. In the underground strategic command room of the Martian presidential palace, the latest and most authentic version of Xiaobao's ultimate technique, the beast shockwave, was rapidly disseminated through the Martian's most authoritative presidential communication system, resonating throughout the Martian surface. It echoed in the spaceships, cities, villages, factories, workshops, bars, cinemas, communities, and homes, where Martians were intently observing the tragedy at the presidential palace and listening attentively to President Douglas's national address. Then, an unprecedented and astonishing spectacle unfolded across the Martian surface. Spaceships began to rain down like meteors. Countless Martians collapsed in shock, while various malfunctioning instruments sparked uncontrollably. Many Martians were killed on the spot, and those aboard the spaceships faced severe injuries from the impact of the falls. Particularly, the millions of Martian spaceships assembled in the space stations, poised for an expedition to the waterball world, either collided with one another or fell unprotected from the sky, disintegrating in the Martian atmosphere. Some lost control and plunged into the ocean, while others fell into volcanoes. A few fortunate Martians aboard their spaceships, having activated their protective shields and being at a safe altitude, escaped death. However, as they managed to open the escape hatches and peek outside to inquire about the chaos, they were met with the echoing roars of the great crocodile, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. In this manner, 10 minutes later, within the underground command center of the Martian presidential palace, the control system displayed real-time feedback from the Martian surface. General Bao, Captain Lu Hai, and the members of the Vanguard Special Task Force exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their strategic objective for the surprise assault on Mars had been accomplished. Overjoyed, they instructed Xiaobao and the great crocodile to cease their roaring, while Xiaobao retrieved his ultimate weapon, the beast shockwave, a combination of sonar devices, and placed it on the control panel, allowing the recorded sound to reverberate across Mars, ensuring that the Martians who heard it remained in a state of unconsciousness. 5 minutes later, Xiaobao, riding the great crocodile alongside General Bao, Captain Lu Hai, and the Vanguard Special Task Force members, swaggered back into the Martian presidential palace with the unconscious President Douglas in tow. They meticulously gathered all the advanced technological documents pertaining to the construction of cutting-edge spacecraft and armored vehicles, as well as the secretive plans concerning the Martians' invasion of other intelligent planets, and packed them away. Subsequently, they commandeered President Douglas's concealed emergency spacecraft and sped away, triumphantly departing the Martian presidential palace, en route to the Martian spacecraft maintenance base number 999. Chapter 47. Resuming Hostilities, Part 1. Throughout their journey, the scenes witnessed were reminiscent of those displayed on the electronic screens in the underground command post of the Martian presidential palace. Everywhere lay fallen Martian spacecraft and unconscious Martians. Yet no resistance or counterattack was encountered. Within 5 minutes of returning to maintenance base number 999, Xiaobao and the Vanguard Special Task Force had barely arrived when Captain Lu Meng, leading his assault team from the Martian Marshal's palace, returned to the base in haste. General Bao immediately inquired, Captain Lu Meng, what were the results of your Team S operation? Captain Lu Meng promptly reported, Report, General Bao. Our squad has just captured the Martian Marshal. This individual, known as Yamamoto 65. Just as we were preparing to utilize his command system to launch the Xiaobao World Wave, we suddenly heard your broadcast from the Martian Presidential Palace. Upon realizing your success, we promptly retreated, while also collecting advanced documents on Martian spacecraft manufacturing technology and operational plans for the Martian invasion of the waterball world. Unfortunately, during the assault on the Martian Marshal's palace, 4 members of the Vanguard Special Task Force perished, and 3 sustained varying degrees of injury. Given that the Martians planned a full-scale offensive on the waterball world the following day, the Martian Marshal's palace was under heavy guard, with the soldiers maintaining a state of heightened alert. As Captain Lu Meng led his raiding team in stealth, they were detected by the Martian sentinels. In the first exchange of fire, 2 members of the Vanguard Special Task Force were struck down. Later, while pursuing Marshal Yamamoto 65, he took refuge in a specially designed soundproof room. During the assault led by Lu Meng and his team, 2 more members of the Vanguard Special Task Force sacrificed their lives. General De Bayo pondered for a moment and spoke with a heavy heart. They are heroes who sacrificed their lives for the sake of the ordinary empire. Upon our return, we must petition the president to bestow upon them a commendation for their valor and provide generous compensation for their families. Throughout history, war has always brought death and injury. The phrase wrapping corpses in horsehide and drinking blood on the battlefield epitomizes such scenarios. Yet, viewed in totality, this strategic offensive by the waterball world against Mars has been profoundly successful. Although we mourn the loss of 5 valiant members of the Vanguard Task Force, we have directly eradicated over 10,000 Martians. Through Xiaobao's lethal techniques, the Beast Shockwave and the Xiaobao World Wave, we have indirectly annihilated hundreds of millions of Martians and essentially dismantled the Martians' fleet of over 1 million spacecraft poised for a full-scale assault on the waterball world, marking an exceptionally fruitful victory. As everyone prepared to return home, Xiaobao interjected, "General De Bayo, the majority of these Martians have succumbed to unconsciousness. However, what will transpire once they regain consciousness? While some of their spacecraft have crashed and been completely destroyed, the majority are merely damaged. With their numerous repair bases and advanced technology, it won't take long for them to restore their vessels. If we return now, and the Martians awaken and repair their damaged ships, how shall we defend ourselves from their vengeance?" Upon hearing Xiaobao's sensible argument, General De Bayo and Captains Lu Meng and Lu Hai found merit in his words. As the saying goes, to cut the grass, one must remove the roots. In unison, they praised Xiaobao's cleverness. The Martians possess such advanced technology. Should they discover a means to counter our lethal techniques, the Beast Shockwave and Xiaobao World Wave, combined with their formidable weaponry and fervent militarism, not to mention their predilection for consuming humans from the waterball world, once Mars stabilizes, they will undoubtedly seek revenge against us. What then shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, General De Bayo resolved to devise a new operational plan to avert future calamities. He commanded, "Captain Lu Hai, swiftly transmit the technological intelligence we have gathered from the Martians back home, and inform the President and Marshal Wang Rui of our accomplishments here, as well as our intentions to continue the fight." Captain Lu Hai promptly responded, "Understood, General." He then utilized the pre-arranged communication waves to send back the technical data and operational plans recently acquired from the Martian Presidential and Marshal's offices. He detailed the successful assaults led by Xiaobao, the giant crocodile, General De Bayo, and Captain Lu Meng on the Martian Presidential and Marshal's facilities, informing the President of the Ordinary Empire and Marshal Wang Rui that the Vanguard Task Force of the waterball world had successfully destroyed 1 million Martian spacecraft prepared for an all-out attack on the waterball world. He cautioned that the waterball world must fortify its defenses against the Martian invasion of the 10,000 spacecraft from the Vanguard. He reported that General De Bayo was leading the Vanguard Task Force in formulating a new operational strategy, preparing to obliterate Mars and eradicate any threat of Martian reinvasion of the waterball world. Meanwhile, General Daba, Captain Lu Meng, and a group of elite task force members convened to discuss strategies. Captain Lu Meng was the first to speak. "We should deploy nuclear transformation weapons to utterly obliterate Mars." Zhang Shan immediately countered, "However, the Martians possess technology far superior to ours. If they merely open the shields of their spacecraft, our nuclear transformation weapons, being rather primitive, lack sufficient potency. They can simply take refuge within their vessels, rendering our nuclear weapons ineffective. Our own Xiaobao World Wave and Xiaobao Annihilation technique would serve us better." Captain Lu Meng promptly responded, "Then let us combine the nuclear transformation weapons with the Xiaobao World Wave and Xiaobao Annihilation technique." Upon hearing this, General Daba interjected, "That would be futile. Mars is too vast. A couple of nuclear transformation weapons would be insignificant, and we initially deemed them ineffective, which is why we did not bring any. Captain Lu Meng then suggested, let us utilize the enemy's weapons and first ascertain what large-scale destructive weapons the Martians possess. The room erupted in a chorus of agreement. Everyone found Captain Lu Meng's idea quite reasonable. What large-scale destructive weapons could the Martians possibly use against themselves? Taking advantage of the Martians' disorientation, the eager task force members began scouring the Martian networks for information. At that moment, General Daba turned to Naples and inquired, Naples, what large-scale destructive weapons do your Martians possess? Chapter 48, Resuming Hostilities, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Naples trembled with fear, his glasses spinning wildly as he dared not utter a word. He was terrified that if he spoke, these aquatic world assassins would use him for experiments, or, worse, eliminate him with their large-scale destructive weapons. If there had been even a hint of Martian superiority in Naples' demeanor before, it vanished upon realizing that during his hour of unconsciousness, these individuals had split into two groups to infiltrate both the Martian presidential and marshal's offices, killing thousands of Martian warriors and capturing the Martian president and marshal. At that moment, any remnants of pride or haughtiness had completely dissipated. Seeing Naples' silence, Xiaobao immediately mounted the back of a giant crocodile and shouted, Naples, quickly confess. Upon hearing this, Naples' face fell, and he lamented, Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, you wouldn't kill me, would you? Xiaobao retorted, confess honestly, and I shall spare your life, and allow you to become the Martian president. At this, Naples' face flushed with excitement, and he stammered, Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, you mean I could become the president of the Martians? Xiaobao confidently pounded his chest, declaring, Naples, if you simply confess, I will immediately make you the Martian president. Look, we have already captured your president and marshal. You just need to say the word, and you shall assume the presidency. Naples paused for a moment, offering a wry smile as he shook his head in resignation, his face clouded with despair. Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao, this is unfeasible. The president of Mars is elected by the Martians themselves. If you appoint me as president, the Martians will not recognize it. Xiaobao retorted instantly, If the Martians dare to disregard it, I shall have the great crocodile roar them into submission and devour them, compelling the compliant Martians to hold a new election. With that, Xiaobao commanded the great crocodile to open its enormous maw for Naples to witness. Upon seeing it, Naples was taken aback, his legs trembling with fear. He thought to himself, there are so many Martians opposing you. Surely, this great crocodile cannot consume them all. However, if I do not comply now, I may very well end up as its next meal. Reluctantly, he bowed his head under the pressure, lamenting, Hero Xiaobao, General Xiaobao. We Martians fear a certain biological chemical weapon, akin to a virus. Every Martian requires water, yet this water is unlike that of the waterball world. Our Martian water is scarce. Indeed, Martian water resembles the lava of your waterball world, with temperatures soaring into the hundreds of degrees. At this revelation, the listeners gasped in astonishment. Such high temperatures would render even the most formidable biological viruses of the waterball world unable to survive, as any virus from that realm would perish at temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. Thus, the biological threats from the waterball world were rendered utterly ineffective. How astonishing it was that Martians could drink water that was essentially molten rock. General de Bayo pondered for a moment before inquiring, then, what do the Martians introduce into such water to poison it? Naples reported, General de Bayo, there exists a small insect on Mars that thrives within such lava. They are quite fearsome. If these insects contaminate the water consumed by the Martians, it would be certain death. General de Bayo immediately asked, where can these insects be found? Naples, with a mournful expression, replied, in the Martian Biological Research Institute. Upon hearing this, General de Bayo pressed further, where is the Martian Biological Research Institute located? Naples continued, it is situated in the Arctic region of Mars. General de Bayo queried again, the Arctic of Mars? What sort of place is that? Where exactly? At this, Naples pointed to the map on the table, saying, General de Bayo, the Martian Arctic is right here. It would take a day to reach by spaceship. General de Bayo, upon realizing the lengthy travel time, grew concerned. If they made the journey, it would take 2 days for a round trip, during which the Martians, previously incapacitated by the crocodile's roar, would surely regain their senses. What would they do then? After a moment of contemplation, he declared, in light of this, we shall devise a new operational strategy, dividing our forces into 3 distinct paths. The first team will return to the Martian Presidential Underground Command Center. The second will head back to the command hub of the Martian Marshal, and the third will journey to the Martian Biological Research Institute at the North Pole. Our objective is to locate the virus-infested creature and introduce it into the Martian magma, thereby poisoning the entire Martian population and bringing about their demise. Simultaneously, we will utilize the Martian munitions depot to obliterate all spacecraft and offensive weaponry within their military base. In accordance with General DeBayo's revised military intentions, and integrating the latest intelligence provided by Naples, we convened to finalize the operational details. The two advance teams returning to the Martian Presidential Underground Command Room and the Martian Marshal's command post will continuously broadcast the techniques of Xiaobao, the Beast Shockwave, and Xiaobao's World Wave, ensuring that the Martians remain in a state of unconsciousness. Should any Martian regain consciousness, they will be immediately met with the sound of these sonic weapons, rendering them unconscious once more. Concurrently, we must ensure that the Martian spacecraft remain incapacitated until the team heading to the North Pole accomplishes its strategic mission and successfully returns to the 999 repair base. Given the urgency of the situation, as nearly half an hour had passed since the Martians last lost consciousness, General DeBayo swiftly ratified the action plan and proclaimed, "Now, I command, Lu Meng shall lead 3 advanced team members back to the Marshal's Operational Command Center, while Lu Hai will guide another 3 to return to the Presidential Underground Strategic Command Room. Both teams must be equipped with sufficient Xiaobao techniques, the Beast Shockwave, and Xiaobao's World Wave, broadcasting every 20 minutes to ensure that the Martians remain perpetually unconscious and that all Martian spacecraft remain in a state of disarray. The remaining advanced team members, Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile, accompanied by Naples, will join me on the journey to the Martian Biological Research Institute in search of this peculiar creature. Zhang Shan will remain at the 999 repair base with 4 injured team members, tasked with guarding the captives and supporting Lu Meng and Lu Hai's 2 squads while ensuring the safety of our rear. The reason General DeBayo insisted on taking Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile to the North Pole was due to concerns that the distance from the presidential office would be excessively remote, akin to the desolate regions of the polar worlds, devoid of broadcast or television networks and unaffected by previous impacts. With Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile accompanying us, we can continuously produce new iterations of Xiaobao's lethal techniques, the Beast Shockwave and Xiaobao's World Wave. Understood, General, came the unified response from all members of the Water Sphere World Advance Team. Chapter 49, The Ingenious Capture of the Martian Biological Research Institute, Part 1, in compliance with General DeBayo's directives. Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai promptly led their respective teams to their designated destinations, returning to the Martian Marshal S and presidential offices. However, due to the half-hour deliberation, some Martians had begun to regain their senses, while others staggered to their feet, and a few spacecraft, only slightly damaged, were beginning to ascend unsteadily. As some Martians awoke in their homes, they exclaimed, "What is happening? Who has destroyed my house?" Upon awakening within their spacecraft, certain Martians let out cries of astonishment, exclaiming, "How could this human pilot navigate a spaceship and cause it to crash into ours, damaging it beyond repair?" Meanwhile, some Martians who had been strolling the streets, upon regaining consciousness, stood up in a daze and, after a cursory glance, perplexedly remarked, "When did I lose an arm?" Others, who had been running on the ground, stood up in a fog and, to their shock, exclaimed, "Why do I only have one leg?" Amidst this chaos, the spacecraft of several Martians, flickering and poised to restart, could not be controlled due to extensive damage to their instruments, resulting in a precarious swaying that caused collisions with other Martians and their structures, leaving a trail of destruction. In a race against time, Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai incessantly played the powerful sonic waves of Xiaobao's ultimate skill and Beast Shockwave, as well as Xiaobao's World Wave. The spacecraft of the 2 squads wreaked havoc wherever they traveled, causing those Martians who had just regained their footing to collapse once more upon hearing the Beast Shockwave. Additionally, those spacecraft that had recently ascended malfunctioned upon the sound of Xiaobao's ultimate skill, plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash, obliterating Martians, their homes, vehicles, and everything in their vicinity. Upon their arrival at the presidential and marshal's offices of the Martians, the scene remained unchanged from their departure, primarily because they had previously left the Xiaobao's World Wave playing incessantly in the command center, rendering the nearby Martians unable to awaken and further hampering the recovery of their spacecraft. Upon reaching the Battle Command Center of the Martian Marshal and the Underground Strategic Command Center of the Presidential Office, Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai adhered to their operational plan, alternately playing Xiaobao's ultimate skill, Beast Shockwave, and Xiaobao's World Wave, striving to ensure the Martians remained in a state of unconsciousness for over 2 days. as these sonic weapons resonated across Mars. The Martians on the surface once again succumbed to a state of apocalyptic terror. Those spacecraft that had recently launched began to fall like rain, causing the Martians who had just awakened to faint once more, either crushed beneath the wreckage or collapsing in a stupor. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao and General De Bao, along with their entourage, boarded President Douglas's private spacecraft, heading directly towards the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute. Exhausted and famished, they took the opportunity to eat, rest, and recuperate in turns. After a half-day of high-speed flight, as their spacecraft approached the Martian Arctic, they received a communication signal. Upon receiving the message, Naples promptly reported, "This is a message for Hero Xiao Bao and General Xiao Bao. We have received an inquiry signal from the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute. Their director is asking what our purpose is in the Arctic." Xiao Bao instructed, "Inform him that we are here on the orders of President Douglas to inspect the operations of the Biological Research Institute." After conveying this message, Xiao Bao produced the presidential decree, which had been a memento obtained from President Douglas's office. Naples promptly transmitted a signal in accordance with Xiao Bao's instructions. "I am Naples, dispatched by President Douglas to inspect the Arctic Biological Research Institute." Following this declaration, Naples displayed the unmistakable presidential insignia. Upon witnessing this, the director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute was both astonished and elated. He immediately responded, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to the presidential envoy." The director, believing this to be a direct order from President Douglas, recognized that those bearing the presidential insignia were indeed envoys of the highest order. The arrival of such a representative at the Arctic Biological Research Institute signified the president's profound concern for the institution. If he received them well, his prospects would be limitless. Conversely, any misstep could spell the end of his tenure as director. Thus, he hurriedly organized all researchers to prepare for the envoy's reception. Soon after, the spacecraft carrying Xiao Bao and General De Bao arrived at the secret base of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute. As the spacecraft descended, the director and all researchers awaited eagerly on the landing platform, exclaiming in delight while displaying welcoming banners. The Martian language, as translated by Naples and the translation robot, conveyed, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to President Naples' envoy for the inspection." Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, in accordance with General De Bao's directive, Naples stepped out first, followed by General De Bao and the elite task force members, with Xiao Bao bringing up the rear atop a colossal crocodile to prevent frightening the Martians. The director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute found the entourage behind Naples perplexing. However, considering that Martians frequently interacted with various extraterrestrial beings, he deemed it normal for such peculiar humans and creatures to accompany an envoy sent by President Douglas, and thus did not dwell on it further. General De Bao, standing nearby, urged, "Naples, inquire whether all personnel at the institute are present." Upon hearing this, Naples promptly asked, "Jiji Wawa, Jili Wala." The director responded respectfully, "Jiji Huang Huang, Jili Wala." The translation robot conveyed, "Report to President Naples' envoy. All members of our research institute are present. There is absolutely no one who would dare to neglect the esteemed envoy." After contemplating this, General De Bao further prompted, "Naples, you should ask the director about the latest research findings at the institute." Chapter 50. The Cunning Acquisition of the Martian Biological Research Institute, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Naples promptly exclaimed, filled with excitement and trepidation. The director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute, adorned with pride, replied in a similar tone. Naples, alongside the translation robot, conveyed, "Report to the special envoy of President Naples. We have developed the most formidable and advanced Martian bacteria number 1 at our Arctic Biological Research Institute." Simultaneously, Naples inquired in Martian, "What capabilities does this bacteria number 1 possess?" With a swell of pride, the director answered. Yet the content of his response left Naples pale and speechless, gripped by fear as he thought, "Good heavens, this Martian bacteria no. 1 is precisely what the murderous entities of the water balloon world desire most. Should they become aware of it, they would undoubtedly unleash it, leading to the devastation of all Mars." However, the translation robot, conveniently at hand, relayed, "Report to the special envoy of President Naples. If this Martian bacteria no. 1 is released through our Arctic volcanoes, it could infect the entirety of the Martian populace, with over 90% of those infected succumbing to illness and death." Upon hearing this, General De Bao exchanged glances with the elite members of the Vanguard Task Force, suppressing their elation and exhilaration. He turned to Naples and stated, "Naples, if you wish to preserve your life, you must cooperate with us fully. Acknowledge the power and terror of this We must safeguard it and request that they present it for our examination. Naples hesitated, grappling with the urge to resist, even contemplating defiance. Yet, as he beheld Little Bao approaching atop a formidable crocodile, its jaws snapping ominously, Naples involuntarily trembled. Any flicker of empathy for his kin dissipated, and the thought of better the demise of a companion than my own surged within him. Having long played the role of a guide, Naples was now electrified, eagerly turning to the director of the Biological Research Institute, demanding, "What measures will you take to ensure the safety of this bacteria number 1? With the precedent set by Naples' reluctance to translate, General Dabo instructed the translation robot to synchronize, ensuring no critical information was lost. Naples pressed further, "Director, is this Martian bacteria number 1 truly as formidable and terrifying as claimed? You must protect it diligently. First, present to us one of these new weapons. If it is indeed as you assert, I will ensure President Douglas acknowledges your contributions and elevates your status." The director, momentarily elated yet hesitant, ultimately responded, "Report to the special envoy of President Naples. This Martian bacteria number 1 is securely stored within our institute, under strict surveillance, and cannot be easily retrieved." Upon hearing this, Naples immediately declared, "Then lead the way. We shall accompany you to witness it for ourselves." The director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute, upon hearing the inquiry, smiled wryly and shook his head, promptly responding, "Report to the envoy of the President of Naples that I cannot lead the way alone. I cannot access it by myself. According to the Institute's management regulations, to obtain Martian bacteria number 1, 3 individuals are required." Although the director harbored ambitions of taking sole credit and leading the presidential envoy on his own, he understood that such aspirations were unattainable, and thus, he had to share the fortune, summoning 2 colleagues to accompany him. The envoy of Naples pressed further, "Who are the 3 individuals?" The director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute replied with a smile, "I, the director of this Biological Research Institute, along with a vice director and the chief engineer of the institute." Upon hearing this, General Daba immediately addressed the envoy of Naples. "Naples, instruct the director, vice director, and chief engineer to come to our spacecraft, stating that we have pressing matters to discuss with them, and ensure that the others remain still and do not move." Naples promptly responded, "Chirp chirp, wow wow." The translation robot simultaneously conveyed, "Then you 3 come with me to the spacecraft to discuss important matters, while the rest stay put." Upon hearing this, the director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute joyfully signaled to the 2 Martians behind him, and they eagerly followed the envoy of Naples toward President Douglas's exclusive spacecraft. The prospect of discussing important matters with the president aboard his private spacecraft was, for the majority of Martians, an unparalleled honor. Once General Daba, Niu Shihuang, and 6 members of the Vanguard Task Force entered the spacecraft alongside the director, vice director, and chief engineer of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute, the protective shield of the spacecraft was immediately activated. Meanwhile, Little Bao seized the opportunity to pat the giant crocodile, who understood the cue and promptly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a roar directed at the neatly standing researchers from the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute. A whoa! The beastly shockwave surged forth, causing all remaining researchers to collapse to the ground in unison. Due to the activation of the protective shield, the beastly shockwave did not affect the director, vice director, or chief engineer within the spacecraft. However, upon entering, the 3 Martians quickly realized they were being detained by 2 members of the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force. Understanding that they had been deceived and had become captives of the humans from the Waterball world, a minute later, the hatch of the spacecraft reopened, revealing the fallen researchers from the Martian Arctic Research Institute sprawled on the ground, not dead, but unconscious. The director hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances with the vice director and chief engineer before complying and leading the envoy of Naples, General Daba, and their entourage toward the concealed base of Martian bacteria number 1. The 3 Martian captives held on to a glimmer of hope, observing that Naples had been following them for some time without being harmed, while the unconscious researchers posed no threat, leading them to believe that the humans from the Waterball world were merely curious about Martian bacteria number 1 and wished to take a casual look. The Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute is situated deep beneath the surface of Mars's northern polar region, where the base housing Martian bacteria no. 1 is concealed within the innermost sanctum of the institute. Riding atop a colossal crocodile, Xiao Bao, alongside General De Bao, escorted the captives, Naples, the director, the deputy director, and the chief engineer of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute, for a duration of 20 minutes before they finally entered the treasure vault of the institute. Chapter 51. The ingenious capture of the Biological Research Institute, Part 2. They traversed 3 portals, each controlled by voice recognition, fingerprint, and retinal scanning. At each juncture, the director, deputy director, and chief engineer had to act in unison, as only one among them could unlock a specific code. According to the director's assertions, the intricate layers of security were meticulously designed to safeguard the secrets of Martian bacteria, number 1, ensuring that no one could pilfer the Institute's most cutting-edge and advanced research findings. Martian bacteria number 1 was contained in a vessel resembling a large water bucket, subjected to intense heat within a furnace exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. It was said that this method was the most effective for preserving such bacteria, starkly contrasting with the methods employed in the water balloon world, which utilized ultra-low temperatures or ambient temperature for preservation. Without the guidance of Naples and the 3 Martian officials, General Dabao understood that he would never have dared to venture into this perilous situation. Upon acquiring Martian bacteria number 1, a formidable and powerful strategic viral weapon, General Dabao did not merely glance at it and move on. Instead, he took Naples, the director, the deputy director, and the chief engineer to a volcanic crater in the Martian Arctic. Xiao Bao, astride the massive crocodile, addressed Naples. Inquire of the director how Martian bacteria know. 1 is to be launched. Specifically, how can this bacteria be disseminated across the entirety of Mars? Upon hearing this, Naples, with a sorrowful countenance, turned to the director of the Martian Arctic Biological Research Institute and spoke in a lamenting tone. Realizing that the inhabitants of the water balloon world intended to unleash Martian bacteria number 1, the director, fully aware of his impending infamy as a historical villain of Mars, resolved to cease cooperation. With a sense of defiance, he glanced at the fearsome Xiao Bao and the gaping maw of the enormous crocodile, and after a brief struggle, he tragically took his own life against the rocks. Witnessing the director's grim demise, the other 2 Martians hesitated, caught in a moral quandary. The harsh reality of life weighed heavily upon them, for they believed that a miserable existence was preferable to a noble death. One particularly timid Martian, the deputy director, upon witnessing the bloody aftermath of the director's suicide, immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "Spare me. Please, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I shall divulge everything you wish to know." Upon hearing the words of the chief engineer of the Mars Arctic Biological Research Institute, Naples, a fleeting expression of disdain flickered in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. He recognized that he was of the same ilk as the Institute's deputy director, neither possessing the courage to follow the director's example by committing suicide in a show of loyalty to their country, but rather content to indulge in their own pleasures, indifferent to the fate of their fellow Martians. Upon hearing the deputy director's pleas for mercy, Little Bao thumped his chest and declared loudly, "Very well. As long as you reveal to me how to launch Mars bacteria number 1, I shall spare your life and even allow you to assume the role of the Institute's director." In Little Bao's eyes, the president of the Martians could readily appoint Naples, making it a trivial matter for this cowardly deputy director to ascend to the position of director. The deputy director's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing Little Bao's promise. Realizing that not only would he escape death, but he might also receive a promotion, he mused to himself that with the director deceased, a vacancy had arisen, and since these humans from the water sphere had taken control, they were the new proprietors. The new master had spoken of his elevation to director, which seemed a reliable proposition indeed. Having grasped this reasoning, the newly appointed director of the Mars Arctic Biological Research Institute joyfully exclaimed, "General Little Bao, we have a specially designed missile for launching Mars bacteria number 1. It is only through this missile that we can fire the bacteria into the volcanic crater, triggering an eruption. Once the volcano erupts, Mars bacteria number 1 will be disseminated across the Martian surface." Little Bao, filled with delight, inquired, "Where is this missile? Lead me to it without delay." The new director of the Mars Arctic Biological Research Institute readily agreed, "Certainly." Half an hour later, Little Bao rode atop a giant crocodile, while General Dabao and several members of the Vanguard Special Task Force returned to the base of the Mars Arctic Biological Research Institute, where they located the specially designed missile described by the new director. It was a striking crimson cylinder, distinct from the others, featuring a large hollow center perfectly suited for containing the Mars bacteria number 1 container. After returning to the volcanic crater with the missile, General Dabao was poised to launch it. However, just as his finger hovered over the button, a thought suddenly struck him. The Mars bacteria no. 1 possessed immense lethality for the Martians. Would it hold the same peril for us from the water sphere? If I pressed this button, would we perish alongside these Martians? Such a fate would surely be a grievous miscalculation. After a moment of contemplation, General Dabao contacted Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai to discuss their next steps. He instructed them to swiftly and orderly retreat, ensuring that the wounded left at the 999 repair base, the captured Martian President Douglas, Marshall 365, and the advanced technological materials gathered from Mars were all brought along. The three parties agreed upon a rendezvous point near the Martian North Pole volcano. General DeBayo would delay the launch of Martian Bacteria No. 1, while Captain Lu Ming and Captain Lu Hai set their devices to automatically play Little Bao's lethal techniques. The Beast Shockwave and Little Bao's World Wave, every 20 minutes, keeping the Martians in a state of unconsciousness, unable to react. The Waterball World Vanguard Task Force members would then board their spacecraft to return to the Waterball world along with the captives when Martian Bacteria No. 1 detonated. Once their plan was finalized, each party prepared to execute their designated roles. Suddenly, Little Bao hesitated and spoke to DeBayo, requesting that Captain Lu Ming take Douglas's wife and children, or at least his two young offspring. Little Bao felt a surge of inexplicable compassion for the two small Martians, having previously thought little of rendering them unconscious. Now, realizing that they would likely succumb to Martian Bacteria No. 1, he felt a profound sympathy for them, despite having never spoken to them before. Chapter 52, Glorious Achievements. After a brief silence, DeBayo reflected on Little Bao's tender feelings. Acknowledging his youth, he was not yet 8 years old. DeBayo understood that discussing the harsh realities of warfare, such as the necessity of eradicating threats and the cruelty that accompanies mercy, would be lost on him. Recognizing this compassion as one of humanity's most precious traits, he considered the implications for their mission and ultimately nodded in agreement. He further instructed Captain Lu Ming to bring along Douglas's wife and two small children, whom they had previously abandoned at the Martian Presidential Palace's underground command center. Time ticked away, and 20 tense yet calm hours passed. Captain Lu Ming and Captain Lu Hai led their team to the Martian Presidential Palace and Marshal's Mansion, where they deployed Little Bao's lethal techniques, the Beast Shockwave and Little Bao's World Wave, in succession. Following General DeBayo's orders, they then returned to the 999 repair base, bringing the injured and the family of the captured President Douglas, along with Marshall 365 and the collected technological materials, towards the volcano near the Martian North Pole. Little Bao, DeBayo, Captain Lu Ming, Captain Lu Hai, Zhang Shan, and the other members of the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force reconvened at the volcano's summit. They gathered aboard President Douglas's designated spacecraft and briefly discussed their next steps, ultimately deciding to delay the launch of Martian Bacteria No. 1 by 5 minutes. With that, they separated into two spacecraft and departed from the Martian North Pole. 5 minutes later, General DeBayo commanded, "Prepare for launch." With a resounding boom, a specially designed missile was launched towards the Arctic volcano of Mars. A minute later, a more thunderous roar echoed across the Martian north, as the entire Arctic volcano erupted violently. Observers aboard the spacecraft in orbit beheld the eruption as a magnificent display of fireworks, releasing the searing magma of Martian Bacterium No. 1. The explosive eruption rapidly scattered across the surface of Mars, enveloping the planet in a fiery spectacle. Riding atop the back of a colossal crocodile, Xiao Bao marveled at the vibrant and dazzling visage of Mars from space. Shortly after the eruption of the Arctic volcano, many Martians began to awaken groggily. Upon realizing they were bathed in a rain of magma, their spirits lifted, and they joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, I have just awakened, and the sky has showered us with such delectable magma. Truly, after great trials come great blessings." They eagerly opened their mouths to consume the falling magma. On Mars, magma was regarded as a delightful and sought-after beverage, with the magma from the Arctic volcano being a prized delicacy previously enjoyed only by the elite among the Martians, as it required substantial wealth to procure. Now, this rare magma descended from the heavens, perceived as a divine gift to the Martians, filling them with immense joy. However, within a short span, the jubilant cries of the Martians transformed into wails of despair. Many were infected by Martian Bacterium No. 1, succumbing to its toxic effects and collapsing lifelessly to the ground, rather than merely being stunned by the shock waves from the eruption. General DeBao utilized the spacecraft's scanning instruments for an initial assessment, discovering that 90 of the Martians had perished due to the bacterium's infection. At this juncture, the members of the Watersphere World Vanguard Task Force felt a profound sense of relief. The remaining Martians were drastically diminished, and after multiple malfunctions and disasters, the majority of their spacecraft had been obliterated. Even if they were to regain consciousness and repair their vessels, it would be a long time before they could do so. The Watersphere world, having mastered the advanced technologies of the Martians, faced no substantial threat from them. The Vanguard Task Force's assault on Mars had culminated in a resounding triumph. Exchanging glances filled with excitement, they embraced one another, having traversed the perilous journey to Mars. Initially expecting to encounter severe casualties, perhaps even facing annihilation. To their astonishment, they achieved a victory far exceeding their expectations, with only 5 team members lost. After once again utilizing sensors to ascertain the casualties among the Martians, confirming their unprecedented success, General Dabao proceeded to relay this information directly to President Wang and Marshal Wang Rui, who remained in the watersphere world. "This is General Dabao reporting. Please respond," he communicated, shortly after transmitting on a special frequency. Both the President of the Ordinary Empire and Marshal Wang Rui appeared simultaneously on the screen within the control room of President Douglas's spacecraft. General Dabaojin immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Report to the President, report to the Marshal. Our Vanguard Task Force of the Ordinary Empire has been assigned to launch an assault on Mars and has successfully accomplished its strategic mission. Current statistics indicate that we have eliminated 90 of the Martians and destroyed 1 million spacecraft of the Martian invasion force. Additionally, 80 of the remaining Martian vessels have been severely damaged. We anticipate that the Martians will be unable to invade our waterball world for the next century." Upon hearing this, the President of the Ordinary Empire and Marshal Wang Rui simultaneously expressed their elation. "Excellent, splendid work." The President then praised. "Given that the Martians intended to annihilate our human populace, it is only fitting that they face the consequences of their actions. This aligns perfectly with our national policy of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Indeed, you are all heroes of our waterball world, and we await your triumphant return in the capital city of Chiming." General Dabaojin, filled with joy, added, "Report to the President and Marshal during our surprise attack on Mars. We successfully captured the Martian President Douglas and Marshal Sanbin Lu 65. Upon hearing this, the President's delight grew even greater, and he declared, "Excellent. Bring these 2 war criminals back to face trial under the Constitution of the Ordinary Empire and sentence them to death. Let all extraterrestrial beings lurking in the vast cosmos understand that any who dare to invade our ordinary empire will face retribution, no matter how distant." Subsequently, General Dabaojin reported in detail to the President and Marshal Wang Rui about the military operations, particularly highlighting the contributions of Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile. The President, upon hearing this, expressed his immense satisfaction. "Xiaobao, you have rendered an extraordinary service to our ordinary empire. Upon your return, I shall award you the highest honor, the Diamond Medal, which surpasses even the Gold Medal." Chapter 53. Crisis of the Martian Vanguard Forces. 1. Xiaobao, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy and leaped onto the back of the Great Crocodile, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray! I have a Diamond Medal. I have a Gold Medal. Not only will I become a Marshal, but I shall also be a President." In Xiaobao's mind, he recalled Marshal Wang Rui's previous words that to become a Marshal of the waterball world, one must first earn the Gold Medal. Now, Xiaobao felt that not only had he attained the Gold Medal, but he had also received the Diamond Medal bestowed by the President, a mark of even higher distinction, signifying that only a president of greater stature was worthy of such an honor. Seeing Xiaobao's jubilant and carefree demeanor, both the President and Marshal Wang Rui erupted into hearty laughter. General Dabaojin and the members of the Vanguard Task Force exchanged knowing smiles. Xiaobao is not only a source of joy for everyone, but without him and the Great Crocodile, the extraordinary skills of Xiaobao, such as the Beast Shockwave and the World Wave, would not have emerged. The inhabitants of the waterball world would have been utterly powerless against the merciless Martians, potentially facing annihilation. However, now is the time of the rainbow after the storm. Following a conversation with General Daba, President of the Ordinary Empire, and Marshal Wang Rui, to bolster morale, the news of General Daba's audacious raid on the Martian headquarters and its resounding success quickly spread to every corner of the waterball world. Inciting jubilant cheers, "We have triumphed. The detestable Martians have met their demise. Hooray! We have achieved a significant strategic victory. We are safe." Nonetheless, the President of the Ordinary Empire, Marshal Wang Rui, and all the soldiers of the defense forces were busily engaged, their expressions tense. Despite General Daba's remarkable achievements in raiding the Martian stronghold, the vanguard of Martian forces still possessed 10,000 advanced spaceships, each with formidable destructive capabilities. Should even a handful of these vessels penetrate the waterball world, the current strength of the Ordinary Empire would be inadequate to withstand them, leading to severe casualties among humanity. It was imperative to repel the enemy beyond the borders and devise strategies to annihilate the Martian vanguard in the distant reaches of space. Based on previous encounters between General Daba's forces and the Martian vanguard, It was calculated that the Martian invasion would reach the waterball world within a day. At this moment, Marshal Wang Rui addressed the assembled troops in the largest parade ground of the capital city of the Ordinary Empire, Qiming City. Soldiers, do not rejoice too soon. The Martians still possess a vanguard of 10,000 spaceships, expected to arrive in our waterball world within a day. While we celebrate the glorious victories of Daba and Xiaobao, we must also prepare for our own defensive and sniping battles. If Daba and Xiaobao could vanquish millions of Martian vessels and countless Martians, surely, with our hundreds of thousands, we can eliminate 10,000 Martian ships. Observing the fervent and spirited soldiers, Marshal Wang Rui further encouraged them. Do you have confidence, soldiers? The parade ground erupted in a unified roar from the million-strong lions. Exterminate the Martians. Let the Martian vanguard return empty-handed. Having successfully accomplished all predetermined strategic objectives for the attack on Mars, General Daba decided to lead his elite task force back to the waterball world as swiftly as possible. Acknowledging that the vast distance to Mars would render their return in over 10 days, and thus miss the decisive battle with the Martian vanguard, General Daba nonetheless instructed Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai to fly at maximum speed. Captain Lu Meng was tasked with piloting the confiscated Douglas spaceship of the President, while Captain Lu Hai was to navigate the captured Explorer spaceship from Naples. Throughout their journey, General De Bayo and the members of the Vanguard Task Force conceived that the most effective means of aiding the waterball world lay in the continuous transmission of the captured Martian spacecraft technology and the technical specifications of Martian bacteria No. 1 back to waterball world. They also resolved to interrogate Naples, compelling him to divulge more intricate details regarding the advantages and disadvantages of the Martian spacecraft, thereby equipping the warriors of waterball world to better confront the Martian vanguard forces. With hearts filled with joy, anxiety, and trepidation, they sped along, and after a considerable duration, both the Explorer spacecraft and the commandeered Douglas President's spacecraft received intelligence from Director Sanmao. The message conveyed that the reconnaissance team dispatched by Waterball World had detected the Martian vanguard forces invading their territory, estimating their arrival within 10 hours. Consequently, Waterball World entered a state of heightened alert, with all its inhabitants striving to procure the ultimate techniques from the Empire, the Beast Shockwave and the Waterball World Wave for defensive counterattacks. Additionally, bioweapons tailored to exploit the Martians' vulnerabilities were hastily being developed. Simultaneously, General Megatron, the commander of the Martian invading forces, received alarming communications from the surviving soldiers at the Martian military base, indicating that a raid team from Waterball World had effectively devastated Mars. The subsequent assault forces from Mars had been entirely annihilated, rendering them incapable of participating in the invasion of Waterball World. Furthermore, the casualties among the Martians exceeded 90%, marking the most catastrophic defeat in the annals of interstellar warfare. This audacious raid on Mars was orchestrated by Captain Naples of the Explorer spacecraft, who had stealthily infiltrated Mars with the approval of General Megatron himself. Upon initially receiving this information, General Megatron was incredulous, unable to fathom how the primitive and inferior beings of Waterball World could inflict harm upon the Martians, let alone devastate Mars and capture its president and marshal. However, upon witnessing the real-time footage transmitted by the surviving Martian soldiers, he comprehended the dire predicament his kind had found themselves in, for which he bore undeniable responsibility. After confirming this latest intelligence, General Megatron was engulfed by fury, guilt, and an unexpected dread, realizing that his momentary lapse and leniency towards Naples had resulted in such staggering losses for Mars. Concurrently, he harbored fears and concerns, for he had learned that the raiding forces from Waterball World employed a sonic attack weapon, an unprecedented and unheard-of device capable of rendering Martians unconscious in an instant and causing Martian spacecraft to lose control. Chapter 54. Crisis of the Martian Vanguard. 2. In a state of sorrow and contemplation, General Megatron, renowned as the most valiant and battle-ready commander among the Martians, recognized that wallowing in grief and self-pity would not resolve the situation. He swiftly regained his composure, resolved to avenge Mars, and to persist in the offensive against Waterball World. He promptly convened an emergency meeting with the leaders of the Martian Vanguard forces. A cacophony of Martian dialects reverberated within the confines of the Vanguard fleet's spacecraft. Soon, a cadre of Martian generals assembled upon receiving directives from the formidable General Megatron aboard his flagship, the Terrible. The general proclaimed, "Brave warriors, we anticipate our arrival at the target planet, Waterball World, in just over 9 hours. Although our spacecraft traverses the cosmos at tenfold the speed of Waterball World's aircraft carriers, and our weaponry is eons more advanced, surpassing their technology by several generations, we have just received alarming intelligence. The cunning denizens of Waterball World are aware of our impending assault and have devised a new sonic weapon capable of rendering our spacecraft incapacitated and leaving us Martians in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, we cannot adhere to our original battle plan of charging directly into Waterball World and capturing their humans at will. We must formulate a new strategy for conquering this realm. As commanders of the Martian Vanguard, frequently engaged in the invasion of other intelligent celestial bodies, they understood the principle that warfare is ever-changing and unpredictable. Upon learning of General Megatron's latest intelligence, the leaders of the Martian Vanguard felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The prospect of reaching Waterball World was exhilarating, as its inhabitants were rumored to be exquisite delicacies. Those who had tasted them extolled their flavors. The thought of feasting for days upon conquering this world was tantalizing, and the notion of accruing glorious achievements in the process, perhaps even ascending to the ranks of general or marshal, danced in their minds. Yet, concern loomed as the Martian Vanguard now faced a diminished technological advantage against the humans of Waterball World, who had developed strategic weaponry specifically designed to counteract Martian capabilities. This escalation of risk necessitated that they incapacitate the inhabitants of Waterball World before the humans could unleash their secret weapons. After a brief exchange of ideas, one Martian general proposed, General Megatron, since Waterball World has engineered a sonic weapon against our spacecraft, we could install soundproofing devices to prevent their sonic waves from infiltrating our ship. While some generals found merit in this suggestion, another voiced skepticism. We are adrift in the vast expanse of space, devoid of resources to fabricate soundproofing materials. Nor do we have the means to produce or install such devices. Yet another Martian offered, let us take the initiative and strike before their sonic weapons can reach us. The transmission speed of sound is generally slow. This vulnerability led to the obsolescence of sonar weaponry among Martians millennia ago. Many commanders deemed this a prudent strategy. Striking first, indeed, was the hallmark of a successful conquest. At this moment, a Martian general remarked, the Waterball World possesses a satellite, which the indigenous humans refer to as the moon. We could initially land on the moon, install soundproofing equipment, and then launch our assault on the Waterball World. Although a few Martian generals believed that holding back before battle was a grave military error, the majority of the Martian Vanguard commanders concurred with this suggestion. Prioritizing safety in warfare, they recognized that protecting themselves before engaging the Waterball World was paramount. No one wished to become cannon fodder. Another Martian general added, General Megatron, the moon is in close proximity to the Waterball World. We can utilize Martian long-range missiles from the moon to strike the Waterball World, destroying their sonic weapon launch systems and rendering the lower creatures of the Waterball World incapable of resistance. This proposal garnered significant support among the Martian generals, as they understood the critical vulnerability of sonic weapons. Their range is severely limited. By attacking from a distance, the Martians could leverage their superior technology while avoiding the dangers posed by the Waterball World's defenses against their sonic weapons, thus maximizing their advantages. After an intense and spirited discussion, under the leadership of Commander Megatron, an emergency meeting was convened to revise the operational strategy of the Martian Vanguard forces. The plan shifted from a direct assault on the Waterball World to landing on its satellite, the moon, where they would gather resources, produce, fabricate, and install soundproofing equipment. Only after all spacecraft were fortified against the Waterball World's sonic attacks would they proceed to invade. Simultaneously, they would launch long-range missile strikes on the Waterball World from the moon. The Martians mistakenly believed that all humans in the Waterball World possessed the formidable capabilities of Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile. However, they failed to realize that only Xiaobao and the Great Crocodile possessed the innate ability to counter the Martians. The other inhabitants of the Waterball World were rather ordinary, equipped merely with rudimentary sonar weapons hastily produced in recent days due to time constraints and limited resources. Many of them lacked Xiaobao's ultimate techniques, such as the Beast Shockwave and Xiaobao's Worldwave. Had the Martians adhered to their original plan of a direct assault, they would have discovered that the majority of the Waterball World's populace was incapable of resistance, and the planetary defense systems would crumble under the advanced weaponry of the Martians, which had been in development for millennia. Once Commander Megatron and his fellow Martian Vanguard leaders had finalized the new operational plan, they promptly ordered the technical warriors accompanying the Martian forces to encrypt and disseminate this strategy in Martian language to all Vanguard spacecraft. simultaneously reporting it to the military base on Mars for record-keeping. Meanwhile, Xiaobao, feeling rather bored, was pacing in the control room of President Douglas's dedicated spacecraft when he suddenly noticed the control panel flashing incessantly. He had received a series of Martian communication signals, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Without delay, Xiaobao called out, Debao, we just received some Martian communications. Come take a look. Perhaps there's new information. Chapter 55. Crisis of the Martian Vanguard. 3. Upon hearing the news, General Debao promptly summoned Naples and the translation robot. However, Naples was utterly perplexed, and the translation robot produced nothing but a jumble of incoherent symbols. After a moment of contemplation, General Debao recalled that this was the exclusive spacecraft of the Martian president, with the spacecraft positioned between the water sphere world and Mars. The transmission of a Martian communication signal from the direction of the water sphere world suggested a matter of great significance. It could very well contain the latest intelligence from the Martian Vanguard forces invading the water sphere world. Consequently, he instructed 2 members of the Vanguard Task Force to bring forth the captured Martian President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto 65. Upon witnessing the despondent demeanor of the 2 Martian captives, General Debao spoke with authority. Douglas, enlighten me. What does this inscription convey? Douglas, upon examination, realized it was a chaotic assortment of Martian script, and with a sorrowful countenance, he replied, General Debao, this content is merely gibberish. I am unfamiliar with the coding protocol and cannot decipher it. General Debao, visibly displeased, let out a discontented snort. Observing the fierce gaze of Little Bao, who was perched upon a massive crocodile, President Douglas felt his legs weaken and hastily added, General Debao, I am the president of Mars, primarily concerned with the grand affairs of our people. As for the intricacies of coding, such trivialities elude my knowledge. General Debao, contemplating Douglas's reasoning, conceded that it was indeed plausible for the supreme leader of Mars to be ignorant of such minor details, given the advanced state of their technological civilization. After further reflection, he turned his stern gaze upon the captured Martian, Marshal Yamamoto 65, and bellowed, Yamamoto 65, confess. What encryption do your Martian forces employ for communication? What is your coding protocol? How should this be translated using your cipher? Initially, Marshal Yamamoto 65 intended to demonstrate the indomitable spirit of a Martian warrior, unyielding even in captivity. However, after a minute of silence, Little Bao approached him astride the great crocodile. Little Bao gently patted the creature's head, prompting it to open its enormous jaws wide towards Marshal Yamamoto 65. As the crocodile's drool dripped ominously onto the marshal's head, he instinctively wiped it away, only to find himself overwhelmed by the sight of the salivating beast. Overcome with dread, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any remaining defiance. With a woeful expression, he confessed, General Little Bao, this pertains to our Martian forces communication secrecy rule. Essentially, we take odd digits from single lines and even digits from double lines, and together they form the entire meaning of the communication. Captain Lu Hai and Captain Lu Meng, accompanied by the translation robot, meticulously reconstructed the entire communication based on the phonetic rules provided by Martian Marshal Yamamoto 65. They discovered that it contained the latest operational plans of the Martian Vanguard forces. In essence, the Martians intended to first seize the satellite moon of the waterball world, thereafter using it as a base to manufacture, create, and install soundproof equipment for their spacecraft. They planned to employ long-range missiles to strike the waterball world, aiming to obliterate its sonic emission devices, and ultimately force a landing to invade the waterball world. Upon reading the translated information, Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai were astounded, contemplating the impressive ingenuity of the Martian Vanguard forces, who had swiftly devised a countermeasure against the formidable skills of the waterball world, particularly the Beast Shockwave and the Xiaobao Worldwave. They recognized that if the Martians truly launched their assault from the moon, it would pose a significant challenge, for the technological disparity was vast. The existing weaponry of the waterball world was utterly incapable of reaching the moon, and sonar-based weapons, such as the Xiaobao Worldwave, could not propagate that far. Conversely, the Martians' long-range missiles could strike the waterball world, leaving them in a position of passive defense. However, General Daba observed the situation with a sense of fortune. Throughout history, the foremost factor in warfare has always been knowledge of oneself and one's enemy. Although the Martians appeared formidable and their technology advanced, understanding their operational strategy could allow for the design of targeted traps, ensuring that victory would belong to the waterball world. After a moment's contemplation, General Daba retrieved some previous communications sent by Martian spacecraft. Upon applying the encoding rules dictated by Marshal Yamamoto 65, he found they corresponded perfectly with the translations provided by Naples. Recognizing the authenticity and reliability of the recently intercepted Martian invasion plans for the waterball world, General Daba promptly contacted Marshal Wang Rui, utilizing a preset emergency communication channel. He declared, "This is General Daba. Urgent call to Marshal Wang Rui." 3 minutes later, the control room screen displayed the anxious visage of Marshal Wang Rui, who, while giving instructions to someone off-screen, turned to the screen and said, "Daba, speak quickly. What is the matter? I'm overwhelmed here. The Martians will invade our waterball world in 9 hours, and we are woefully unprepared. There is so much to do." General Daba replied, "Report, Marshal. We have just intercepted the latest operational plan of the Martian Vanguard forces invading the waterball world. They intend to first capture our satellite moon as a base, install soundproofing equipment there, and simultaneously launch long-range missiles to attack the waterball world, aiming to destroy our sonic emission devices before finally landing directly into the waterball world. I will send you this detailed operational plan for the Empire's strategic defense and counterattack considerations." Upon hearing this, Marshal Wang Rui was elated, exclaiming repeatedly, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Then he confidently declared, "Dabao, your Vanguard task force has indeed achieved a significant feat with the operational plan of the Martian Vanguard. I can devise targeted countermeasures, alleviating the need for our current strategy of attacking from all sides and defending in every direction." However, upon hearing this, General Dabao felt no joy and cautioned, "Marshal Wang Rui, as far as I know, the new operational plan of the Martian Vanguard is quite formidable. Our Xiaobao's ultimate techniques, such as the Beast Shockwave and the Xiaobao World Wave, cannot harm the Martians, while their long-range missiles can strike our waterball world." Upon realizing his premature elation, Marshal Wang Rui acknowledged, "This issue is indeed quite troublesome. Being behind means we will be beaten. Please, devise a solution swiftly, and we will convene here to explore potential strategies." After concluding the call with Marshal Wang Rui, General Dabao urgently gathered the Vanguard task force members to brainstorm solutions. Yet, everyone remained at a loss, as the new operational plan of the Martian invasion was meticulously designed to exploit the existing weaknesses of the ordinary empire, targeting the technical deficiencies of the waterball world and its sonic weaponry. At this juncture, Martian Marshal Yamamoto 65 arrogantly proclaimed, "The Martian long-range attack weapons can strike from over 200,000 kilometers away, while typical Martian weaponry can reach distances of 108,000 miles. Conversely, your most advanced missile weapons can only target areas beyond 20,000 kilometers, and your sonic sonar weaponry has an even shorter range of merely a few kilometers. Thus, the waterball world stands no chance against us. Therefore, your best option is to surrender to Mars and release us." As a Martian marshal, Yamamoto 65 was quite astute, fully aware of the waterball world's weaponry shortcomings and the technological advantages of the Martians. Xiaobao, upon hearing this, became infuriated and retorted, "Yamamoto 65, I warn you. We seek your counsel, not your intimidation. Should you threaten us again, I shall unleash the great crocodile upon you." With that, the great crocodile opened its vast jaws toward Yamamoto 65. Seeing this, Yamamoto 65's legs weakened, and the arrogance that had just surged within him dissipated instantaneously. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he lamented, "Ah, General Xiaobao, please do not let the crocodile consume me. I can offer a strategy, can I?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobao shouted, "Then speak quickly, for my crocodile's stomach is growling with hunger." Yamamoto 65, trembling in fear, hastily replied, I shall propose a strategy, General Xiaobao. As a Martian marshal, I can command the Martian Vanguard to withdraw and cease hostilities against your waterball world." Little Bao, upon hearing General Dabo's suggestion, expressed a note of intrigue, and the others concurred that it was indeed a commendable idea. The president and marshal of the Martians had become captives in the world of waterballs, and the situation rested in their hands. Should the Martian president and marshal communicate to the Martian Vanguard that Mars had capitulated to the world of waterballs, it would prompt the Martian forces to return home voluntarily, thus resolving all issues seamlessly. General Dabo, after a moment of contemplation, reported this strategy to Marshal Wang Rui, who also found merit in the proposal, recognizing that historically, compelling an enemy to surrender without combat has been a strategy of great wisdom. With Marshal Wang Rui's endorsement and support, General Dabo promptly coordinated with Yamamoto 65, Naples, and Captain Lu Hai to establish contact with the Martian Vanguard. Little Bao instructed the great crocodile to position itself behind Marshal Yamamoto's 65, ready to unleash a fierce assault at the slightest sign of unrest from the Martian marshal. Upon receiving the directive from Marshal Yamamoto's 65, General Megatron of the Martian Vanguard immediately connected the signal. Upon seeing Marshal Yamamoto's 65, General Megatron exclaimed joyfully, "Esteemed Marshal Yamamoto 65, you have escaped." General Megatron was aware that both President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto 65 had been captured by the Vanguard Task Force of the Waterball world. Therefore, witnessing Marshal Yamamoto 65 reach out to him led him to assume the Marshal had successfully fled. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Marshal Yamamoto 65 stammered, I have not. Well, now I command you. Do not attack the world of Waterballs. I order you to lead the Vanguard back to Mars immediately." Upon hearing this, General Megatron erupted with fury. "What? You, as the supreme commander of our Martian forces, dare to surrender? You would yield to these lowly creatures of the Waterball world, to our very food. You have brought disgrace upon the proud Martian name. And you expect me to follow this cowardly path? Never. These Waterball beings have slain countless Martians, and I shall seek vengeance upon them. I will eradicate all these inferior humans of the Waterball world. Furthermore, according to Martian customs, since you and Douglas have been captured by the enemy and have surrendered, you are no longer our Marshal or Supreme Commander. You have forfeited your right to command me." At this moment, General Dabo recognized that Marshal Yamamoto 65, like President Douglas, had lost his authority, and he bellowed, "You Martians have been defeated. Your President and Marshal are now our captives, and your Mars has been obliterated. Surrender at once, or we shall annihilate you." In response, the Martian Vanguard commander retorted angrily, "Humph. We shall exact revenge upon your Waterball world. We will eliminate you, and we shall repay blood with blood, tooth for tooth." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao exclaimed vehemently from the side, "Humph. If it weren't for your Martians intending to devour us inhabitants of Waterball world, how could we possibly launch an assault to annihilate your planet? You wretched lot." General Megatron, upon hearing this, grew irate and dismissively retorted, "Who do you think you are, you little brat? Humph." With that, he promptly deactivated the communication system. Disregarding the commands of Marshal Yamamoto 65 and President Douglas, Megatron was resolute in seeking vengeance against Waterball world, determined to repay blood with blood and tooth for tooth. General DeBeo and the members of the Vanguard Task Force found themselves ensnared in a predicament once again. At this moment, Xiaobao, observing the situation, curiously inquired, "DeBeo, since we possess the capability to retaliate against Mars, why must we wait for the Martians to strike us first? Why don't we preemptively attack their Vanguard forces?" Upon hearing this, DeBeo exclaimed in surprise, Xiaobao, that is indeed an excellent suggestion. Although the Martians possessed advanced technology and their spacecraft traversed swiftly, we could deploy the aircraft carriers of Waterball world and our spaceships to a midpoint, rather than waiting for the Martian vessels to reach the moon or our realm before counterattacking. Indeed, what a marvelous idea. DeBeo praised, "Xiaobao, you are truly astute. I shall commend you to the President upon my return." Without delay, DeBeo established a connection with Marshal Wang Rui, exclaiming joyfully, "Report, Marshal, we have." Observing DeBeo's jubilant demeanor, Marshal Wang assumed that the previous surrender initiative had succeeded and inquired, "DeBeo, have the Martians agreed to surrender? Did your prior efforts yield success? With the Martian Vanguard consenting to withdraw?" Chapter 57, Crisis of the Martian Vanguard Forces, 5. General DeBeo promptly replied, "No, the commander of the Martian Vanguard, Megatron, believes that Marshal Yamamoto 65 and President Douglas have been captured by us and therefore lost the authority to command them. He has explicitly refused to accept the surrender order and is intent on seeking vengeance against Waterball world." Upon hearing this, Marshal Wang immediately questioned, "If the surrender initiative has failed, why are you so jubilant?" General DeBeo promptly responded, "Report, Marshal, our elation stems from having devised a new strategy. Indeed, Xiaobao has just conceived a brilliant idea for repelling the Martian Vanguard forces." Intrigued, Marshal Wang remarked, "Our Xiaobao has devised a new plan? Excellent. Let us hear it." General DeBeo replied, "Xiaobao suggested that since we can utilize a single spacecraft to counterattack the Martian headquarters and obliterate 1,000,000 of their ships, our own spacecraft and aircraft carriers can also take the initiative to retaliate against the Martian Vanguard forces. We can engage in combat with the Martian vessels in outer space. The Martian Vanguard spacecraft is currently situated 1,000,000 kilometers from our aqueous world. We could initially dispatch our Vanguard forces into space, positioning them at a distance of 200 to 300,000 kilometers from our aquatic realm to intercept the Martian Vanguard, deploying our secret weapon, the Beast Shockwave, along with the world wave of Xiaobao throughout the boundless cosmos, akin to laying mines, thus creating an ambush that would subject the Martian vanguard to a relentless barrage from the resistance forces of our water sphere. Upon hearing this, Marshal Wang Rui was delighted by the idea proposed by Xiaobao and Daba. Although our weaponry is somewhat antiquated, we have covertly acquired intelligence on the operational plans of the Martian vanguard, enabling us to adopt a strategy of waiting in ambush, strategically placing the Xiaobao secret technique, the Beast Shockwave, and the world wave of Xiaobao along the Martian vanguard's trajectory to exploit our strengths while avoiding our weaknesses. After a period of contemplation, Marshal Wang Rui convened a discussion among the strategic command staff to deliberate on the details. Consequently, the original passive defense strategy for our water world was amended to a proactive space ambush operation. The 10,000 spacecraft, including both military and civilian vessels capable of interstellar travel, were nationalized and organized into 10 divisions, all tasked with actively engaging the Martian vanguard in space. The first division, consisting of 10,000 spacecraft, was stationed on the moon under the command of Chief Sanmao, utilizing the rudimentary research facility established on the lunar surface to lay in wait with the Xiaobao secret technique, the Beast Shockwave, and the world wave of Xiaobao. Preparing to launch a surprise attack upon the Martians' arrival, the 25th Division was positioned in the space leading from the moon towards the Martians, approximately 300,000 kilometers from our water world, personally commanded by Marshal Wang Rui, who would disperse the Xiaobao secret technique, the Beast Shockwave, and the world wave of Xiaobao throughout the vastness of space to weaken the Martian forces and diminish their resolve. The 610th Division was stationed in the expanse between the moon and our water world, roughly 100,000 kilometers from our realm. This division fell under the direct supervision of the President, tasked with ensuring that, should any Martian vessels breach the initial 2 defensive lines, our spacecraft and personnel would defend at all costs to prevent Martian missiles and spacecraft from reaching the surface of our water world. Having finalized the preemptive operational strategy, and due to the urgency of the situation, Marshal Wang Rui promptly commanded the soldiers of all 10 divisions to embark at full speed, striving to reach their designated ambush locations as swiftly as possible. General Daba received the latest preemptive combat plan from Director Sanmao of the Waterball world with great enthusiasm. However, Xiaobao quickly identified a significant issue and exclaimed, Daba, our combat plan harbors a grave flaw. Consider this. The Martian vanguard's spacecraft travels at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour, while the aircraft carrier of the Waterball world moves at a mere 10,000 kilometers per hour. The Martians are currently only 700,000 kilometers away. They can reach us in just 7 hours. Meanwhile, our counteroffensive forces can only advance to within 70,000 kilometers of our territory, rendering them incapable of reaching the intended ambush site, not even able to ascend to the moon. Upon hearing this, General Daba acknowledged the validity of Xiaobao's concerns. However, he reasoned that under normal circumstances, the strategic advisors of the Waterball world would not commit such a fundamental oversight, especially given that this combat plan had the endorsement of both Marshal Wang Rui and the President. There must be an oversight somewhere. After a moment of contemplation, General Daba inquired, Lu Hai, when you received the directives from the Waterball world, was there anything you neglected to mention? Captain Lu Hai pondered briefly, then, without hesitation, rushed back to the communications room of the spacecraft. Upon review, he realized that in his haste to report the new defensive counteroffensive plan to General Daba, he had inadvertently overlooked the subsequent command that had just arrived. This command was a joint directive from the President and the Marshal of the Waterball Empire to the Vanguard Task Force, instructing General Daba to find ways to slow down the Martian vanguard, thereby creating conditions for a preemptive strike. Upon examining this latest order, co-signed by the President and the Marshal, in conjunction with the new combat plan, General Daba and the members of the Vanguard Task Force exchanged glances. Feeling the weight of the daunting task ahead, the challenge was formidable, as the Vanguard was even farther from the Martian forces, and the Martians were no longer heeding the commands of President Douglas or Marshal Yamamoto. The situation left them feeling powerless, aware of their limitations. Nonetheless, the members recognized that aside from the orders from the President and Marshal of the Waterball Empire, there were no alternative solutions at hand. After a thorough reconnaissance of Mars, it was evident that the technological gap between the Waterball world and the Martians was insurmountable. With insufficient time, merely 20 days, to upgrade the Empire's aircraft carriers and spacecraft to match the speed of the Martian vessels, The only resources at their disposal that could rival the Martian spacecraft were the two Martian ships recently captured by General Daba and Captain Lu Meng. Who else could they turn to for a solution if not the Vanguard Task Force? Chapter 58. Divide and Conquer the Martian Vanguard. 1. General Daba, Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and the members of the Vanguard Task Force convened to brainstorm solutions. One member proposed, "We could suggest that the Waterball World Vanguard deploys sonic weapons in advance, detonating them upon arrival at the target location." Captain Lu Meng immediately opposed, stating, "Even if this sonic weapon can be launched with a delay, the most advanced long-range missile in the realm of water balloons can only reach 20,000 kilometers, which is a significant discrepancy compared to the 300,000 kilometers required for our target." However, General Dabao granted some measure of approval, acknowledging, "This plan can indeed be utilized as a last resort. An additional 20,000 kilometers of interception distance could provide us with some precious time and space." Observing the perplexed expressions of General Dabao, Captain Lu Meng, and Captain Lu Hai, Xiaobao rode back and forth on the great crocodile, pondering for a solution. After a moment, as his eyes whirled with ideas, he approached the captive President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto, exclaiming, "You two must devise a plan quickly, or you will no longer serve any purpose." With that, he commanded the crocodile to open its enormous jaws. Upon seeing this, the captured Martian President Douglas trembled with fear and, with a sorrowful expression, implored, "General Xiaobao, I do have a suggestion, but you must guarantee the freedom of my family and me." President Douglas was acutely aware of the catastrophic fate that had befallen Mars. Not only had he been captured by this Vanguard team from the water balloon world, but his wife and children had also been taken. The realization that he could no longer serve as president of Mars and had become an eternal criminal in the eyes of his people intensified his desire for survival. Indeed, without Mars as a bastion, Douglas was deeply motivated to protect his small family. In Douglas's perception, strength was revered in any world. Although Xiaobao appeared diminutive, he seemed formidable on the back of the great crocodile, likely the most powerful and authoritative figure among these individuals from the water balloon world. Moreover, Douglas had been subdued by the roar of the crocodile and captured by Xiaobao, so yielding to the powerful seemed only natural. He failed to realize that in the realm of water balloons, Xiaobao was merely a schoolboy, not a general, and his words bore no legal weight in this peculiar empire. Meanwhile, General Dabao, at a loss, was invigorated by President Douglas's words and exclaimed, "Very well, Douglas. As long as your suggestion proves effective, I shall grant you and your family freedom." Dabao reasoned that, in comparison to the life of a mere puppet president, repelling the Martian Vanguard was of paramount importance. However, President Douglas responded to Xiaobao, perched upon the crocodile, "General Xiaobao, you must assure me that once I reveal this method, my family and I will be set free." Noticing the glimmer in General Dabao's eyes, Xiaobao, with impatience, retorted, "Enough, Douglas. Spare me your hesitations. As long as you make an effort, regardless of whether your suggestion succeeds, I will ensure that the great crocodile does not feast upon you." Upon hearing the words of President Douglas, the esteemed General Xiaobao, despite not acquiescing to his request immediately, adhered to the principle of negotiation, cautiously remarked, "General Xiaobao, General Dabao, we Martians are not a monolithic entity. We are, in fact, divided into numerous tribes and factions. In most cases, commanders hailing from different tribes and factions will heed the commands of their respective supreme leaders. The Martian Vanguard Force, tasked with invading the Waterball world, comprises our elite troops. To firmly control this unit and to avert unforeseen circumstances while sharing the immense spoils of conquest over the Waterball world, the entire Martian Vanguard is composed of 10 distinct factional forces. Commander Megatron's faction commands only 1,000 spacecraft, while the remaining 9,000 belong to other Martian factions. Under normal circumstances, I could bypass Commander Megatron and directly influence the leaders of 5 or 6 factions. However, given the present situation, I should still be able to sway 3 or 4 of them. If I were to establish direct communication with these faction leaders, they would likely comply with my orders. Furthermore, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps concerning Commander Megatron, it is customary among Martians to appoint a deputy commander for the Vanguard Force. This would be General Nanbatian, who is a general from my faction and a trusted ally of mine. I am quite confident that he will continue to obey my commands. If all goes smoothly, by persuading 3 to 5 faction leaders, I could at least create a rift within the Martian Vanguard Force commanded by Megatron. The ideal outcome would be to have the vast majority of the Martian Vanguard return with me to Mars, while the worst-case scenario would still allow 1 or 2 commanders to accompany me back. President Douglas, perplexed by the intricacies of factional alliances, found himself at a loss for understanding. However, General Dabao, upon hearing this, was greatly pleased, recognizing that this captive Martian president was diligently striving to fulfill his task. He promptly declared, "Very well, Douglas, your proposal is commendable. As long as you do your utmost, even if it ultimately fails, I shall spare your family. Should your plan succeed, I can assure you of your immediate return to Mars with your family, accompanied by those Martian forces who would follow your command. Perhaps you might even rise again." Factional alliances and the appointment of deputies are merely age-old games of power balance among intelligent beings. President Douglas of Mars. This idea is splendid. By fracturing the Martian vanguard, the defensive pressure on the waterball world will be significantly alleviated. If we could incite the Martian vanguard to turn against one another, it would be even more ideal. Listening to General Dabao's assurances, President Douglas remained apprehensive. He scrutinized General Xiaobao, believing that General Dabao's words were not entirely reliable and that only General Xiaobao's confirmation would suffice. Observing Douglas's expression, General Dabao recognized that this individual, much like the Neapolitans, was utterly oblivious to the political landscape of the waterball world and remained entirely beholden to General Xiaobao. In a moment of desperation, General Dabao could only exchange a knowing glance with General Xiaobao. Xiaobao, understanding the unspoken message, promptly declared, "Douglas, as long as you perform admirably and ensure that your Martian vanguard no longer meets its demise in the waterball world, I shall facilitate your return to Mars with your family, allowing you to continue your presidency, while preventing Naples from assuming that role." Chapter 59. The Divisive Struggle of the Martian Vanguard. 2. With the dual endorsement from Generals Xiaobao and Dabao, Douglas felt a sense of reassurance. Truly, he was worthy of his position as president of Mars. After a brief moment of contemplation to clarify his thoughts, he decisively utilized the spacecraft, which was originally designated for his exclusive use, to connect with General Nanbatian, the deputy commander of the Martian Vanguard. President Douglas took the initiative to communicate. Exchanging a few phrases in Martian before the control room of the spacecraft emitted a special communication signal. 3 minutes later, the screen in the control room displayed the image of a Martian general. With a smile, Douglas greeted General Nanbatian, "Good day. I am President Douglas." Upon recognizing him, the Martian general immediately replied with respect, "President Douglas, how do you fare? I have heard rumors of your capture by the humans of the waterball world. Have you managed to escape?" Douglas, upon hearing this, could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. "No, Nanbatian. I remain aboard a spacecraft controlled by the humans of the waterball world. The intelligence we previously gathered about them was completely erroneous. They are neither primitive nor backward. They commandeered a spacecraft, and a group of them, just days ago, took advantage of General Weijian Tian's negligence to infiltrate our Martian spacecraft maintenance base, storm our presidential and martial offices, capturing both myself and Marshal Yamamoto, while obliterating over 1 million of our Martian fleet and exterminating 90 of our Martian kin." "What? President Douglas, is what you just said true?" General Nanbatian was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. The Vanguard's commander, General Weijian Tian, had received information from the Martian base regarding such events, yet he chose to withhold these details from the other generals to prevent demoralization within the ranks, only selectively informing them that the waterball world had developed a weapon specifically targeting Martian spacecraft and their inhabitants. Observing General Nanbatian's shock and incredulity, Douglas deduced that he had not received the latest intelligence. With a resigned smile, he affirmed, "General Nanbatian, every word I have spoken is the unvarnished truth. The humans of the waterball world are not primitive. On the contrary, they are exceptionally courageous and skilled in combat. They first captured Captain Naples of the Explorer spacecraft, and then utilized it to swiftly journey towards Mars. Along the way, they encountered your Vanguard. Yet General Weijian Tian failed to detect any anomalies, even extending courtesies to Captain Naples, thereby allowing the Vanguard task force from the waterball world to infiltrate Mars with ease. Subsequently, they employed the clandestine sonic weaponry of the waterball world to forcefully invade both the presidential and marshal's palaces, capturing myself and Marshal Yamamoto, while obliterating our fleet of 1 million spacecraft poised for an all-out assault on the waterball world, alongside an additional 2 million vessels in reserve. Furthermore, they mercilessly slaughtered 90 Martians. General Nanbatian was astounded upon hearing President Douglas's unequivocal assertions. The information was so sensational, so utterly unexpected, and so contrary to reason that, despite his familiarity with Douglas, the notion of Douglas being ensnared in enemy territory cast doubt on the credibility of his statements, leading to a lingering skepticism. General Dabao, observing the scene, exchanged a meaningful glance with Captain Lu Hai and quietly suggested, present a segment of the latest Martian footage for General Nanbatian's perusal. Acting on General Debao's directive, Captain Lu Hai promptly played the previously collected audiovisual material. Before General Nanbatian unfolded the grim spectacle of Martian spacecraft plummeting like raindrops. The ravaged presidential and marshal's palaces, and the desolate landscape strewn with the lifeless bodies of Martians. Witnessing this harrowing imagery, President Douglas felt a profound sorrow. For he had been unconscious and had not witnessed these events firsthand. He had only gleaned fragmented accounts from General Debao and Xiaobao, supplemented by scant information from Naples. Now, confronted with the once thriving Martian realm reduced to a hellish dystopia, he was beset by regret and anguish over his reckless decision to invade the waterball world. However, as the president of Mars, Douglas possessed remarkable emotional resilience, swiftly recovering from his grief and despair. He then addressed the still sorrowful General Nanbatian with heartfelt conviction. General Nanbatian, our Martian civilization has endured unprecedented calamities due to the invasion of the waterball world. To rescue our people from this dire predicament and to preserve Martian civilization, I have unconditionally negotiated a ceasefire and cessation of hostilities with the waterball world. According to the peace accord between Mars and the waterball world, this is not the moment for the Martian vanguard to continue its incursion. Rather, it is time to return to Mars and save our people from this abyss. Yet, General Wei Tian remains obstinately intent on persisting with the invasion, disregarding my orders as president and concealing the current crisis from you. Should you choose to obey my presidential command, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Martian vanguard, urging you to implement our emergency contingency plan at once. Rally all Martian leaders willing to adhere to my directives and bring General Wei Tian to justice for his insubordination. We must hasten our return to Mars. However, if you two are unwilling to follow my command, then I shall no longer concern myself with your actions. As an old friend, I must caution you, to my knowledge, your fleet of 10,000 spacecraft invading the waterball world will receive no reinforcements, as our prepared 1 million vessels have already been decimated by the forces of the waterball world. As for your journey to the waterball world, those 30 inhabitants of the waterball world have obliterated our 3 million Martian spacecraft. Now, with merely 10,000 vessels remaining, you intend to assault the stronghold of the waterball world's denizens. The outcome is all too predictable. It is akin to throwing eggs against a stone, tantamount to a death wish. Upon hearing President Douglas's impassioned words, General Debo, Captain Lu Hai, Captain Lu Meng, and other members of the Vanguard Task Force could not help but silently commend Douglas with a thumbs up. Truly, as a Martian president, he has remarkably transformed his role from that of a captive into that of a peace negotiation representative, shifting his identity from a prisoner to a savior of the Martians, and metamorphosing from a war criminal into a compassionate figure. General Nanbatian, watching the live footage and listening to President Douglas's discourse, exhibited a tempest of emotions. Dark clouds of anger, rays of hope, sorrow, fervor, and despondency crossed his countenance. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally made a resolute decision and respectfully proclaimed, President Douglas, I have resolved to continue obeying your commands. I shall discreetly inform the generals who concur with your decision and strive to garner their support, while subtly arranging the capture of General Wei Tian. Chapter 60. The Division and Fierce Struggle of the Martian Vanguard Forces. 3. Upon hearing this, President Douglas was immensely pleased. With General Nanbatian's backing, he would no longer stand as a mere figurehead. He immediately declared, Excellent. General Nanbatian, your timely insight marks you as a true gem among us Martians. I hereby appoint you as the commander of our Martian Vanguard Forces. You may act according to circumstances, as long as you ensure the safe return of the Martian Vanguard to Mars. If you succeed in capturing Nanbatian and lead the Vanguard back to Mars, I shall elevate you to the rank of Marshal of the Martian Forces. Douglas, with his extensive experience maneuvering through the Martian political landscape, seized the opportunity to grant titles and promises. General Debo, upon hearing this, complied readily, instructing Xiaobao to retrieve the Martian presidential insignia from Douglas's office, allowing him to formally complete the appointment of General Nanbatian. Regardless of the success or failure of General Nanbatian's mission to apprehend General Wei Tian, having two commanders for the Martian Vanguard would inevitably lead to internal strife, thereby diverting their attention from the invasion of the waterball world. This would at least significantly delay their incursion, affording me the chance to fulfill the orders issued by the President of the Ordinary Empire and Marshal Wang Rui, a development that would be nothing short of a divine blessing for the waterball world. Upon receiving the appointment from President Douglas, General Nanbatian was elated. Becoming the commander of the Martian Vanguard forces was a coveted achievement he had long desired, and he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Furthermore, according to President Douglas's promise, should he successfully return with the Martian Vanguard, he would be elevated to the rank of Marshal among the Martians. Despite the Martians having suffered greatly in this calamity, the title of Marshal held genuine prestige. It is often said that a soldier who does not aspire to become a marshal is not a commendable soldier, and similarly, a general who lacks such ambition is not a worthy general. After concluding a conversation with President Douglas, General Nanbatian pondered deeply, clarifying his thoughts. He recognized that this moment represented a crucial turning point in his relationship with the Martian Vanguard forces. Success would elevate him to the esteemed position of commander of the Martian Vanguard forces, with the potential to become a marshal of the Martians. Conversely, failure would lead to disgrace, leaving him with no place to rest in death. After calming his emotions, General Nanbatian first reached out to General Dongbatian, his closest ally. Both generals had graduated from the same military academy of the Martian forces, sharing common interests and often engaging in light-hearted banter in their leisure time. During wartime, they fought valiantly side by side, having saved each other's lives on more than one occasion. Utilizing the communication system in the commander's private chamber aboard the spaceship, General Nanbatian contacted General Dongbatian. Dongbatian, this is Nanbatian. Please respond upon receipt. Moments later, General Dongbatian replied, General Nanbatian, what prompts you to use the private communication system? My friend. Observing Dongbatian's demeanor, General Nanbatian calmly replied, My dear brother Dongbatian, I have a private matter to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you to speak? General Dongbatian assured him, Rest easy, my brother Nanbatian. I am surrounded by comrades who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. Upon hearing this, General Nanbatian hesitated briefly before saying, Brother, I have just received a video clip that you must see. Please ensure it remains confidential. Sensing the gravity of the situation, General Dongbatian confidently declared, Do you doubt my loyalty, old friend? Our bond is forged in the fires of battle. With no further preamble, General Nanbatian promptly transmitted the video footage concerning the Martian assault by the Waterball world that he had just received from Douglas. As General Dongbatian viewed the same harrowing images of Martian spacecraft plummeting like rain, the devastated presidential and marshal's palaces, and the countless corpses strewn across Mars, he was momentarily speechless. With uncertainty, he inquired, Brother Nanbatian, where did you acquire such realistic footage? It appears remarkably lifelike. General Nanbatian replied with a tone of sorrow, Alas. My brother, I wish it were merely a scene from a disaster film. However, this is the latest intelligence I have received. The Waterball world is not the primitive entity we previously believed it to be. Before our Martian Vanguard forces could reach Waterball world, their human Vanguard task force launched an attack on us. With only a handful of individuals, they obliterated 1 million of our Martian spacecraft, breached our presidential and marshal's palaces, and annihilated 90% of our Martian population. Our world is steeped in a dire crisis. Upon hearing this, General Dongbatian was taken aback, his face revealing a profound mixture of shock, sorrow, and indignation. After years of unyielding battles across the vast cosmos, the Martians had been invincible, yet unexpectedly, they found themselves thwarted in the primitive and rudimentary Waterball world by these inferior beings known as humans. After a moment of deep reflection, General Dongbatian rasped, Brother Nanbatian, is General Voyage aware of this intelligence? Upon hearing this, General Nanbatian shook his head and, with a wry smile, replied, My dear brother. General Voyage was already informed of this. It is indeed the fundamental reason he convened us to amend our battle plans. However, he concealed these critical details from us, merely indicating that the Waterball world had prepared and developed specialized sonic weapons to counter our Martian forces. This statement is somewhat half-truth and half-lie. While General Voyage received some intelligence depicting certain scenarios, they were merely statistical data post-event, lacking the clarity and comprehensiveness of Captain Lu Hai's aerial recordings at that time. Nonetheless, General Nanbatian remained unaware of this, believing that General Voyage possessed a similar cache of intelligence imagery. Upon hearing this, General Dongbatian fell into silence. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he immediately recalled General Nanbatian's previous mysterious actions and the fact that he had clandestinely transmitted these images to him behind General Voyage's back, the implications of which were unmistakable. After pondering for a while and reminiscing about the ironclad camaraderie shared with General Nanbatian, he said, Brother Nanbatian, let us not beat around the bush. Speak plainly of your intentions. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall follow you to the very end. Chapter 61. Divisive Struggles Within the Martian Vanguard. 4. Upon hearing this, General Nanbatian immediately expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. I have awaited this very response from you." After offering his praises, he continued with a smile. "The situation is as follows. Today, President Douglas contacted me to inform that after the humans of the Waterball world captured our Commander Naples of the Explorer spacecraft, they dispatched a 30-member Vanguard task force aboard the Explorer to launch an assault on Mars. On their journey, they encountered our Martian Vanguard forces. At that moment, General Wei Tian not only failed to detect any anomalies, but also facilitated the traitorous Commander Naples. The humans utilized the Explorer spacecraft to successfully infiltrate our spacecraft maintenance base. And with the sonic weapons at their disposal, they forcefully seized our Martian presidential and marshal offices. They not only obliterated 1 million of our vessels poised for a full-scale assault on the Waterball world, but also inflicted damage on an additional 2 million Martian spacecraft. Subsequently, these 30 members of the Waterball world Vanguard deployed biological virus weapons, resulting in the poisoning and death of over 90% of our Martian populace. As he spoke, General Nanbatian's face was etched with profound sorrow, anguish, and despair. He choked back tears and lamented. Our Commander Douglas has witnessed the catastrophic defeat of Mars in the war against the Waterball world, with its people engulfed in dire straits. The very existence of Martian civilization hangs in the balance, compelling us to forge a ceasefire agreement with the Waterball world, ordering our Vanguard forces to return to Mars to prioritize the rescue of our beleaguered compatriots. However, our valiant General Megatron defiantly disregards President Douglas's supreme command, obstinately insisting on pressing forward into the Waterball world to seek vengeance against its denizens. Little did he foresee that a mere 30 individuals from the Waterball world could inflict a staggering loss of 3 million spacecraft and the demise of 90% of our Martian population. Now, with our remaining 10,000 spacecraft charging towards the stronghold of the Waterball world, it is tantamount to throwing eggs against a stone. In my view, if we truly heed General Megatron's orders, we are not destined to vanquish the inhabitants of the Waterball world, but rather, we will be delivering ourselves to their mercies. General Nanbatian's words were a blend of truth and exaggeration, magnifying General Megatron's negligence in overlooking the Explorer spacecraft, while downplaying President Douglas's capture and the subsequent agreement. Yet, the unsuspecting General Dongbatian took his words at face value. Logically, it followed that if 30 individuals from the Waterball world could annihilate 3 million Martian spacecraft and decimate 90% of our population, then our Vanguard, with only 10,000 spacecraft, was marching towards inevitable doom. Unbeknownst to General Nanbatian and General Dongbatian, it was only the likes of Little Bao and the Great Crocodile that could effectively counter the Martians and their spacecraft, while the rest of the Waterball world's inhabitants were utterly powerless against the Martians' advanced technology, swift spacecraft, and formidable long-range missiles. After listening to General Nanbatian, General Dongbatian pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and replied, "Brother Nanbatian, what are your plans? I shall follow you into battle." General Nanbatian, pleased by this statement, promptly responded, "Brother Dongbatian, it is as follows. Due to General Megatron's insubordination, President Douglas has appointed me as the new Marshal of the Martian Vanguard. Behold, this is the decree stamped with the presidential seal." As he spoke, General Nanbatian presented the official appointment from President Douglas to General Dongbatian for his verification. Once General Dongbatian confirmed its authenticity, General Nanbatian continued, "Initially, I had no intention of taking command. However, since President Douglas has entrusted me with the highest leadership of the Martian Vanguard, I must fulfill my duty to return my comrades to Mars, rather than leading them to their demise in the Waterball world. I wish to contact General Shibatian. Together, the three of us could orchestrate a minor upheaval, cleverly luring General Megatron into our trap, capturing him, and bringing him back to Mars for judgment. We would then lead the Martian Vanguard in alliance with President Douglas to return to Mars and rescue our people from their dire plight. President Douglas has pledged that should we successfully return the Vanguard troops to Mars, he will appoint me as the Marshal of the Martian forces. At that time, I shall certainly recommend my brother for the position of Vice Marshal. We brothers share both adversities and fortunes alike." General Dongbatian, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, believing that General Nanbatian's strategy had a high probability of success, without the need to risk life in the Waterball world, while also having the prospect of rising in rank and wealth as Vice Marshal. He immediately vowed to follow General Nanbatian to the death, wishing his brother the best in becoming the Marshal of the Martian forces. Thus, General Nanbation contacted General Zybation, mirroring the previous conversation with General Dongbation and discreetly informing General Zybation of the situation. After presenting President Douglas's official appointment decree, he similarly secured the support of General Zybation. In the end, Generals Nanbation, Dongbation, and Zybation forged a blood oath of alliance, deliberating on various details concerning their future joint operations to apprehend General Wajan, who defied President Douglas's orders, and to take command of the Martian vanguard. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the Martian invasion fleet of 10,000 spacecraft was racing towards the waterball world, as they were merely 5 hours away from their destination. Commander Wajan of the Vanguard suddenly received a report indicating that the 30 spacecraft belonging to Generals Dongbation and Zybation had engaged in a skirmish. Enraged, General Wajan immediately ordered his communications officer to reach out to both generals, reprimanding them. Dongbation, Zybation, what on earth is going on? Can you not even manage your own troops? How could you let your own comrades turn against each other? In response, both Generals Dongbation and Zybation humbly reported, Commander Wajan, we are equally perplexed and are currently investigating the matter. We will inform you as soon as we have news. 10 minutes later, General Wajan discovered that not only had they failed to report any good news, but an additional 60 spacecraft from both factions had also begun to attack one another. Infuriated, he resolved to dispatch his flagship to the scene for personal intervention, cursing inwardly, Dongbation and Zybation, you inept fools. I cannot fathom how you became generals, unable to manage even a minor disturbance among your soldiers, and now it has escalated. Upon reaching the vicinity of the spacecraft belonging to Generals Dongbation and Zybation, General Wajan observed nearly 100 spacecraft engaged in mutual fire. Although the attacks were merely light weaponry and had not caused any significant damage or casualties, such behavior during wartime constituted a grave violation of military regulations. General Wajan promptly utilized the broadcasting system to thunderously proclaim, I am General Wajan, commander of the Vanguard. What is happening here? If there are any issues among you, cease fire immediately. Otherwise, you shall face severe consequences, and I will deploy heavy weaponry to eliminate you all. As General Wajan's voice resonated, the spacecraft ceased their attacks, and he felt a swell of pride in his authority. However, Megatron's elation lasted but a fleeting moment, as suddenly the spacecraft's defense system blared an alarm. Alert! Alert! The spacecraft is locked onto by 300 vessels of the Allied forces, and a catastrophic strike is imminent. Please raise the protective shield immediately. Startled, General Megatron swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although the Martian military discipline was not excessively stringent, and skirmishes among the various factions were not uncommon, the likelihood of such friction occurring during a march was exceedingly low. Should a true conflict arise, the fervor would be intense, far beyond the mild exchanges of light weaponry witnessed moments ago. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that an attack would be directed at one's own flagship upon the arrival of the highest commander of the Vanguard troops. The only plausible explanation for this occurrence was an impending insurrection. Moreover, the conspirators were evidently of considerable rank. Recalling the subservient demeanor of Generals East and West Overlord, it was highly probable that they were involved. Realizing the peril of recklessly entering territory controlled by these two, General Megatron promptly commanded, raise the protective shield and return to headquarters at full speed. No sooner had General Megatron's orders been uttered than thousands of spacecraft launched an assault on his flagship. Yet, as the attacking projectiles neared, the protective shield of General Megatron's vessel was fortuitously activated, with a mere 0.01 seconds to spare. The three leading vessels in the attack were commanded by the Generals South Overlord, East Overlord, and West Overlord. It was now abundantly clear to General Megatron that this was a rebellion orchestrated by the Deputy Commander of the Vanguard, General South Overlord. Otherwise, the Generals East and West would not have dared such an audacious act. As the commander of the Martian Vanguard, well versed in the art of warfare, General Megatron decisively issued orders. All commanders of the Vanguard fleet, heed my command. I am General Megatron, Supreme Commander of the Martian Vanguard. Generals South, East, and West Overlord are conspiring to rebel and are currently firing upon my flagship. I command you to hasten to my aid and assist in quelling this insurrection. He continued with a stern warning to all commanders of vessels allied with South, East, and West Overlord, listen well. If you cease your assault on my vessel immediately, I shall not pursue charges of treason against you. Should you aid me in suppressing the rebellion of South, East, and West Overlord, I shall reward you with promotions and titles. Upon realizing that his plot had been exposed, General South Overlord understood that success in eliminating Megatron was now beyond reach. Upon hearing General Megatron's orders directed at all commanders of the Vanguard forces, South promptly addressed the Martian Vanguard fleet, proclaiming, "Attention, valiant soldiers of the Vanguard. General Megatron has been lawfully dismissed by President Douglas for his refusal to comply with commands issued by the Supreme Commander of the Martian forces. President Douglas has appointed me as the new commander of the Martian Vanguard and has commanded me to apprehend General Megatron for his insubordination. Behold, this is the official decree from President Douglas, bearing his signature and the seal of the Martian presidency. It is veritable and open for your scrutiny. Henceforth, the entire Martian Vanguard shall be under my command. Any Martian who assists in the capture of General Megatron shall be duly recognized and rewarded upon our return to Mars." Upon hearing the conflicting commands from both General Megatron and General South, the Martian soldiers of the Vanguard were thrown into disarray, as the orders were starkly opposed to one another. Meanwhile, the commanders and troops loyal to Generals South, East, and West remained steadfastly aligned with South, while only the 1,000 spacecraft directly under General Megatron's command were inclined to support him. The commanders of the remaining 6 factions, comprising 6,000 spacecraft, found themselves in a state of uncertainty, unwilling to attack General Megatron nor to follow his command against General South. This indecision stemmed from General South's moral and legal high ground. To the soldiers of the Martian Vanguard, although General Megatron was their superior, President Douglas was the highest authority of the Martian forces. With General South now possessing the support of the Supreme Commander and presenting an authentic decree, following his orders appeared more legitimate, albeit the situation had arisen somewhat abruptly. Observing the unfolding circumstances, General Megatron recognized that the crux of the issue lay in his previous concealment of the devastating attack by the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force on Mars, resulting in significant losses, including the capture of President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto by the forces of Waterball World. Consequently, the soldiers of the Martian Vanguard were more inclined to heed the commands of President Douglas, the highest commander of the Martian forces. Gritting his teeth, General Megatron declared, "Attention, soldiers of the Vanguard. I have just received urgent intelligence from the Martian base. A detestable Vanguard task force of the Waterball World has cowardly ambushed our presidential and marshal's offices, capturing President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto, who have shamefully surrendered to the humans of Waterball World. According to our Martian customs, they have committed treason, rendering their commands void. These despicable, subhuman creatures of Waterball World have also unleashed biological weapons, decimating 90 of our Martian population. I shall lead you, brave Martians, to exact vengeance upon the Waterball World, annihilating every last human and leaving not a trace behind." Chapter 63. The Divisive Struggle of the Martian Vanguard Forces. 6. Upon hearing the alarming news proclaimed with fervor by General Megatron, the soldiers of the Martian Vanguard were struck with profound shock, indignation, and a sense of helplessness. The highest commander of Mars, President Douglas, along with Marshal Yamamoto 65, had been captured by the humans of the Waterball World, and they had surrendered. 90% of their Martian brethren had been mercilessly exterminated by these humans. Cries for vengeance erupted. Avenge! Avenge! Avenge our grievances. Annihilate. Devour. Incinerate. The air was thick with fury. The soldiers who comprised the Vanguard were the most impassioned and valiant of the Martian forces, known for their daring and fierce nature. Upon learning of the massacre of 90% of their kin, they were incensed, yearning to rush into the Waterball World to enact a policy of total annihilation. Many of the formerly neutral commanders of the Martian Vanguard rallied behind General Megatron, including those who had previously supported Generals South, East, and West Tyrant. A significant number of commanders ceased their assault on General Megatron's flagship. Had it not been for the deeply entrenched factionalism, they might have already pledged their allegiance to him. Observing this shift, General South Tyrant bellowed, "Warriors of the Martian Vanguard, awaken. Take a moment to gather your thoughts. A mere 30 members of the Waterball World's Special Task Force have decimated 90% of our Martian compatriots and destroyed 3 million of our spacecraft, including 1 million fully armed vessels that were to launch a full-scale assault on the Waterball World. We now possess only 10,000 spacecraft, with no reinforcements. And you wish to charge into the heart of the enemy's territory? What is that if not a death wish? If we could truly avenge our fallen, it would be honorable for the warriors of Mars to die in battle. Yet, if we act on impulse, we will not only fail to achieve our vengeance, but will also meet our demise without tasting the spoils of our enemies. This is sheer folly. Furthermore, the Vanguard has just annihilated 90% of our Martian kin, and our home planet is engulfed in peril. Many of our wounded comrades require immediate assistance, while foes from other planets lurk with malevolent intent. Beyond our vanguard, Mars has no other fighting force. If we follow this madman Megatron into the waterball world, who shall protect the surviving Martians? Who will ensure the continuance of our noble Martian civilization? As Martian warriors, we must embrace our demise with purpose, for a cause greater than ourselves. Our President Douglas has already forged a peace agreement with the humans of the waterball world, and hostilities have ceased. Should we provoke them by trespassing into their domain, it would undoubtedly ignite their wrath, providing them with the pretext to obliterate our Martian race entirely. We are warriors of Mars, not reckless fools. For the sake of our fellow Martians and the preservation of our civilization, we must endure humiliation and bear the burden of our plight. Victory and defeat are but common occurrences in the realm of warfare. As long as we endure humiliation and bear our burdens, we can undoubtedly resurrect the resplendent Martian civilization amidst the boundless cosmos, allowing our valiant Martian people to once again stand tall against the infinite sky. Such is the essence of a true Martian warrior, the embodiment of our genuine heroes. Upon hearing General Nanbatian's impassioned words, the fleet of spaceships behind him, along with those of Generals Dong Batian and Shi Batian, resumed firing upon General Wei Jingtian's flagship. Some vessels that had previously retreated to General Wei Jingtian's side now found their place behind General Nanbatian, while others chose to adopt a neutral stance. General Nanbatian spoke with wisdom. Seeking vengeance is not erroneous, yet the key lies in the ability to execute it effectively. If one were to charge forth now, it would be tantamount to courting death, rendering the endeavor futile. A gentleman may seek revenge, even if it takes a decade. Moreover, General Nanbatian possesses the newly bestowed mandate from the Martian president, urging his soldiers to rescue their compatriots ensnared in dire straits. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Mars currently faces the peril of genocide and the extinction of civilization. Pursuing revenge without first ensuring one's own survival would be recklessly foolish. Consequently, General Nanbatian regained the support of the majority of the Martian vanguard forces. Observing the shifting tide, General Wei Jingtian quickly interjected, "Our vanguard forces are the bravest warriors of Mars, having achieved countless victories in the vast expanse of space. Shall we follow the path of this spineless Nanbatian? Are we content to trail behind Douglas, the traitor?" The inhabitants of the waterball world succeeded in their ambush on Mars due to their treachery, employing their newly invented sonic weaponry for a surprise attack. However, their overall technological prowess is significantly inferior. Their aircraft carriers fly at less than 1/10 of our speed, and their laser weapons are akin to what we wielded a millennium ago. We have developed targeted strategies to counter the sonic weaponry from the waterball world, and we can vanquish them with honor and ease, annihilating these delectable lowly creatures and reducing their world to ashes, all in the name of avenging our Martian brethren. Upon hearing General Wei Jingtian's rationale, the Martian vanguard forces found his arguments compelling and palatable. As the bravest among Martian warriors, they held steadfast beliefs about the primitive and backward society of the waterball world, viewing its inhabitants as a delicacy. Driven by a sense of heroism, a desire for revenge, and the allure of exquisite cuisine, several of the previously neutral spaceships rallied once more to align with General Wei Jingtian. General Nanbatian, upon seeing the situation, immediately tore off his shirt, revealing countless scars upon his body, and bellowed, "Warriors of Mars, I, Nanbatian, have participated in 399 battles across the vast expanse of space, sustaining injuries on 297 occasions. I have never been feeble, yet I refuse to blindly follow the treacherous Wei Jingtian into the waterball world to meet my demise. You may not realize this, but the success of the human ambush on our Mars can largely be attributed to the cunning Wei Jingtian, who permitted the traitorous Naples to command the Explorer spacecraft back to our Martian repair base. Wei Jingtian endorsed Naples' departure, allowing the Vanguard Task Force from the waterball world to infiltrate our spacecraft repair base and launch a covert assault on our presidential and martial residences, resulting in catastrophic losses for Mars. Our Martian brethren are nearly extinguished, and it is clear that Wei Jingtian stands as the greatest traitor among us. He deliberately incites your patriotic fervor, leading you to believe that venturing to the waterball world is an act of vengeance. In truth, he seeks only to lead you to your demise and curry favor with the new masters of the waterball world. Do not be deceived any longer. Chapter 64. Division and Conflict Within the Martian Vanguard Forces. 7. The crowd gasped. Could it be true that General Wei Jingtian facilitated the ambush on Mars? Was he truly a traitor? I know that it was indeed General Wei Jingtian who consented to the return of the Explorer spacecraft. I know that he deliberately allowed Naples to depart midway. Have we been fooled? We cannot follow Wei Tian, this duplicitous spy, to the waterball world to perish. The entire Martian vanguard forces were thrown into turmoil. General Wei Tian, the highest commander of the vanguard, had previously earned commendations for his valor in battles across the cosmos. However, according to General Nan Batian, Wei Tian was not the hero of Mars, but rather an accomplice to the lowly humans of the waterball world, a traitor. Following him to the waterball world would likely lead not to vengeance, but to being sold as fodder to the humans. Many Martian soldiers who had followed General Wei Tian began to depart, some convinced he was indeed a traitor and joined General Nan Batian's ranks, while others remained uncertain and reverted to neutrality. As Generals Wei Tian and Nan Batian exchanged sharp words, many soldiers of the Martian vanguard piloted their spacecraft, shifting allegiances continuously. In the end, exhausted and confused, they ceased their movements altogether. Ultimately, one-third aligned with Generals Nan Batian, Dong Batian, and Shi Batian, one-third with General Wei Tian, and the remaining third remained neutral. Neither side yielded. After much discussion, it was unanimously agreed that the ultimate Martian rule would prevail. Strength would dictate leadership, and the victor would command respect. Thus, the camps of Nan Batian and Wei Tian would engage, with the neutral faction joining either side. Having successfully gathered all the forces he could, General Wei Tian recognized that mere words would not suffice to resolve the impending conflict. He promptly led over 3,000 spacecraft in pursuit of the opposing forces led by Generals Nan Batian, Dong Batian, and Shi Batian. In the vastness of space, a tumultuous barrage erupted. You fired quantum cannons. I unleashed cannon-grade quantum artillery. You launched ion-cutting projectiles. I retaliated with cannon-grade ion cutters. You rammed your spacecraft into mine. And I executed a suicidal assault with my vessel. Far away, on the back of a colossal crocodile, Xiao Bao, alongside General De Bao, Captain Lu Hai, Captain Lu Ming, and other members of the Vanguard Task Force, urged their spacecraft to soar back to the waterball world at full speed. They anxiously and excitedly watched the live broadcast of the fierce confrontation between General Wei Tian and General Nan Batian. Their eyes sparkled with wonder as they marveled at the Martians' prowess, astonished that, as predicted by President Douglas and General De Bao, a brutal struggle ensued. The Martians' weaponry was indeed formidable, as meteors disintegrated upon impact, whether struck by quantum cannons or ion-cutting munitions. The Martian spacecraft proved extraordinarily effective, boasting speeds tenfold that of aircraft carriers in the waterball world, and when colliding, their shields ignited in a brilliant display of fiery splendor. In the vicinity of the waterball world, President of the Ordinary Empire, Marshal Wang Rui, and Director San Mao received distant reconnaissance reports indicating that the Martian vanguard had unexpectedly halted a mere 5 hours from their destination. Chaos erupted among their ranks, initially leading observers to suspect a cunning ploy. However, an urgent communique from General De Bao revealed that the Martians had fallen victim to President Douglas' strategy of division. Elated by this turn of events, they hastened their journey, seizing the opportunity. Failing to capitalize on this window would squander the hard-won chance created by Xiao Bao and General De Bao. After 3 days and nights, the battle between the two factions began to reveal a clear victor. True to his reputation as a seasoned commander of the Martian vanguard, General Wei Tian demonstrated his martial prowess, ultimately emerging slightly triumphant despite the loss of 1,000 spacecraft, having annihilated 1,500 vessels belonging to Generals Nan Batian, Dong Batian, and Shi Batian. Recognizing the severe imbalance of power, General Nan Batian, understanding the futility of the situation, resolved to lead the remaining 1,800 spacecraft in retreat back to Mars. Although General Wei Tian harbored intentions to pursue and eradicate the fleeing forces, the sight of the opposing general's retreat sapped the resolve of his soldiers, even as he commanded a relentless chase to ensure the complete destruction of these Martian adversaries. Many inadvertently misfired their powerful weapons. Ultimately, General Wei Tian could only watch helplessly as Generals Nan Batian, Dong Batian, and Shi Batian made their escape. The most infuriating aspect was that General Nan Batian, upon departing, bellowed through the spaceship network, "True warriors willing to return to Mars with me, to rescue our compatriots suffering in dire straits, and to bear humiliation while resisting the invasion from other planets. Please follow me." Astonishingly, he managed to take half of the neutral fleet of over 3,000 spaceships, leaving only a little over 4,000 vessels to truly follow General Wei Tian into the watersphere world, less than half of the original Vanguard forces. After leading his fleet back, General Nan Batian soon contacted President Douglas. The spaceship's screen displayed the shameful visage of General Nan Batian as he spoke. "President Douglas, I apologize. Although I fought valiantly against General Voyage for 3 days and nights, I was unable to capture him or eliminate him. However, I have returned with over 3,000 spaceships, and these brave warriors are willing to obey your commands." Upon hearing this, President Douglas was filled with a mix of astonishment, joy, and concern. He glanced anxiously at Xiaobao, who, perched atop a large crocodile, pouted in displeasure. To Xiaobao, General Nanbation had proven utterly ineffectual, having squandered the initiative and failed to subdue General Voyage, who now led over 4,000 spaceships to attack the watersphere world. How could he dare to come to President Douglas to claim credit? Helpless, President Douglas turned his hopeful gaze towards General Daba, who nodded affirmatively and assuredly replied, "Douglas, although General Voyage still leads 4,000 spaceships toward the watersphere world, I know you have done your utmost to fulfill your promises. Naturally, I will keep my word and grant your family their freedom. You may now arrange with General Nanbation, and when we encounter his returning fleet en route to Mars, I shall allow you to accompany them back." Chapter 65, Division and Strife in the Martian Vanguard Forces. 8. Upon hearing this, President Douglas was overjoyed and immediately addressed General Nanbation. "General Nanbation, you have done commendably. Although you did not capture the treacherous villain Voyage, you have brought back over 3,000 Martian warriors, thus rendering a great service to the people of Mars. Yes, return to Mars at full speed. And when we meet along the way, I shall board your spaceship to return with you. Upon our arrival on Mars, I shall appoint you as the Marshal of the Martian forces, heralding a rebirth for our Martian kin." Upon hearing this, General Nanbation promptly responded with enthusiasm. "Thank you for your support, Mr. President." He was elated. Despite his failure, he would still become the Marshal of the Martian forces. After concluding the call with President Douglas, he briefly conferred with Generals Dongbation and Zybation before commanding his Martian vanguard to return at full speed, preparing to welcome President Douglas back to Mars alongside the peace treaty signed with the watersphere world. After parting ways with General Nanbation, General Voyage resolutely led his Martian vanguard, accompanied by his fleet of over 4,000 spaceships, as they commenced their swift journey. Following the tumultuous events involving General Nanbation, all soldiers of the Martian vanguard have now come to comprehend the gravity of the Martian crisis. Their combat objectives have become decidedly clear: to venture into the realm of the waterball world to exact vengeance with unrelenting fervor. After careful deliberation, General Voyage has opted to adhere to the previously established operational plan, directing his forces straight towards the satellite moon of the waterball world. There, he intends to fabricate and install soundproofing devices before executing a surprise assault on the waterball world, simultaneously leveraging the Martians' long-range offensive capabilities to strike the waterball world's sonic weaponry from a distance, indiscriminately targeting all viable objectives. Taking advantage of the situation, Marshal Wang Rui leads 4 divisions of the resistance, soaring through the void for 3 days and nights before arriving at a location 300,000 kilometers from the waterball world, just as they establish their formation in the emptiness of space. The waterball world's ambush forces and General Voyage's remaining vanguard forces detect each other's presence almost simultaneously. Enraged by the audacity of the inferior human creatures of the waterball world to confront them, General Voyage promptly orders an attack. Upon receiving the reconnaissance report detailing the enemy's position, Marshal Wang Rui immediately commands, "Take your positions and prepare to target the Martian spacecraft to launch the Xiaobao World Wave." He also instructs that all of the aircraft carriers' Xiaobao death techniques and beast shockwaves be unleashed to the fullest extent. Based on intelligence relayed by General DeBeo and the research conducted by Director San Mao's team, Marshal Wang Rui deduces that the waterball world's aircraft carriers possess but a singular opportunity for retaliation, which prompts this somewhat unconventional command. If an omniscient observer were to gaze upon the scene, they would witness that despite both sides issuing simultaneous attack orders and launching their weapons, the Martian vanguard's initial wave of assault arrives at the ambush forces of the waterball world first, due to the rapid speed and extended range of the Martian weaponry. The Martian quantum cannons and ion cannons devastate the foremost 2 divisions of the waterball world's aircraft carriers. As the Martian vanguard's second wave of missiles strikes the rear 2 divisions, the waterball world's first wave of Xiaobao world waves, Xiaobao death techniques, and beast shockwaves finally reaches the Martian vanguard. With a cacophony of explosions, the sound-based weaponry bursts forth, causing the foremost Martian spacecraft to malfunction, fail, and spiral out of control. Lacking protective shields, many Martians aboard the spacecraft succumb to unconsciousness upon hearing the monstrous roar of the great alligator. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the Martian vanguard's uncontrollable spacecraft plummet downward, with some colliding with one another, while others obstruct the trajectory of their own missiles, resulting in nearly 2,000 Martian spacecraft losing control. Meanwhile, the Waterball World Strike Force had suffered substantial destruction from 2 waves of attacks launched by the Martian vanguard. Observing that the initial sonic weapon strike had achieved its intended objective, Marshal Wang Rui immediately commanded, "I order all aircraft carriers to release all their small treasure world waves and the ultimate skill of the small treasure, along with the beast shockwave. Direct all high-powered explosive weaponry at the Martian spacecraft that have lost control, then scatter and retreat, dispersing back to the Moon and the Waterball world to counter the Martian vanguard." Shortly after Marshal Wang's orders were issued, countless small treasure world waves, the ultimate skill of the small treasure, and the beast shockwave appeared at the front lines of both armies. With a cacophony of explosions, bangs, pops, and resounding blasts, echoing through the nearby starry expanse, the refrain "Wang Xiaobao is the most handsome in the world. The most handsome is Wang Xiaobao. Wang Xiaobao is the #1 handsome," resonated amidst the tumult. General Wei Jingtian, perceiving the precarious situation, promptly commanded, "I order all spacecraft to retreat at full speed," evading the sonic attacks of the humans from the Waterball world. True to his reputation as a valiant commander of Mars, General Wei adeptly enacted the most prudent decision to retreat, as the speed of sonic transmission could not keep pace with the velocity of the Martian spacecraft. However, the 2,000 Martian Vanguard spacecraft, previously rendered inoperative and out of control, could not escape, following the second wave of strikes from the Waterball World Strike Force. The lack of resistance in the void exacerbated the collisions among the out-of-control vessels. Without protective shields, the catastrophic explosions from the Waterball World's weapons annihilated a significant portion of the Martian spacecraft, and the Martians who had succumbed to unconsciousness within were bid farewell to this world. Seizing the opportunity, Marshal Wang led the remaining 15 aircraft carriers to scatter and flee from the engagement zone. Along the way, all surviving members of the Waterball World Strike Force were filled with profound emotions, reflecting on how Xiaobao and General Daba had bravely ventured deep into Martian territory. The 30-person Vanguard Task Force had succeeded in destroying 3 million Martian spacecraft, yet now they had sacrificed 30,000 aircraft carriers and over 1 million soldiers. Utilizing their ambush advantage, effective command, and a desperate gamble, they had managed to obliterate 2,000 Martian spacecraft. Without the ultimate skills of Xiaobao, the beast shockwave, and the small treasure world waves, the thousands of aircraft carriers of the Waterball world would have stood no chance against even a single Martian spacecraft, given the vast technological chasm between their worlds. Chapter 66. The Fractured Struggle Against the Martian Vanguard. 9. An hour later, General Wei Jingtian, leading the remnants of the Martian Vanguard, returned to the battlefield with over 2,000 spacecraft, only to discover that 90% of the previously malfunctioning vessels had been annihilated by the second wave of the Waterball World's sonic and explosive attacks. Enraged beyond measure, he could hardly fathom that a group of natives had successfully ambushed him with their rudimentary sonic weaponry, resulting in the loss of half his forces. Furious and seething with indignation, General Wei contemplated the relatively short distance to the Waterball world, less than 3 hours away. If all went well, he believed he could eradicate the enemy within 2 or 3 days, leading him to resolve to fight to the bitter end. After a moment of contemplation, General Megatron commanded, "Brave warriors of Mars, we are now approaching the Waterball world. To prevent any delays in our strategic assault, those of you with malfunctioning or disabled spacecraft shall remain here to recuperate. Once we have obliterated the Waterball world, we will return to escort you, bringing along a bountiful feast of delectable human captives for your enjoyment. Your contributions will not go unrecognized." With that, General Megatron led the remaining 2,000 operational spacecraft directly towards the Moon orbiting the Waterball world. According to the reconnaissance intelligence previously obtained by Megatron, the inhabitants of the Waterball world were so primitive and backward that they had yet to enter the interstellar age. They had just begun their exploration of their home planet and its moon. Due to a lack of appropriate technology, after years of development, only a few dozen humans from the Waterball world, a handful of rudimentary robots, and 2 small human research bases existed on the moon, targets easily annihilated like insignificant ants. As a valiant general of Mars, Megatron reflected during the journey. Having experienced the recent ambush, he gained profound insight into the advantages and shortcomings of the Waterball world's sonic weaponry, realizing how a mere handful of their elite task force could decimate an entire fleet of over 1 million fully armed Martian spacecraft. Without precautions, any spacecraft would be vulnerable to close-range, localized assaults from such sonic weapons. Had they prepared adequately and avoided close encounters, the technological superiority of Mars would have been markedly evident, rendering the sonic weaponry of the waterball world utterly ineffective. Following this encounter, it became clear to the Martian vanguard that equipping their spacecraft with soundproofing devices was imperative. Otherwise, the best outcome would be mutual destruction with the humans of the waterball world. An hour later, the Martian vanguard reached the boundless expanse of space. Situated 10,000 kilometers from the moon, Captain Lewis, commander of the reconnaissance spacecraft, reported, "General Megatron, we have conducted a distant reconnaissance and found no anomalies on the moon. There are no visible waterball world forces on the lunar surface or in its vicinity." Nodding thoughtfully, General Megatron replied, "The humans of the waterball world are cunning. We shall first launch a long-range attack on the moon's surface to destroy the 2 research facilities, followed by random bombardments to ascertain if there are any ambushes nearby." "Understood, General," Captain Lewis responded. Subsequently, he issued orders to the Martian warriors aboard the spacecraft. Target the human research bases 01 and 02 on the moon. Initiate direct bombardment with quantum cannons. A minute later, with a resounding boom, the 2 human research bases on the moon were obliterated by the quantum cannon fire. This latest weapon, developed by Mars, was the most powerful projectile in their arsenal, boasting a destructive capability 100 times greater than the most advanced laser cannons of the waterball world. Thus, using it to strike 2 research bases of less than 3 kilometers in size was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After a hearty laugh, Captain Lewis once again commanded, "Target the lunar surface. Initiate random fire with the ion-cutting cannon." Moments later, the lunar surface was engulfed in smoke and dust, while the unfortunate members of the human special forces, hidden within imperceptible shelters, endured the agonizing fate of being struck without receiving a counterattack order from Director Sanmao. Even as their arms and legs were severed, they gritted their teeth in silence. Observing that the artillery reconnaissance had yet to uncover any ambush or resistance from the waterball world, Captain Lewis activated the communication system to report, "General Megatron, this is Captain Lewis of the reconnaissance team. I am pleased to inform you that we have successfully destroyed 2 research bases established by the waterball world on the moon and have randomly attacked 99 locations on the lunar surface where hidden troops and personnel might be concealed, yet found no ambushes." Upon hearing this, General Megatron was elated and exclaimed, "Excellent. Your reconnaissance team has achieved remarkable success." He then commanded loudly, "I order you to proceed at full speed to the moon, gather materials on site, and construct soundproofing devices for the spacecraft." For a spacecraft capable of flying at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour, traversing 10,000 kilometers would take mere minutes. However, for the special forces of the waterball world, suffering in the shelters beneath the lunar surface, each passing moment felt like an eternity. The 2 columns of ambushing forces hidden on the far side of the moon were equally tense. The outcome hinged on this critical moment. Director Sanmao, commanding the lunar ambush forces, had learned from Marshal Wang Rui that the previous ambush had not gone well, a heavy burden weighing on him. The first wave of ambushing forces from the waterball world had lost 85 aircraft carriers, managing to eliminate only half of the Martian Vanguard spacecraft. Consequently, President of the Ordinary Empire, Marshal Wang Rui, Director Sanmao, and the participating soldiers meticulously scrutinized the reasons behind the lackluster results. Firstly, the Martian Vanguard had discovered the waterball world's ambush first, leveraging their weaponry's attack speed and power for long-range strikes, resulting in significant losses for the waterball world forces. Secondly, the limitations of the acoustic wave weapon's range and slower propagation speed meant that the Martian spacecraft, which maintained considerable distance from each other during flight, could escape far faster than the sound waves could travel. Armed with this new intelligence, gained at the cost of blood and lives, Director Sanmao and the strategic operations advisors devised a new tactic that capitalized on their strengths while avoiding weaknesses. They adjusted the original strategic deployment, transforming the 2 columns initially prepared for a direct confrontation near the moon into a covert ambush formation, intentionally relocating the aircraft carriers of both columns to the far side of the moon to evade detection by Martian reconnaissance waves. They planned to launch a surprise attack as the Martian spacecraft approached the lunar surface in dense formation. Chapter 67. The Divergent Clash of the Martian Vanguard Forces. 10. Meanwhile, the structures on the lunar surface remained intact, designed to deceive the Martians. However, beneath the lunar exterior, the special forces of the waterball world and robots were engaged in urgent operations, having excavated several underground shelters extending thousands of meters deep. A contingent of elite soldiers was dispatched to guard these positions, ready to strike once Martian spacecraft malfunctioned and uncontrollably crashed onto the lunar surface, seizing the opportunity to annihilate the incapacitated Martians using explosive weaponry or hand-to-hand combat. As the Martian vanguard forces, comprising over 2,000 spacecraft, raced towards the moon, General Megatron suddenly felt an unsettling unease. His instincts warned him that this lunar mission was progressing too smoothly, considering the situation from a different perspective. If the human general from the waterball world dared to launch an ambush from 300,000 kilometers away, then they had no reason not to establish a trap closer to home on the moon. Thoughts raced through his mind as he recalled that Lewis's reconnaissance units may have overlooked the far side of the moon. He immediately commanded, "I order all spacecraft to disperse and thoroughly inspect the far side of the moon for hidden human ambushes from the waterball world." Just as the commanders of the Martian vanguard forces received General Megatron's directive to scatter, they were suddenly met with a barrage of sonic bombs erupting from the far side of the moon. The warriors of the Martian vanguard, haunted by the fear of these sonic bombs, quickly realized they had fallen into another ambush set by the humans of the waterball world. Amidst a cacophony of frantic screams, some spacecraft hastily accelerated to flee, while others opted to hasten their descent to the moon. In the chaos, several spacecraft collided, and others hurriedly raised their shields. Before long, an array of sonic weaponry, including the signature moves of Xiaobao, unleashed devastating shockwaves and sonic blasts. As the sound waves propagated, the Martian vessels plummeted to the lunar surface like raindrops, with the Martians inside losing consciousness upon impact. Subsequently, waves of special forces from the waterball world emerged on the lunar surface, relentlessly targeting the out-of-control Martian spacecraft with laser cannons and rifles. Some falling vessels erupted mid-air upon being struck, while unconscious Martians lost all chance of waking up. However, a few spacecraft, having accelerated during their descent, crashed into the moon's surface like missiles, creating massive craters and exterminating nearby human special forces, while also entangling the Martians deeply within the lunar soil, resulting in mutual destruction. Witnessing this scene, General Megatron's rage boiled over, realizing that his meticulously crafted strategy for a stable landing on the moon had disintegrated into nothingness. He found that only a few hundred of the Martian vanguard's once thousands of operational vessels remained, a mere fraction of the formidable fleet that had embarked from Mars. With his eyes blazing red, he roared in Martian, "I shall fight to the bitter end." Then came the command, "All valiant warriors of the Martian vanguard, heed my words. Propel yourselves at full speed, unleashing long-range missiles along the way, indiscriminately assaulting the densely populated regions of the water sphere world to bring about mutual destruction." Director Sanmao, commanding near the moon, observed as the remnants of the Martian vanguard, comprising several hundred spacecraft, abruptly altered their scattered retreat and accelerated towards the water sphere world, continuously launching long-range weaponry. Realizing that the Martian vanguard had adopted a self-destructive strategy detrimental to the water sphere world, Director Sanmao led 2 fleets of aircraft carriers in relentless pursuit, urgently reporting, President, the remnants of the Martian vanguard, cornered and desperate, have commenced launching long-range artillery against the water sphere world. Preliminary estimates indicate approximately 500 spacecraft heading towards the water sphere world. Please prepare for defense." Upon receiving Director Sanmao's message, the President of the Ordinary Empire promptly issued orders. "All forces, listen closely. The remaining 500 Martian vanguard spacecraft are racing towards the water sphere world at full speed, having already launched numerous long-range weapons. It is anticipated that they will reach the atmosphere of the water sphere world in 1 to 2 hours. I command that all 4 fleets of aircraft carriers ascend immediately to confront this threat. As soon as the long-range detection instruments identify any unidentified flying objects, launch all available sonic waves, beast shockwaves, and ultimate techniques, employing a tactic of mutual destruction to collide with the Martian missiles and spacecraft, ensuring that Martian vessels and long-range missiles do not reach the surface of the water sphere world. I also order all long-range sonic weapon launch platforms in the water sphere world to prepare for engagement. Ground forces, ready yourselves for close combat with the Martians. All the elderly, women, and children must take refuge in underground shelters until the conflict concludes." The President's issuance of such a desperate command was unavoidable, as the speed and lethality of Martian weaponry were alarmingly high. If these weapons were permitted to strike the surface of the water sphere world, the human population therein could face extinction. An hour later, the President of the Ordinary Empire, leading the ultimate defense force of 40,000 spacecraft from 4 fleets, discovered that over 300 Martian vanguard vessels remained, having launched more than 10,000 long-range missiles, their twinkling lights racing towards the water sphere world at speeds exceeding 100,000 kilometers per hour. The president immediately commanded, launch the sonic waves and other sonic weapons. Engage the enemy head-on. As commanded, long live the ordinary empire. Came the resounding response. Waves of ultimate techniques, beast shockwaves, and sonic waves erupted in succession. As the entire expanse of the water sphere world resonated with the roars of Wang Xiaobao and the great alligator, readying for the confrontation with the remnants of the Martian vanguard. Due to the interference from the sonic weapons, many of the long-range projectiles launched by the remaining Martian vanguard lost control, their speeds diminishing, some even altering their trajectories. However, the vast majority, propelled by inertia, continued their high-speed trajectory towards the water sphere world. Subsequently, a valiant cadre of warriors from the waterball world positioned their aircraft carriers as shields against the Martian assault weapons, while some astute and capable fighters launched laser cannons in defiance. A cacophony of thunderous explosions and crackling sounds resonated through the air as spacecraft, aircraft carriers, and long-range missiles erupted like a celestial meteor shower, plummeting toward the waterball world. During this fierce confrontation, some Martian vanguard units, akin to elusive fish slipping through the net, unleashed long-range laser strikes upon the major cities of the waterball world. Chaos ensued, with smoke billowing and cries of anguish echoing in the air. Long-range sensors detected this dire situation on the surface of the waterball world, prompting previously hesitant aircraft carriers, still engaged in launching their offensive weapons, to accelerate towards the nearby Martian vessels and long-range missiles, forming relentless waves of fearless suicide squads. The cosmic conflict, the most brutal scene of interspecies warfare, unfolded in the void near the waterball world, amidst the atmosphere and the surface. Both sides, consumed by rage, fought with a primal intensity. It became a matter of life or death. Many resorted to mutually assured destruction strategies. An aircraft carrier collided with a spacecraft, while two other carriers willingly intercepted a Martian quantum missile. The Martian warriors, witnessing their numbers dwindle, charged fearlessly, relying on the advantage of their shields in reckless abandon. Some Martians, having exhausted their arsenal of missiles, even deafened themselves in the process, accelerating their crafts toward densely populated areas of the waterball world, disregarding the need for a controlled descent. In such moments, even the most potent of attacks would prove futile, as the inertia would drive the out-of-control spacecraft to crash at high speed. Among them, over a dozen Martian vessels fortuitously descended into the sea or lakes, avoiding immediate destruction. However, they were subsequently discovered by human soldiers and civilians who surged forth. Utilizing rudimentary yet effective techniques, they unleashed a barrage of assaults with their primal shockwaves and laser weaponry, obliterating the defenseless spacecraft and reducing the Martians within to mere pulp. 10 hours later, as Director Sanmao led the remaining 3,000 aircraft carriers of the Moon Interception Force back to the waterball world at full speed, the most harrowing struggle for survival had concluded. Under the directive of the waterball world's president for a self-sacrificial defense, the Martian vanguard had been utterly annihilated. Those few Martian quantum cannons and ion cutters that managed to strike the waterball world accounted for less than 1% of the total. Yet the immense destructive power of these rare high-tech weapons resulted in nearly half of the civilian population suffering casualties. The entire waterball world was engulfed in sorrow, filled with cries of mourning and lamentation. 2 days hence, as Marshal Wang Rue led the remnants of the first wave of Void ambush troops back to the waterball world, the citizens of the ordinary empire were united in their efforts to save the wounded and tend to the fallen. Preliminary reports indicated that of the 100,000 aircraft carriers from 3 waves of assault, only 160,000 remained, with the vast majority suffering significant damage. The special forces of the waterball world faced casualties exceeding 3/4 of their ranks, with losses in property numbering in the countless. The devastating toll on the waterball world left the survivors profoundly grateful, thankful that the ordinary empire had devised the formidable Xiaobao's ultimate technique, the beast shockwave alongside the Xiaobao world wave. They rejoiced that Xiaobao and General De Bao had successfully launched a surprise attack on the Martian stronghold, obliterating their plan to invade the waterball world with 1 million spacecraft, and had strategically dismantled over 5,000 vessels of the Martian vanguard. They felt fortunate that Marshal Wang Rue and Director Sanmao had executed 2 successful ambushes against the Martian vanguard, destroying nearly 4,000 of their spacecraft. They were also relieved that the president and numerous brave soldiers had selflessly defended against the remaining 300 spacecraft. Had these preemptive strategies, which kept the enemy at bay, not been implemented, even a mere invasion of 10,000 Martian Vanguard spacecraft would have condemned them all to become Martian prey, leaving no hope for burial. Upon receiving the grievous news of the casualties in the waterball world through a dedicated communication channel, Xiaobao, General DeBao, and the other members of the Vanguard Task Force returned at full speed, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai spoke in unison, suggesting, "General DeBao, let us execute the captured President Douglas, Marshal Yamamoto, and the Martians from Naples to avenge our brethren in the waterball world." Xiaobao, perched upon the back of a giant crocodile, added, "DeBao, let my crocodile devour those detestable Martians." General DeBao, moved by their sentiments, pondered for a moment before shaking his head gently. "I understand your feelings. The reckless assault on the waterball world was orchestrated by General Wu Zenshan, who now lies in ashes. President Douglas, however, contributed to the division of the Martian Vanguard and had previously agreed to allow him and his family to return to Mars." Noting the lingering anger and frustration of Xiaobao and the Vanguard members, General DeBao continued, "A man without trust cannot stand. Besides honoring our commitment to the people of the waterball world, we must consider the implications. If we were to kill or allow the crocodile to devour Douglas and his kin, how would we explain ourselves to General Nanbation when he arrives to escort them back?" Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and several other Vanguard members exclaimed, "We could engage them in another battle and eliminate General Nanbation and his forces as well." Upon hearing this, General DeBao could only manage a wry smile before explaining, "Marshal Wang Rui and Director San Mao have already demonstrated, through their blood and sacrifice, that in this boundless starry expanse, the encounter between over 3,000 spacecraft returning from the Martian Vanguard fleet and the two vessels commandeered by our elite task force is fundamentally mismatched. Even with our ultimate techniques, such as the Beast Shockwave and the World Wave, we stand no chance. The velocity of the spacecraft in the void is exceedingly rapid, rendering sonic weaponry too sluggish for effective engagement. Furthermore, should the remnants of the Martian fleet become aware of the vulnerabilities within our waterball world, realizing the extensive damage inflicted by the likes of Megatron, they may very well reconsider and invade our realm anew. At present, we possess no capacity for resistance." After listening to General DeBao's elucidation, although the members of the elite task force remained deeply troubled, they recognized the validity of his words. Even Little Bao understood that they could not allow the monstrous crocodile to consume these Martian captives. Just as the team was engulfed in sorrow and indignation for their compatriots in the waterball world, the spacecraft's communication system began to flicker. General DeBao noted that it was the anticipated call from General Nanbation. Reflecting for a moment, General DeBao solemnly instructed, "Everyone pay close attention. Once the Douglas family emerges, we must convey to them that Megatron and his fleet of nearly 5,000 spacecraft have been utterly annihilated, all while maintaining an air of ease and cheerfulness. We must never allow them to learn of the grievous damage suffered by the waterball world." In unison, the members of the elite task force responded, "Understood, General," with Little Bao also nodding in agreement from atop the crocodile's back. Warfare often hinges on the interplay of wit and valor. Previously, the two factions clashed in martial combat, a fierce ballet of blades and blood. Now, however, it had transitioned into a battle of intellect, rife with intrigue and cunning, where the victor would be determined by superior strategy, whether in martial or intellectual conflict. As members of the Vanguard Task Force of the Ordinary Empire, they bore the weight of the entire human race from the waterball world and could not afford the slightest lapse in diligence. Once Captain Lu Meng released President Douglas and his family from a separate chamber, General DeBao spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. "President Douglas, the humans of the waterball world cherish peace, yet we are not afraid of war. Here is the draft of the permanent peace trade agreement between the waterball world and Mars. All you need to do is sign it, and you may return to Mars with General Nanbation." Upon hearing this, Douglas glanced at Little Bao, who was perched imperiously upon the crocodile's back, and promptly accepted the document inscribed in both Martian and waterball world languages, titled Permanent Peace Trade Agreement between the waterball world and Mars. A cursory glance revealed 4 key stipulations. The first proclaimed that the intelligent worlds of the waterball and Mars would henceforth coexist in peace, never to engage in conflict again. The second clause states that, as a demonstration of both punishment and sincerity, the Martians are willing to annually provide the waterball world with a generous donation of 18 varieties of fully equipped spacecraft, including 1,000 vessels of quantum cannons and ion cannons. In return, The inhabitants of the waterball world shall offer 10,000 pigs, 10,000 sheep, 100,000 chickens, 100,000 ducks, and 1,000,000 pounds of apples to the Martians each year, signifying a fair exchange. The third clause stipulates that Martians are prohibited from entering within a 100 million kilometer radius of the waterball world without the permission of the ordinary empire. Conversely, the humans of the waterball world may traverse to Mars at their discretion. The fourth clause aims to bolster economic and trade relations between the waterball world and Mars. President Douglas has appointed Captain Naples to serve as the full representative of humanity in the waterball world to Mars, granting him the authority to negotiate a series of economic treaties with the Martians on behalf of the President of Mars, thus ensuring that future exchanges between the humans of the waterball world and the Martians will be conducted fairly under these treaties. Upon a brief contemplation of this evidently inequitable peace treaty, President Douglas affixed his signature. As the defeated planet, and the Martian president who had been captured by the humans of the waterball world, such a capitulation was obligatory, regardless of the terms. It appeared that the humans of the waterball world were relatively benevolent, especially in comparison to the past, where President Douglas, as the victor, had relentlessly oppressed, exploited, and humiliated the leaders of the defeated planet. The waterball world humans did not demand exorbitant concessions and even considered improving the lives of the Martian populace by annually providing them with livestock and produce. Although the agreement signed by Captain Naples might pose challenges for Mars in the future, akin to a bottomless pit, it could also yield significant trade benefits. In the realm of interstellar commerce, what is deemed useless by the waterball world may be invaluable to Mars. Thus, this peace treaty could be heralded as a triumph in interstellar trade. Witnessing President Douglas's prompt endorsement of the relatively equitable peace treaty, which he sealed with the president of Mars's exclusive emblem, General Daba and Captain Lu Meng exchanged glances and discreetly exhaled in relief. With a smile, General Daba remarked, "President Douglas, you are astute and discerning. I greatly appreciate this. Now that we have entered into a peace agreement, I consider us friends." In response, President Douglas revealed a professional smile and replied, "Indeed, General Daba. It is an honor to befriend heroes such as yourself and General Xiaobao. I assure you that as long as I, Douglas, draw breath, Mars and the waterball world shall remain amicable neighbors, engaging solely in commercial exchanges, with no more conflict or warfare." Delighted by this, General Daba casually added, "Since we are now friends, I have some good news for you. The general known as Shockwave, who previously defied your presidential orders and led the invasion of the waterball world, has met with complete annihilation." Upon hearing President Douglas, he paused momentarily, feeling a sense of relief for his astute decision to engage in peaceful negotiations with the inhabitants of the waterball world. He then spoke lightly, "Thank you, General Daba. Since General Megatron has chosen to disregard my orders, his actions are a fitting consequence, and they bear no relation to us Martians." President Douglas reflected inwardly, contemplating that should General Megatron indeed invade the waterball world and emerge victorious, his presidency would be in jeopardy. With the Martian warriors now rendered extinct, Mars still remained under the dominion of the peace-promoting president. After a moment's contemplation, President Douglas cautiously inquired, "General Dabao, General Nanbatian has come to greet me. Might it be possible for Marshal Yamamoto 65 to accompany my family back?" To this, General Dabao calmly replied, "Since Martians have invaded the waterball world, there must be accountability. Although Megatron has already been vanquished, our humble empire must publicly prosecute the war criminals and execute the principal culprits. Otherwise, we cannot answer to our people. If President Douglas is willing to return with us to the waterball world for judgment, I could consider allowing Marshal Yamamoto 65 to return to Mars with General Nanbatian." Upon hearing this, President Douglas awkwardly chuckled a few times and responded, "Forget it. General Dabao, let's disregard what I just mentioned. Public trials and executions of war criminals are commonplace in the cosmos and national conflicts. With war comes the necessity of scapegoats. It is better for the living that the dead do not share in their demise. My relationship with Marshal Douglas has not reached the point of life and death exchange." General Dabao, upon hearing this, also laughed heartily and said, "I did not hear anything just now." Chapter 70, Carnage and Glory, Part 2. After feigning ease and sending off President Douglas, Xiaobao, and General Dabao, leading the Vanguard Task Force, sorrowfully piloted 2 spacecraft at full speed toward the waterball world for 2 days and nights. Amidst their muted conversation, they suddenly received a report from Captain Lu Hai, who was piloting the Explorer spacecraft ahead. "Report, General. The Explorer's long-range detector has identified over 300 Martian spacecraft adrift in the void. Based on the spatial distance, we surmise this is near the battlefield where the Marshal ambushed the Martian vanguard. These spacecraft should be the vessels destroyed by the Xiaobao world wave. Please advise on how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, General De Bao replied, "Let us investigate together. To be cautious, we shall deploy some Xiaobao world waves upon arrival." An hour later, hundreds of dilapidated spacecraft appeared on the control room screen of the Douglas President's dedicated spacecraft. After several days, the majority of these vessels remained incapacitated and out of control, though several had regained some functionality. Some could drift, others had restored life support systems, and a few had reactivated their weapon systems. Some Martians who regained consciousness in the restored spacecraft managed to survive, while others, after being rendered unconscious by the shockwave of a beast, awoke to find themselves in a completely uncontrolled vessel, lacking timely and essential medical assistance. Even the most resilient Martians faced certain demise without life support systems after 2 days adrift in the vast void. After a moment of contemplation and grasping the situation, General Daba commanded, "I order the launch of the Xiaobao world wave." As soon as General Daba's words echoed, 2 spacecraft released dozens of sonic weapons crafted from Xiaobao world waves. When Captain Lu Meng and Captain Lu Hai piloted their vessels nearby, several remaining spacecraft with operational detection capabilities mistakenly believed that reinforcements had arrived from General Wei Tian, or that the delicious waterball inhabitants of the human world were there to reward their patient waiting. The surviving warriors of the Martian vanguard cheered exuberantly. However, upon witnessing the deeply ingrained sonic weapons of the waterball world humans, they erupted into a chorus of Martian wails. Realizing that it was not General Wei Tian who had come, but the waterball world humans boldly approaching in Martian spacecraft. And the outcome of this confrontation was all too predictable. 3 days later, Marshal Wang Rui and Director Samao, leading a contingent of elite soldiers and the foremost scientists and researchers from the waterball world, arrived at this celestial expanse. Previously, General Daba had led the Waterball World's Vanguard Task Force to conduct a preliminary cleanup of the battlefield, seizing a total of 356 remaining Martian spacecraft, all of which could be fully repaired based on maintenance records retrieved from the Martian Maintenance Base 999. They also captured 160,000 unconscious Martians and discovered 2.44 million fallen Martian Vanguard warriors within the wreckage of their spacecraft. A month later, Xiaobao, General Daba, Marshal Wang Rui, and Director Samao, piloting 360 repaired Martian spacecraft, triumphantly returned to the Waterball world. Initially, some uninformed inhabitants of the Waterball world, upon witnessing such a multitude of Martian spacecraft arriving, panicked, fearing a second wave of Martian assaults. It was only after tuning into the public broadcasts of the Ordinary Empire or receiving information through television and the internet that they learned of Xiaobao and General Daba's victorious return. The public announcement of the Ordinary Empire of the Waterball world revealed that Xiaobao and General Daba, leading over 30 Vanguard Task Force members on their expedition to Mars, had exterminated over 90 of the Martian populace, captured President Douglas and Marshal Yamamoto 65, and taken 160,000 Martian warriors alive, while destroying over 3 million Martian spacecraft, including 360 vessels, among which was the personal spacecraft of President Douglas. Under duress, President Douglas of Mars was compelled to sign the treaty known as the Pact of Surrender, the Waterball World and Mars Permanent Peace and Trade Agreement. This accord explicitly stipulated that the 2 intelligent planets would henceforth cease hostilities. The Martians were obligated to provide Waterball World with an annual tribute of 1,000 spacecraft of each of 18 different types, free of charge, in a demonstration of goodwill, considering the dire plight of the Martians facing extinction. The Plain Empire pledged to send annually 10,000 pigs, 10,000 sheep, 100,000 chickens, 10,000 ducks, and 1,000 apples to Mars. Furthermore, from this point onward, the inhabitants of Waterball World were granted unrestricted access to any location on Mars. While Martians required the approval of the Plain Empire to enter a radius of 100 million kilometers around Waterball World, the human populace of Waterball World was bestowed with the rights to engage in various trades with the Martians, possessing both operational and pricing privileges, in a bid to severely punish the Martian war criminals. The president of the Plain Empire announced a public trial to take place in 1 month for the Martian General Yamamoto 65 and several generals from the Martian Vanguard, during which these war criminals would face execution to honor the souls of those who perished due to the Martian invasion. Upon receiving this information, Jubilant cheers erupted throughout Waterball World. The populace temporarily set aside the painful memories of war, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the valiant members of the Waterball World Vanguard Task Force. Many could not restrain their exuberance, shouting, Xiao Bao, we love you. Wang Xiao Bao is the most handsome. Wang Xiao Bao is the best in the world. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Xiao Bao and De Bao are true heroes. Long live humanity. The first battle in the boundless starry sky culminated in a resounding victory for humanity. Although humanity suffered immensely due to its technological inferiority, the wisdom, courage, and contributions of Xiao Bao and De Ayu yielded substantial gains in the aftermath of the war. It is well understood that having seized several hundred spacecraft from Waterball World, and with the prospect of receiving an annual tribute of 1,000 spacecraft of 18 different designs from Mars, the technological advancement of Waterball World over Mars was assured. Mars had effectively become akin to a colony of Waterball World. The value of the pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and apples amounted to little more than a fraction of the worth of a single Martian spacecraft. While the entirety of Waterball World rejoiced, our national hero Xiao Bao lay peacefully asleep at home, having been away for 2 months. Cradled in his arms was a specially crafted large diamond medal and a standard gold medal awarded to him by the president of the Plain Empire upon his triumphant return. Guarding his bedside was De Ayu, whose youthful face bore a faint smile, as droplets of saliva unknowingly trickled onto the diamond and gold medals. Truly, in youthful innocence, the sorrows of the world are but a triviality. The chaos of battle seems merely a game, and in dreams, one envisions themselves as a marshal, boldly challenging the wicked. The 71st battle, the arrival of the Jovians. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years had elapsed. Wang Xiaobao and De Ayu, due to their extraordinary contributions during the conflict with the Martians, had become heroes of Waterball World. Nonetheless, this did not alter Wang Xiaobao's steady progression in his studies. As he transitioned from a primary student to a secondary student, little Bao's life remained largely unaffected, save for the presence of a formidable crocodile that now followed him closely. The crocodile's existence, however, underwent a profound transformation, evolving from a solitary beast dwelling in a cave to a loyal spirit companion of little Bao. Following a fierce battle with Martians, General De Bao, led by Captain Lu Meng, initially intended to return the crocodile to its cave in the coastal region, as its presence in the capital city of the Ordinary Empire. Qiming City was indeed quite extraordinary. Yet, after 2 months of shared trials and tribulations, a deep bond had formed between little Bao and the crocodile. Little Bao opposed the idea of sending the crocodile away, and the crocodile, too, was reluctant to part from him. Furthermore, the crocodile displayed remarkable intelligence, clearly comprehending the gestures and words exchanged between little Bao and Lu Meng. Concerns arose regarding the potential resurgence of the Martians invading the Waterball World, leading to a final decision to allow the crocodile to remain under little Bao's care, with all expenses covered by the military budget of the Ordinary Empire. The rationale behind this decision was primarily due to the crocodile's immense size and appetite. It required 3 cows, thousands of pounds of fish, and countless apples daily. The amount consumed by the crocodile in a single day surpassed what 1,000 Special Forces soldiers would consume. Little Bao, unemployed and lacking funds, could not afford such provisions for the crocodile, nor could even General De Bao or Marshal Wang Rui manage it. Given the crocodile's significant contributions during the war against the Martians, the president of the Ordinary Empire granted special permission for the crocodile to be recognized as a soldier of the Empire's Special Forces, thereby ensuring its sustenance was supported by the state. For the sake of convenience and the registration requirements of the Special Forces, little Bao and Lu Meng decided to name the crocodile Lu Yu. The surname Lu was chosen because both the crocodile and Lu Meng hailed from a fishing village in Coastal City, where all residents bore the surname Lu. The name Yu, meaning fish, was selected due to the crocodile's fondness for fish, which it often caught from the nearby Wake Lion Lake. One day, while diligently studying at home, little Bao was suddenly startled by Lu Yu's urgent roars from outside. Recognizing that Lu Yu had detected something unusual, he swiftly grabbed a new type of laser gun and dashed outside. Over 5 years, the laser guns in the Waterball World had undergone a revolutionary transformation, integrating the advantages of Martian quantum guns with the original laser technology, rendering them far more suitable for human use. Outside, approximately 500 meters from the house, Lu Yu was furiously roaring at a towering tree. Little Bao was puzzled, as there had never been a large tree near his home. Only a vast expanse of lawn existed. Even if his grandfather had planted trees, they would have been mere saplings, incapable of sprouting a gigantic tree silently overnight. Climbing onto Lu Yu's back with caution, little Bao approached the tree, laser gun in hand. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a horrifying scream, followed by a violent roll, causing little Bao to tumble off its back. To his shock, a root had erupted from the ground, piercing through Lu Yu's belly. Lu Yu, the formidable crocodile, was adorned with a tough armor of scales, save for its vulnerable belly, which had been pierced by a tree root, causing a torrent of crimson blood to flow. In excruciating pain, Lu Yu howled and roared in agony. Upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon the great beast, Xiao Bao swiftly seized a state-of-the-art laser gun and directed it at the tree root. To his astonishment, the laser failed to sever the root. Instead, an array of additional roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring Lu Yu and forcefully dragging him downward. Two smaller roots coiled around Xiao Bao's legs, attempting to pull him into the earth. Realizing the dire situation, Xiao Bao, in a flurry of panic, fired relentlessly at the roots while shouting, "Old man, help me! Old man, save me!" The elderly gentleman, who had been alerted by the commotion, immediately rushed out upon hearing Xiao Bao's cries for help. Assessing the precarious situation, he brandished a newly invented proton gun and discharged it at the tree. With a series of resounding blasts, the trunk of the tree recoiled in pain, releasing all its roots, which retreated into the ground. In a swift transformation, the entire tree shrank dramatically and vanished into the earth, leaving no trace behind. The proton gun, a recent invention of the old man, surpassed even the Martian quantum gun in potency, boasting a destructive capacity that he claimed exceeded the power of the previous Waterball World laser gun by a factor of 1,000 and the Martian weapon by tenfold. Xiao Bao had previously witnessed the old man's experiments with the proton gun, which could penetrate 100 meters of steel and effortlessly bore holes through mountains of stone. Now, observing that the proton gun had neither harmed the tree nor penetrated its trunk, Xiao Bao was left in a state of wonder, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that this world truly harbors monsters? Has this tree become sentient? How else could it shrink and attempt to ensnare and consume beings? When did such spirits emerge in our mountains?" After a fruitless search for any trace of the tree monster, the old man noticed that Lu Yu still lay on the ground, writhing in pain, prompting him to urgently call Marshal Wang Ruyuan and alert the nearest top-tier hospital for emergency assistance. Lu Yu was not merely Xiao Bao's companion, but also a national treasure of the Ordinary Empire, and it was imperative to prevent any mishap. As both Xiao Bao and Lu Yu were heroes in the battle against the Martians, the old man informed Marshal Wang Ruyuan of the concurrent emergencies involving Xiao Bao and Lu Yu, who took the matter with utmost seriousness. He promptly dispatched General Dabao, leading 2 elite Special Forces units, to provide rescue, accompanied by the finest military doctors from the Ordinary Empire, who arrived shortly thereafter aboard a state-of-the-art spacecraft. Upon the arrival of General Dabao, Xiao Bao and the old man recounted the entire sequence of events. General Dabao, taken aback by the news, pondered for a moment before instructing Lu Meng, retrieve the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the residence. The residence of Xiao Bao and the old gentleman is a grand villa shared by Marshal Wang Rui and General Dabao's family. Previously, a variety of surveillance and recording devices had been discreetly installed within a 3-kilometer radius to ensure everyone's safety. However, after Xiao Bao and the formidable Lu Yu began to reside there regularly, the surveillance range was expanded to 30 kilometers, which has now proven to be quite useful. After reviewing the footage with the Special Forces soldiers, General Dabao discovered a peculiar large tree that had engaged in a brief yet intense confrontation with Xiao Bao, Lu Yu, and the old gentleman just 15 minutes prior. This ancient tree appeared to be at least a millennium old and was an unprecedented species, possessing the intellect and mobility akin to that of animals, along with the unique ability to shrink and burrow underground. Recognizing the unusual nature of this occurrence, the team deliberated briefly before General Dabao ordered the deployment of 3 Special Forces units to encircle an area within a 300-kilometer radius. Subsequently, a fleet of aircraft carriers, spacecraft, satellites, and radar systems was dispatched for aerial reconnaissance. After a short while, the soldiers of the Special Forces meticulously searched both the sky and ground within the 300-kilometer perimeter, yet no trace of the tree creature was found. Even a few specialized subterranean robots sent to explore the burrow initially created by the creature failed to locate any further evidence after traversing 3 kilometers underground. Efforts to excavate nearby mountains with heavy machinery yielded no anomalies either. It seemed as if the tree monster had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Observing the flurry of activity from General Dabao and his team yielding no results, Xiao Bao remarked, "General Dabao, this tree creature is unlike anything we've encountered before. Could it be an extraterrestrial being?" Upon hearing this, General Du Bao smacked his forehead and responded, Xiao Bao is right. There is indeed a possibility of that. He then commanded, Lu Meng, swiftly gather the surveillance data from the last month's space satellites to check for any anomalies. After 5 years of study and adaptation, the planetary defense system of the water sphere world has undergone a remarkable transformation. The universe surrounding the water sphere world has been fortified with thousands of satellites and space stations, including spacecraft maintenance bases akin to those on Mars, as well as reconnaissance and defense satellites. Logically, any extraterrestrial presence in the water sphere world, even one as elusive as the Napolitan Explorer S cloaked vessel, should be detected by these planetary reconnaissance and defense satellites, leaving at least some evidence behind. Captain Lu Meng responded promptly, Understood, General. Half an hour later, Captain Lu Meng returned with a report from the secret research base of Director Sanmao. Report, General. After meticulously comparing the recent month's celestial reconnaissance data with the footage of the tree monster, we discovered that 2 days ago, a reconnaissance satellite observed an unidentified flying object streaking across the sky of the waterball world. At that time, the analysis indicated that the landing site was near Xiao Bao's residence. Upon further tracking, we noted an unusual wooden object had appeared on a nearby hill. It neither possessed metallic properties nor exhibited radioactive reactions, leading the station scientists to mistakenly dismiss it, neglecting to report it in a timely manner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao, General Du Bao, and the elder realized that this wooden entity might be a new extraterrestrial being, akin to the tree monster. The waterball world has no historical records of such beings that can actively entwine with humans and animals, seek to devour both humans and crocodiles, alter their size, and burrow underground to escape. The wooden material observed by the satellite 2 days ago is likely the spacecraft of these wooden aliens, and the tree monster may very well have emerged from this spacecraft. Chapter 72, Wood and Wood Tyrant, Part 1. After acquiring some medicinal plasters, Xiao Bao applied a few pieces to the wounds on the crocodile's belly. Everyone observed in approval as they fit perfectly, and they all gave Xiao Bao a thumbs up. After a moment of contemplation, General Du Bao commanded, Lu Meng, promptly instruct Director Sanmao to arrange for all reconnaissance and defense satellites in the waterball world to conduct a global search for these wooden monsters. Let us refer to them as Jupiterians. Spare no location. Any clue related to the Jupiterians must be reported to me immediately. Captain Lu Meng responded promptly via the network communication video. Understood, General. General Du Bao then turned to Captain Lu Hai beside him and said, Lu Hai, swiftly relay my orders to ensure all special forces remain in a state of alert. Additionally, dispatch 6 battalions of special forces to thoroughly scour the ground within a radius of 3,000 kilometers until we locate the Jupiterian. Captain Lu Hai, upon hearing this, respectfully replied, Understood, General. Once all arrangements for the search of the Jupiterians were in place, General Du Bao and the elder took Xiao Bao and the giant crocodile, Lu Yu, to the hospital for examination. Xiao Bao, who had previously been ensnared by the Jupiterian, was found to have sustained only minor superficial injuries with no serious harm done. However, the giant crocodile Lu Yu had suffered a punctured belly from the roots of the Jupiterian. Although the examination revealed that the intestines and other internal organs were uninjured, with only slight abrasions, the punctured belly was quite concerning as it had bled profusely. The doctor recommended an injection to stop the bleeding and to suture the wound. However, a dilemma arose as all the nurses at the hospital trembled in fear upon seeing the giant crocodile, refusing to approach it for the injection or treatment, despite various assurances from the staff. Eventually, after General Du Bao and Captain Lu Hai reassured them with kind words, the head nurse, gathering her courage, said, I apologize, General Du Bao, but we truly do not know how to administer an injection to a crocodile. At this moment, Xiao Bao had just finished his inspection and realized he had no pressing matters to attend to. So he approached the great crocodile, Lu Yu. Observing the head nurse on the verge of tears, he kindly offered, Nurse, allow me to assist. Just tell me which injections to administer and which ointments to apply. The head nurse, relieved by his willingness, proceeded to explain the necessary treatments. However, Xiao Bao replied, Let us do it this way, nurse. I must admit, I do not fully understand your instructions. Instead, provide me with all the medications, and I shall devise a means to ensure that the great crocodile, Lu Yu, ingests them. Upon hearing this, the head nurse felt an immense sense of relief and promptly handed Xiao Bao more than a dozen bottles and jars. Xiao Bao then turned to Captain Lu Hai and instructed, Lu Hai, please fetch me 2 chickens and 2 rabbits. Lu Hai immediately grasped his intent and soon returned with 3 chickens and 3 rabbits. Xiao Bao then proceeded to place the medications given by the nurse into the stomachs of the chickens and rabbits. He then coaxed the great crocodile, Lu Yu, to open his mouth wide, and all the chickens and rabbits were consumed. Before long, the effects of the medication began to manifest, and the crocodile's belly ceased to bleed. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Bao inquired of the head nurse, "Do you have any large medicated plasters?" The nurse responded without hesitation, "Yes, Xiao Bao, we have several varieties." Elated, Xiao Bao requested, "Please bring me the largest one you have." Although the nurse was uncertain of Xiao Bao's intentions with the medicated plaster, she trusted his judgment and fetched several large plasters. After some time, as it became evident that the great crocodile Lu Yu was no longer bleeding and that his wounded belly had healed, he peacefully closed his eyes, and the crowd in the ward dispersed. Xiao Bao, however, remained, lying beside the great crocodile and drifting into a deep slumber as usual. Early the next morning, 2 nurses entered the ward to check on their patient. Upon entering, they were struck with horror and screamed, "The crocodile has eaten a person. Someone come quickly." Xiao Bao, who had been sleeping with his arms around the crocodile's snout, was startled awake by their screams. He scrambled up and asked, "The crocodile has eaten someone? Where?" The 2 nurses, upon seeing him, looked as if they had encountered a ghost and stammered, "We saw you lying on the crocodile's mouth and thought you had been devoured." Xiao Bao and the doctors, along with several members of the special forces who arrived at the commotion, couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. It was not the nurse's fault. Xiao Bao's behavior with the great crocodile was indeed extraordinary, and initially, the special forces soldiers had been quite alarmed. So it was understandable that the nurses were startled by the unusual sight. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Bao recognized that this situation could not continue. He stated, "Please prepare all the medications that Lu Yu requires, and I shall take them back to ensure he is fed properly. So you need not be in a constant state of alarm." The hospital staff, realizing this was the most practical solution, agreed, as Lu Yu's injuries were no longer critical. And given that administering medication and injections was beyond the nurse's capabilities, it would be better to avoid unnecessary complications in the hospital. As they journeyed, Xiao Bao instructed General De Bao to arrange for 2 special forces soldiers to assist in capturing a few wild chickens and rabbits, ensuring that the formidable crocodile, Lu Yu, would receive his medication punctually each day. However, he declined General De Bao's offer to send numerous special forces soldiers for his protection, for Xiao Bao was inherently audacious and, being inseparably linked to Lu Yu, instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Upon returning Xiao Bao and Lu Yu to their villa, General De Bao hurriedly departed, needing to organize the special forces for the apprehension of the Jovians. The soldiers assigned to safeguard Xiao Bao remained stationed outside. The elder, upon seeing Xiao Bao's return, was elated and presented him with a compact proton gun, crafted overnight. He explained that its operation mirrored that of Xiao Bao's previous laser gun, yet its power was significantly enhanced. Delighted at the prospect of having a more effective weapon, Xiao Bao recalled the ineffectiveness of his laser gun during his encounter with the Jovians and eagerly accepted the new firearm. The proton gun bore a striking resemblance to his former laser weapon, save for a change in the trigger's color from yellow to red. As per the elder's explanation, the emitted energy was now proton beams instead of laser rays. After a brief demonstration, Xiao Bao relinquished his old laser gun to the elder, embracing his new identity as a burgeoning young man with an impressive proton gun. Seeing that both Xiao Bao and Lu Yu were unscathed, the elder advised them to rest well and refrain from venturing outside for a few days until General De Bao apprehended the Jovians. Understanding the elder's concern, Xiao Bao assured him with a carefree attitude, "Fear not, grandfather. With this proton gun you've bestowed upon me, I shall vanquish any Jovian that dares to approach, 1 or 2 at a time." The elder chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling Xiao Bao's hair, and praised, "My Xiao Bao is indeed a hero of humanity, a nemesis to extraterrestrials, and has no reason to fear the Jovians." After bidding farewell to the elder, Xiao Bao recalled that he had yet to complete his homework assigned by the teacher due to the previous day's Jovian incident. He instructed Lu Yu to retire to the bedroom while he proceeded to the study. Upon entering the study, Xiao Bao was taken aback to discover a diminutive Jovian, resembling the one he had encountered the day before, perched on his desk. Reacting swiftly, he rolled to the ground and brandished the compact proton gun the elder had just given him, aiming it at the small Jovian, exclaiming, "You wicked Jovian." Just as he was about to press the red button on the proton gun, he noticed that the small Jovian did not attack or flee. Instead, it waved a branch at him, seemingly beckoning and greeting him. Intrigued, Xiao Bao inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" The Jovian continued to wave and emitted a series of chirps, though Xiao Bao could not comprehend a single word. At that moment, the elder heard a commotion and inquired from another room, Xiao Bao, is everything all right? Xiao Bao glanced at the small Jovian, who was incessantly swaying a branch at him, and seeing nothing unusual, replied casually, Elder, it's nothing, I'm just trying to learn the language of the stars. But I can't find my translator. The elder responded, the star language translator is located in the second cabinet in the study. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder, I will have a look. He then pointed his proton gun at the small Jovian and warned, don't move. I will find the translator first. If you make any sudden moves, I shall shoot. With that, Xiao Bao slowly approached the bookshelf, opened the second cabinet, and retrieved a compact star language translator that he had previously confiscated from a Martian. During this time, the small Jovian gently swayed its branch, showing no signs of hostility. After activating the translator, Xiao Bao adjusted it diligently until he finally matched a frequency that translated the small Jovian's words. Hello, Xiao Bao. Startled, Xiao Bao asked, How do you know my name? The Jovian replied, Hello, Xiao Bao. I am, a Jovian from Jupiter. I am your friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao exclaimed, Friend? Then why did you hurt me yesterday? The Jovian responded, I just arrived here today. How could I have hurt you yesterday? Realizing there might have been a misunderstanding due to his initial encounter with a Jovian resembling a mighty tree, Xiao Bao cautiously queried, Then, what is your name? The Jovian replied, Oh, my name is Wood. Chapter 73, Wood and the Bully, Part 2, Xiao Bao chuckled, unable to contain his mirth at the revelation that there truly existed an intelligent being named Wood. Your name is Wood? Seeing the Jovian solemnly sway its branches in affirmation, Xiao Bao continued, Yesterday, there was another Jovian like you who was quite fierce. He first attempted to capture my friend, the crocodile Lu Yu, for a meal, and then he aimed to catch me as well. Fortunately, the elder intervened and drove him away. Otherwise, both Lu Yu and I would have been in dire straits. After quietly listening to Xiao Bao recount his perilous encounter, the Jovian shook its branches and said, Oh, I apologize, Xiao Bao. Based on your description, I suspect that the one who harmed you yesterday is a bully among our savage Jovians. Xiao Bao, intrigued, asked, Bully? What does that mean? Why is he called a bully? The Jovian explained, A bully, in terms familiar to your world, refers to someone domineering. He came here to capture me. Xiao Bao inquired further, the bully came to capture you, but why? Aren't you all Jovians? The wooden figure replied, Little Bao. According to your classification of good and evil in the world of water balloons, we Jovians are also divided into two types. One is the peace-loving Jovians, while the other is the aggressive ones, who are always seeking trouble and committing heinous acts. I am a scientist among the Jovians, a peace-loving one who delights in exploration, particularly sailing through the cosmos to discover peculiar and extraordinary planets. Upon arriving in the world of water balloons, I found it quite intriguing. I observe you diligently studying every day, and your elders appear serene and peaceful. The place you inhabit, nestled beside mountains and waters, boasts a splendid environment, which has endeared itself to me, prompting me to come forth and seek your friendship. Little Bao, albeit somewhat hesitant, replied without much thought, You wish to be my friend? That is certainly agreeable, but how can I distinguish between your two kinds of Jovians? Moreover, how can I be certain that the aggressive 1-1T come to capture me again? Are you not affiliated with him? Upon hearing this, the wooden figure swayed its branches and responded, Little Bao, that question is easily resolved. I have examined your computers, and I noted that in the history of your world of water balloons, there existed a dinosaur era, populated by various dinosaurs such as the carnivorous Tyrannosaurus and Pterosaurs, alongside herbivorous ones like the Brachiosaurus and duck-billed dinosaurs. Similarly, among us Jovians, those like me who are peace-loving consume only water, air, and soil to thrive. Conversely, the barbarous Jovians, like the one you mentioned, feast on flesh, animals, and even sacred trees, consuming whatever they encounter. These are known as the savage Jovians. Little Bao enlightened, then inquired further, I see. So among your kind, there are those like the meat-eating Mu Ba and others like you who are herbivorous. However, how can I truly distinguish between the two types of Jovians? The wooden figure, upon hearing this, swayed its branches once more and shook its roots before explaining, Little Bao, observe closely. Our peace-loving Jovians possess larger leaves and finer, more abundant roots. Indeed, we Jovians can alter our size and even traverse through soil. Yet we cannot fly through the air unless aboard a specialized Jovian spacecraft. Little Bao, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this Jovian named Mu Tu indeed bore distinct differences from the one named Mu Ba he encountered yesterday. Today's Mu Tu had more and finer roots, with broader leaves, while yesterday's Mu Ba exhibited thicker, scarcer roots and sharper leaves. After contemplating this revelation, Little Bao pressed on. So Mu too. What brings you to our world of water balloons? We wish to capture the one called Mu Ba. Can you assist us in apprehending that villain? Upon hearing this, the wooden figure waved its branches enthusiastically and replied, Of course. Mu Ba originally came to seize me for sustenance, and if we do not capture him, it would spell trouble for you all if he relayed news of the abundant humans and animals in the world of water balloons back to Jupiter. If we, the peace-loving Jovians, were to learn of the situation, we could indeed assist you in transforming the areas affected by the nuclear radiation and pollution resulting from the Third World War's nuclear weaponry in the waterball world. We, as proponents of peace, possess the ability to eradicate these sources of radioactive contamination, thereby aiding in the purification of your environment. However, should the tyrannical wood tyrants relay news of the waterball world back to Jupiter, other similarly aggressive Jovians would undoubtedly swarm to your realm. They would consume every living being, humans, animals, and great trees alike, because the insatiable wood tyrants possess an unquenchable appetite, growing larger and more voracious with each meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a mixture of astonishment and delight. The prospect of peaceful Jovians arriving in the waterball world to fully eliminate the remnants of the nuclear devastation from the Third World War was indeed promising. Such an intervention would fundamentally enhance the ecological conditions of the waterball world, making it far more suitable for human habitation. Consequently, this would create numerous opportunities for leisure and tourism, accommodating a larger population. Yet, he harbored concerns. If the aggressive Jovians were to invade the waterball world, it could spark yet another cosmic conflict, a racial war that would claim countless lives. Pondering this, Xiaobao responded, If that is the case, I would gladly befriend you. We, the inhabitants of the waterball world, wish to forge a friendship with you, the peace-loving Jovians. Pray tell, what tasks do you require of me? Upon hearing this, the wood being joyfully extended its branches and replied, Excellent. Let us be friends. You can serve as a benevolent envoy, a bridge and bond between the peace-loving Jovians and the harmonious beings of the waterball world. Furthermore, Xiaobao, all I ask is for your assistance in evading the wood tyrants. They have been relentlessly pursuing me from the vast cosmos, intent on devouring me. If you allow me to remain outside your abode, I would be most grateful. Your environment, with its water and soil, is splendid, and I find great joy in it. As for the wood tyrants, you may handle them as you see fit. I can also assist you in capturing them. Given your current technological capabilities, it would be quite challenging to apprehend the subterranean wood tyrants. However, as a Jovian myself, I possess the unique ability to prevent the wood tyrants from burrowing underground, thus enabling you to capture them. Xiaobao, thrilled at the prospect of serving as a peace envoy, eagerly inquired, This role as a peace ambassador sounds wonderful. Is there anything else you require from us? The wood being replied, The wood tyrants on our Jupiter are quite ferocious. After consuming all the fauna on our planet, they turn upon us, the peace-loving wood beings. They often venture to other intelligent worlds in the boundless cosmos, and upon discovering any planet with edible creatures or great trees, they swarm and feast until that world is left barren, much like the locust plagues you experience in the waterball world. Thus, we, the benevolent and peace-loving denizens of Jupiter, are compelled to wander the boundless cosmos in search of a suitable planet for our habitation. I am an envoy of these kind-hearted, peace-seeking Jovians, who delight in exploring the vast expanse of the universe. Should we assist you in the complete transformation of your aquatic world, I hope that the inhabitants of your realm will aid us in reclaiming Jupiter from the tyrants who have seized it, restoring it to the hands of its peace-loving rightful owners. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao was deeply impressed by the immense historical mission and noble sentiments of the Jovian. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, If that is the case, I must inform General De Bao and my grandfather, Marshal Wang Rui, to gain their knowledge and consent. I will also communicate with many others to seek their assistance. The Jovian, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously with its branches and said, Excellent. As you are indeed a peace emissary of the Jovians, it is no trouble at all for you to inform other humans. Seeing the Jovians' agreement, Xiao Bao quietly approached the old man's room and called out, Hello, grandfather. The old man, upon noticing Xiao Bao, calmly remarked, Xiao Bao, why have you left your study instead of focusing on your lessons? Xiao Bao, with an air of mystery, replied, Grandfather, I have a secret to share with you. The old man, unable to suppress a smile, asked, What secret do you have, Xiao Bao? It is just the two of us in this house. Xiao Bao beckoned the old man to follow him to the study, saying, Follow me, and you shall see. The old man, curious about Xiao Bao's peculiar demeanor, complied, and entered the study, only to be taken aback by the sight of the Jupiterian, who had stealthily entered the room, evading the thousands of soldiers from General Bao's special forces. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his proton gun and fired at the Jupiterian on the desk. Xiao Bao had intended to surprise his grandfather, but was taken aback by the old man's swift reaction. He barely managed to raise the old man's hand in time, causing the proton gun to shatter a large hole in the study's window. The old man then demanded, "Xiao Bao, what are you doing?" Xiao Bao quickly responded, "Grandfather, please wait. The secret I wish to reveal is this. He is Mu Tu, a peace-loving Jovian, not the barbaric Jovian who threatened us yesterday." The old man, upon hearing this, hesitated, aiming the proton gun at Mu Tu, and asked, "Xiao Bao, are you implying he is a different Jovian, not the one from yesterday?" Xiao Bao nodded earnestly and clarified, "Grandfather, his name is Mu Tu, and he is a new friend I have made." The inhabitants of Jupiter can be categorized into two distinct types, the benevolent and the malevolent. The peaceful Jupiterian, known as, would consume sunlight, water, and soil, and seeks to enhance the environment of our aquatic world. In contrast, the sinister figure that approached yesterday, the tyrant Wood, is notorious for his malevolence. This tyrant not only preys on animals, but also devours other Jupiterians akin to Wood, resembling a swarm of locusts. Wood, having fled to our aquatic realm, claims he can assist us in rectifying the radiation pollution caused by the nuclear devastation of the Third World War. He also offers to help us capture the villainous Wood, proposing that I serve as an envoy between the peace-loving Jupiterians and humanity. After recounting the circumstances surrounding Wood's arrival, he extended a large branch adorned with a substantial leaf that quivered incessantly. The Starry Sky language translator conveyed, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Wood, the peace-loving Jupiterian, not the savage Wood." At this point, explained, "Elder, this Jupiterian Wood wishes to shake your hand with his leaf, which functions similarly to our human hands. Simply touch his leaf." With a degree of skepticism, the elder reached out, and Wood gently wrapped his broad leaf around the elder's hand before releasing it. The elder's apprehension subsided as he observed the distinct differences between Wood's leaf and the roots of the tyrant Wood he had encountered previously. After a moment's contemplation, the elder remarked, "So, you are Wood. This is acceptable. However, you present a singular perspective. In our aquatic world, we have a saying, observe both words and actions. We are unfamiliar with your capabilities and the distinctions between you and Wood. We cannot ascertain if you truly come in peace to aid our world or if you seek our assistance under the guise of friendliness. Thus, we require a period of interaction and understanding before we can place our trust in your words." Upon hearing this, Wood swayed his branch in agreement, responding, "That is entirely reasonable." Encouraged by Wood's acquiescence, the elder continued, "Very well then, we shall rest for the night. Tomorrow, we will visit a site afflicted by nuclear devastation, where pollution remains a significant concern. There, you shall demonstrate your abilities to transform the area into a pristine environment and assist us in capturing the savage Wood. Only then will we believe in your intentions." Wood, upon hearing this, eagerly swayed his branch and affirmed, "Understood." He recognized that the elder's conditions needed to be met before trust could be established. As a seasoned explorer traversing the vastness of the cosmos, Wood understood the elder's request as a standard procedure of mutual probing, vigilance, and communication, and thus readily agreed. Observing the exchange between the elder and Wood, perceived the elder's wisdom and experience, appreciating the necessity for Wood to substantiate his claims through tangible actions. Unlike his own inclination to trust based solely on intuition after hearing a few words from Wood. After pondering for a moment, Little Bao inquired, "Mutu, do you possess the ability to heal wounds?" Mutu swayed his branches and replied, "What sort of injury are we discussing?" Little Bao responded, "Well, my friend, the great crocodile Lu Yu was injured by Mu Ba yesterday. Mu Ba pierced Lu Yu's belly with a tree root, and he has yet to recover. Could you assist him in healing?" Mutu moved his branches up and down and said, "I can certainly help with that." Upon hearing this, Little Bao was filled with delight and exclaimed, "Then I shall summon Lu Yu." Mutu gently swayed his branches and suggested, "Little Bao, let us go to see Lu Yu. He is wounded and should remain still." After a moment of contemplation, Little Bao nodded in agreement. Seeing Little Bao acquiesce, the wood spirit Mutu swiftly shrank in size and leaped onto Little Bao's shoulder. Initially, Little Bao thought it rather lazy of Mutu to avoid walking and rely on him for transport. However, upon reflection, he found the situation quite amusing. With Mutu perched lightly upon his shoulder, he imagined how impressive he would appear as he strode forth. Little Bao led the wood spirit Mutu to a spacious room designated for the recuperation of the great crocodile Lu Yu. Typically, Lu Yu would be resting on the ground, but due to his injury, he was forced to lie on his back. Upon seeing Little Bao approach, Lu Yu immediately rolled from side to side, emitting a series of low growls and howls. Though the elder and Mutu could not comprehend his utterances, Little Bao understood that Lu Yu was inquiring, Little Bao, at this late hour, what brings you to me? As Lu Yu rolled, he noticed the wood spirit on Little Bao's shoulder and, mistaking it for an enemy, let out a frantic roar, spinning around to lunge toward Little Bao, aiming to bite Mutu. Little Bao quickly jumped aside, exclaiming, Lu Yu, do not panic. There is no need for concern. This is my newly acquainted wood spirit friend, Mutu. He has come to assist you in healing your wounds. Upon hearing Little Bao's calming words and witnessing him step back, Lu Yu circled around Little Bao, reassured that this wood spirit posed no threat. Observing Lu Yu's calm demeanor, Mutu extended his branch and unfurled his large leaves, attempting to offer a handshake. However, Lu Yu was unable to reciprocate, as all four of his legs were sprawled on the ground, rendering him incapable of extending a limb like the elder or Little Bao. Seeing this, Little Bao encouraged, Lu Yu, Mutu is here to help you heal. You must lie back. Following Little Bao's guidance, Lu Yu rolled over and lay down on the ground. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the wooden being, known as Mutu, promptly leapt from Xiao Bao's shoulder, expanding in size considerably until he matched Xiao Bao's height. He extended a branch adorned with a large leaf, upon which glistened several droplets of a crystalline liquid, reminiscent of dewdrops. With this, he skillfully removed the poultice from the belly of the great crocodile, Lu Yu, and allowed a couple of droplets to fall upon the wound. Remarkably, the liquid swiftly permeated into the injury. In less than 5 minutes, a miraculous transformation occurred. The wound on the crocodile's belly began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. Observing Xiao Bao's incredulous expression, Mutu elucidated, Xiao Bao, this liquid is known among us Jovians as healing dew. It is a life-giving essence synthesized from the harmonious energies of the sun and moon, along with the nutrients found in soil and water. This healing dew is particularly effective in remedying wounds inflicted by the likes of the tyrannical Muba, and it can also treat injuries in both humans and animals. Xiao Bao's heart leapt with joy at this revelation, contemplating the fortune that such a marvelous substance could bring. He eagerly inquired, Mutu, do you possess a substantial quantity of this healing dew? Might you share some with us? Mutu swayed his branch thoughtfully and replied, Xiao Bao, as long as I reside here, I can synthesize some of this life-giving dew each day. I shall be able to provide you with a small vial daily. And for any children who are hurt, just a drop or two on their wounds will suffice. Elated by this prospect, Xiao Bao thought to himself that this was indeed a treasure, a miraculous elixir, and envisioned a future where he could amass wealth by selling the healing dew. Recognizing Mutu's goodwill and sincerity, both the elder and Xiao Bao agreed to allow him to dwell nearby. Before long, Xiao Bao and the elder rode the great crocodile out of the villa, while Mutu gracefully descended from Xiao Bao's shoulder, transforming into a majestic tree. He excavated a large hole near Xiao Bao's room and continued to grow, with roots extending 1,000 meters into the lake to draw water. His leaves unfurled to the size of human palms, and as he swayed his branches in a rhythmic motion, he conveyed in Jovian language, Xiao Bao, good night. Delighted, Xiao Bao responded, Mutu, good night. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the next day, Xiao Bao mounted Lu Yu and ventured out of the villa, approaching Mutu with a cheerful greeting, Mutu, good morning. In response, Mutu waved his branches exuberantly. Good morning, Xiao Bao. Good morning, Lu Yu. Xiao Bao, smiling, proposed Mutu. Shall we set off to witness your prowess at a site where a nuclear weapon has detonated? Upon hearing this, Mutu animatedly signaled, certainly, Xiao Bao. But first, could you fetch a small vial? I would like to bestow upon you some healing dew. Filled with excitement, Xiao Bao dashed to the study and retrieved a glass vial. Upon returning to Mutu, the wooden being extended a branch, and the 3 broad leaves soon overflowed with healing dew, filling Xiao Bao's glass vial drop by drop. Little Bao was filled with joy upon discovering the healing elixir, contemplating that with such remedies, he would no longer need to worry about the injuries of flesh and bone. After a moment of reflection, he recalled his aspiration to engage with the peaceful Jupiterian named Wood and the benevolent emissaries of the waterball world. He promptly called General De Bao, saying, De Bao, could you return for a moment? I have made a new alien friend. He is a Jupiterian named Wood. Upon hearing this, General De Bao was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Little Bao? A Jupiterian? A new friend? Wood? Chapter 75. The most generous person in the world. Little Bao smiled and replied, Indeed, De Bao. I befriended a Jupiterian named Wood yesterday. There are 2 types of Jupiterians. One is like Wood, a peace-loving individual who consumes sunlight, rain, and soil, capable of aiding us in restoring the ecological environment damaged by nuclear weapons, and can even create miraculous healing elixirs for injuries. The other type, however, is the savage Jupiterian named Mu Ba, who sought to capture me and Lu Yu. He is malevolent, consuming humans, animals, and even great trees, more detestable than locusts. General de Bao, now somewhat concerned, asked, "Little Bao, how do you know all this? Be wary not to fall into the trap of the Jupiterians." Unfazed, Little Bao assured him, "De Bao, rest easy. The old gentleman was present yesterday, and he also approved of my friendship with Wood." Hearing this, General de Bao thought to himself that if the old gentleman was aware, there was no cause for alarm. With his cunning, he would ensure Little Bao was not led astray. Seeing that de Bao had no objections, Little Bao continued, "I plan to accompany Wood to explore a site affected by a nuclear explosion to test his abilities. De Bao, would you like to join us?" General de Bao, invigorated by this prospect, responded, "Certainly, Little Bao. Wait for me. I shall accompany you." The waterball world had suffered greatly from the two recent world wars, with many areas ravaged by nuclear attacks and severely contaminated by radiation. If Wood, the Jupiterian, could truly revitalize these environments, it would be an unparalleled boon. Moreover, hearing that Wood possessed a healing elixir with miraculous effects for treating various injuries was splendid news for a general of the Special Forces. Given the nature of training and warfare, soldiers frequently sustained various wounds, and the prospect of such a healing remedy would alleviate significant challenges. 10 minutes later, General de Bao led a Special Forces unit aboard the newly upgraded Flying Fox aircraft carrier to Little Bao's side. Following the conflict with the Martians, the technological prowess of humanity in the waterball world had advanced dramatically, resulting in revolutionary changes. The Flying Fox aircraft carrier had undergone extensive modifications, now boasting a flight speed exceeding that of its predecessor by more than tenfold, with stability and offensive capabilities vastly improved. General de Baojin and Captain Lu Ming stepped off the aircraft carrier Feihu, and upon seeing Xiao Bao riding on the back of a giant crocodile, they smiled and inquired Xiao Bao, "Lu Yu, how are your injuries faring?" Xiao Bao replied, "I was never really hurt." The giant crocodile, Lu Yu, let out a roar, and Xiao Bao continued, "Lu Yu is fine now too. After applying the healing ointment made from wood yesterday, he recovered in no time." Hearing this, both General de Baojin and Captain Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over them. General de Baojin glanced around and then asked Xiao Bao, "Did you not mention that you made a new friend from Jupiter? Where is he?" At this, Xiao Bao erupted into a hearty laugh, and Lu Yu joined in with his own roars. After a moment, noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of General de Baojin and Captain Lu Ming, Xiao Bao proudly declared, "Far away yet close at hand." General de Baojin and Captain Lu Ming scrutinized Xiao Bao more closely and noticed something peculiar on his shoulder, a small tree, swaying gently in all directions. General de Baojin, taken aback, asked, "Are you saying that the little tree perched on your shoulder is your new friend?" With a beaming smile, Xiao Bao replied, "Indeed, General. This is my Jupiterian friend, Mu Tu. Look, this is the healing ointment he gifted me. It's truly miraculous. Wounds that our doctors and nurses could not heal in 2 days were cured with just 2 drops of Mu Tu's ointment." General de Baojin took the glass vial from Xiao Bao's hand, looking at it with skepticism, then glanced at the robust Lu Yu. He was well aware of Lu Yu's injuries, which had taken considerable effort to staunch just 2 nights prior. The doctors had opined that it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for him to move freely again. Yet, observing Xiao Bao riding on Lu Yu's back, it appeared he had fully recovered. If what Xiao Bao claimed about the efficacy of the ointment were true, it would herald a monumental shift in the medical practices of the water sphere world, akin to the influence of Martian spacecraft technology on their aviation advancements. After a moment of contemplation, General de Baojin said, "Xiao Bao, would you be willing to part with this vial of healing ointment? Captain Lu Hai and his team are searching for Mu Ba, and this ointment could prove invaluable should they sustain injuries." Xiao Bao felt a pang of reluctance. This vial was intended for his own venture to earn his first pot of gold. However, understanding the merit in General de Baojin's request, and recalling Mu Tu's assertion regarding the ointment's superior healing properties for injuries caused by Mu Ba, he hesitated only briefly before resolutely stating, "Very well, General. You may take it." Seeing Xiao Bao acquiesce so readily brought joy to General de Baojin, who immediately praised him, saying, "Our Xiao Bao is remarkable. Not only is he the most handsome person in the world, but he is also the most generous." Captain Lu Ming and the accompanying Special Forces members echoed the sentiment, affirming that Xiao Bao was indeed the most handsome and the most magnanimous person in the world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Most of these Special Forces members were part of the Vanguard task force that had once stormed Mars alongside him. After their fierce battles against Martians, these comrades, who had shared life and death experiences with Xiao Bao, along with friends from the waterball world, frequently teased him by referring to him as the most handsome person in the world. Initially, Xiao Bao took this in stride and reveled in the attention, as it was a key factor in his signature moves and world-class skills. However, as he matured, he gradually came to realize that there are always greater heights and more remarkable individuals. Being labeled the most handsome person in the world was no small feat. Especially after entering middle school, he often encountered unfamiliar classmates who would approach him, gesturing and scrutinizing him from every angle. At first, he was puzzled, but later understood that their inexplicable behavior stemmed from the burden of his title. However, judging by the expressions of Dabao and these comrades today, it seemed he was about to acquire yet another world-renowned title. It is worth noting that just 2 drops of healing elixir could mend the wounds of the giant crocodile Lu Yu. And this large glass vial of healing elixir could presumably heal the grievous injuries of thousands of ordinary people, earning it the moniker of a priceless treasure. If given the choice, Xiao Bao mused that it would be preferable to retain the title of the most handsome person in the world, as the most he would face would be an increase in admirers, perhaps even the occasional flirtatious glance from a lovely lady. Conversely, being known as the most generous person in the world seemed to come with its own burdens, primarily the pain of parting with wealth. If it were to be a rare inconvenience, that could be tolerated, but if it became a frequent source of distress, Xiao Bao deemed such a title undesirable. Sensing Xiao Bao's dismay, the Jovian friend, Mudo, perched on his shoulder, swayed a branch, and said, "Xiao Bao, as long as you allow me to stay here, I can provide you with a glass vial of healing elixir every morning." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that with Mudo as a friend, such a coveted treasure would become an inexhaustible resource for him. General Dabao observed the harmonious rapport between Xiao Bao and Mudo, which put his mind at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Xiao Bao, I will take this healing elixir to find Captain Lu Hai and the others. I will have Captain Lu Meng pilot the Flying Fox to take you to an area with severe nuclear mutation radiation to test Mudo's abilities." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Bao, the giant crocodile Lu Yu, Mudo, and Captain Lu Meng, along with a team of special forces, boarded the new Flying Fox aircraft carrier and traveled to the financial center of the former Misai Empire, located 60,000 kilometers away. This area had been one of the most severely affected by nuclear weapons during World War III, and decades later, the nuclear mutation radiation remained perilously high, leaving it desolate and barren. As they disembarked from the Flying Fox, Captain Lu Meng and the special forces donned new radiation suits, similar to space suits. Curious, Xiao Bao, riding on Lu Yu's back, inspected the attire with keen interest, poking and prodding until he finally inquired, "Lu Meng, why isn't there an outfit for me?" Captain Lu Meng, ensconced in his protective suit against nuclear radiation, replied in a deep voice, "Xiao Bao, General Dabao specifically instructed me to ensure you do not leave the aircraft carrier." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao felt a surge of defiance, having traveled a great distance. His sole intention was to witness the remarkable abilities of the Jovian entity, Mu Tu. However, upon arrival, he found himself barred from venturing outside, which was simply unacceptable. He immediately protested, "Lu Meng, you cannot heed Dabao's orders on this matter. Mu Tu is my friend, and I must stand by him through adversity and fortune alike." Captain Lu Meng, upon hearing this, shook his head with a wry smile and replied, "Xiao Bao, the words of General Dabao are commands to me. How could I possibly disregard them? Moreover, our special forces do not possess a suit small enough for you to wear." Xiao Bao considered this, realizing that the special forces members were indeed robustly built, and their uniforms were correspondingly oversized. The protective suit against nuclear radiation appeared even more cumbersome. Observing Xiao Bao's dilemma, Mu Tu, perched on his shoulder, remarked, "Worry not, Xiao Bao. While I have an affinity for serene landscapes, I also appreciate places severely affected by nuclear radiation. This radiation poses a grave threat to humans from your water sphere, yet for us peaceful Jovians, it is a delectable delicacy. Just remain aboard the aircraft carrier for a brief moment, and you shall be able to join me." Xiao Bao initially perceived Mu Tu's words as mere reassurances and did not give them much thought. However, based on his knowledge of safety, he understood that without appropriate protective gear, venturing into areas heavily contaminated by nuclear radiation could lead to a myriad of health issues. Given the circumstances, it was impractical to expect General Dabao to tailor a protective suit for him, and even if it could be done, it would take considerable time. Faced with no alternatives, Xiao Bao could only pout as he watched Captain Lu Meng, accompanied by Mu-2 and 3 Special Forces soldiers, awkwardly exit the aircraft carrier. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bao, Mu-2 hopped down to the ground. With each leap, he grew taller, and by the time he reached the Earth, he had transformed into a grand tree. Subsequently, each jump increased his distance by hundreds or even thousands of meters. Upon reaching a distance of 3,000 meters from the Fei Hu aircraft carrier, he had become a towering tree. Captain Lu Meng and the 3 soldiers, trailing behind Mu-2, appeared particularly clumsy. When they finally caught up, Xiao Bao observed through the video system of the Fei Hu aircraft carrier that the imposing Captain Lu Meng now resembled a diminutive figure. At a location over 3,000 meters away from the Fei Hu aircraft carrier, Mu-2 chose a spot to take root. In less than a minute, his roots visibly extended into the ground, while his branches expanded rapidly, and his leaves grew increasingly lush. A breeze began to swirl around Mu-2. It started as a gentle whirlwind, but soon escalated into a powerful cyclone. Captain Lu Meng and 3 Special Forces soldiers initially noticed a sudden gust of wind, which rapidly intensified to the point where they struggled to maintain their balance, swaying precariously and relying on each other for support. However, tranquility soon enveloped them as they found themselves within the protective canopy of branches and leaves, akin to being in the eye of a storm. The air around the tree began to darken, becoming thick and leaden, resembling heavy clouds. A viscous, dark substance continually seeped into the tree's structure, transforming into a refreshing gas that was subsequently released. Simultaneously, the ground anchoring the tree transitioned from charred, hardened earth to a loose, dark brown texture. Approximately 15 minutes later, the air within a 300-meter radius became rejuvenated. After half an hour, the refreshment extended to 500 meters, and after an hour, it encompassed a 3-kilometer radius. The nuclear radiation detectors worn by Captain Lu Meng and his team indicated that the ambient radiation levels rose sharply before peaking and then plummeting, astonishingly returning to levels consistent with areas devoid of nuclear contamination. As the quartet gazed at the tree in disbelief, it began to sway gracefully, calling out, "Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, you may emerge now. I have consumed all the nuclear pollutants, and it is safe." Impatiently waiting aboard the Flying Fox aircraft carrier, Xiao Bao eagerly responded to the tree's beckoning, promptly riding out on the massive alligator Lu Yu. General De Bao, observing the scene through the carrier's dedicated video relay system, initially intended to prevent Xiao Bao from exiting. However, noticing that Captain Lu Meng made no objections and was instead removing his cumbersome protective gear against nuclear radiation, he realized it was too late to intervene and resigned himself to the situation. Seeing the other 3 Special Forces soldiers likewise discard their protective attire, General De Bao became convinced of the tree's earlier claims regarding its ability to purify nuclear-contaminated areas. Intrigued by this Jovian being known as Wood, he contemplated the matter further and reported the situation to Marshal Wang Rui and President of the Ordinary Empire, urging Director San Mao and Director Air Hosey to expedite their arrival for verification and, if possible, to conduct an in-depth study to comprehend the astonishing phenomena and the extraordinary capabilities of the Jovian being, which included synthesizing efficient healing dew and absorbing nuclear radiation pollutants. The massive alligator sprinted swiftly for a minute until it reached the tree. Xiao Bao, perched atop the nearly 10-meter-high creature, usually commanded a lofty presence wherever he went. But now he found himself craning his neck to converse with the tree, inquiring, "Wood, how have you suddenly grown so tall?" The wooden entity swayed its branches and remarked, "Little Bao, you are unaware that the nuclear radiation pollutants here are delectable sources of nourishment for us, the peace-loving Jovians. Having just consumed these exquisite delicacies, my growth rate has accelerated tenfold. Indeed, I originally stood at 3,000 meters tall, and I have now grown an additional 200 meters. If I indulge in these feasts daily, I might reach nearly 10,000 meters in height within a month." Little Bao, riding atop a massive crocodile, circled around the wooden being and noted that it had taken several minutes for the crocodile to traverse its circumference, which he estimated to be nearly 1 kilometer. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Wood, now that you have grown so corpulent, how much larger will you become if you continue to eat?" The wooden being swayed awkwardly for a moment before replying, "Little Bao, you see, we Jovians grow larger with every bite we take, which inevitably leads to increased weight. However, we possess the ability to enlarge and shrink at will, so it is not particularly concerning." Intrigued, Little Bao pressed further, "Wood, if what you say is true, does that mean all Jovians are rather portly? Just how large is the largest among you?" After swaying for a while, Wood responded, "Among us Jovians, increased girth signifies greater strength and capability. Our leader, Wood Chief, is likely 1,000 times larger than I am now. Little Bao then inquired. How many Jovians are there like you? Can the brutish wood tyrants consume these nuclear radiation substances as well? Wood swayed contemplatively before answering. Little Bao. I recall that in the beginning, there were trillions of Jovians of my size, and hundreds of billions larger. There were even more smaller ones, in fact, countless. However, after years of conflict with the savage Jovians, our peace-loving kind has suffered tremendous losses, and I can no longer ascertain how many of us remain. As for the savage wood tyrants, they do not partake in these substances. They thrive by preying on other creatures, plants, and even fellow Jovians. Our leader, Wood Chief, once told us that long ago, the savage Jovians were scarce, with only a few emerging from our originally peace-loving kind due to mutation. They initially aided us in exterminating pests, and we welcomed them with open arms. However, as time passed, these mutated Jovians grew dissatisfied with merely assisting us and began to hunt animals for sustenance. Eventually, their reproduction rates surged, and they became increasingly formidable. Once they depleted the animal population on our planet, they turned upon us, leading to a catastrophic upheaval that forced us to seek refuge among the boundless cosmos. Sensing a tinge of sadness in Wood's voice, Little Bao offered comfort, saying, "Do not worry, Wood. We are friends, and I shall assist you. Together with Lu Yu, we shall capture the wood tyrant first, and then apprehend the other malevolent Jovians." Upon hearing the roar of the formidable crocodile Lu Yu, a cacophony of guttural howls erupted from him. Xiao Bao initially intended to convey to Mu Tu the meaning of the crocodile's words, which were essentially, Mu Tu, if you aid in my healing, I shall join forces with Xiao Bao to vanquish the savage wooden tyrant. However, as Lu Yu continued his fierce growls and assumed a defensive stance, Xiao Bao began to sense an unsettling change in Lu Yu's demeanor. Following Lu Yu's gaze, Xiao Bao soon realized that a collection of grotesque and fearsome creatures had stealthily gathered around them. Zombie-like wolves and skeletal wild dogs. These mutated beasts glowed with a sinister green luminescence in their eyes, fixating malevolently on Xiao Bao, Lu Ming, and the 3 Special Forces personnel. Had it not been for Lu Yu's imposing presence, Xiao Bao surmised that these aberrant wolves and dogs would have lunged at them long ago. Captain Lu Ming, upon hearing the chilling roars of Lu Yu, recognized the anomaly and immediately signaled his 3 comrades to assume a heightened state of alert. Simultaneously, he sent a distress signal to his allies aboard the Flying Fox aircraft carrier. The mutated wolves and dogs, having likely thrived in a zone of nuclear fallout, were significantly larger than their normal counterparts, and their stealthy approach suggested a remarkable agility. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lu Ming harbored little confidence in defeating even a single mutated wolf or dog. As both parties braced for an impending clash, an unexpected buzzing sound filled the air, heralding the arrival of the aircraft carrier. Lu Ming's radio crackled to life with the voice of Director Sanmao. "Captain Lu Ming, I am here under the orders of General Daba to provide support. What is your current position?" Momentarily taken aback, Lu Ming was about to respond when the surrounding mutated wolves and dogs seized the opportunity to pounce, targeting Lu Ming and his 3 Special Forces teammates. In their minds, Xiao Bao riding the crocodile Lu Yu was an insurmountable threat, and they instinctively sought to prey on the more vulnerable. The sudden appearance of a massive tree was beyond their consideration, for in the water balloon realm, there had never been a sighting of a mobile tree. As the mutated wolves and dogs launched their assault, Captain Lu Ming and his team activated their quantum guns in unison. Meanwhile, 2 Special Forces personnel aboard the Flying Fox engaged the carrier's offensive weaponry. However, due to the chaotic entanglement of Xiao Bao, Captain Lu Ming, and the mutated beasts, they were unable to deploy widespread destructive weaponry. 4 of the mutated wolves and dogs were struck by the quantum blasts, yet, having endured the harsh conditions of high nuclear radiation for so long, these creatures merely fell to the ground, only to rise again moments later, unscathed. Similarly, those mutated wolves and dogs struck by the carrier's weaponry sustained only minor injuries. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Bao immediately shouted, "Lu Yu, hurry! Go save Lu Ming!" However, Captain Lu Ming bellowed in response, "Xiao Bao, do not approach. Return to the Feihu vessel at once." General Du Bao had tasked Lu Ming with safeguarding Xiao Bao to prevent any mishaps. Now, the suggestion for Xiao Bao to rescue him could potentially ensnare the relatively unscathed Xiao Bao in the encirclement of mutated wolves and wild dogs, an outcome that Captain Lu Ming found utterly inappropriate. Nonetheless, Xiao Bao disregarded Lu Ming's warning. Instead, he patted the back of the colossal crocodile, Lu Yu, twice, signaling for acceleration. Lu Yu surged forward, swiftly arriving at the periphery of the frenzied pack of mutated wolves and wild dogs. With immense strength, Lu Yu's powerful front claws flailed, sending any wolf or dog that dared to approach either flying or shattering upon impact. The mutated wolves and wild dogs, incited by Lu Yu's ferocity, not only attacked Captain Lu Meng and his 3 Special Forces teammates, but also amassed over 30 more to assault Lu Yu. Had it not been for Lu Yu's tough, scaly exterior, he too would have suffered injuries while dispatching the relentless onslaught of wolves and dogs. Perched upon Lu Yu's back, Xiao Bao witnessed the crocodile's valor. He produced a proton gun gifted by the elder for self-defense, firing at the mutated wolves and wild dogs, while shouting, "Lu Meng, come closer." Captain Lu Meng, seeing that Xiao Bao had not heeded his warning to retreat, but was instead rushing forward to assist, felt a surge of warmth in his heart, realizing Xiao Bao truly considered him a friend in life and death. Without further ado, he signaled to his 3 Special Forces comrades and charged towards Xiao Bao and Lu Yu. At that moment, Director San Mao and Director Air Ho, piloting their aircraft carrier, also detected the location of Xiao Bao and Captain Lu Meng from the skies. They observed hundreds of mutated wolves and wild dogs fiercely attacking Xiao Bao, Lu Yu, and Lu Meng, while thousands more raced towards them like sharks drawn to blood. Director San Mao, witnessing this alarming scene, grew anxious yet found himself powerless, for he had hurriedly arrived after receiving orders from General De Bao, and his spacecraft lacked offensive weaponry. Reluctantly, Director San Mao contacted General De Bao, urgently pleading. General De Bao, Xiao Bao, Lu Yu, and Captain Lu Meng are surrounded by the pack of mutated wolves and wild dogs. We request immediate assistance. Upon hearing this, General De Bao, having seen the transmitted footage from Director San Mao, felt equally distressed and responded, "Director San Mao, you must hold on at all costs. We will arrive in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Director San Mao could only lament, "General De Bao, there are too many mutated wolves and wild dogs. My aircraft carrier has no offensive weapons." General De Bao, upon realizing this, felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What? No offensive weapons? What kind of intelligence director are you? I don't care what you do. You must hold out for 10 minutes, or I will hold you accountable." Upon concluding the communication with General Daba, the urgency surged within him as he led the Special Forces to pilot the aircraft carrier for a rescue mission. Xiao Bao was, after all, dear to his heart. Both Xiao Bao and Lu Yu were national treasures, and any misfortune befalling them would be a monumental affair in the realm of the ordinary empire. Initially, he had presumed that Xiao Bao and the others were merely undertaking a simple test, and in his oversight, he had only dispatched a few Special Forces personnel for their protection. He had not anticipated that this area, rife with nuclear mutation radiation, concealed such a multitude of mutated wolves and feral dogs. Director San Mao observed as General Daba severed their communication and glanced at Xiao Bao, Lu Yu, and Lu Meng, who were encircled by the mutated wolves and feral dogs. His eyes darted left and right, contemplating the situation. Though his spacecraft lacked offensive weaponry, the Feihu spacecraft did possess such capabilities. The reason it could only engage in targeted strikes was likely due to insufficient personnel to simultaneously navigate to Xiao Bao and the others' location for assistance. His aircraft carrier, however, was adequately staffed, albeit with many researchers who were not equipped for combat. An idea struck him. He could rearrange their resources advantageously. Without delay, Director San Mao commanded, "Let us swiftly descend beside the Feihu aircraft carrier. I shall pilot the Feihu, allowing the Special Forces within to focus on their marksmanship. You, activate the carrier's protective shield and charge at those approaching mutated wolves and feral dogs to disperse them." As Director San Mao and General Daba scrambled to execute their plans, Xiao Bao, perched upon Lu Yu's back, found himself in a flurry of activity as well. Despite the formidable stature of the crocodile, the sheer number of mutated wolves and feral dogs was overwhelming. More than 10 of these ferocious beasts lunged at Lu Yu simultaneously, each undeterred by the threat of death. With their mutated physiques granting them remarkable resilience, even after Lu Yu had defended against numerous attacks, a few relentless wolves and dogs managed to break through and assault Xiao Bao. Though his proton gun was indeed powerful, it could only fell one wolf or dog at a time. In desperation, recalling the formidable figure of the Jovian woodman, Xiao Bao shouted, Wood, can you lend us your aid?" The woodman waved his branches, replying, "Xiao Bao, I can only bind them. As a peace-loving Jovian, I cannot harm any creatures." Xiao Bao, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Oh, Wood, don't be so rigid. I do not wish for you to slay them. Merely bind them will suffice." The woodman swayed hesitantly before conceding, "Very well, but I must clarify. I will only restrain these mutated wolves and feral dogs. As a peace-loving Jovian, I will not kill any animals." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao noticed that Captain Lu Meng and 3 Special Forces soldiers were gravely injured and in peril. He urgently shouted. You foolish Wood, hurry and help. No more dilly-dallying. As soon as Xiaobao's voice faded, countless roots suddenly emerged from the ground within a 5-kilometer radius. With a swift rustling sound, all the mutated wild wolves and wild dogs, which had been charging forward recklessly, collapsed one after another. They were either tripped by the roots or ensnared beneath them. 3 wild wolves and 6 wild dogs, poised to sink their teeth into the fallen Special Forces soldiers, found themselves ensnared like dumplings in a mass of roots. 9 others that had leaped onto Lu Yu's back in an attempt to see Xiaobao were hurled thousands of meters away after being bound by the roots. Among them, 4 wild wolves and 1 wild dog met a grim fate as they crashed onto broken steel bars, impaled like skewered meat. Perched on the back of the enormous crocodile Lu Yu, Xiaobao witnessed this spectacle and exclaimed with delight, Muthu, Muthu, you are indeed remarkable. Captain Lu Meng, who had narrowly escaped death, exchanged astonished glances with 3 of his Special Forces teammates. While others might underestimate the ferocity of these mutated wild wolves and wild dogs, they had first-hand experience of their immense strength. The quantum weapons provided to the Special Forces were ineffective unless aimed precisely at their vulnerable eyes. Yet, this Jovian being, Muthu, had managed to immobilize thousands of mutated wild wolves and wild dogs in mere moments. How formidable must he be? General Daba and Director Sanmao, who had been monitoring the scene through video, felt a wave of relief upon witnessing that Xiaobao and the crocodile Lu Yu were out of danger. As for the Jovian Muthu, having already displayed several extraordinary abilities, the addition of another miraculous skill seemed entirely acceptable. Upon hearing Xiaobao's praise, Muthu swayed his branches humbly and replied, Xiaobao, it is primarily because these mutated wild wolves and wild dogs never anticipated that my roots would emerge from the ground. Xiaobao cheerfully countered, Muthu, do not be modest. You have defeated the mutated wild wolves and wild dogs that none of us, including Lu Yu and Captain Lu Meng, could conquer. You are undoubtedly the most powerful. Muthu, in response, swayed his branches once more, causing a chorus of leaves to rustle in unison. Whether they were humans from the water balloon world or the Jovians on Jupiter, all delighted in flattery. Hearing Xiaobao's candid praise, Muthu could not help but express his joy in his own manner. After a brief moment, as if recalling something, Muthu swayed his branches again and stated, Xiaobao, let us make it clear that I am a peace-loving Jovian and shall not harm these animals. Delighted by this, Xiaobao noticed Director Sanmao and Director Erhu hustling towards them and deliberately raised his voice, Muthu, rest assured. These mutated wild wolves and wild dogs will be dealt with by Captain Lu Meng and Director Sanmao. I share your aversion to slaying these filthy creatures. But it appears that Director Sanmao and Director Erhu are quite keen on studying these peculiar beings. Upon spotting Xiaobao, Director Sanmao called out enthusiastically, Xiaobao, Xiaobao, we have come to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao burst into hearty laughter and remarked, Director Sanmao, if I were truly relying on you for rescue, Lu Meng and the others would have long since been devoured by wild wolves. The giant crocodile, Lu Yu, echoed with a series of howls, adding to the mirth. Director Sanmao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Xiaobao, I hastily made my way here to witness the capabilities of the Jupiter beings in purifying the radiated environment. I didn't arrive aboard an attack aircraft carrier to save you. I had even contemplated dispatching the Feihu aircraft carrier for your assistance. Xiaobao chuckled and said, all right. Director Sanmao, I know you intend to save me. However, the wooden entity has taken the lead. He then turned to the wooden figure and urged, Wood, quickly demonstrate your ability to absorb nuclear pollution for Director Sanmao to witness your prowess. The wooden figure, upon hearing this, began to sway its branches and responded, Xiaobao, that's not feasible. My roots are currently occupied in restraining these mutated wild wolves and dogs. If I were to showcase my ability to absorb nuclear pollutants, I would need to release them, and then you would be in trouble. Upon hearing this, both Director Sanmao and Captain Lu Meng quickly interjected, No. Please do not release those wild wolves and dogs. Let us wait for General Dabao to arrive. Xiaobao, noticing Captain Lu Meng's battered appearance and the grievous state of the other 3 Special Forces members lying incapacitated, quickly suggested, Wood, why not first produce some healing essence to aid in treating Captain Lu Meng and the others? The wooden figure promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, Xiaobao. It then extended a long branch, which unfurled 4 leaves that enveloped Captain Lu Meng and the 3 injured Special Forces members. A fine, translucent healing essence transformed into mist, enveloping them. As the 4 inhaled and exhaled, the healing essence permeated their bodies and wounds, gradually restoring their pallor from ashen to a healthy hue. The visible wounds on their bodies healed at an astonishing rate, seemingly surpassing the effectiveness observed during the treatment of the giant crocodile, Lu Meng. Minutes later, when General De Bao arrived with a large contingent of Special Forces members, Captain Lu Meng and the 3 Special Forces members had fully recovered, appearing vibrant and energetic, a stark contrast to their earlier near-lifeless state. While Xiao Bao, General De Bao, and Captain Lu Meng were already aware of the miraculous effects of the healing essence produced by the wooden figure, the first-time witnesses, Director San Mao, the director Hong, and the 2 accompanying researchers, were astounded, as if they had witnessed a miracle. They scrutinized Captain Lu Meng and the other 3 Special Forces members from every angle, with 2 researchers even tugging at their clothing to examine them, leaving Captain Lu Meng feeling quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, General De Bao, upon observing this, inquired, "Lu Meng, what is happening?" Captain Lu Meng swiftly approached General De Bao and responded with clarity, "Report, General. We initially accompanied the wooden entity to absorb and refine the nuclear radiation materials, not anticipating the severity of pollution in this area, which surprisingly harbors 2 large packs of mutated wolves and wild dogs that have stealthily infiltrated nearby." General De Bao interjected, "Lu Meng, I observed this entire process through the video system of the Feihu aircraft carrier. Spare me the details. Tell me why you did not conduct a thorough scan before landing. Upon noticing irregularities, why was there no immediate retreat?" Upon hearing this, Captain Lu Meng awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I apologize, General. We scanned a radius of 100 kilometers prior to landing as per protocol and detected no anomalies at the time. By the time we realized something was amiss, it was too late to withdraw. During the scan, we may have indeed detected these mutated wolves and wild dogs. However, they exhibited no normal life signs, leading us to believe they were merely remnants of steel debris and not worth further concern. Later, when we engaged them with our quantum guns, we were astonished by their resilience. Only shots to the eye sockets proved effective." General De Bao, reflecting on the scenes he had witnessed in the video, recognized the veracity of Captain Lu Meng's account. Although Lu Meng had adhered to standard procedures and operational methods, the mutated wolves and wild dogs had likely undergone some unknown evolution due to prolonged exposure to the severe nuclear radiation in the region, which may have rendered them undetectable. Fortunately, the formidable crocodile, Lu Yu, stood guard beside Xiao Bao, along with the extraordinary wooden entity. After a moment of contemplation, General De Bao addressed the wooden entity, saying, "Wood, you have performed exceptionally well today. I have reported your actions to the president of our ordinary empire, who has authorized me to forge an alliance with you, the peace-loving Jovians. Our aquatic world welcomes you, the peace-loving Jovians, to settle among us. If you assist us in rehabilitating all areas afflicted by nuclear radiation, we shall strive to help you reclaim control of Jupiter from the barbaric Jovians." Upon hearing this, the wooden entity trembled with excitement, its branches swaying vigorously, causing the mutated wolves and wild dogs lying on the ground to be tossed about. Xiao Bao, using the Starlit language translator, understood that the wooden entity was exuberantly delighted, having long sought a welcoming planet for peace-loving Jovians after wandering the vast cosmos. It was indeed a dream come true, and it was overwhelmed with joy. After a while, the wooden entity calmed and gently swayed its branches, saying, "Xiao Bao, thank you." Xiao Bao responded cheerfully, "Wood, we are friends. This means we can play together often from now on." The wooden entity swayed in agreement, adding, "Yes, Xiao Bao, we are good friends. However, General De Bao, according to Jovian customs, I must formally sign a permanent peace and friendship agreement representing the peace-loving Jovians." General De Bao readily agreed. "Wood, that is not a problem. We can sign at any time." Upon hearing this, the wooden entity swayed its branches up and down and declared, "Let us now formalize our agreement, clearly delineating the responsibilities, rights, and obligations of both parties." General De Bao, after a moment of contemplation, responded, "For such a formal agreement, you must come to my office. In addition to the President's verbal authorization, it must bear the official seal of the ordinary empire. These matters require our presence in the office." The wooden being, after hearing this, swayed its branches in all directions and replied, "Indeed, General De Bao, the signing of a permanent peace treaty should be as formal as possible. Let us proceed at once. I have just had my fill. We can discuss the specific terms of the agreement en route to your office." Understanding the straightforward nature of the wooden entity, General De Bao smiled and affirmed, "That is certainly agreeable. But you must bear with me for a moment as I arrange for some Special Forces members to assist Director San Mao and Director Erhu in dealing with the mutated wolves and wild dogs you have encountered." Upon hearing this, the wooden being swayed its branches vigorously and said, "No problem, General De Bao. As it witnessed General DeBeo instruct Captain Lu Meng to swiftly eliminate the mutated wolves and wild dogs, the wooden entity added, "Dear General DeBeo, I am a peace-loving Jovian. These mutated creatures are not my doing, so please do not hold me accountable." Both Xiaobao and General DeBeo chuckled at this, with General DeBeo reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, we are well aware of your peaceful disposition, and your kind does not harm animals. This is indeed a significant reason why we have welcomed your peace-loving kind to settle in the waterball world." On the return journey, the wooden being shrank down and hopped onto Xiaobao's shoulder, seemingly enchanted by the charm of Xiaobao's presence, which proved more alluring than either the picturesque landscapes or the heavily irradiated environments. Initially, General DeBeo intended to discuss the specifics of the peace treaty privately with the Jovian, given the gravity of the matter affecting both planets and their respective races. However, once the wooden entity perched upon Xiaobao, it refused to depart, compelling Xiaobao to assume the role of translator and intermediary. As General DeBeo and the Jovian deliberated and negotiated, Xiaobao facilitated the translation. By the time the Feihu spacecraft landed at the Ordinary Empire's Special Forces training base, both parties had reached several agreements. First, the humans of the waterball world and the peace-loving Jovians would form a lasting friendship, pledging non-aggression and mutual assistance. Second, the Jovians would aid in the cleanup of all areas contaminated by nuclear mutations in the waterball world, accepting various environmental purification tasks entrusted by the Ordinary Empire, thereby helping to create a beautiful and habitable planet. Third, the Ordinary Empire would assist the peace-loving Jovians in reclaiming control over Jupiter, allowing them to establish their own harmonious home. In return, the inhabitants of the water sphere would be granted the freedom to travel to Jupiter and engage in economic trade activities. Furthermore, the Wood would exert every effort to assist the Ordinary Empire in capturing the invading Wood tyrants, while the Ordinary Empire would likewise dedicate its utmost efforts to support the Wood in its battle against these tyrants. When the Ordinary Empire of the Water Sphere faced retaliation for aiding the barbaric Jovians, the peace-loving Jovians would extend their unwavering support. Chapter 79. The signing incident. Little Treasure rode upon a great crocodile, bearing Little Wood upon his shoulder. As they accompanied General Big Treasure to the conference room of the Special Forces training base of the Ordinary Empire. Here, both parties were prepared to formally sign a perpetual peace agreement. This conference room was the most prestigious of the Special Forces, typically reserved for significant strategic meetings. The furnishings, including the conference table, chairs, and cabinets, were crafted from ancient wood, exuding an aura of antiquity, elegance, and weightiness. General Big Treasure was the first to enter the meeting, and the Special Forces Secretary promptly presented the prepared agreement documents. This was a pair of printed agreements, containing the terms previously discussed between General Big Treasure and Little Wood. All that remained was for General Big Treasure to sign on behalf of the Ordinary Empire, followed by Little Wood's signature representing the peace-loving Jovians. After briefly perusing the agreement, General Big Treasure signed his name with flourish and then handed the document to Little Wood. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Little Wood, perched on Little Treasure's shoulder, suddenly changed his mind and, with great sorrow, declared, "I did not anticipate the cruelty of you humans from the water sphere. I shall no longer sign this peace agreement." Little Treasure, General Big Treasure, and the accompanying Director San Mao, Director Air Hosey, and Captain Lu Meng were all taken aback and bewildered, questioning Little Wood. "Just a moment ago you were in good spirits. Why do you suddenly speak of us in such a manner?" Little Wood swayed back and forth for a while before vehemently exclaiming, "Look for yourselves. How merciless you humans are. You cut down trees while they are still alive to make tables, chairs, and cabinets. What is worse, you grind them into pulp to create paper." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, realizing that this was the crux of the issue. However, it was a difficult matter to clarify. In the water sphere, it was indeed commonplace for humans to fashion trees into tables, chairs, cabinets, and paper, which had been witnessed by Little Wood firsthand, leaving them at a loss for words. After an awkward silence, a spark of inspiration struck Little Treasure as he said, "Little Wood, this may be a misunderstanding. Before we met you, we had no idea that trees and plants possessed wisdom. In our water sphere, all trees are devoid of intelligence. They do not speak, move, or change in size." Little Wood, swaying on Little Treasure's shoulder, hesitated before responding. "Little Treasure, your water sphere is filled with spiritual energy, and there are countless trees and plants. Have they never exhibited wisdom?" Little Treasure quickly replied, "Little Wood, I assure you, apart from tales and novels that speak of trees becoming sentient, we have never encountered trees like you, capable of speech, size alteration, and apprehending wrongdoers. Seeing the lingering doubt in Wood's expression, Little Treasure added, "Wood, if you remain unconvinced, I can take you to the most pristine areas of our water balloon world's original forest. It lies within the majestic Himalayas, where the woods stretch for tens of thousands of kilometers, filled with trees that are hundreds to thousands of years old. If there exists true wisdom, you should be aware of this." Upon hearing Little Treasure's words, Wood reflected on his time spent in the water balloon world. Aside from the fierce Jupiterian named Wood bully who relentlessly pursued him, he had indeed not encountered any other trees, flowers, or plants capable of meaningful communication. It seemed that Little Treasure spoke the truth. After swaying back and forth for a moment, Wood replied, "Little Treasure, General Big Treasure, let us proceed to the original forest of the Himalayas, as you suggested. If it turns out, as you claim, that these trees lack wisdom, I shall sign a formal peace agreement with you. However, I would like to add 2 stipulations. Firstly, that the humans of the water balloon world must not mistreat or harm peace-loving Jupiterians, and according to your human standards, we seek to enjoy the same rights as citizens." Upon hearing this, General Big Treasure recognized the validity of Wood's reasoning. Given that peace-loving Jupiterians were permitted to reside in the water balloon world's common empire and possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, it was indeed a reasonable demand to seek equivalent rights. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Wood, we agree to your additional term. What is the second stipulation?" Wood swayed his branches once more and stated, "The second condition is that we must establish a permanent peace agreement with Little Treasure, as he is the only human in the water balloon world I can fully trust." General Big Treasure found this somewhat amusing. After all, Little Treasure was merely a middle school student, not yet 18. According to the constitution of the water balloon world's common empire, Little Treasure lacked the authority to sign such documents, as all legal matters required the signature of a guardian. Consequently, he explained, "Wood, I am Little Treasure's father. According to our laws, any legally binding documents must be signed by me until he reaches the age of 18. Furthermore, Little Treasure currently holds no official position and cannot represent our common empire in such agreements." Upon hearing this, Wood began to sway his branches vigorously, conveying through the starry language translator a clear message. The Jupiterian would only recognize Little Treasure and firmly stated that if Little Treasure did not sign the peace and friendship agreement, neither would he. The negotiations reached an impasse. After a lengthy silence, Director Sandmao suddenly had a brilliant idea. He quietly leaned towards General Big Treasure and said, "General Big Treasure, Little Treasure is unlike others. 5 years ago, he was a little valiant agent in our intelligence bureau. According to our regulations, he holds an official position and, with presidential authorization, can sign the peace and friendship agreement." The only course of action for General DeBeo was to report the negotiation situation to the president. To his surprise, the president of the ordinary empire was quite enlightened. Upon understanding the context, he stated, "General DeBeo, Xiaobao is indeed the great savior of our waterball world and the ordinary empire. Since the peace-loving Jovian representatives only recognize Xiaobao's signature, I shall grant him the authority to sign on my behalf for this peace and friendship agreement. To enhance the legal efficacy of the document, once Xiaobao has signed, you may affix the presidential seal of the ordinary empire for confirmation." With the president's authorization, Xiaobao eagerly inscribed his name, and as it was his first opportunity to sign, he exuberantly pinned the characters Wang Xiaobao instead of his full name. General DeBeo, observing Xiaobao's rather unrefined signature, was left in a state of bemusement. However, with the president's approval and the Jovian representative Mu's consent, the general found himself relegated to a mere errand boy. After acquiring the signed and sealed agreement, Mu solemnly remarked, "Xiaobao, while we are friends, this matter pertains to the significant affairs between the peace-loving Jovians and the humans of the waterball world. It is imperative that we visit the primeval forests of the Himalayas to confirm everything." Xiaobao, with a carefree demeanor, readily replied, "No problem, Mu." General DeBeo chimed in, "Rest assured, Mu, we shall set off to the Himalayas aboard the Flying Fox aircraft carrier." The Himalayas, the largest expanse of primeval forest in the waterball world, stretched over thousands of kilometers, teeming with ancient trees and wildlife. As Xiaobao, the giant crocodile Lu Yu, the Jovian Mu, General DeBeo, and Captain Lu Ming approached the Himalayas aboard the Flying Fox, Mu was overjoyed at the sight of the verdant landscape, hopping excitedly on Xiaobao's shoulder, bouncing from one side to the other. General DeBeo inquired, "Mu, where do you think we should land?" Mu, swaying his branches, replied, "General DeBeo, please choose a spot where the trees are densest." 3 minutes later, Xiaobao, riding the giant crocodile and carrying Mu, leapt from the Flying Fox, while General DeBeo, Captain Lu Ming, and a team of 36 Special Forces members descended slowly from the hovering aircraft wearing anti-gravity shoes. The area was abundant with centuries-old pines and yews. Yet even the tallest trees reached only 30 to 50 meters, and the largest were but wide enough for a couple of people to embrace. In comparison to Mu's true form, these trees seemed rather insignificant. Once Mu jumped down from Xiaobao's shoulder, he transformed into a slender being. With his roots touching the ground and his branches and leaves brushing against the surrounding flora, some of the larger trees lingered slightly longer, while the smaller ones would depart at the slightest contact. Little Bao rode on the back of the great crocodile Lu Yu, following the wooden figure as it walked and paused intermittently. Initially, the wooden figure appeared quite cheerful, entwining its branches around some particularly large trees, as if engaging in a dialogue with them. However, as they continued, the wooden figure's pace quickened. Its demeanor grew increasingly somber and melancholic. At times, its branches flailed about as it muttered in a language of wood. How could this be? How is this possible? What is happening? Little Bao could not help but offer some words of comfort, saying, "Don't be disheartened, wood. The trees in our world have always been this way. They lack wisdom, cannot move, and certainly cannot change size like you do." Upon hearing this, the wooden figure paused momentarily, waving its branches in all directions before responding. "Little Bao, could you please repeat what you just said?" With a chuckle, Little Bao replied, "I just said you should not be sad. Our trees have always been like this. They lack wisdom, cannot move, and cannot change size like you do." After hearing this, the wooden figure became motionless, waving its branches and proclaiming, "Yes, they lack wisdom. They lack wisdom because there are no wise trees or wise fruits here." Curious, Little Bao inquired, "What do you mean, wood? Where do wise trees and wise fruits come from?" Chapter 80. The Ruthless Wood Tyrant, Part 1. The wooden figure waved its branches and said, "Little Bao, I believe I understand now. The trees and flowers in your water sphere world lack wisdom because of you. This is not good, Little Bao. The wood tyrant is hiding here, and he is planning to ambush Captain Lu Meng and his team." Little Bao, who had been intently listening to the wooden figure reveal the secret of why the flora in the water sphere world lacked wisdom, was suddenly alerted by the mention of the wood tyrant's impending attack on Lu Meng. He promptly patted the back of the great crocodile Lu Yu and urged, "Quick, we must return to offer our assistance." As the wooden figure glided ahead, Little Bao hastened to keep pace with Lu Yu. General De Bao, Captain Lu Meng, and the Special Forces team lagged behind, unable to match their speed. Now aware that the wood tyrant was hiding in the Himalayas, Little Bao understood the urgency of returning to provide aid. Otherwise, Captain Lu Meng and his team would be caught off guard and suffer greatly. Onward they went, the wooden figure soaring in front, while Little Bao raced on Lu Yu's back. 5 kilometers ahead, the flickering lights of quantum gunfire illuminated the area, and the furious shouts of General De Bao and Captain Lu Meng resonated through the air. 5 minutes later, when Little Bao on Lu Yu arrived at the scene, he discovered Captain Lu Meng and several Special Forces members aimlessly firing their quantum guns at the ground. The area was stained with blood, 1 Special Forces member was missing, and 3 lay wounded, 1 missing an arm, 2 others each missing a leg, while the remaining team members were battered and bloodied, each suffering various degrees of injury. Upon seeing Little Bao, Lu Yu, and the wooden figure approach, General De Bao anxiously exclaimed, "Wood, do you have any way to track down the wood tyrant? He just ambushed us, taking 1 of our Special Forces members and gravely injuring 3 others." Upon hearing this, the wooden entity swayed its branches in all directions and addressed Xiao Bao, saying, "Xiao Bao, General De Bao, I can indeed track Mu Ba, but you must follow closely. Otherwise, pursuing him may lead to your demise, as I cannot contend with Mu Ba." General De Bao, upon hearing this, bellowed, "Very well, Mu too. As long as you can trace Mu Ba, the task of capturing him will be entrusted to me." General De Bao was filled with indignation. Just moments ago, Mu Ba had brazenly faced over 30 of the finest Special Forces from the ordinary empire, emerging unscathed, having devoured 1 of their own and severely injuring 3 others, leaving the rest wounded. This was, without a doubt, a humiliation unprecedented in General De Bao's military career. Xiao Bao, witnessing General De Bao's unparalleled fury and realizing that the Special Forces comrades who had risked their lives alongside him on Mars had fallen victim to Mu Ba's ambush, felt equally enraged and echoed, "Mu too. Hurry, help us capture that dastardly Mu Ba." Seeing both Xiao Bao and General De Bao imploring him for assistance in the pursuit of Mu Ba, Mu too immediately shook its branches once more, assenting to their request. However, it began to shrink and then leapt onto Xiao Bao's head, leaving behind 4 slender tendrils piercing the ground, each pointing in a different direction. 3 seconds later, Mu Tu spoke to Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, I have located Mu Ba's trail. Simply follow the direction of my tendrils. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao quickly responded, All right. Mu Tu, thank you. Then, he shouted to General De Bao and Commander Lu Meng. Mu Tu has found the direction in which Mu Ba fled. Follow me. With that, he pointed eastward, stating, Mu Ba is currently 30 kilometers away, fleeing towards the east. Upon hearing this, General De Bao commanded, I order you, Commander Lu Meng, to pilot the Flying Fox aircraft carrier eastward in pursuit. Special Forces Command. Immediately deploy all special forces, spaceships, and aircraft carriers to surround the Himalayas, positioning a spaceship or aircraft carrier every 10 kilometers to form a web-like structure. We must capture Mu Ba. Following General De Bao's orders, the special forces of the Ordinary Empire hastily piloted their aircraft carriers toward the Himalayas. Xiao Bao, with the Jovian Mu Tu atop his head and riding the great crocodile Lu Yu, raced forward at breakneck speed, frequently adjusting their course while continuously relaying Mu Ba's location. East, 35 kilometers. West, 28 kilometers. South, 46 kilometers. Southwest, 49 kilometers. Initially, Mu Ba was approximately 30 kilometers away from Xiao Bao, but after 10 minutes, likely due to the energy gained from consuming a Special Forces member, Mu Ba's escape speed accelerated. Despite Xiao Bao urging Lu Yu to chase more fervently, the distance between them only widened. Mu Tu, perched above, incessantly urged, Xiao Bao, you must make Lu Yu go faster. If Mu Ba escapes beyond 100 kilometers, I will lose the ability to track him. Fortunately, at this moment, 2,000 spacecraft and thousands of aircraft carriers from the Special Forces arrived at the Himalayas. General De Bao commanded these spacecraft and aircraft carriers, quickly establishing a comprehensive net of defense across a radius of 1,000 kilometers. No matter which direction Mu Ba attempted to flee, there was always a spacecraft or aircraft carrier above ready to strike. Although they could not hit Mu Ba directly, the bombardment from quantum cannons hindered his underground flight speed to some extent. However, given Mu Ba's considerable depth and rapid velocity underground, the offensive weapons of the waterball world spacecraft and aircraft carriers could not inflict substantial damage on him, let alone capture him. Upon seeing the multitude of spacecraft and aircraft carriers in the sky, Xiao Bao realized that General De Bao had deployed the special forces and felt a slight sense of relief. He urged the giant crocodile Lu Yu and inquired, Wood, do you have any means to assist us in capturing Mu Ba directly? Wood swayed a branch and replied, Xiao Bao, to capture Mu Ba, we would need hundreds of peace-loving Jovians to surround him from all directions. However, our peace-loving Jovians are not present in the waterball world. If I were to call upon my friends from Jupiter, Mu Ba might also inform other savage Jovians, which could potentially expose the waterball world's position in the boundless cosmos. Given your current technological level, this could lead to even greater troubles for you. Xiao Bao, upon hearing this, paused for a moment, realizing the truth in Wood's words. He reported Wood's concerns and thoughts to General De Bao to prepare them psychologically. The technological level of the waterball world was significantly low. Xiao Bao had experienced this firsthand during the previous conflict with the Martians. Although they had made tremendous strides in technology by absorbing Martian advancements in recent years, their overall technological capabilities still lagged behind Mars. Except for a few military aircraft such as spacecraft and aircraft carriers, as well as small-scale weapons like quantum guns and proton guns. Judging by Wood's demeanor, it was evident that the waterball world's technology was far inferior to that of the Jovians, especially in light of Mu Ba's reckless behavior. Just as they were at a loss, Wood suddenly remarked, why has Mu Ba suddenly stopped moving? After a brief pause, he continued, Mu Ba has halted 15 kilometers to the southeast. It seems he is diving towards the ground. You all need to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately relayed the information. General De Bao, Mu Ba has stopped 15 kilometers to the southeast and is heading towards the ground. You must be on alert. General De Bao, upon receiving this information, promptly issued a command from the Flying Fox aircraft carrier. Attention, attention. Mu Ba has stopped 15 kilometers to the southeast and is diving towards the ground. Spaceship 389, remain vigilant, and all nearby spacecraft proceed at full speed to provide support. Meanwhile, 15 kilometers away, a spacecraft, flying at a low altitude, had just received notification from General Daba and was preparing to ascend. However, it was ensnared by the branches and roots that shot up from the ground with a swift whoosh. The pilot exerted all his strength to accelerate the engines upward, yet the entangling roots and branches multiplied, increasing the constraining force. The spacecraft not only failed to rise, but emitted ominous creaks under the strain, followed by violent trembling and swaying. The electronic instruments within clanged incessantly, tossing the Special Forces members about. Some fortunate ones suffered only minor injuries, while others were rendered unconscious. When Xiao Bao, riding the formidable crocodile Lu Meng and accompanied by the Jupiterian Mudo, arrived 15 kilometers away, he found Mu Ba frantically and viciously extending countless routes to ensnare the spacecraft. Flames erupted from the vessel, clearly indicating it had lost control. The hatch was ajar, and Mu Ba's roots were penetrating the bodies of several unconscious Special Forces members. According to Mudo, Mu Ba was feasting upon them. Inside, 2 injured members of the Special Forces struggled against their fate, but their quantum guns inflicted minimal damage upon Mu Ba, only inciting a more fervent pursuit. General Daba, leading 12 nearby spacecraft and 9 aircraft carriers, was infuriated upon witnessing the scene. He immediately ordered the quantum cannons, laser guns, and ion cutters of the spacecraft to target Mu Ba. A barrage of fire ensued, and after the tumultuous onslaught, the once formidable Mu Ba was left in tatters, his roots and branches shattered. Just as Xiao Bao, General Daba, and Captain Lu Meng believed they had vanquished Mu Ba, Mudo extended numerous slender roots to entwine the dismembered remains of Mu Ba's branches, detecting something amiss. After a minute, Mudo swayed his branches and declared, Xiao Bao, the energy is not right. We have fallen for Mu Ba's ruse. This Mu Ba is merely a transformation of his branches. His true self has shrunk and escaped. Chapter 81. The Vicious Mu Ba, Part 2. Hearing this, Xiao Bao and General Daba felt a wave of frustration and simultaneously inquired, Mudo, can you still track Mu Ba? Mudo, without an immediate response, swiftly extended his roots in all directions, sensing and searching. However, despite his efforts, he could not detect Mu Ba's presence within a 100-kilometer radius of the Himalayan jungle. 5 minutes later, Mudo swayed his branches and said, Xiao Bao, I have done my utmost. Yet I still cannot locate Mu Ba within 100 kilometers. Recognizing the limitations of wood, despite the advanced detection equipment aboard spaceships and aircraft carriers capable of observing distant realms, it remains incapable of penetrating beyond 300 meters beneath the Earth's surface. With the loss of the escape direction of the formidable Mu Ba, the team found themselves utterly unable to trace his retreat. Realizing they had been deceived by Mu Ba, both Xiao Bao and General Da Bao felt a deep sense of regret and anger. However, Director San Mao and Director Erhozi were elated, eagerly collaborating with several researchers to collect the fragmented branches and roots of Mu Ba, preparing to take them back for examination and study. They were intrigued to uncover the source of Mu Ba's extraordinary abilities, which were not only cunning and treacherous, but also allowed him to alter his size and traverse underground. The two hoped to utilize Mu Ba's cellular structures to devise a means to counteract the Jovian beings, even aspiring to learn from their prowess. Previously, upon learning from General Da Bao about the myriad extraordinary capabilities possessed by wood, Director San Mao and Director Erhozi had contemplated seizing the opportunity to research wood's body. Yet, due to Xiao Bao's friendship with wood, who had saved everyone, they felt reluctant to propose using wood as a test subject. Now, with the chance to study the corporeal form of Mu Ba, a fellow Jovian, and with wood asserting that Mu Ba was even more formidable, capable of single-handedly contending against 100, Director San Mao and Director Erhozi were naturally delighted. Upon returning to the secret research base of the Special Forces, General Da Bao observed that Xiao Bao, the giant crocodile Lu Yu, and Wood were utterly exhausted, and he instructed them to board the Flying Fox aircraft carrier to return home and rest. Meanwhile, Directors San Mao and Erhozi promptly assembled a team of researchers and scientists specialized in cytology, botany, zoology, and energy studies to investigate the remnants of Mu Ba's dismembered body. An hour later, Director San Mao rushed in to report the preliminary findings of the researchers and scientists. General Da Bao, we discovered that the liquid seeping from the fragmented branches of the Jovian Mu Ba is not the typical green sap of ordinary trees and plants, but rather a red fluid akin to human blood. The cellular structure of Mu Ba is remarkably peculiar, with a division rate 10 times faster than that of human cells in our world, and hundreds to thousands of times swifter compared to the flora of our realm. Furthermore, Mu Ba's cells possess the ability to deform, which likely accounts for his capability to navigate underground. Pausing briefly, Director San Mao continued, however, due to the researchers and scientists having never encountered such phenomena that defy the biological norms of our world, they remain uncertain about this aspect. While General Da Bao highly affirmed the efforts of Directors San Mao and Erhozi in organizing the research, he also seized this opportunity to convene Captain Lu Meng, Captain Lu Hai, and several members of the Special Forces to review and analyze the successes and failures of their endeavor to capture Mu Ba. The atmosphere in the Special Forces operational meeting room was notably somber, as today could be deemed a day of disgrace for the Special Forces of the Watersphere realm. Thousands of spaceships and aircraft carriers, along with hundreds of thousands of Special Forces personnel, had united in an effort to capture a single Jovian, Mu-Ba. Yet he had managed to escape right under their noses, resulting in the loss of over a dozen Special Forces members, nearly 100 more injured, and the destruction of a spaceship. However, it is well understood that if one cannot restrain the Wood Tyrant, who possesses the ability to freely burrow into the earth and traverse its depths with ease, then even if the elite forces of the ordinary empire were to mobilize en masse once more, it might still prove futile upon their next encounter. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Director Sanmao and Chief Erhu proposed an ingenious solution to utilize military dogs and hunting hounds to track the Wood Tyrant. The residual remains of the Wood Tyrant exuded a liquid akin to blood, characterized by its crimson hue and distinct odor. This proposal was met with approval, for military dogs and hunting hounds possess an acute sensitivity to scent, surpassing many detection devices. A decision was made to deploy all available military dogs and hounds, allowing them to first scent the remnants of the Wood Tyrant. The following day, General DeBeo confidently led the entire Special Forces unit, accompanied by thousands of military dogs and hounds, to the Himalayan mountains. Every 100 kilometers, a Special Forces team was dispatched alongside one military dog and one hunting hound. Little Bao rode atop a large crocodile, accompanied by a piece of wood. However, despite a full day of searching, they returned empty-handed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spirits of the Special Forces soldiers sank lower. This extensive search was likely to yield no results once again. Little Bao felt disheartened when suddenly the piece of wood swayed gently and said, "Little Bao, from what I understand, our current search methods may not uncover the Wood Tyrant for 2 reasons." Upon hearing this, Little Bao eagerly pressed for clarification. "What are the 2 possibilities?" At a time when everyone felt lost, the analysis from one of their own, a fellow Jovian, might illuminate a path forward. The wood swayed again and replied, "Little Bao, the first possibility is that the Wood Tyrant has concealed itself deep underground, perhaps several kilometers beneath the surface, thus its scent cannot be detected. The second possibility is that the Wood Tyrant has escaped along the river known as the Yabu River, as water flows can effectively mask scents." Little Bao found the reasoning sound, recalling how military dogs often lost their tracking abilities when encountering rivers during training exercises. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly contacted General DeBeo, exclaiming, DeBeo, Wood just suggested 2 reasons for our inability to locate the Wood Tyrant. 1. It may have hidden deep underground, beyond the dog's olfactory reach. 2. It might have fled along the Yabu River that flows through the Himalayas. General DeBeo, upon hearing this, deemed it quite reasonable and promptly resolved to split the forces into 2 groups. One would continue searching the Himalayan range, led by Captain Lu Hai and Director Sanmao. The other would scour the banks of the Yabu River, with General DeBeo personally accompanying Captain Lu Ming and Little Bao. General DeBeo then reached out to Little Bao, stating, "Little Bao, I have decided to divide our forces. One group will remain here to search, while the other, including you, Wood, and myself, will search along the riverbank. Will you come aboard the Flying Fox aircraft carrier, or will you continue the search on the ground?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately conferred with Mu Tu and Lu Yu. Mu Tu, swaying a branch, remarked, "Xiao Bao, while remaining aboard the spaceship is swift and effortless. I can only sense within a range of 10 kilometers, and not the 100 kilometers we desire. I believe it is more prudent for us to continue our search on the ground." Lu Yu, the great crocodile, uttered several guttural sounds, which Xiao Bao understood to mean that he too preferred to search from the earth. Lu Yu had not roamed the wild for a considerable time and longed to swim freely in the waters of the Yabu River. In response, Xiao Bao declared to Bao, "I believe it is best for Lu Yu, Mu Tu, and me to remain on the ground for our search. You may follow us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu leaped excitedly into the depths of the Yabu River. The waters were deep and swift, yet Lu Yu dove in with the grace of a fish returning to its element. Xiao Bao, perched upon the back of the great crocodile, felt as though he was gliding effortlessly above the surface, while Mu Tu, resting on Xiao Bao's shoulder, transformed his 4 probing tendrils into a single elongated vine that trailed behind Lu Yu's tail, making it appear as though Lu Yu's tail had miraculously doubled in length. General DeBao and Captain Lu Ming led a formidable team of special forces aboard the spaceship and aircraft carrier, necessitating a speed adjustment to over 3,000 kilometers per hour to keep pace. They soared forward at breakneck speed for 3 hours, traversing thousands of kilometers. Yet no trace of the elusive Mu Ba could be detected. After an hour of swimming alongside Lu Yu, Xiao Bao began to tire and was contemplating a return when Lu Yu abruptly shook a branch and announced, "Xiao Bao, I sense the presence of barbaric Jovians nearby. It is likely Mu Ba." Startled, Xiao Bao responded, "Excellent, Mu Tu, let us hasten after them." He then communicated through the device to General De Bao. "De Bao, Lu Yu has detected the presence of barbaric Jovians, likely Mu Ba." Upon hearing this, General De Bao replied, "Well done, Xiao Bao, you have done admirably. Instruct Mu Tu to keep watch while I arrange for the special forces to follow." He promptly commanded. "I order the 1st to 19th Brigades of Special Forces to closely follow Xiao Bao and Lu Yu. The 20th to 40th Brigades stationed in the Himalayas are to accelerate and provide support, while the 41st to 50th Brigades shall continue their search in the Himalayas." Noting that Mu Tu was merely speculating about Mu Ba's presence, General De Bao prudently retained 10 brigades in the Himalayas to prevent falling prey to Mu Ba's diversionary tactics. 10 minutes later, Mu Tu resurfaced from the depths. Swaying his branch as he spoke, "Xiao Bao, I have sensed the presence of 2 barbaric Jovians. One is Mu Ba, and the other is likely his accomplice." Chapter 82, The Strategy to Capture Mu Ba, Part 1. Xiao Bao, astonished, inquired, "There are 2 Mu Bas?" The wooden figure swayed its branches and spoke, "Indeed, Xiao Bao. There are 2 Savage-Wood aliens. He is likely an accomplice of Mu Ba, and as far as I know, these Savage-Wood aliens are as ferocious as Mu Ba." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao promptly replied, "Understood, Mu Tu. I will inform De Bao immediately. You keep close to them." With that, Xiao Bao connected with General De Bao. "De Bao, Mu Tu has just discovered 2 Mu Bas at the riverbed. Yes, Mu Ba and his accomplice. I've instructed Mu Tu to follow them. You all stay alert." Upon hearing this, General De Bao praised, "Excellent, Xiao Bao. Stay close. We will catch up. You and Lu Yu, Mu Tu must prioritize safety. Notify me early upon discovering Mu Ba, and do not rush in directly." After speaking with Xiao Bao, General De Bao seized the command transmitter and issued an order. "Attention all Special Forces personnel. Xiao Bao and Lu Yu have detected Mu Ba, and he has accomplices. Everyone, swiftly converge near my ship, the Fei Hu, and prepare for combat." Subsequently, thousands of spaceships and aircraft carriers from the Ordinary Empire's Special Forces surged towards the Fei Hu, traversing the banks of the Yabu River. An hour later, Xiao Bao rode the giant crocodile Lu Yu, following Mu Tu as they tracked Mu Ba's scent from a vast lake onto the shore. Military dogs and hunting hounds confirmed the presence of 2 distinct Mu Ba scents, indicating that Mu Ba and his accomplice had emerged from this location. General De Bao promptly examined the map and discovered that this expansive lake was Dongyang Lake of the Ordinary Empire, spanning 8,000 miles. The mountain where Mu Ba came ashore was named Junzi Mountain. Once adorned with countless ancient trees, Junzi Mountain now presented a scene of devastation. With all the great trees vanished, leaving behind numerous deep pits, Mu Tu swayed its branches and remarked, "Xiao Bao, these great trees must have been consumed by Mu Ba." Xiao Bao, puzzled, inquired, "Mu Tu, why would Mu Ba eat so many great trees? He even devoured the roots." Mu Tu swayed its branches again, explaining, "Mu Ba not only feasts on animals, but also relishes great trees. Yesterday, to escape, Mu Ba employed a stratagem akin to the cicada shedding its shell, losing a large branch in the process, yet sustaining his essence. Consuming great trees, especially their roots, replenishes his foundational power. Given the state of this mountain, it seems Mu Ba's wounds have recovered from devouring so many trees, and he has fled southward. We must be cautious while pursuing, lest we fall into Mu Ba's ambush." Xiao Bao immediately relayed this information to General De Bao. Upon receiving the news, General De Bao stated, "Everyone, pay attention. We have located Mu Ba, who is wreaking havoc 3,000 kilometers due south in Changsha City. Everyone, proceed at full speed toward Changsha City." It turned out that General De Bao had just received another report from Director San Mao, indicating that 30 minutes prior, over 100 individuals had mysteriously vanished into the ground near the outskirts of Changsha City, ensnared by 2 colossal trees. Changsha City, located 30,000 kilometers from the capital of the Ordinary Empire, Qiming City, is a culturally rich city with a history spanning thousands of years. With a population exceeding 10 million, it has been the cradle of numerous political and cultural luminaries in the Ordinary Empire for nearly a millennium. During the peaceful times, Xiao Bao often accompanied his elder to climb the mountains here, in contrast to the towering peaks of the Himalayas, which rise over 10,000 meters. The central Yuelu Mountain in Changsha reaches a height of 5,000 meters, ranking 6th among all mountains in the ordinary empire. The city of Changsha is beautifully situated by mountains and rivers, adorned with splendid scenery and a rich cultural heritage, making it a favored destination for ordinary citizens of the empire. Xiaobao holds vivid memories of the Wanyan Academy, the Yuelu Temple, and the Yunlu Taoist Palace within Changsha. It is said that this mountain uniquely embodies Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist cultures, reflecting the inclusive spirit of the people of Changsha. The fame of Yuelu Mountain is also attributed to the presence of two ancient rohan pine trees, each over 10,000 years old. These trees, which typically grow only a centimeter each year, have grown to a size requiring 10 people to encircle them after millennia, rendering them a unique wonder in the entire aquatic world. Riding atop the great crocodile Lu Yu and carrying wood on his shoulder, Xiaobao shared his knowledge of Changsha with the wood and Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, the wood swayed its branches and remarked, "Xiaobao, given what you've said, I fear that Muba might seek to consume these two rohan pines." Xiaobao, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that? Did you not mention that Muba and his kind prefer animal flesh?" The wood replied, "For us beings of the wood star, trees that are over 100 years old often possess a spirit. While it is challenging for trees in the aquatic world to become sentient, those over 10,000 years old have a significantly greater chance, especially rohan pines, which are particularly prone to spiritual awakening. If Muba devours these two rohan pines, their innate powers would be greatly enhanced, far surpassing the benefits of consuming animals for mere growth. I estimate their abilities could potentially double as a result. Thus we must prevent Muba from reaching these trees." Upon hearing this, Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with thought as he proposed, "Wood, I have a plan. It is often said that humans perish for wealth and birds for food. Since Muba is so fond of consuming sentient trees, could we not set an ambush near the two rohan pines to capture those two rascals?" The wood swayed thoughtfully and replied, "Xiaobao, your idea is commendable. If we lay an ambush ahead of time, we could indeed capture Muba. However, my strength is limited, and I can only assist in restraining Muba. I would be powerless against his companions. Yet, if Muba approaches, I can seal the ground beneath them, preventing their escape." Xiaobao's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "As long as we can bind one, Dabao and the others will surely find a way." Upon concluding his words, Xiaobao promptly contacted General Dabao, saying, "Dabao, I have just conferred with Mu Tu regarding a strategy for an ambush. Mu Tu informed me that the savage inhabitants of Woodstar have a particular fondness for consuming spiritually attuned trees. It is highly likely that upon arriving in Changsha City, Mu Ba and his cohorts will seek to devour two ancient Araucaria trees, each over 10,000 years old. We can set up our ambush near these trees, and in due time, Mu Tu can assist us in restraining Mu Ba, preventing his escape through the underground. Your special forces will be responsible for subduing another savage Woodstar inhabitant and aiding Mu Tu in defeating Mu Ba. What are your thoughts on this plan?" General Dabao, after contemplating Xiaobao's proposal, replied, "Xiaobao, your strategy for an early ambush is commendable. I shall promptly revise our operational plan. As long as Mu Ba cannot escape underground, we will undoubtedly capture him and put an end to his misdeeds." Before long, Xiaobao, along with the formidable crocodile Lu Yu and Mu Tu, arrived at the twin Araucaria trees by the Yu Lu Sand Peak. Upon witnessing these ancient trees, Mu Tu swayed their branches gently, then extended his roots to lightly touch the roots of the Araucaria. After a moment, Mu Tu declared, "Xiaobao, these two trees are semi-spiritually attuned. Had they been on our Woodstar, they would certainly possess the formidable abilities akin to our leaders. Even in your realm, the waterball world, which lacks such spiritually attuned trees, their aura is palpable. If Mu Ba and his companions are here in Changsha City, they will undoubtedly come to consume them." With that, Mu Tu gradually diminished in size, transforming into a tiny root-like entity that concealed itself beneath the roots of the Araucaria. Observing Mu Tu's successful concealment, Xiaobao relayed Mu Tu's words to General Dabao while swiftly mounting the crocodile Lu Yu to depart the scene, taking care to distance themselves like many special forces members to avoid detection by Mu Ba and his crew. Time ticked away as Xiaobao and General Dabao listened intently to reports from the special forces and intelligence officers tracking the situation in Changsha City. Mu Ba and his companions headed straight for Yu Lu Sand Peak, occasionally dragging unsuspecting civilians of the ordinary empire into the underground. 5 minutes later, suddenly, a savage Woodstar inhabitant emerged from beneath the Araucaria, unfurling all its branches and ensnaring one of the trees. Meanwhile, the other Araucaria shook violently, for another savage Woodstar inhabitant had burrowed beneath and began gnawing at it. Abruptly, the savage Woodstar inhabitant gnawing on the branches became still, emitting piercing screams. Mu Tu had ensnared it from below. Realizing that his companion had fallen into a trap, Mu Ba, who was still devouring the other Araucaria, turned to flee. At this moment, Captain Lu Ming immediately unleashed a barrage of fire from his proton gun towards the underground. Mu Ba let out a horrific cry and fled without a second thought. Meanwhile, Mu Tu was locked in a fierce struggle with the savage wood star inhabitant, his branches entwining the creature. The savage wood star inhabitant, unable to extricate itself, unleashed its numerous roots to gnaw at Mu Tu, causing many of Mu Tu's branches and roots to be severed. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Bao felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and promptly unleashed his proton gun upon the savage Jovians. He commanded the formidable crocodile, Lu Yu, to assist him. Lu Yu opened his cavernous jaws, relentlessly biting at the branches and roots of the barbaric Jovians. Several members of the Special Forces also joined the fray, utilizing their proton guns to fire incessantly at the roots and branches of the savage invaders. Meanwhile, General De Bao directed Captain Lu Ming, accompanied by a substantial contingent of Special Forces and numerous military and hunting dogs, to pursue the subterranean escapee, Mu Ba. They unleashed a barrage of proton blasts and artillery fire into the earth, endeavoring to thwart Mu Ba's flight towards densely populated areas. As Mu Ba fled, General De Bao orchestrated the relentless pursuit of the Special Forces from the skies above.